In the 23rd year of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, the capital city gradually awakened from its slumber under the gentle caress of the morning light. The bustling streets were alive with the early stirrings of tea houses and taverns, where the aroma of sizzling delicacies wafted through the air, mingling with the lively calls of vendors and the spirited shouts of waitstaff beckoning customers. This vibrant scene, rich with the sense of various culinary delights, painted a picture of prosperity and vitality. Yet beneath this seemingly harmonious facade lay countless undercurrents of turmoil. Lin Xiao abruptly sat up in bed, clutching his head with both hands, his face contorted in agony. It felt as though a myriad of needles were piercing his skull, as strange and intricate memories surged forth like a tidal wave, bombarding his consciousness. He had once been a history student in the modern world, deeply enamored with the history of the Ming dynasty. However, during a visit to an exhibition of Ming artifacts, a bizarre flash of light enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself inexplicably transported to this tangible era of the Ming dynasty, inhabiting the body of a debauched young man who shared his name. The original owner of this body was a notorious figure in the capital, the sole son of Lin Yuan, the commander of the Jinshi division. Abusing his father's considerable power, he roamed the streets with impunity, committing various misdeeds. His days were filled with the coercion of innocent women and the bullying of the weak, leaving behind a trail of nefarious acts that had rendered him a pariah, detested and avoided by all. As Lin Xiao processed these memories, a bitter sense of helplessness washed over him. How could he have landed in such a dire predicament right after his arrival? Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the silence of the room. The door swung open violently as several officials clad in uniforms barged in, slamming the door against the wall and raising a cloud of dust. The leading officer, his face twisted in anger and veins bulging on his forehead, fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Xiao and bellowed, "Lin Xiao, you wicked scion, your numerous misdeeds have finally come to light. Come with us at once." Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Xiao felt a surge of panic. Before he could react, the officials surged forward, roughly seizing his arms. Instinctively, he struggled, twisting his body as he shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go. What crime have I committed?" The officer scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain and fury. "You have forcibly taken women, harmed the innocent, and your misdeeds are countless and well documented. How dare you attempt to deny it? Today is your reckoning. You will not escape." Realization dawned on Lin Xiao. The original owner's myriad transgressions had finally incited public outrage, and trouble had come knocking at his door. Despair and regret filled his heart as he lamented the unfortunate timing of his arrival in this world. Facing the prospect of imprisonment, he struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to reason with the officer, but the officer was unyielding, insisting that his subordinates take him away. Just as Lin Xiao was being dragged toward the door, a middle-aged man clad in black robes appeared like a specter. Tall and imposing, he stood before them like a towering pine tree. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to pierce through all facades, emanating an aura of authority that commanded respect. This man was none other than Lin Xiao's father, Lin Yuan, the commander of the Jinshi division. Lin Yuan's cold gaze swept over the gathered crowd before settling on the officer. His voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority as he declared, "He is my son, Lin Yuan's child. Who dares to lay a hand on him?" The officer, momentarily daunted by Lin Yuan's formidable presence, involuntarily took a step back, his body trembling. Yet, recalling his duty and the suffering of those wronged by Lin Xiao, he mustered his courage to respond, "Commander, the evidence against Lin Xiao is irrefutable. We are merely following orders. I beseech you not to make this difficult for us." Lin Yuan snorted in disdain, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. "Humph, you believe you can take my son? Get out of my sight." With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible yet immensely powerful force surged forth, akin to a tempest, sweeping toward the officials. They were caught unawares, sent flying through the air and crashing to the ground, groaning in pain and unable to rise. The officer gazed at Lin Yuan in terror, acutely aware that he and his subordinates were no match for him. Gritting his teeth, he led his men away, their retreat filled with reluctance and humiliation. Lin Xiao looked upon his father, now both grateful and awed. He He understood that in this world where strength reigned supreme, power was the ultimate safeguard. Without formidable abilities, he would be doomed to replicate the original owner's reckless path, ultimately leading to a fate of misery and helplessness. Turning to Lin Xiao, Lin Yuan's earlier authority was replaced by disappointment. He sighed, saying, "You ungrateful wretch, you squander your days in ignorance, causing trouble wherever you go. Had I not arrived in time today, you would have brought shame upon our family. From this day forth, you shall remain at the Jinxie Division, learning the arts of demon subjugation. Should you dare to misbehave again, I will show you no mercy." A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Xiao. He recalled that the Jinxie Division was a mysterious institution dedicated to dealing with malevolent forces. Rich in skilled practitioners and hidden tomes of knowledge, a sanctuary sought after by countless cultivators. If he could enter the Jinxie Division, he might acquire the strength necessary to transform his destiny. Eagerly, he nodded, a sincere expression on his face, and declared, "Father, I understand my mistakes. I have been foolish that I will diligently study at the Jinxie Division and strive to cultivate my abilities so as not to disappoint you again." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Come with me. I hope this time you can uphold your promise." As Lin Xiao followed his father, he resolved to seize this rare opportunity to cultivate diligently and to shed the original owner's notorious reputation, aspiring to become a figure of strength and responsibility. He recognized that his journey had only just begun, and the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and trials. Yet he was prepared to embrace the unknown adventures that awaited him. Chapter 2. The town's evil suppression bureau. Lin Xiao, filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, closely followed his father, Lin Yuan, as they made their way toward the town's evil suppression bureau. Along the journey, his mind was awash with vivid images of the bureau, a place shrouded in mystery, harboring countless ancient texts and techniques, a sanctuary long coveted by countless cultivators. Now, he was on the verge of stepping into this hallowed ground. Ready to embark on a new path of cultivation, nestled on the outskirts of the capital, the town's evil suppression bureau stood apart from the clamor and opulence of the city. As Lin Xiao approached the grand entrance, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The imposing gates were constructed from massive blue stones, intricately carved with various bizarre runes and depictions of mythical beasts. Under the sunlight, they emanated an aura of both mystery and majesty. At the entrance, two colossal stone lions, poised and fierce, seemed so lifelike that one could almost believe they would spring to life at any moment. Guarding the secrets contained within, as Lin Xiao crossed the threshold into the bureau, he was enveloped by a rich, vibrant energy that invigorated him, making every pore of his body greedily absorb the potent spiritual essence. He glanced around and noted the ancient and solemn architecture, thoughtfully arranged in various corners. The courtyard was a verdant expanse, adorned with blooming flowers, creating a tranquil and harmonious retreat that felt entirely disconnected from the outside world. Guided by Lin Yuan, Lin Xiao traversed winding paths, greeted along the way by disciples of the bureau who respectfully acknowledged his father. Lin Yuan responded with a slight nod, exuding the authority of a figure of stature. Lin Xiao observed that these disciples were all brimming with vitality, their eyes reflecting determination and confidence. The powerful aura they radiated filled him with both envy and aspiration. Soon, they arrived before a sealed chamber. The door was tightly shut, inscribed with intricate runes that pulsed with a mysterious energy. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently pressed against the door, causing the runes to illuminate, casting a soft glow as the entrance slowly opened. Inside, towering bookshelves lined the room, brimming with an array of texts and artifacts. The air was permeated with a subtle fragrance of books mixed with the essence of spiritual energy, making it feel like a treasure trove of knowledge. "This is the Bureau's library," Lin Yuan informed Lin Xiao. "Within these walls lie countless ancient texts and techniques, encompassing various cultivation systems and spells. Choose a method that resonates with you, and dedicate yourself to its practice. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. It demands not only talent and opportunity, but also relentless effort and sweat. If you wish to establish yourself in the Bureau, prepare yourself for hardship." Lin Xiao nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Eagerly, he approached the shelves, beginning to sift through the texts one by one. Yet, despite his efforts, he struggled to find one that suited him. Some techniques were too esoteric, far beyond his current understanding. Others, though simple, lacked the potency he yearned for. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a weathered tome caught his eye. He lay quietly in a corner, devoid of a title. Its cover battered and coated in dust. Yet, Lin Xiao sensed a mysterious force emanating from it, as if it were beckoning him. Curiously, he picked up the book, gently blowing away the dust before cautiously opening its pages. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a technique known as Chaotic Spirit Formula. According to the text, this technique originated from the primordial chaos, embodying the most fundamental and formidable powers of the universe. Mastery of this technique would grant the practitioner the ability to wield chaotic energy, becoming an invincible being in the world. However, the book also warned that the cultivation process was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. A spark ignited within Lin Xiao. He felt an inexplicable connection to this technique. Trusting his instincts, he believed he possessed the resolve and intellect to overcome the challenges of its practice. Without hesitation, he resolved to cultivate the Chaotic Spirit Formula. Lin Yuan observed the tome in Lin Zhao's hands, a flicker of surprise and concern crossing his face. I did not expect you to select this technique. While it is immensely powerful, its complexity is beyond imagination. Countless individuals have attempted to master it throughout the ages, yet only a handful have succeeded. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? Lin Xiao nodded resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Father, I am certain. I believe I can succeed. I refuse to continue living a mundane existence. I want to become powerful to protect myself and those dear to me. I am willing to exert every effort to achieve this goal. Lin Yuan nodded, a hint of approval softening his expression. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not deter you. From this day forth, you will immerse yourself in your cultivation here, and I will arrange for a mentor to guide you. I hope you remain true to your word, and do not disappoint me. As Lin Xiao clutched the Chaotic Spirit Formula. A fire of ambition ignited within him. He understood that his journey of cultivation was about to officially commence, and the future promised countless challenges and opportunities. Yet, he was prepared to forge ahead. Undeterred by the arduous path that lay ahead. Chapter 3. The Trials of Cultivation and Breakthrough. After selecting the Chaotic Spirit Formula from the library, Lin Xiao plunged headfirst into the arduous journey of cultivation. The Bureau appointed a seasoned mentor named Lu Yuan to guide him, a man known for his calm demeanor and exceptional prowess within the Bureau. Aware that the path of cultivation allowed no room for complacency, Lin Xiao would rise each day before dawn, under Lu Yuan's watchful eye, to practice drawing in spiritual energy, attempting to guide it through his body. The initial stages of the Chaotic Spirit Formula were exceedingly complex, filled with obscure terminology and convoluted pathways, akin to a tangled mess that left Lin Xiao bewildered. During his first attempts to channel the energy, his meridians felt like parched riverbeds, with the spiritual essence crashing violently within, causing him to break into a cold sweat and turn as pale as a sheet. Lu Yuan observed Lin Zhao's condition closely, offering reminders. Steady your mind. Do not let pain distract you. Guide the energy according to the prescribed pathways. Through gritted teeth, Lin Xiao endured the excruciating pain, focusing intently as he gradually adjusted the flow of energy according to the instructions. After countless failures, he finally managed to guide a thread of energy through a small circuit within his body. In that moment, a warm current flowed through him, alleviating much of his fatigue. However, this was merely the beginning. As his training progressed, Lin Xiao encountered increasingly formidable obstacles. The Chaotic Spirit Formula demanded an enormous quantity of spiritual energy, far beyond what ordinary methods could provide. To meet this demand, he devoted several hours each day to cultivating near the Bureau's spiritual vein, where the energy was thick and tangible. Yet, the pressure there was immense. Each moment spent felt as if his body were being relentlessly hammered. Yet, he did not waver. With indomitable willpower, he persevered. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lin Xiao faced numerous plateaus. On one occasion, while attempting to break through a crucial threshold, no matter how hard he tried, the energy refused to coalesce into the requisite form. He experimented with various approaches, yet progress eluded him. For days on end, Lin Xiao was consumed by frustration, even beginning to question whether he was truly suited for this technique. Sensing Lin Xiao's despondency, Lu Yuan approached him with earnest words. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with difficulties. Encountering bottlenecks is commonplace. You must not give up due to temporary setbacks. Believe in your abilities. Reflect on your training process, analyze each step meticulously, and you may uncover the key to your breakthrough. Taking Lu Yuan's words to heart, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. He began to re-evaluate his training methods, recalling the minutiae of each energy cycle. After days of relentless study, he finally identified the root of his troubles. It turned out that in his attempts to gather energy, he had overly focused on accumulating power while neglecting the balance of energy properties. Having pinpointed the issue, Lin Xiao promptly adjusted his cultivation approach and attempted to break through once more. This time, he meticulously guided energies of different properties within his body to merge, adhering to his newly devised method. As time passed, the energies within him began to coalesce, and a formidable force surged through his being. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiao successfully broke through the bottleneck, stepping into a new realm. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he possessed boundless energy. Following this breakthrough, Lin Xiao's strength experienced remarkable enhancement. He not only became adept at utilizing some basic spells from the chaotic spirit formula, but his physical constitution also improved dramatically. His speed quickened, his strength amplified, and his reflexes sharpened. During his time at the Bureau, Lin Xiao not only dedicated himself to rigorous training but also forged friendships with like-minded individuals. Among them, Su Yao left the most profound impression on him, a prodigious disciple of the Bureau. Su Yao was breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal presence that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. More importantly, her prowess was formidable, placing her among the top of her peers. Su Yao admired Lin Xiao's talent and diligence, often initiating discussions about their cultivation experiences. With her guidance, Lin Xiao's understanding of the chaotic spirit formula deepened, making his training progress smoother and more fruitful. Two individuals, engaged in their cultivation, delved into discussions surrounding spells and martial techniques. Their bond gradually deepening unbeknownst to them. They encouraged and supported one another, progressing together, becoming a striking presence within the Xinxia division. However, Lin Xiao's journey in the Xinxia division was fraught with challenges. Some envious disciples, witnessing his rapid advancement, harbored resentment. They believed Lin Xiao merely leveraged his father's influence to gain superior resources and guidance. Consequently, they frequently sought to trouble Lin Xiao, intent on humbling him. One day, after finishing his training, Lin Xiao walked alone on his way back to his quarters. Suddenly, several disciples emerged from the shadows, encircling him. The leader, with a scornful expression, addressed Lin Xiao, saying, "Lin Xiao, do not presume that your talent entitles you to act arrogantly in the Xinxia division. Today, we shall make you aware that this is not a place for your whims." Lin Xiao regarded the group before him, feeling no fear. With a cold smile, he retorted, "What, are you envious of my faster progress in cultivation? And thus wish to teach me a lesson? Then bring it on. I am eager to see what you are capable of." The disciples, incensed by Lin Xiao's bravado, unleashed their spells upon him. Undeterred, Lin Xiao employed the techniques from the chaos spirit art, effortlessly neutralizing their assaults. He then took the initiative, launching a barrage of spells like a tempest upon the disciples. They proved no match for Lin Xiao, quickly retreating under his relentless onslaught. Eventually, they had no choice but to flee in disgrace. Lin Xiao watched their retreating figures, feeling a surge of pride within. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he establish himself in this world where the strong held sway. Following this incident, Lin Xiao's reputation within the Xinxia division soared. He became the focus of attention, attracting more admiration and challenges. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, recognizing this as merely a minor episode in his cultivation journey. He resolved to persist in his training, relentlessly striving to elevate his prowess and pursue loftier aspirations. Chapter 4. The emergence of brilliance. As time passed, Lin Xiao immersed himself in the practice of the chaos spirit art during his days at the Xinxia division, leading a fulfilling and busy life. His strength surged like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the once obscure spells and techniques became second nature to him. One morning, in the Xinxia division's training grounds, Lin Xiao practiced newly comprehended spells alongside Su Yao. Sunlight bathed them, illuminating their agile figures. That moment, the tranquility of the training grounds was shattered by hurried footsteps as a messenger disciple rushed in, bowing to Lin Xiao and Su Yao, announcing, "The commanding officer has summoned all disciples to the assembly hall for an urgent mission." Exchanging a glance filled with curiosity and anticipation, Lin Xiao and Su Yao ceased their training, adjusted their attire, and hastened toward the assembly hall. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, as numerous experts of the Xinxia division had already gathered. Lin Xiao and Su Yao took their seats, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan, who wore a solemn expression. After surveying the assembly, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "Everyone, we have just received news that a large number of demons have suddenly appeared in Taiping Village, located on the outskirts of the capital. These demons are mercilessly slaughtering villagers and plundering their possessions, leaving behind a sea of blood, as the guardians of peace in this world. We, the Xinxia division, cannot stand idly by. This mission is fraught with peril. The number of demons is vast, and their strength remains unknown. I urge you all to give your utmost efforts to protect the populace and eradicate the demons." Upon hearing this, a flame of righteous anger ignited within Lin Xiao. He rose and declared, "Father, I volunteer to go. These demons are so cruel. I will ensure they pay for their actions." Su Yao promptly echoed, "I will accompany you." The other disciples, inspired by their resolve, rallied in response, and the assembly hall resonated with high spirits. Lin Yuan nodded, assigning roles and tasks for the operation. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and several other capable disciples formed the vanguard team, tasked with infiltrating the demon-infested area to gather intelligence and identify weaknesses. The remaining disciples would support from the periphery to prevent any demons from escaping. With everything arranged, they set off at once. The sound of galloping hooves stirred up clouds of dust in no time. They arrived at Taiping Village. The scene before them left all in shock. A nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Homes lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants, and the ground was littered with the corpses of villagers, some bearing horrific injuries that were almost too painful to behold. The demons continued to roam the village, emitting chilling cries. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao and his companions sprang into action, unleashing their spells and martial skills against the demons. Utilizing the formidable power of the Chaos Spirit Art, Lin Xiao distinguished himself in battle. With hands forming seals and incantations on his lips, a surge of chaotic energy erupted from his palms. Transforming into in the conference room, the atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if one could wring water from it. Lin Yuan's expression was somber as he scanned the crowd before slowly speaking. The incident in Taiping Village appears to have settled. Yet it is merely the tip of the iceberg. Recently, reports of demonic disturbances have emerged from various locales, and the strength and organization of these malevolent beings far exceed what we have encountered before. I suspect that a mysterious force is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, the attendees displayed expressions of shock, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. A sense of unease creeping into his heart, he rose and inquired, "Father, what shall we do next? We cannot simply sit idly by." Lin Yuan nodded, responding, "Indeed, we cannot. After deliberation, we have decided to split into several groups to investigate the movements of these malevolent entities and uncover the mysterious force behind them. Lin Xiao, you and Su Yao will form a team and head to Yun City. There have been frequent reports of demonic activity there, and rumors suggest that a colossal secret related to these malevolent beings lies hidden in that place. Exercise utmost caution. Do not act recklessly." Lin Xiao and Su Yao exchanged a resolute glance, affirming in unison, "Yes, we will certainly accomplish our mission." After preparing their belongings, Lin Xiao and Su Yao set forth on their journey to Yun City. Along the way, they braved the elements, traveling both day and night. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived in Yun City. Once a bustling metropolis, it now exuded an oppressive aura. The streets were sparsely populated, with most shops shuttered, and occasionally, a few anxious citizens hurriedly passed by. Lin Xiao and Su Yao found an inn to lodge in, and after a brief rest, began to gather information from an elderly man. They learned of mysterious individuals frequently appearing in the city at night, coinciding with the inexplicable disappearances of citizens. These figures seemed to come and go without a trace, instilling profound fear among the populace. Sensing the peculiarity of the situation, Lin Xiao and Su Yao resolved to investigate under the cover of darkness. In the stillness of the night, clad in dark attire, Lin Xiao and Su Yao stealthily infiltrated the city. They navigated the winding alleys with caution, keenly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the silence, prompting them to exchange glances before following the noise. They halted before an abandoned estate, its gate firmly shut. Yet a faint glow emanated from within. Lin Xiao gently pushed the door open, and a nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses. Inside the courtyard, they discovered several corpses, their bodies marred by grotesque wounds. A sight both tragic and horrifying. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a hidden basement. Descending the stairs, they were enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. To the basement's end, they witnessed a gathering of individuals clad in black robes. Engaged in a sinister ritual, these figures radiated a potent malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Xiao and Su Yao concealed themselves, observing intently. They discerned that the robed figures were summoning a formidable demon. Imprisoned within an enormous array that pulsed with ominous light, as the robed figures chanted incantations, the array's glow intensified, and the demon's form gradually materialized. Realizing the catastrophic implications of allowing this demon's summoning, Lin Xiao and Su Yao exchanged a determined glance and resolved to intervene. They surged from their hiding place, unleashing their respective spells upon the robed figures. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the robed figures quickly regained their composure and retaliated with their own incantations. Thus began a fierce and tumultuous battle. With their exceptional skills and synchronized efforts, Lin Xiao and Su Yao engaged the robed figures in a fierce skirmish. However, outnumbered and contending with formidable adversaries, they soon found themselves in dire straits. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, Lin Xiao recalled a forbidden spell from the Chaos Spirit technique. This spell wielded immense power but came at a grave cost to its caster. Momentarily hesitating, he ultimately resolved to take the risk in light of the pressing danger. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled the forbidden spell. A surge of chaotic energy erupted from within him, enveloping the surrounding robed figures in its wake. The robed figures shrieked in agony, collapsing one after another. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao and Su Yao charged toward the array, intent on dismantling it. Yet, as they neared, a colossal claw emerged from the array. Reaching for them, they narrowly dodged the strike, but the force of the claw's sweep sent them tumbling to the ground. Lin Xiao looked up to see a monstrous demon breaking free from the array. Its form cloaked in black mist, eyes gleaming with a malevolent crimson light, exuding an aura of insatiable bloodlust. Lin Xiao understood that an even more arduous battle loomed ahead. Chapter 6: Surviving Despair. A mysterious exploration as the demon broke free from its seal. Its massive form writhed within the basement, creating a tempest that scattered objects in disarray. The black mist it emitted rapidly permeated the space, corroding the ground and releasing a putrid stench. Struggling to rise, Lin Xiao and Su Yao focused intently on the terrifying creature before them, their hearts brimming with wariness. Lin Xiao, fully aware of the demon's formidable power, suppressed his fear and called out to Su Yao. Su Yao, this demon's strength far exceeds our expectations. When the opportunity arises, you must retreat and seek reinforcements. Su Yao, frowning at his words, resolutely replied, "No, I will not abandon you. We will find a way to overcome it together." No sooner had she spoken than the demon lunged at them with a deafening roar, its enormous claws sweeping toward them with a howling wind. Lin Xiao and Su Yao swiftly evaded, the claws barely grazing their clothing and leaving deep gouges in the wall. They knew there was no room for complacency and immediately launched a counterattack. Lin Xiao formed hand seals, channeling the chaotic energy within him to create a golden blade of light, which he directed at the demon. Su Yao wielded her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy to strike from the side. However, the demon seemed unfazed by their assault, merely swinging its claws and relentlessly attacking. Each strike carried immense force, forcing Lin Xiao and Su Yao to expend all their energy in defense. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Xiao was inadvertently slashed by the demon's claw, blood instantly staining his garments. Seeing this, Su Yao rushed forward without hesitation, shielding Lin Xiao with her body. "Miss Su Yao." Lin Xiao gazed at her, filled with gratitude and guilt for her selfless act. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he drew upon the last remnants of chaotic energy within him. At that moment, he was nearly depleted of spiritual power, yet one thought consumed his mind. He must protect Su Yao and vanquish this demon, no matter the cost. Just as Lin Xiao prepared for a desperate strike, he noticed a potential opening in the demon's attacks. After each swipe of its claws, the creature would momentarily pause at its chest. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Xiao, and he swiftly conveyed this observation to Su Yao. They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that this was their chance to deliver a decisive blow. As the demon prepared to strike once more, Lin Xiao and Su Yao sprang into action simultaneously. Su Yao unleashed her most potent sword technique, drawing the demon's attention. Lin Xiao, seizing this distraction, charged with all his might toward the demon's chest. The blade of light in his hand gleamed with radiant brilliance as he thrust it forward with unwavering resolve. With a resounding crash, the blade pierced the demon's chest. The demon emitted a harrowing scream. Its body convulsing violently in a frenzied struggle. It attempted to shake Lin Xiao off, yet he clung tenaciously to the blade, refusing to let go. Under the relentless assault of the blade, the demon's strength waned, ultimately collapsing in a thunderous thud, dissipating into a swirl of black smoke. Exhausted, Lin Xiao and Su Yao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After this fierce confrontation, they were utterly drained. After resting for a considerable time, they finally regained their composure and began to search the basement for clues regarding the demon and the enigmatic robed figures. In a corner of the basement, Lin Xiao discovered a weathered tome. The cover was inscribed with peculiar symbols that he could not decipher, yet he sensed its significance. Carefully, he tucked the book away, intending to study it further. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and Su Yao exited the basement. Upon returning to the inn, they meticulously documented their experiences from that day, ensuring the mysterious tome was securely packed for delivery to the Jinxia Division. After a night of rest at the inn, they set out on their return journey to the Jinxia Division. Upon their arrival, Lin Xiao and Su Yao promptly reported their findings from Yun City to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave as he examined the tome they had brought back. He informed Lin Xiao and Su Yao that the symbols within the book represented an ancient script, chronicling a secret regarding an ancient malevolent entity. This entity possessed formidable power, and should it be awakened, it would bring catastrophic calamity to the world. The mysterious robed figures, he surmised, were likely an evil force intent on resurrecting this ancient malevolence. Lin Xiao and Su Yao were taken aback by this revelation, realizing that their mission was far more daunting than they had initially anticipated. However, rather than retreating, they felt an even stronger resolve to uncover the hidden puppeteer and thwart their sinister plot. Lin Yuan regarded the steadfast determination in Lin Xiao and Su Yao's eyes. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "You have performed admirably this time, bringing back such crucial clues. Henceforth, the Exorcism Bureau will devote all its resources to investigate this matter." Lin Xiao, Su Yao, you have worked hard during this period. Take some time to rest and recuperate your spirits before resuming your involvement in the investigation. Lin Xiao and Su Yao nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew. They were keenly aware that a greater crisis was silently approaching, and they would bear the heavy responsibility of saving the world. In the days to come, they would face even more formidable challenges. Yet they were fully prepared to confront all unknown difficulties. Chapter 7. A glimpse of the mysterious organization. After a few days of recuperation at the Exorcism Bureau, Lin Xiao and Su Yao had restored their physical and spiritual strength to optimal levels. With their curiosity piqued regarding the enigmatic figure in the black robe and the ancient malevolent artifact, they proactively approached Lin Yuan, seeking permission to partake in the in-depth investigation of the Yun City incident. Aware of their determination and capabilities, Lin Yuan consented to their request, assigning seasoned intelligence personnel from the Bureau to assist them in their inquiry. Lin Xiao and Su Yao first turned their attention to the mysterious tome retrieved from Yun City. Several erudite elders of the Exorcism Bureau dedicated days to studying and deciphering the ancient script inscribed within the book. Through their relentless efforts, they finally unveiled a portion of its secrets. It turned out that the book was an internal record of an ancient organization known as the Dark Abyss Cult, whose purpose was to awaken ancient malevolent entities in a bid to dominate the entire world. The Dark Abyss Cult possessed immense power and operated covertly, with branches and followers scattered across various regions. They had lain in wait for many years, clandestinely seeking the means and opportune moment to awaken these ancient evils. The malevolent creature from Yun City was likely merely a pawn used to gauge the strength of the Exorcism Bureau. Upon learning this information, Lin Xiao and Su Yao recognized the gravity of the situation. They needed to swiftly track down the Dark Abyss Cult to thwart their nefarious plans. Based on the clues provided by the elders, they discovered that the Dark Abyss Cult had a secret stronghold in a small southern city, Qingyan City. The duo resolved to set off immediately to investigate. Disguising themselves as ordinary merchants, they proceeded with utmost caution. Upon arriving in Qingyan City, they found the seemingly tranquil facade belied an undercurrent of intrigue. The townsfolk exhibited anxious expressions, their eyes betraying fear and unease, as if they were deliberately concealing something. Lin Xiao and Su Yao settled into an inconspicuous inn and began to gather information around the city. They soon learned of the frequent appearances of mysterious figures clad in black, who operated only under the cover of night, their movements shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, with each sighting, several robust young men would mysteriously vanish, leaving the townspeople too fearful to voice their concerns. Lin Xiao and Su Yao speculated that these enigmatic figures were likely members of the Dark Abyss cult, abducting young men for some sinister ritual. To uncover the truth, they resolved to trail these shadowy figures under the cloak of night. Late at night, they donned dark attire and stealthily positioned themselves in the city. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they spotted several black-clad figures emerging from an alleyway. Agile and light-footed, making their way toward the outskirts of the city, Lin Xiao and Su Yao followed closely behind, careful to avoid detection. After approximately half an hour, the black-clad figures arrived at the entrance of an abandoned temple. The temple's door was firmly shut, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The figures paused at the entrance, seemingly verifying their safety, before producing a peculiar token from their garments and tapping it lightly against the door, which slowly creaked open. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and Su Yao crept closer to the temple, concealing themselves in the nearby underbrush to observe. Inside the temple, a multitude of black-clad figures had gathered. Engaged in a mysterious ritual, at the center stood a colossal altar, adorned with strange runes that emitted an eerie luminescence. A figure in a black robe, donning a mask, stood before the altar, chanting incantations while clutching a black crystal orb, seemingly summoning something. Lin Xiao and Su Yao's hearts raced as they realized that this figure could very well be the leader of the Dark Abyss cult in Qingyan City. They decided to continue observing to discern the full extent of the cult's intentions. Suddenly, the crystal orb in the black-robed figure's hand radiated a blinding light, revealing a blurred silhouette within. They squinted and were astonished to see that the silhouette resembled a massive malevolent beast. Strikingly similar to the creature they had encountered in Yun City, the black-robed figure, upon seeing the beast's image, erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "O great malevolent beast, come forth. We shall offer you the most precious sacrifices to aid you in breaking free from your seal and ruling this world." As he shouted, several black-clad figures led a group of young men, weary and filled with dread, to the altar. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lin Xiao and Su Yao resolved to intervene and halt the wicked ceremony. Exchanging determined glances, they sprang from their hiding place, unleashing their spells upon the black-clad figures. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the figures quickly regained their composure and retaliated with their own magic. A fierce battle erupted within the temple. Lin Xiao and Su Yao, showcasing their exceptional abilities and seamless teamwork, engaged in a fierce clash with the black-clad figures. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm them. Just as they felt the tide of battle turning against them, Lin Xiao recalled the method they had employed to vanquish the malevolent creature in Yun City. Focusing his energy, he summoned the chaotic power within him, manifesting a formidable blade of light that surged toward the black-robed figure. The figure, sensing Lin Xiao's attack, sneered derisively and unleashed a beam of dark energy from the crystal orb. Undaunted, Lin Xiao swung the light blade to collide with the dark energy. The ensuing explosion sent shockwaves that knocked the surrounding black-clad figures off their feet. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao dashed towards the black-robed figure, positioning the light blade against his throat. "Stop, or I shall slay him," he declared forcefully. The other black-clad figures halted their movements, hesitating in fear. The black-robed figure glared at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Do you think capturing me will thwart our plans? You are woefully naive. The influence of the Dark Abyss cult extends far and wide. You cannot stop us." Lin Xiao replied coldly, "I care not for your might. Today, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Speak. What are your true intentions? What purpose lies behind awakening the ancient malevolent entities?" The black-robed figure fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you will never understand. The power of the ancient evils is boundless. Only they can restore order to this world. You so-called champions of justice are merely hindering the progress of the world." A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine. he realized the black-robed figure would not easily divulge the truth. He turned to Su Yao, saying, "Su Yao, let us take these black-clad figures back to the Exorcism Bureau and present them to my father for further handling. I am determined to uncover the Dark Abyss cult's true schemes." Su Yao nodded in agreement, and together they began escorting the black-clad figures out of the temple. On their journey back to the Exorcism Bureau, Lin Xiao and Su Yao were weighed down by a sense of foreboding. They understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the Dark Abyss cult, and the real crisis still loomed ahead. Yet, rather than retreating, their resolve to confront the Dark Abyss cult intensified. They firmly believed that, united, the members of the Exorcism Bureau would be able to thwart the cult's sinister machinations and safeguard the peace and tranquility of their world. Chapter 8. In-depth investigation. Upon returning with the black-clad figures to the Exorcism Bureau, Lin Xiao and Su Yao immediately reported their findings from Qingyan City to Lin Yuan. Upon hearing their account, Lin Yuan's expression grew grave, fully aware that the threat posed by the Dark Abyss cult was far greater than they had imagined. The black-clad figures likely harbored key clues to unraveling the entire conspiracy. Thus, he personally arranged for a team to interrogate these captives, striving to extract more information regarding the Dark Abyss cult from them. Within the interrogation room, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and several seasoned interrogators participated in the questioning. Lin Xiao's gaze was unwavering, fixated on the black-robed figure bound to the chair. His heart racing with the urgency to uncover the full extent of the Dark Abyss cult's plot. The black-robed figure, however, maintained a defiant demeanor, disregarding the interrogator's inquiries with a contemptuous glare. "You would do well to confess the true intentions of the Dark Abyss cult. What is the purpose behind awakening the ancient malevolent entities?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, demanding answers. The black-robed figure scoffed, turning his head away, remaining obstinately silent. The interrogators took turns employing various techniques, yet the black-robed figure seemed prepared, resolutely keeping his lips sealed. Just as the situation appeared hopeless, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the mysterious tome they had retrieved from Yun City. An idea sparked in his mind, and he produced the book, waving it before the black-robed figure. "You must recognize this book. We have already uncovered significant secrets about your Dark Abyss cult. If you confess now, you might still secure a lighter sentence. Otherwise, once we ascertain the truth, you shall face dire consequences," Lin Xiao asserted deliberately. Upon seeing the book, a flicker of panic crossed the black-robed figure's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao keenly noted this subtle shift, recognizing that the tome could serve as a pivotal breakthrough. Thus, he began to recount to the figure in the black robe their findings from their studies on the books, deliberately speaking in ambiguous terms to lead the black-robed individual to believe that the Exorcism Division had already grasped most of the secrets. As Lin Xiao narrated, the countenance of the black-robed man grew increasingly grim. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and spoke. "You have no comprehension of the grand scheme of the Abyssal cult. Even if you were aware of some superficial details, what difference would it make? You cannot thwart us. Then let us see," Lin Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. "Now, divulge all that you know, for it may grant you a chance of survival." The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relented. He revealed to Lin Xiao and his companions that the leader of the Abyssal cult had been searching for the sealing location of an ancient malevolent entity. Once found and successfully awakened, they would harness the entity's power to obliterate the existing order and establish a new world ruled by the Abyssal cult. Their abduction of young men across various regions was to use their blood as offerings, thereby augmenting the entity's strength and hastening its awakening process. "Where is your leader now? And where lies the sealing location?" Lin Xiao pressed for more details. The black-robed man shook his head, stating, "I am merely a lowly minion. Such core secrets are beyond my knowledge. However, I have heard that the leader has recently been spotted in a place called Heifeng Valley, where you might uncover some clues." After the interrogation concluded, Lin Xiao and Su Yao meticulously organized the information they had gathered and presented it to Lin Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan resolved to dispatch Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and several elite disciples of the Exorcism Division to investigate Heifeng Valley. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this mission, but to thwart the Abyssal cult's sinister plot, seizing this lead was imperative. Upon receiving their orders, Lin Xiao and the others hastily set off for Heifeng Valley. Heifeng Valley is situated at the fringes of the Great Ming Dynasty, characterized by treacherous terrain and perpetually shrouded in dark mist. with legends speaking of countless dangers and secrets hidden within. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions stepped into the valley, and as they did, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Everyone, be cautious. The malevolence here is intense, and it is possible that the abyssal cult has set traps in this vicinity. Lin Xiao warned. Upon hearing this, the group heightened their vigilance, gripping their weapons firmly. They advanced along the narrow paths of the valley, encountering relentless assaults from various malevolent creatures. These creatures appeared driven by some unseen force. Attacking them in waves, Lin Xiao and his companions unleashed their respective spells and martial skills, engaging in fierce combat with the malevolent beings. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao noted that these creatures possessed formidable strength and exhibited unusually bizarre methods of attack. Clearly not typical malevolent entities, it seems these creatures are being controlled. We must swiftly uncover the puppet master behind this, or we will find ourselves in dire straits, Su Yao remarked as she fought. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, pondering the implications. Suddenly, he spotted peculiar runes inscribed on a nearby boulder. A spark of realization ignited within him, suggesting a connection between these runes and the abyssal cult. He beckoned the others to approach the stone. As they neared, the runes abruptly radiated a blinding light, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the brilliance. Chapter 9. The mysterious figure and the ancient ruins amidst the flickering light. A gigantic monster gradually materialized. It was enveloped in thick, black mist, its form indistinct, save for a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister green light, exuding an aura of unrelenting ferocity and bloodlust. Instinctively, Lin Xiao and his companions took a step back. Adopting defensive stances, their gazes fixed intently upon the enigmatic figure. "What is this creature?" one disciple in the group whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the monster, and gravely warned. "Everyone be on guard. This malevolence is exceedingly potent, far beyond that of ordinary creatures." And no sooner had he spoken than the creature unleashed a deafening roar, lunging towards them with remarkable speed, stirring up a tempest that threatened to unsteady them. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, forming seals with his hands to summon the chaotic energy within him, materializing a golden shield to protect his companions. The creature's assault crashed violently against the shield, producing a thunderous sound, causing it to tremble and crack. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao amplified his spiritual energy output, striving to maintain the shield's integrity. Su Yao and the other disciples also unleashed their spells to counterattack. In an instant, spells illuminated the air, various assaults hurtling towards the creature. However, it seemed impervious to these attacks, effortlessly swatting them aside with its massive claws. Then, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that corroded the ground. Leaving deep craters in its wake, Lin Xiao and his companions swiftly employed evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoiding this deadly onslaught. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Xiao observed that although the monster's attacks were formidable, it appeared somewhat restrained in its movements, suggesting a potential vulnerability. A thought struck him, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao, both understanding that they would collaborate for a decisive strike. Lin Xiao invoked a high-level spell from the Chaotic Spirit technique, condensing chaotic energy into a sharp longsword that shimmered with dazzling light. Meanwhile, Su Yao wielded her sword, executing a series of intricate sword techniques that captivated the monster's attention. Seizing the moment while the creature was distracted, Lin Xiao charged towards its chest, holding the chaotic sword aloft. The monster, sensing the impending attack, attempted to pivot and defend itself, but it was too late. Lin Xiao plunged the chaotic sword deep into its chest, dark blood gushing forth. The creature emitted a chilling, anguished wail, its body violently convulsing. It thrashed in a desperate attempt to dislodge Lin Xiao, who steadfastly gripped the hilt, refusing to relent. Under Lin Xiao's relentless assault, the creature's strength waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Lin Xiao and Su Yao exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. After this intense battle, both were utterly spent. The other disciples gathered around, expressing concern for their well-being. After resting for a while, Lin Xiao and Su Yao gradually regained their composure. They stood up and began to scrutinize the area where the creature had appeared. The boulder inscribed with runes had lost its luster, and the surrounding malevolence was gradually dissipating. Lin Xiao crouched down, meticulously examining the runes, seeking to uncover any clues. These runes appear ancient, seemingly concealing some secret, he remarked. Xu Yao approached, glancing at the runes and said, I believe I've seen similar runes in the ancient texts of the Exorcism Division, though I cannot recall their precise meanings. Perhaps we can uncover more information about the Abyssal Cult and the ancient malevolent entity from here. Just then, a disciple called out from a short distance away. Everyone, come quickly. There's a cave here. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and the others hurried over to find a cave concealed within the foliage beside the boulder. The entrance was obscured by vines, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Lin Xiao stepped forward, parting the vines to peer inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, imbued with a mysterious aura. This cave appears quite unusual. It may harbor something of great significance, Lin Xiao stated. After a brief discussion, the group decided to venture into the cave to explore further. They ignited torches and cautiously entered the cavern. The tunnel within twisted and turned, its walls adorned with various strange patterns and inscriptions. As they proceeded, Lin Xiao and his companions observed these designs, attempting to glean useful information from them. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a spacious cavern hall. In the center stood a colossal statue, remarkably peculiar in form, depicting a creature with a human body and a serpent's tail, clutching a massive crystal ball that emanated a gentle glow. Captivated by the statue, Lin Xiao and the others approached slowly for a closer inspection. At that moment, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a blinding light, illuminating the entire cavern hall as bright as day. Subsequently, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the cave. Intruders, why have you trespassed here? Chapter 10. Ancient Secrets. The ethereal voice echoed within the cave, imbued with the weight of ages, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao and his companions' spines. Instinctively, they tightened their grips on their weapons, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. However, apart from the statue radiating an eerie glow, there was no other anomaly in the cave. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing the unease within him, and called out. The voice did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, it resumed. I am the spiritual consciousness guarding this ancient relic, having slumbered for countless ages. You intruders shall not leave alive without just cause. Lin Xiao discerned the warning embedded in the voice and hastily explained. Esteemed elder, we are members of the Exorcism Division. We came to Haifeng Valley to investigate the Abyssal Cult's nefarious schemes. They seek to awaken ancient malevolent entities and unleash calamity upon the world. And we must stop them. We stumbled into this place without intention and humbly request your guidance. The spiritual consciousness fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of Lin Xiao's words. After a long pause, it finally spoke. The Exorcism Division IT has been ages since I last heard that name. I did not expect the Abyssal Cult to stir up trouble once more in these times. Very well, since you bear the solemn duty of safeguarding the world, allow me to recount the tale that lies behind this. As the spirit recounted the story, a long-buried ancient secret gradually surfaced. In the primordial times, when heaven and earth were newly formed, there emerged a malevolent ancient entity endowed with the power to annihilate the very fabric of existence. Its temperament was fierce and unruly, wreaking havoc wherever it roamed, leaving devastation in its wake. In a bid to save the living, a coalition of formidable beings joined forces, enduring countless trials and tribulations, ultimately sealing the malevolent entity in a mysterious location. This Black Wind Valley serves as the outer perimeter of the sealing site, fortified with complex mechanisms and protective forces to deter any from approaching the sealed domain. The statue you see is an embodiment of one of the powerful beings who participated in the sealing. He willingly forsook his corporeal form, leaving behind his spirit to guard this place against any unforeseen events. Why does the Dark Abyss sect seek to awaken this ancient entity? Su Yao could not help but inquire. Although the malevolent entity remains sealed, its power has not entirely dissipated. The Dark Abyss sect aims to exploit this power to dominate the world. They scour the land for clues to the sealing site, and should they succeed, the consequences would be dire. A hint of concern laced the spirit's voice. Lin Xiao gasped in alarm and asked, Elder, do you know the precise location of the sealing site? How can we thwart the Dark Abyss sect? The spirit replied, I cannot disclose the exact location of the sealing site. However, I can offer you some guidance. To locate the sealing site, you must gather 3 keys. Each key is hidden in a distinct location, imbued with formidable power, and can only be obtained by those of sufficient strength. As the spirit spoke, it manipulated a crystal sphere, projecting 3 ethereal images. Each image depicted a different scene. A snow-covered mountain range, a volcano ablaze with fiery wrath, and a mist-laden marsh. These are the hiding places of the 3 keys, if you wish to thwart the Dark Abyss sect. You must swiftly acquire these keys, the spirit declared. Lin Xiao and his companions gazed at the scenes with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They were exhilarated to have discovered a lead in their quest to stop the Dark Abyss sect. Yet, the apparent dangers of these 3 locales weighed heavily on their minds. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. We shall surely find the 3 keys and thwart the machinations of the Dark Abyss sect. Lin Xiao vowed resolutely. The spirit nodded and said, "Your courage and determination are commendable, but remember, the path ahead is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. You may depart now." With that, the spirit's voice gradually faded, and the light of the crystal sphere dimmed. Lin Xiao and his companions bowed to the statue before turning to exit the cavern. Upon emerging from the cave, Lin Xiao and his companions gathered to discuss their forthcoming plans. They resolved to split into 3 groups, each heading towards the snow-covered mountain range, the volcano, and the misty marsh in search of the keys. Lin Xiao and Su Yao formed one group, destined for the snow-covered mountains. The other 2 groups would venture toward the volcano and the misty marsh, respectively. Everyone must remain vigilant. If danger arises, do not engage recklessly, but signal for assistance, Lin Xiao cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of their mission. Subsequently, they packed their belongings and embarked on their quest for the keys. Lin Xiao and Su Yao gazed towards the distant snow-capped mountains, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety. They were acutely aware that a formidable trial awaited them, but in their pursuit of safeguarding the peace of the world, they remained undaunted. Chapter 11. The Peril of the Snowy Mountains. The biting cold wind, laden with swirling snow, slashed against Lin Xiao and Su Yao's faces like a blade. Following the spirit's guidance, they trekked for several days until they finally reached the base of the snow-covered mountains. Gazing up, they beheld the peaks cloaked in deep snow, towering into the clouds, exuding an aura both mysterious and perilous. These snowy mountains are even colder than I had anticipated. We must proceed with caution, Lin Xiao remarked, tightening his cloak as he turned to Su Yao. Su Yao nodded slightly, her eyes resolute. "Fear not. Whatever challenges we encounter, we shall overcome them." The 2 ventured along the treacherous mountain path, each step requiring them to break through the thick blanket of snow, the frigid air creeping up from their feet. As they delved deeper into the mountains, the temperature plummeted, and the environment grew increasingly hostile. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the air, and a swarm of bat-like creatures with enormous wings swooped down from the clouds. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, and their mouths revealed razor-sharp fangs as they lunged at Lin Xiao and Su Yao. "Be careful. These creatures are formidable," Lin Xiao shouted, swiftly channeling his chaotic energy to conjure a golden barrier that shielded both him and Su Yao. The creature's attacks collided with the barrier, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as the barrier trembled violently. Su Yao brandished her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that repelled several of the approaching creatures. "There are too many of them. This is not a sustainable strategy," Su Yao frowned. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the swarm, and he suddenly noticed that they appeared to be highly sensitive to light. An idea sparked within him, and he promptly invoked a spell from the chaotic spirit technique, conjuring a dazzling orb of light in his hand and hurling it towards the swarm. The orb detonated amidst the creatures, casting a blinding radiance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The creatures screeched in terror and scattered in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and Su Yao pressed onward. However, they had scarcely advanced when the ground before them trembled violently, and massive ice spikes erupted from below, blocking their path. "What is happening?" Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xiao surveyed the area and spotted a colossal ice cave nearby. Emanating a powerful chill that it appears the source of the disturbance lies within that ice cave. "Let us investigate," Lin Xiao proposed. The 2 approached the ice cave cautiously, but as they reached the entrance, a tremendous pull emanated from within, yanking them inside. Lin Xiao and Su Yao tumbled through the cave, rolling several times before managing to steady themselves. They stood up to find themselves in a vast ice chamber. its walls shimmering with an array of vibrant colors, strikingly beautiful. Yet, hidden beneath this beauty lay immense danger. "Who dares intrude upon my domain?" A chilling voice echoed through the ice chamber, followed by the emergence of a colossal ice demon from the swirling frost. It radiated an aura of coldness, wielding a massive ice staff, its gaze icy as it fixated on Lin Xiao and Su Yao. "We apologize for our unintentional intrusion. We beseech you to show mercy and allow us passage," Lin Xiao said, bowing respectfully. The ice demon snorted disdainfully. "Having trespassed into my domain, do not expect to leave alive." With that, it swung its ice staff, launching a massive ice spear towards Lin Xiao and Su Yao. They swiftly dodged, the ice spear narrowly missing them and embedding itself in the wall, leaving a gaping hole. The two dared not underestimate their foe and immediately counterattacked. Lin Xiao summoned his chaotic energy, materializing a golden dragon that charged at the ice demon, while Su Yao executed her sword technique, unleashing blade energy from various angles to assail the demon. The ice demon, formidable in strength, remained unperturbed by their onslaught. It wielded its staff, continuously unleashing powerful ice spells, engaging Lin Xiao and Su Yao in a fierce battle. Amidst the fray, Lin Xiao discerned that while the ice demon's attacks were potent, its speed was relatively sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, he employed a swift maneuver to circle behind the ice demon, channeling all his chaotic energy to deliver a decisive blow to its back. A resounding crash reverberated as Lin Xiao struck the ice demon's rear, eliciting a piercing cry from the demon as its body staggered before it collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao and Su Yao exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the icy floor. After this intense battle, they were utterly exhausted. After a brief respite, Lin Xiao and Su Yao rose to their feet and began their search for the key within the ice chamber. They scoured the area for quite some time until they finally discovered a key emanating a blue glow. Tucked away in a concealed corner, Lin Xiao gingerly picked up the key, feeling an immense power radiating from it. "We have finally found the first key," Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Su Yao also wore a joyful smile as she replied, "This is wonderful. Now we can reunite with our other companions." The two, key in hand, exited the ice chamber. They understood that though they had secured the first key, many more challenges awaited them. Yet, they believed that as long as they worked together, they would undoubtedly thwart the Dark Abyss sect's sinister plans and safeguard the peace of the world. Chapter 12. The Trials of the Mysterious Ruins. Lin Xiao and Su Yao, armed with the first key, journeyed for several days before finally reuniting with their companions. The group gazed at the key radiating a blue light, their eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. Now that we possess the first key, the Dark Abyss sect must also be in pursuit of the other keys. We must hasten our efforts, Lin Xiao stated with a serious expression. The companions nodded in agreement, fully aware of the urgency of their mission and unwilling to exhibit even a hint of complacency. According to ancient records, the next key was rumored to be hidden within the enigmatic Spirit Realm ruins. These ruins were said to be nestled deep within a mysterious forest, teeming with peculiar mechanisms and formidable guardian beasts. Lin Xiao and his companions followed a winding path into the forest, where the atmosphere grew increasingly mystical and ancient. Towering trees loomed overhead, and sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the path ahead, and strange sounds echoed from within, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. "Everyone, be cautious. This fog is suspicious," Lin Xiao spoke in a hushed tone, instantly arousing the vigilance of those around him as they formed a protective circle, back to back. Harnessing the power of chaos, Lin Xiao endeavored to disperse the dense fog, yet it proved remarkably obstinate. Merely lightening a fraction at that moment, several colossal creatures resembling wolves burst forth from the mist, exuding an aura of darkness, their eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. "Beware the shadow wolves and their shadowy assaults," Su Yao exclaimed. The group swiftly launched their counterattacks. Lin Xiao summoned a blade of golden sword energy, while Su Yao strummed her spirit sound zither, unleashing waves of sonic assaults. Meanwhile, their companions cast various spells, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadow wolves. The cunning beasts darted through the fog, seeking vulnerabilities among the group. Lin Xiao observed that these shadow wolves seemed particularly sensitive to the sound waves emitted by the zither. He quickly coordinated with Su Yao, urging her to amplify her sonic attacks, while he awaited the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike with his chaotic power. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the shadow wolves and pressed deeper into the forest. Arriving at the entrance of the illusory ruins, the entrance was adorned with ancient runes and patterns, emanating a mysterious aura. Lin Xiao approached, attempting to decipher the meanings of these inscriptions. After considerable study, he discovered the method to unlock the entrance. As they stepped into the ruins, they found themselves in a vast hall, where a stone platform stood at the center, upon which rested a box radiating a verdant glow, presumably containing the second key. However, as they approached the stone platform, a deep rumbling filled the hall, and numerous small holes appeared in the surrounding walls, unleashing a barrage of lethal arrows. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Xiao shouted, prompting the group to quickly cast protective spells against the onslaught. Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield, enveloping his companions within it. The arrows struck the shield, creating a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. While fending off the arrows, Lin Xiao noticed several mechanisms in the corners of the hall and surmised that disabling them would cease the arrow attacks. Thus, he and a few companions cautiously approached the mechanisms, successfully dismantling them while evading the arrows. With the arrow assault halted, the group breathed a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, and Lin Xiao carefully opened the box, revealing the long-sought key glowing with emerald light. The moment they grasped the key, a voice resonated through the hall. "You have passed the trial, but greater dangers await you ahead. May you guard the key well and thwart the schemes of the Abyss cult." Clutching the key tightly, Lin Xiao and his companions understood the gravity of their mission. With the second key in hand, they departed the illusory ruins, embarking on the quest for the remaining keys. Uncertain of what awaited them but resolute in their determination to thwart the Abyss cult and safeguard peace in the world. Chapter 13. The Volcanic Inferno. Lin Xiao and his companions, armed with the first two keys, pressed onwards towards the final key's location. The towering volcano ablaze with fierce flames. As they approached the volcano, the air grew increasingly sweltering, waves of heat washing over them as if seeking to ignite their very beings. The ground was parched and fissured, hot magma continuously bubbling forth, releasing a noxious sulfuric stench. From a distance, plumes of smoke belched from the volcano's mouth, darkening the sky, while fiery rocks were hurled skyward. Crashing down with thunderous roars, the volcano loomed like a colossal beast awakening from slumber, exuding an aura of dread. "The environment here is even harsher than we anticipated. We must proceed with utmost caution," Lin Xiao remarked gravely, turning to his companions, who nodded resolutely, determination evident in their gazes. They cautiously navigated the volcano's edge, the ground searing beneath their feet, the soles of their shoes even emitting faint sizzling sounds upon contact. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently as a massive magma serpent emerged from a crevice. Its body cloaked in molten rock, eyes glowing with a sanguine light, it opened its gaping maw and roared, a wave of blistering flames surging towards them. "Dodge!" Lin Xiao shouted, swiftly leaping backward. The group employed their respective spells to evade the magma serpent's onslaught. Su Yao formed hand seals, summoning an ice wall in an attempt to shield against the flames. But the intense heat melted it instantaneously. Observing this, Lin Xiao summoned his chaotic power, manifesting a colossal sword of chaotic flames. Gripping the sword, he charged towards the magma serpent, the air warping around him from the heat. Sensing the threat, the magma serpent writhed its massive form and lashed out with its tail. Lin Xiao deftly evaded the attack, seizing the opportunity to thrust the flame sword toward the serpent's head. With a resounding crash, the sword struck, sending molten rock splattering. The serpent let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly and creating deep craters in the ground. Their companions joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the magma serpent. With their combined might, the serpent's movements slowed, ultimately collapsing into a pool of scalding magma. After a brief respite, they continued deeper into the volcano. The further they ventured, the hotter it became, with rivers of magma increasingly dotting the landscape. They navigated carefully between the lava flows, seeking the final key. At last, they arrived at a vast magma pool, where a colossal stone platform floated at its center, radiating a brilliant golden light. The key lay peacefully atop it. However, reaching the platform proved perilous, as the magma churned violently, occasionally erupting with towering columns of lava. Lin Xiao observed the eruptions and discerned a pattern in their timing. He meticulously calculated the intervals and instructed his companions. I will go first to draw the attention of the lava columns. Watch for your moment and follow closely behind me. With that, he activated his agility and dashed towards the platform. Lin Xiao skillfully maneuvered between the lava columns, always managing to evade their eruptions just in time. As he drew their focus, most of the lava columns directed their blasts toward him. His companions seized the opportunity, one by one racing towards the platform. Just as they neared the stone platform, a massive upheaval rippled through the magma pool, and a gigantic, flame-ensconced Qilin leapt forth. I let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the volcano. Beware the flame Qilin. The guardian of the volcano, Lin Xiao warned. The flame Qilin's power surpassed that of the magma serpent, each of its attacks imbued with cataclysmic force. Lin Xiao and his companions dared not underestimate it, immediately engaging in battle with the flame Qilin. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Xiao noticed that while the Qilin was formidable, its methods of attack were somewhat predictable, primarily relying on fire and brute strength. Seizing the moment, he resolved to exploit the chaotic power's properties to counter the Qilin. He invoked the spatial principles of chaos, ensnaring the flame Qilin within a confined spatial domain. The Qilin thrashed violently, attempting to escape, but to no avail. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to concentrate all his chaotic power and unleashed a decisive strike upon the flame Qilin. With a thunderous explosion, the Qilin collapsed, dissipating into a conflagration. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, approaching the stone platform where Lin Xiao carefully retrieved the final key. With all three keys in hand, Lin Xiao felt a surge of hope and confidence. He understood that they were one step closer to thwarting the Abyss cult's nefarious schemes. With the three keys secured, they would uncover the secrets of the Sealed Land and ultimately obliterate the Abyss cult's wicked plot. Chapter 14. The Sealed Land. Lin Xiao and his companions, clutching the three keys, followed the clues imparted by the mysterious spirit, enduring countless trials and tribulations, until they finally located the ancient seal of the malevolent artifact. It was a mysterious space situated deep underground, shrouded in dense darkness, the air thick with the stench of decay and malevolence, sending chills down their spines. The moment they stepped into the Sealed Land, the ground trembled violently, and beams of black light converged from all directions, forming a massive black vortex. Within the swirling darkness, the leader of the Abyss cult gradually emerged, clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask that concealed all but his icy, murderous eyes. I never expected you to find this place and gather all three keys. The Abyss cult leader's voice was deep and chilling, as if it had risen from the depths of hell. Lin Xiao gripped the key tightly, his gaze unwavering as he faced the leader. Your schemes will not succeed. We will not allow you to awaken the ancient malevolence to wreak havoc upon the world. The Abyss cult leader sneered. You think you can stop me? You are utterly deluded. Today, you shall all perish here. As his words faded, he waved his hand, summoning a throng of black-robed cultists from the shadows who encircled Lin Xiao and his companions. These cultists exuded a formidable aura of malevolence, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Lin Xiao and his companions quickly formed a defensive stance, preparing for battle. Thus began an intense clash, with spells illuminating the darkness and the sounds of combat echoing loudly. Lin Xiao unleashed a myriad of formidable spells from the chaotic spirit technique, as the power of chaos transformed into radiant golden beams under his command, causing the black-robed acolytes to fall one after another. Meanwhile, Su Yao wielded her long sword with grace, engaging in close combat with the dark-cloaked followers, her sword energy slicing through the air. Their companions showcased their unique abilities, battling fiercely against the enemies, amidst the chaos. Lin Xiao discerned that the leader of the Abyss sect seemed to be seeking an opportunity to approach the core of the sealing location. A sudden realization struck him. The true intent of the Abyss sect leader was to seize the key and awaken the ancient malevolence while they were preoccupied with the battle. Thus, he fought his way closer to the leader of the Abyss sect. Sensing Lin Xiao's intentions, the leader of the Abyss sect let out a cold snort and invoked a peculiar spell. Instantly, the surrounding dark mist thickened, isolating Lin Xiao from his companions. He found himself ensnared in an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light. Lin Xiao, there is no escape. Today marks your demise. The leader's voice reverberated ominously in the shadows, echoing from all directions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao steadied himself, concentrating on the fluctuations of energy around him, striving to pinpoint the leader's location. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy assailed him from behind. He swiftly turned, conjuring a chaotic shield to deflect the leader's attack. "Your power is commendable, but before me, you remain feeble," the leader taunted. Lin Xiao remained silent, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of chaotic energy within him. Coalescing it into a colossal chaotic divine sword, he charged at the leader, each swing of the sword imbued with immense force, cleaving through the shrouded void. The leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed his most potent spell, igniting a fierce duel between the two. Their spells collided, resonating with thunderous roars, the powerful shockwaves threatening to fracture the very fabric of the dark expanse. As the conflict raged on, Lin Xiao gradually gained the upper hand. He noted that although the leader's spells were indeed devious, they were losing potency under the suppression of his chaotic power. Seizing the moment, he executed a devastating move. The Chaotic Annihilation Slash, where the gigantic divine sword, imbued with apocalyptic force, cleaved towards the leader. The leader attempted to evade, but it was too late. The divine sword struck, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as his form was cleaved in twain. With the demise of the Abyss sect leader, the Dark Realm began to dissipate, the oppressive mists gradually receding. Lin Xiao and his companions regrouped, only to find that the remaining black-robed acolytes had lost their will to fight and were fleeing in disarray. They chose not to pursue but hastened towards the core of the sealing location. Lin Xiao inserted the 3 keys into the seal slots, and with a flash of light, the seal began to unravel. However, just as they believed the crisis had passed, the sealing site trembled violently, a colossal figure slowly rising from the depths of the seal. Chapter 15. The emergence of the ancient malevolence as the light from the unsealed barrier dissipated. The immense figure that had ascended from the seal was fully revealed to the onlookers. A suffocating aura of malevolence enveloped them, almost rendering them breathless. The ancient malevolence resembled a gigantic serpentine dragon. Its body cloaked in ebony scales that shimmered with an eerie glow, akin to blades forged in the depths of hell. Its eyes blazed like burning crimson lanterns, radiating insatiable greed and a desire for destruction. Its massive form coiling ominously as if to engulf the entire sealing site. As the ancient malevolence, Su Yao's face turned ashen, her voice quivering. The malevolence before them surpassed their wildest imaginings. The overwhelming pressure stirred a deep sense of despair within her. Lin Xiao gripped his chaotic divine sword tightly, despite the sweat pooling in his palms, his resolve unwavering. He understood that retreat was not an option. Should this malevolence break free from its prison, the world would plunge into irrevocable ruin. Everyone, be cautious. This malevolence possesses terrifying strength. We must give our all, he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the sealing site. The ancient malevolence slowly opened its eyes, surveying the gathered individuals before unleashing a deafening roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, fracturing the ground beneath them and causing boulders to tumble. It then opened its gaping maw, a beam of black energy erupting forth, hurtling towards Lin Xiao and the others. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiao bellowed and swung his chaotic divine sword, conjuring a chaotic shield to protect his companions. The black beam collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of thunderous noise, the force of the impact forcing Lin Xiao to stagger backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth. This malevolence's attack is overwhelmingly powerful. We cannot withstand it, a companion exclaimed in desperation. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, knowing that remaining on the defensive would lead to their eventual defeat. Everyone, scatter and seek the malevolence's weak points. We cannot afford to be passive, he commanded urgently. Heeding his words, the group dispersed, launching their attacks on the malevolence from various angles. Su Yao utilized her agility, darting towards the malevolence like a streak of lightning, her sword striking out in swift arcs aimed at its eyes. Other companions unleashed their unique abilities, casting spells and hurling projectiles in an effort to disrupt the malevolence's movements. The ancient malevolence, seemingly incensed by their assaults, thrashed wildly, its colossal tail sweeping through the surroundings and shattering rocks with ease. Su Yao, seeing the impending danger, hastily dodged, yet was still caught by the force of the sweeping tail. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao leaped before the malevolence, his chaotic divine sword aglow with brilliant golden light, slashing towards its head. The malevolence, sensing the peril, swiftly raised its foreclaw to block Lin Zhao's attack. The clash of the chaotic divine sword against the claw erupted in a shower of sparks, infuriating. This creature's defenses are astonishingly resilient, Lin Zhao thought in shock, realizing his full-force strike had failed to inflict significant harm. Just then, the malevolence opened its maw wide, releasing a noxious black mist that rapidly enveloped Lin Zhao. A pungent odor assailed him, his body growing numb and his movements sluggish. Lin Zhao, be careful, Su Yao cried out, panic surging within her as she rushed towards him, desperate to pull him away. However, the malevolence would not grant them mercy. It took advantage of the moment, swinging its tail once more towards Su Yao. Caught off guard, she was struck forcefully, crashing against the stone wall. Su Yao. Lin Zhao's heart ached painfully at the sight. Struggling against his own discomfort, he summoned the last vestiges of chaotic energy within him. Unleashing a chaotic explosion, a brilliant golden light erupted from his being, dispersing the surrounding toxic mist. In that fleeting moment of distraction for the malevolence, he dashed towards Su Yao, cradling her in his arms. Su Yao, are you all right? He inquired anxiously. Her complexion pale, blood continued to seep from her lips, yet she managed a faint smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You must stop this malevolence. Lin Zhao felt a surge of emotion at her words. Gently laying her down, he rose, determination blazing in his eyes. I will protect you, protect everyone. I shall not allow this malevolence to prevail. With a deep breath, Lin Zhao focused all his energy, preparing for one final strike. He understood this was their last chance. Failure meant the end for them all. The ancient malevolence sensed the powerful aura emanating from Lin Zhao, eyeing him warily, its body slightly recoiling. With a mighty shout, Lin Zhao's chaotic divine sword blazed with brilliance as he invoked the ultimate chaotic slash. His most potent spell, his final trump card, a colossal golden sword energy shot forth from the divine sword, bearing world-shattering force, aimed directly at the malevolence. In response, the malevolence hastily opened its mouth, unleashing a black energy barrier in a desperate attempt to thwart the impending blow. The golden sword energy collided with the black barrier, producing an earth-shattering roar that reverberated throughout the sealing site. Under the immense pressure of energy, the black barrier began to crack, ultimately shattering under the force. The golden sword energy surged forth, striking the malevolence directly. It emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its massive form crashed to the ground. With the fall of the malevolence, the sealing site gradually returned to tranquility. Lin Zhao, having expended all his strength, succumbed to fatigue and slowly collapsed. Su Yao struggled to crawl beside him, cradling him in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Zhao, wake up, you cannot leave us. Just as they believed the crisis had been averted, an eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the sealing site. Chapter 16. Mysterious assistance. The sinister laughter emanating from the depths of the sealing site pierced through the hearts of those present like a sharp ice pick, causing their previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more after the malevolence's defeat. Lin Zhao lay in Su Yao's embrace, his breath faint, eyes closed in unconsciousness. Frantic, Su Yao gently shook his body while calling out his name, yet Lin Zhao remained unresponsive. The others scanned their surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the laughter. Emerging from the shadowy corners of the sealing site was a figure, a tall individual clad in a tattered gray robe, their face obscured by a silver mask that revealed only a pair of deep, enigmatic eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from him, neither malevolent nor ethereal, leaving one utterly perplexed. Who are you? Su Yao inquired cautiously, shielding Lin Zhao behind her, her grip firm on her long sword. The mysterious figure did not respond to her question. Instead, he strode directly to the corpse of the ancient malevolent entity, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, I did not anticipate that this ancient malevolent being would be so easily vanquished by you, he remarked, his voice deep and raspy, laced with a hint of derision. The onlookers exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with confusion and wariness. They could not discern whether this enigmatic figure was friend or foe, nor could they fathom his intentions. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? One companion could not restrain himself from asking. Only then did the mysterious figure turn to face them, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on Lin Zhao. Cradled in Su Yao's arms, I have come to assist you, he stated matter-of-factly. Assist us. On what grounds should we trust you? Su Yao challenged. The mysterious figure disregarded her skepticism and approached Lin Xiao, kneeling beside him, extending a hand to rest gently on his forehead. The others, witnessing this, wished to intervene but hesitated, fearful of inciting the mysterious figure's ire. Closing his eyes, he began to chant softly, a gentle radiance emanating from his hand and gradually infusing Lin Xiao's being. As the light seeped in, Lin Xiao's pallor improved, his breath becoming steadier. After a while, the mysterious figure retracted his hand and rose. He is fine. Merely fatigued. With a period of rest, he will awaken, he announced. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their vigilance toward the mysterious figure slightly lessened. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one, Su Yao expressed with gratitude. The enigmatic figure waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need for thanks. My aid is also for my own benefit. Confusion deepened within the group, prompting them to inquire further about his meaning. However, the mysterious figure did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned and approached a stone wall within the ceiling area, gently caressing the intricate patterns etched upon it. Do you know the origins of this ceiling ground? He suddenly posed. The group shook their heads, aware only that it contained the ancient malevolent being, utterly ignorant of its history. The mysterious figure sighed, explaining, this sealing ground was established by a powerful being from ancient times, intended to suppress this ancient malevolent entity. This being possesses the power to obliterate the world. Should it be awakened, the realm will plunge into an abyss of darkness. As a descendant of that powerful being, it is my duty to guard this sealing ground. At this revelation, a profound respect filled their hearts. This mysterious figure was indeed a scion of an ancient power, which explained his extraordinary abilities. Yet, one companion queried, if you are the guardian of the sealing ground, why have you not appeared until now? The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before responding. I have been in slumber until recently, when disturbances in the sealing ground roused me upon my arrival. I found you engaged in battle with the malevolent entity. Observing your formidable strength, I chose to remain in the shadows, assessing whether you possessed the capability to vanquish this being. The group realized with clarity that the mysterious figure had been covertly observing them all along. When you said assisting us was also for yourself, what did you mean? Su Yao inquired. The mysterious figure glanced at Lin Xiao, stating, though you have defeated this ancient malevolent being, its soul has not entirely dissipated. If it is not thoroughly eradicated, it will return. To obliterate its soul completely, the power of chaos must be harnessed. The chaos spirit technique that Lin Xiao practices is crucial to countering this being's soul. Thus, my aid in restoring his strength serves the purpose of enabling him to fulfill this task. The group comprehended the mysterious figure's intentions, their gratitude toward him deepening. At that moment, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His expression laden with confusion upon seeing the enigmatic figure, Su Yao hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Lin Xiao struggled to rise, bowing respectfully to the mysterious figure. Thank you for saving my life, he expressed. The mysterious figure nodded, responding, no need for formalities. Time is of the essence. We must devise a plan to eradicate the malevolent being's soul swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. The group nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to deliberate on a strategy, the sealing ground suddenly trembled violently once more. Alarmed, they beheld the already fallen ancient malevolent entity's corpse gradually rising. Chapter 17. The ascendance of chaos power. The ancient malevolent being staggered to its feet, shrouded in an even denser black mist, within which flickered sinister crimson light. From the grievous wounds inflicted by Lin Xiao, thick, dark liquid oozed forth, exuding a nauseating stench. This sight rekindled the anxiety the group had just managed to quell, enveloping the sealing ground in an atmosphere of tension. How can this be? Was it not already defeated? Su Yao cried out in terror, her voice tinged with despair. The mysterious figure's expression grew grave, his brow furrowing as he solemnly pronounced, as I suspected, this being's soul is remarkably resilient. Even when its physical form is severely damaged, it can utilize its remaining power to revive. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, mustering his waning strength, and tightened his grip on the Chaos Divine Sword. His gaze radiated determination and resolve. Despite not being fully recovered, He understood that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. Everyone, do not panic. Since it has risen once more, we shall defeat it again. He rallied his companions with fervor. Upon its revival, the ancient malevolent being exhibited a greater ferocity. It howled to the heavens, its voice brimming with rage and defiance. Subsequently, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged toward the group. The air warped and distorted in the wake of these flames, scorching the ground with charred streaks. Observing this, Lin Xiao immediately conjured a chaos shield, enveloping his companions within its protective barrier. The black flames collided with the shield, emitting a sizzling sound as it trembled violently. On the verge of shattering, the power of these flames is too overwhelming. Our shield cannot endure for long, one companion exclaimed anxiously. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Lin Xiao exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain the chaos shield. Everyone, strike at the creature's head together and seek its weakness, he commanded while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The group unleashed their spells, a myriad of lights flashing as they assailed the ancient malevolent being's head. Yet, its defenses appeared to have strengthened considerably. Their attacks merely sparked harmlessly against its form, failing to inflict any substantive damage. Just as the chaos shield seemed on the brink of collapse, Lin Xiao experienced a moment of inspiration. He recalled the mysterious figure's words regarding the necessity of harnessing the ultimate expression of chaos power to eradicate the being's soul. Closing his eyes, he focused all his mental energy, striving to transcend his limits and elevate the chaos power to an unprecedented level. At this life and death juncture, images from the chaos spirit technique flooded his mind. He felt as though he had entered a mystical realm, witnessing the origins and evolution of chaos power. As his comprehension deepened, the chaos power within him began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In the external world, the black flames of the ancient malevolent being intensified, and the chaos shield finally succumbed to the strain. Shattering explosively, the black flames engulfed the group in an instant, eliciting screams of despair from Su Yao and the others. Just when they believed all was lost, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Lin Xiao. This radiance illuminated the entire sealing ground, instantly dispelling the black flames. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, an aura of transcendence emanating from him. At that moment, he had successfully surpassed his limits, elevating the chaos power to an unparalleled height. It is time to bring this to an end, Lin Xiao spoke softly, his voice imbued with confidence and strength. Armed with the Chaos Divine Sword, he leaped high into the air, unleashing a newly comprehended chaos spell, Chaos Myriad Manifestations. The divine sword shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue brimming with formidable power. As Lin Xiao danced with the sword, it traced resplendent arcs toward the ancient malevolent being. Sensing an immense threat, the being thrashed violently, attempting to evade Lin Xiao's assault. However, Lin Xiao's strikes were relentless, offering no opportunity for escape. The colorful radiance collided with the ancient malevolent being, producing a deafening roar. The entire sealing ground trembled under the force of this overwhelming power. As if it might collapse at any moment as the light faded, the group beheld the ancient malevolent being, now riddled with wounds, its soul gradually dissipating under the onslaught of the colorful brilliance. Ultimately, the ancient malevolent entity emitted a final, anguished howl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Xiao, having exhausted himself, fell once more. Su Yao rushed over, cradling him in her arms. Lin Xiao, please wake up. You cannot leave us, she cried, tears streaming down her face as she urgently called his name. After a moment, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Su Yao. I am fine. We succeeded. The group gathered around, their faces alight with joy and tears of exhilaration. This arduous battle had finally culminated in their victory. The mysterious figure approached Lin Xiao, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You performed admirably, Lin Xiao. You have successfully harnessed the true power of chaos, saving the world. Lin Xiao struggled to rise and bowed to the mysterious figure. Senior, it is thanks to your guidance and assistance that we were able to vanquish this ancient evil. The enigmatic figure waved his hand dismissively, saying, all credit belongs to your own efforts and talents. From this day forth, the duty of safeguarding the world is entrusted to you. With that, the mysterious figure turned and departed, gradually vanishing into the shadows. Lin Xiao gazed in the direction of the figure's departure, silently vowing to diligently protect this realm, ensuring that malevolent forces would not wreak havoc again. The group gathered their belongings and exited the sealing grounds. Aware that the path ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, yet they no longer feared, for they possessed the courage and strength to overcome all adversities. Chapter 18. Trouble arises within with triumphant spirits. Lin Xiao and his companions exited the sealing grounds, believing that they had successfully eradicated the ancient evil and restored peace to the world. They returned to the demon-subduing division in Daming Town, where they were met with warm welcomes and admiration from all that in an instant. Lin Xiao and his companions became the heroes in the eyes of the populace, their deeds spreading rapidly through the martial world, becoming a favored topic of conversation. However, the tranquility did not endure for long. One day, while Lin Xiao was practicing in the training room of the demon-subduing division, striving to further consolidate his mastery over the chaotic power following his breakthrough, a disciple of the division rushed in, panic-stricken, his face ashen, gasping for breath. "Lin, Lord Lin, it's bad. A group of black-clad figures has invaded, displaying formidable strength, and they are slaughtering everyone in their path, leaving chaos in their wake." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback, and the chaotic divine sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, gleaming with a fierce cold light. "How dare they?" he exclaimed. "I shall see which audacious souls dare to wreak havoc in the demon-subduing division." With fury surging within him, he strode purposefully towards the outside. Upon arriving at the square of the division, the sight before him ignited his wrath. The square was engulfed in turmoil, as the disciples of the division fought fiercely against a horde of black-clad assailants. Each of these assailants was agile and ruthless, their techniques sinister and suffused with malevolence, clearly not of the righteous path. Although the disciples of the division fought valiantly, they were suffering heavy casualties under the relentless assault of the black-clad figures. With a commanding shout, Lin Xiao unleashed his chaotic power, transforming into a golden ray of light that surged towards the black-clad intruders. He wielded the chaotic divine sword with ferocity, its sword energy slicing through the air, causing black-clad figures to fall one after another. His companions swiftly joined the fray, each contributing their unique abilities. Su Yao brandished her long sword, her sword energy like a rainbow as she engaged the black-clad foes in close combat, while others unleashed their spells, illuminating the battlefield and fighting desperately against the assailants. With Lin Xiao and his allies joining the battle, the tide began to turn. Although the black-clad figures were formidable, they started to falter under the overwhelming pressure of Lin Xiao and his comrades. Just as victory seemed within reach, a black-clad leader suddenly produced a black sphere from his robes and hurled it towards Lin Xiao. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Xiao swiftly swung his chaotic divine sword, attempting to deflect the sphere. However, upon contact, the sphere erupted in a violent explosion, releasing a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Lin Xiao. He felt a tremendous force crashing against his body, suppressing his chaotic power, rendering him weak and feeble. Alarmed, he realized that the black smoke harbored a mysterious power capable of countering his chaotic abilities. "Lin Xiao, be careful!" Su Yao cried out in desperation, rushing forward to pull him out of harm's way. In that critical moment, a black-clad figure seized the opportunity to ambush Su Yao, brandishing a dagger that glinted ominously as it lunged towards her back. With no time to evade, it seemed the dagger would strike true in the nick of time. A figure appeared, pushing Su Yao aside. It was Zhang Yu, Lin Xiao's friend, who, in his attempt to save her, was pierced in the chest by the dagger. "Zhang Yu!" Lin Xiao and Su Yao exclaimed in unison. Zhang Yu clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he gritted his teeth against the pain, saying to Lin Xiao, "Don't worry about me. You must defeat these black-clad fiends." With that, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao's heart shattered at the sight of Zhang Yu lying there, filled with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Channeling the last vestiges of his chaotic power, he unleashed a chaotic frenzy. A brilliant golden light erupted from him, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. With the chaotic divine sword in hand, he charged at the black-clad figures, each strike carrying the weight of annihilation, causing them to fall one after another. Encouraged by Lin Xiao's ferocity, his companions fought with renewed vigor, gradually cornering the black-clad assailants. Just as the last of the black-clad figures was about to be vanquished, their leader bellowed, "Retreat!" Hearing this, The black-clad figures turned and fled. Lin Xiao attempted to pursue, but his body was too weak to keep up. He could only watch helplessly as the leader escaped with the remnants of his group. Returning to the demon-subduing division, Lin Xiao surveyed the carnage, the fallen bodies and the wounded comrades, his heart heavy with guilt. He believed that had he not been so careless, the division would not have suffered such devastating losses, nor would Zhang Yu have sacrificed himself to save Su Yao. Su Yao approached Lin Xiao, gently grasping his hand, offering comfort. Lin Xiao, this is not your fault. None could have anticipated such an event. Lin Xiao looked at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. But Zhang Yu, his voice faltered. Su Yao's eyes shimmered with tears as she replied. Zhang Yu sacrificed himself to save me. He is our hero. We must avenge him. Lin Xiao nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Indeed, we must uncover the origins of these black-clad figures, avenge Zhang Yu, and seek retribution for our fallen comrades. Following a thorough investigation, Lin Xiao and his companions discovered that the black-clad figures hailed from a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Sect. This organization had long concealed itself in the shadows, quietly amassing power with the aim of dominating the martial world and ruling over all. Their attack on the demon-subduing division was a calculated move to weaken its influence and clear obstacles from their path. Upon learning this, Lin Xiao was filled with rage. He resolved to lead his companions to the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, determined to dismantle this nefarious organization once and for all. After several days of preparation, Lin Xiao and his companions set out for the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. They endured hardships along the way, finally arriving at the ominous Black Wind Valley, the sect's stronghold. The valley was steeped in a chilling aura, with eerie winds echoing through it, sending shivers down their spines. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions ventured into the valley, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ready to confront any dangers that might arise. Suddenly, a throng of black-clad figures surged from behind the rocks on either side of the valley, surrounding Lin Xiao and his companions. The leader among them was the same one who had attacked the demon-subduing division previously. A cruel smile etched across his face as he regarded Lin Xiao and his allies. Humph, I never expected you to dare pursue us here. Truly a fool's errand, the black-clad leader mocked. Lin Xiao retorted coldly, you have slain my comrades. Today marks your demise. The leader of the black-clad figures laughed heartily. You think you can defeat us? Today, I shall ensure you never return. With a grand gesture, he commanded his subordinates to charge at Lin Xiao and his companions. Quickly, they formed ranks, bracing themselves for combat. An intense battle erupted once more, spells illuminating the air amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Lin Xiao unleashed his chaotic power, the divine sword dancing in his grasp, each swing claiming multiple lives among the black-clad assailants. Su Yao and the others displayed their prowess, engaging in a fierce struggle against the enemy. As the battle progressed, Lin Xiao noted that the black-clad figures appeared even stronger than during their previous assault on the division. Their techniques seemingly honed through rigorous training, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination. Lin Xiao felt a pang of caution. He understood that this confrontation would prove far more challenging than before. Nevertheless, he did not waver. Summoning all of his chaotic power, he unleashed an upgraded version of the chaotic manifestation technique, the chaotic annihilation technique. The divine sword radiated even more dazzling light, each beam infused with power several times greater than before. As Lin Xiao wielded the sword, it traced brilliant arcs through the air, striking at the black-clad figures. The assailants, realizing the threat, unleashed their most potent spells in a desperate attempt to withstand Lin Xiao's onslaught. Yet, their efforts crumbled before the overwhelming might of the chaotic annihilation technique. Wherever the light struck, black-clad figures fell, their cries of despair echoing through the valley. Witnessing his subordinates perish, the leader of the black-clad figures was seized by both fear and anger. He understood that unless he deployed his ultimate technique, he would likely not escape this confrontation unscathed. With a thunderous shout, he invoked a peculiar spell. Instantly, his form became blurry, as if he melded into the very air around him. Lin Xiao sensed the shift in the leader's presence and concentrated, attuning himself to the subtle changes in the atmosphere. Suddenly, he felt a powerful wave of malevolence surging from behind. He swiftly turned, conjuring a chaotic shield to block the leader's attack. Your strength is commendable, but today, you shall still meet your end. The leader of the black-clad men spoke with a commanding presence. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Let us see if you possess such capability." With that, he unleashed the chaotic annihilation technique once more, charging towards the leader of the black-clad men. The latter, not daring to underestimate the situation, summoned his most formidable spell, engaging Lin Xiao in a fierce confrontation. The clash of their spells reverberated through the air, producing thunderous booms, while the immense force shattered the surrounding rocks into smithereens. As the battle raged on, Lin Xiao gradually gained the upper hand. He discerned that although the leader's spells were peculiar, they were losing potency under the suppression of the chaotic energy. Seizing the opportunity, he executed the chaotic absolute kill slash. Wielding a colossal divine sword imbued with apocalyptic power, aimed directly at the black-clad leader. The leader attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The divine sword struck him, eliciting a wretched scream as his body was cleaved in two. With the leader's demise, the remaining black-clad men lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. Lin Xiao and his companions refrained from pursuit, hastening towards the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. Upon their arrival, they found the place deserted. It turned out that the other members of the Shadow Sect had fled upon learning of their leader's death. Gazing at the empty headquarters, Lin Xiao felt a tumult of emotions. While they had successfully dismantled the Shadow Sect stronghold, he understood that the malevolent forces within the martial world would never truly vanish, and that more challenges awaited them in the future. "Let us return," Lin Xiao addressed his companions. They nodded in agreement and followed him out of the Black Wind Valley. As they journeyed back, Lin Xiao silently vowed to continue enhancing his strength, to safeguard this realm of martial arts, and to eradicate the existence of evil forces. This experience deepened Lin Xiao's understanding of his responsibilities and mission. He knew that his path of cultivation was far from over, and that he must strive incessantly to become a true powerhouse capable of protecting those he cherished in this martial world. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the martial realm, a pair of eyes silently observed the departure of Lin Xiao and his companions. A cold smile curling at the corners of their mouth. Chapter 19. The mysterious letter. After Lin Xiao and his party successfully dismantled the Shadow Sect's headquarters, they returned to the Zhengyi office in Daming Town, basking in the glory of their hard-won victory. The Zhengyi office was once again adorned with lights and decorations, celebrating this hard-earned triumph, and the admiration of the townsfolk for them grew exponentially. However, Lin Xiao did not allow the exhilaration of victory to cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware that undercurrents swirled in the martial world, and peril could resurface at any moment. After resting for several days at the Zhengyi office, a mysterious letter quietly appeared on Lin Xiao's desk. The envelope bore no sender's name, only a dark red seal exuding an aura of mystique and antiquity. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, an inexplicable unease swelling within him. He carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter, which bore a vigorous and powerful script. "Lin Xiao, if you wish to unveil the secrets of your lineage and the earth-shattering truth concealed behind the chaotic power, hasten to the forbidden ground of Yunmengs. Should you choose not to come, you shall remain eternally trapped in this illusory understanding." Lin Xiao's hand trembled slightly. The mystery of his origin had always been the greatest enigma in his heart. Abandoned as a child and raised by the Zhengyi office, he had never laid eyes on his biological parents and knew nothing of his background. Now, the arrival of this letter felt like a ray of light piercing through his dark past, offering a glimmer of hope to unravel the mystery of his identity. The secret of my lineage? The truth behind the chaotic power? What could this possibly mean? Lin Xiao murmured softly, his gaze reflecting a mixture of confusion and determination. Noticing Lin Xiao's unusual demeanor, Su Yao approached him and asked with concern, "Lin Xiao, what troubles you? What has happened?" Lin Xiao handed the letter to Su Yao, saying, "Take a look at this letter. Someone has summoned me to the forbidden ground of Yunmengs, claiming it could reveal the secrets of my lineage and the truth about the chaotic power." After reading the letter, Su Yao's expression turned grave. The forbidden ground of Yunmengs? That is an exceedingly perilous place, rumored to be teeming with bizarre creatures and formidable restrictions. Very few who enter ever return alive. Could this letter be a trap? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, "I have considered this possibility as well, but I do not wish to miss this opportunity. The mystery of my lineage has long been a burden in my heart. I must seek clarity. Moreover, the chaotic power is of utmost importance to me. I yearn to uncover the secrets it harbors." Su Yao gazed into Lin Xiao's resolute eyes, realizing she could not dissuade him. Then I shall accompany you, she declared. Lin Xiao shook his head, insisting, no, the forbidden ground of Yunming's is too dangerous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Remain here at the Jingyi office and assist me with some matters. Irritated, Su Yao retorted, what do you take me for? We have always fought side by side as partners. Now that you face a challenge, how can I stand idly by? Regardless of the dangers, I will go with you. Seeing Su Yao's unwavering determination, Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion. He understood that once Su Yao made up her mind, it would be difficult to change it. Very well, we shall go together. But you must follow my orders and not act recklessly, he instructed. Su Yao nodded, a smile gracing her face. Subsequently, Lin Xiao gathered several of his stronger companions and shared the contents of the letter with them. Upon hearing the news, they all expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Xiao to the forbidden ground of Yunming's. Lin Xiao felt deeply grateful, knowing these companions were trustworthy friends, willing to stand by him in life and death. After a period of preparation, Lin Xiao and his party set forth on their journey to the forbidden ground of Yunming's. Situated on the border of the Daming Kingdom, Yunming's was a considerable distance from the Jingyi office. They rode swiftly, traveling day and night, and finally reached the outskirts of Yunming's several days later. A thick mist enveloped the area surrounding Yunming's, carrying a foul stench that made one feel nauseous. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions ventured into the fog, soon realizing its bizarre nature. It obscured their vision and distorted their senses. They could only navigate forward by relying on faint light and instinct. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead, filled with rage and bloodlust. Lin Xiao and his companions immediately halted, alert and watchful. A massive black bat emerged from the mist, its wings spanning several meters, its eyes glowing red, and sharp fangs bared. Be cautious, that is a blood-winged demon bat. It possesses formidable strength, Lin Xiao warned. The blood-winged demon bat let out a roar and lunged towards Lin Xiao and his companions. Its speed was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. Lin Xiao swiftly harnessed the chaotic power, forming a golden shield that enveloped everyone. The bat's assault crashed against the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The shield trembled violently but did not shatter. Everyone, attack its eyes, Lin Xiao shouted. All at once, they unleashed their spells, vibrant lights flashing as they targeted the bat's eyes. Sensing the threat, the blood-winged demon bat frantically flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind in an attempt to disperse their attacks. However, the onslaught was relentless, and eventually, one of their spells struck its eye. The bat screeched in agony, its body swaying in midair before it crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao and his companions charged forward, delivering their final blows to the blood-winged demon bat. With their combined efforts, they finally defeated the creature, which lay motionless on the ground. Lin Xiao and his companions sighed in relief and continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered various strange creatures and formidable restrictions, but with Lin Xiao's chaotic power and the group's ingenuity, they navigated through each crisis. At last, they arrived at the heart of the forbidden ground of Yunming's. Here stood an ancient palace, its grand doors firmly shut, adorned with an array of enigmatic runes. Lin Xiao gazed at the palace doors, a wave of familiarity washing over him. He felt as though he had been here before. Yet the specifics eluded him. Is this the place we seek? Su Yao inquired. Lin Xiao nodded, stating, it must be here. Let us enter and investigate. Approaching the palace doors, Lin Xiao attempted to push them open, but they remained immovable. He scrutinized the runes, realizing they formed a formation. Focusing his energy, he endeavored to decipher the array. After considerable effort, Lin Xiao finally discerned a flaw in the formation. He wielded the chaotic power, activating several runes in a specific sequence. As the runes illuminated, the doors creaked open, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. Stepping into the palace, Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves enveloped in dimness, illuminated only by a few faint lights guiding their path. They proceeded along the corridor, discovering that the walls were adorned with intricate murals depicting mysterious scenes and figures. Lin Xiao closely examined the murals, realizing they seemed to narrate an ancient tale. The story spoke of a powerful force that wielded a mysterious power, seeking to dominate the entire world. To thwart them, a coalition of righteous warriors united to engage in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the righteous ones paid a heavy price to seal away this formidable force. The key to the seal was none other than the chaotic power itself. So, The chaotic power has such origins. Lin Xiao mused in astonishment. Just then, a voice echoed from the depths of the palace. You have finally arrived. Lin Xiao and his companions followed the direction of the sound, only to behold an elderly man in a flowing white robe emerging slowly. The elder's hair and beard were streaked with gray, yet his eyes shone brightly, exuding an air of wisdom and mystery. Who are you? Lin Xiao inquired cautiously. The elder smiled faintly and replied, I am the guardian of this place, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and asked, awaiting us? Why have you brought me here? What is the truth of my lineage and the chaotic power? The elder nodded slightly and said, follow me, and I shall reveal everything to you. He led Lin Xiao and the others into a hidden chamber within the palace. The chamber housed a massive crystal ball, within which danced a myriad of colorful lights. The elder approached the crystal ball and gently caressed its surface, stating, this is the sphere of destiny. It can unveil the past, present, and future. Through it, you may discern all that you wish to know. As Lin Xiao stepped forward to gaze into the shimmering orb, anticipation swelled within him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I wish to know my lineage. The sound of his words, the light within the crystal ball intensified. Moments later, images began to materialize. He beheld a young man and woman cradling an infant, their faces etched with sorrow and reluctance. Suddenly, a group of cloaked figures appeared, surrounding them. The young couple fought valiantly to protect the child, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of their assailants, entrusting the infant to a mysterious figure before bravely sacrificing themselves. Lin Zhao's heart ached as he witnessed the scene, finally comprehending the truth of his origins. His parents had perished in their efforts to shield him. Who were my parents? And who was that enigmatic figure? Lin Xiao asked. The elder replied, your father was the chieftain of the Chaos Clan, and your mother was an unparalleled master of her craft. They sacrificed their lives to safeguard the chaotic power from falling into the hands of malevolent forces. That mysterious figure was the one who delivered you to the Guardian Division. He is also a survivor of the Chaos Clan. Lin Xiao nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of his heritage. He then inquired, what is the true nature of the chaotic power? The elder explained, the chaotic power is a force that originates from the dawn of chaos, possessing the capacity to annihilate worlds. However, it is also a perilous force. If wielded by evil, the consequences would be dire. Your father fought to protect this power from malevolent forces. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xiao gained a deeper comprehension of the chaotic power. He understood that he bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding it from those who would misuse it. Thank you, Venerable One. You have enlightened me on matters I have long sought to understand. Lin Xiao expressed, bowing respectfully. The elder smiled gently, saying, there is no need for gratitude. You are the heir to the chaotic power, and the hope for the salvation of this world. I trust that you will wield the chaotic power wisely to protect this realm. With that, the elder turned and vanished into the shadows. Lin Xiao and his companions departed the palace, embarking on their journey back to the Guardian Division. On the way home, Lin Xiao was filled with a sense of reflection. He realized that his fate was now inextricably linked to the chaotic power, compelling him to continuously enhance his strength to protect those he cherished and the world itself. Meanwhile, in the distance, a new malevolent force was quietly rising, with their sights set squarely on the chaotic power that lay within Lin Zhao's grasp. Chapter 20. The transformation of chaotic power. Lin Xiao and his companions returned to the Guardian Division, bearing precious information obtained from the forbidden grounds of Yunmings. However, before they could fully process these revelations, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped the Guardian Division. An invisible pressure permeated the air, instilling a vague sense of unease in everyone. Sensing danger with his keen intuition, Lin Xiao realized that a far greater crisis was stealthily approaching. Indeed, on a moonless night, the alarms of the Guardian Division suddenly blared. The piercing sound shattered the stillness of the night, rousing all from their slumber. Lin Xiao sprang from his bed, swiftly donned his attire, and seized the Chaos Divine Sword as he rushed outside. Xu Yao and the other companions followed closely, gathering in the plaza of the Guardian Division. Prepared for battle, to their astonishment, a massive black cloud had materialized above the Guardian Division, crackling with lightning, as arcs of purple electricity snaked through the ominous mass like ferocious dragons. Suddenly, a colossal black beam shot down from the cloud, landing before the gates of the Guardian Division. As the beam dissipated, a group of cloaked figures emerged, exuding an aura of immense and sinister power, strikingly different from any adversaries they had faced before. "Who are you? Why have you dared to intrude upon the Guardian Division?" Lin Xiao demanded, wielding the Chaos Divine Sword with authority. The leader of the cloaked figures slowly removed his hood, revealing a pale and twisted visage. His eyes gleaming with a blood-red light and a smirk curling at his lips. "Lin Xiao, we have awaited this day for a long time. The chaotic power you possess is an object of desire for our master. If you are wise, surrender it, and perhaps your lives may be spared." Lin Xiao's heart raced. He had not anticipated that these mysterious figures sought the chaotic power. "If you desire the chaotic power, then let us see if you possess the capability to claim it," he retorted fearlessly, the Chaos Divine Sword radiating brilliant light in his grasp. The leader's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked figures surged forward like a tidal wave towards Lin Xiao and his companions. Each of these figures was formidable, their attacks fierce and unpredictable, every strike brimming with immense power. Lin Xiao and his comrades swiftly formed a defensive formation. Engaging in a fierce battle with the cloaked figures, Lin Xiao unleashed the chaotic power, the Chaos Divine Sword dancing in his hands with ferocity, golden sword chi intertwining as he repelled the advancing cloaked figures. Su Yao, not to be outdone, wielded her long sword with grace, her movements fluid and swift, as she engaged the cloaked figures in close combat. The other companions also showcased their unique abilities, their spells illuminating the night sky. However, the sheer number of cloaked figures was overwhelming, and their coordination was impeccable, gradually cornering Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao noticed that the attacks of the cloaked figures seemed to revolve around a singular purpose, to exhaust his chaotic power. Each time he unleashed a potent chaotic spell, several cloaked figures would recklessly sacrifice themselves, using their bodies to shield his attacks and create openings for their comrades. This could not continue. "We must devise a way to break through their encirclement." Lin Xiao thought anxiously, well aware that if this consumption persisted, they would inevitably be defeated. Just then, Lin Xiao felt an unusual fluctuation within his chaotic power. Remembering the elder's words from the forbidden grounds of Yunmeng's, the chaotic power harbors limitless potential. Only in dire circumstances can its true strength be awakened. Lin Xiao clenched his jaw, deciding to take a risk. He concentrated all his energy, calling forth the chaotic power within him, striving to transcend his limits. Under tremendous pressure, the chaotic power began to surge wildly within him, forming a golden energy vortex around his body. "Break for me!" Lin Xiao shouted, unleashing the newly comprehended chaotic spell, Chaotic Storm. The golden energy vortex erupted, generating a formidable tempest that swept outward. Wherever the storm passed, cloaked figures were drawn into its fury, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The leader of the cloaked figures paled at the sight. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would master such a powerful spell in such a short time. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent spell in a desperate attempt to counter Lin Xiao's onslaught. A beam of black light shot forth from his hand, colliding with the chaotic storm in a cataclysmic clash. The tremendous shockwave sent tremors through the surrounding structures, as the chaotic storm tore through the ranks of cloaked figures. A gap finally opened in their encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao led his companions in a charge towards the direction of the cloaked leader. He understood that defeating the leader would turn the tide of battle in their favor. The leader, seeing Lin Xiao and his companions rushing towards him, narrowed his eyes with a glint of malice. He bellowed, and the cloaked figures behind him instantly formed a peculiar formation. As the formation activated, a dark and powerful energy coalesced around the leader, enhancing his strength several-fold. "Lin Xiao, today shall mark your demise," the leader roared, charging at Lin Xiao. Unfazed, Lin Xiao summoned the chaotic power, engaging the leader in a breathtaking duel. Their spells clashed, light flashing and explosions resounding through the air. Lin Xiao soon realized that the leader, empowered by the formation, had become extraordinarily formidable, each of his strikes pressing heavily upon Lin Xiao. Yet, undeterred, Lin Xiao fought with unwavering resolve and a profound understanding of the chaotic power, engaging in a fierce struggle against the leader. In the heat of battle, Lin Xiao began to discern the leader's vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, he unleashed Chaotic Annihilation, the most potent attack spell he had at his disposal. A radiant beam of golden light erupted from the Chaos Divine Sword, wielding the cataclysmic force of destruction as it hurtled towards the leader of the black-robed figures. The leader attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The light struck his form, eliciting a piercing wail of despair as his body was instantaneously engulfed by the luminescence. With the demise of the black-robed leader, their formation collapsed in an instant, and the remaining figures lost all resolve, scattering in frantic flight. Lin Xiao and his companions seized the opportunity to pursue, driving all the black-robed individuals out of the Zhenxie division. Following this fierce confrontation, the Zhenxie division lay in ruins, with numerous structures obliterated and many comrades grievously injured. Lin Xiao surveyed the devastation before him, his heart heavy with guilt. He understood that had it not been for his possession of the chaos power, these foes would never have targeted the Zhenxie division. Lin Xiao, this is not your fault. You have done your utmost, Su Yao reassured him as she approached his side. Lin Xiao met her gaze, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Su Yao. Without your support, I could not have persevered until now. After a period of recuperation, the Zhenxie division gradually regained its vitality. Lin Xiao realized that this battle was merely the beginning. Many more adversaries would covet the chaos power he wielded. He resolved to enter seclusion for training, aiming to further enhance his strength in preparation for the potential crises that lay ahead. During his retreat, Lin Xiao delved deeply into the study of chaos power, relentlessly exploring its profound mysteries. He discovered that the chaos power not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but could also influence the surrounding environment. He endeavored to merge the chaos power with natural elements, thereby creating entirely new spells. After several months of intensive training, Lin Xiao finally emerged from seclusion. His strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and his mastery of the chaos power reached unprecedented heights. As he stepped out of the seclusion chamber, he observed the bustling activity within the Zhenxie division, his heart swelling with confidence. From this day forth, I shall not allow the Zhenxie division to suffer any harm, he vowed silently. At that moment, a disciple of the Zhenxie division rushed over, a look of urgency etched upon his face. Lord Lin, trouble is upon us. A mysterious force has emerged in the martial world, committing heinous acts without restraint. The common folk are in despair and are pleading for our assistance. Lin Zhao's expression darkened upon hearing this. He understood that a new challenge had arisen. Let us confront this mysterious force, he declared, brandishing the Chaos Divine Sword as he led his companions away from the Zhenxie division and deeper into the martial realm. Chapter 21. Turmoil in the martial world. After departing the Zhenxie division, Lin Xiao and his companions hastened towards the territory plagued by the mysterious force. Along the way, they heard numerous accounts of the atrocities committed by this enigmatic entity. The populace was displaced, towns had been ransacked, and many sects had suffered grievous losses, leaving the martial world in a state of lamentation. A surge of fury filled Lin Zhao's heart as he vowed to eradicate this malevolent force and restore peace to the realm. Days later, they arrived at a town ravaged by the mysterious force. The scene before them was one of utter devastation. The streets lay in ruins, bodies strewn haphazardly, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. The surviving townsfolk cowered in corners, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Lin Xiao felt a sharp pang of anguish as he took in the sight. Approaching an elderly man, he gently inquired, "Kind sir, could you enlighten us on the nature of this mysterious force? What are their distinguishing features?" The elder lifted his gaze, tears brimming in his eyes, his voice trembling as he replied, "They all wear black garments and peculiar masks. Their strength is formidable, and wherever they go, they are invincible. They not only seize our possessions but also kill indiscriminately. We have no capacity to resist." Lin Xiao nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of this mysterious force. After offering the elders some words of comfort, he and his companions began to scour the town for clues, striving to uncover the whereabouts of this malevolent entity. Following a meticulous investigation, Lin Xiao discovered that this mysterious force appeared to be linked to a strange black crystal. Amidst the town's ruins, they stumbled upon scattered fragments of black crystals, exuding an unsettling aura that instilled discomfort. Lin Xiao picked up a shard, scrutinizing it closely, and sensed a potent dark energy contained within. What could this black crystal be? Why does it harbor such formidable dark power? Lin Zhao's mind was awash with questions. Just then, Su Yao called out, "Lin Xiao, come quickly." he hurried over to find Su Yao had uncovered a tattered book amidst the debris. The cover bore indistinct characters, the Dark Codex. Lin Xiao took the book, handling it with care as he turned the pages. The text detailed an ancient and malevolent cultivation method, wherein practitioners could enhance their power by absorbing the dark energy from the black crystals. This method was exceedingly cruel, requiring human sacrifices to activate the crystal's power. So that is it. This mysterious force must be exploiting this sinister method to augment their strength, Lin Xiao realized with a sense of clarity. The others were taken aback by Lin Xiao's revelation, shocked that this enigmatic force would go to such lengths, sacrificing innocent lives for strength. We must locate the lair of this mysterious force at once and put an end to their nefarious deeds, Lin Xiao asserted resolutely. Following the clues within the book, they traversed a concealed path leading deep into the mountains. In the heart of the mountains, they discovered a colossal black castle, shrouded in dense black fog that reeked of a nauseating stench. This must be the lair of the mysterious force. Lin Xiao regarded the castle with a wary glint in his eyes. The group cautiously approached, and as they reached the entrance, the massive doors swung open ominously. A powerful surge of dark energy poured forth from within, enveloping them. Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. A chilling voice echoed from the castle, as they focused their gaze. A man clad in black robes emerged, his face obscured by a dark mask, revealing only his blood-red eyes that glimmered ominously. Are you the leader of this mysterious force? Lin Xiao demanded, gripping the Chaos Divine sword tightly. The black-robed man smirked coldly. Indeed, I am the leader of this enigmatic force. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. Unfazed, Lin Xiao retorted, if you wish to take our lives, let us see if you possess the capability. With a sweeping gesture, the black-robed man summoned forth a throng of his dark-clad minions, encircling Lin Xiao and his companions. These figures exuded a dark aura akin to their leader, their strengths formidable. Lin Xiao and his allies swiftly formed a defensive formation, preparing for battle. A fierce clash ensued, spells illuminating the night as the air was filled with the cacophony of combat. Lin Xiao unleashed the chaos power. The Chaos Divine sword swirling in his grasp with ferocity, golden sword energy slicing through the ranks of approaching foes. Su Yao and the others displayed their prowess, engaging in a desperate struggle against the black-robed figures. Amidst the fray, Lin Xiao realized that these adversaries were far more powerful than they had anticipated. Their attacks were not only fierce but also imbued with a bizarre dark energy capable of eroding both body and soul. Though Lin Xiao's chaos power was potent, it began to falter under the onslaught of this dark energy. Everyone, be cautious. The dark forces wielded by these black-robed figures are insidious. We cannot confront them head-on. Lin Xiao cautioned loudly. At that moment, the black-robed leader unleashed a formidable spell. Chanting incantations, he swiftly formed hand seals, then thrusting forward, a black beam shot forth from his palm, aimed directly at Lin Xiao and his companions. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Xiao hastily conjured a chaos shield in a bid to deflect the black beam. However, the sheer might of the beam was overwhelming. Upon contact, the chaos shield shattered like glass. The black beam continued its trajectory, seemingly destined to strike them. In that critical moment, Lin Xiao felt a remarkable transformation occur within his chaos power. A surge of immense strength erupted from within, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. Is this an evolution of the chaos power? Lin Xiao marveled, his heart alight with exhilaration. Driven by this newfound strength, Lin Xiao unleashed a novel chaos spell, Chaos Light. A dazzling beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, colliding with the black beam in a cataclysmic explosion. The two forces intertwined, erupting in a violent blast that sent the surrounding black-robed figures sprawling. The black-robed leader's expression shifted to one of horror as he witnessed Lin Xiao transcend his limits in such a short span of time, casting an overwhelmingly powerful spell. Impossible. How can this be? He cried in terror. Lin Xiao sneered, there is nothing impossible. Today marks your demise. With that, he charged towards the black-robed leader, wielding the Chaos Divine sword. Each strike he delivered was infused with apocalyptic force. The black-robed man, seeing the tide turn against him, hastily summoned his most potent spell, attempting to counter Lin Xiao's relentless assault. Yet, against the backdrop of Lin Xiao's chaos power, his efforts were rendered futile. Under the pressure of Lin Xiao's ferocious onslaught, The black-robed leader found himself increasingly cornered. His body was already covered in scars, and his breath had become exceedingly faint. "You have lost," Lin Xiao said coldly. The man in the black robe looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He knew he could no longer escape. "Since I cannot survive, neither shall you." The black-robed man suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. After speaking, he pulled a black crystal from his bosom. This crystal emanated a powerful aura of darkness, warping the air around it. Not good. He intends to detonate the black crystal. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He understood that this black crystal contained immense dark power. If it were to explode, everything in the vicinity would be obliterated. "Everyone, retreat quickly," Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd hurriedly fell back. However, the man in the black robe had already pressed the detonation button of the black crystal. Instantly, the crystal unleashed a formidable wave of dark energy, sweeping outward. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao summoned the power of chaos. Shielding everyone behind him, he exerted all his strength to withstand this overwhelming dark force. The clash between the dark energy and the power of chaos produced a thunderous roar. Lin Xiao felt as if his body was being torn apart. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Lin Xiao, are you all right?" Su Yao asked anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao replied, "I am fine. Everyone need not worry." With Lin Xiao's perseverance, the dark energy gradually diminished. Ultimately, the explosive force of the black crystal was completely neutralized. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Though his body had grown exceedingly weak from overexertion, he slowly collapsed to the ground. "Lin Xiao!" Su Yao rushed over, cradling him in her arms. Other companions quickly gathered around, their hearts heavy with concern for the unconscious Lin Xiao. "He will be fine. He must be all right," Su Yao whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. After some treatment, Lin Xiao finally awoke. He looked at his companions, filled with gratitude. "Thank you all. It is you who saved me," Lin Xiao said. Su Yao smiled and replied, "Fool, we are comrades. Of course we help each other." Lin Xiao nodded, rising to his feet and gazing at the ruins of the castle before him, his heart filled with emotion. This mysterious force has finally been eradicated. "The martial world should soon return to peace," Lin Xiao remarked. Just then, a disciple from the Evil Suppression Division rushed over. "Lord Lin, it's not good. A more powerful evil force has emerged in the martial world, and they are expanding rapidly. Many sects have already fallen under their dominion," the disciple said urgently. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. He knew that the crisis in the martial world was far from over. New challenges were looming. "Let us go and confront this new evil force," Lin Xiao declared resolutely. Thus, Lin Xiao and his companions set forth once more, determined to continue their fight for peace and tranquility in the martial world. Chapter 22. New enemies arise. Winds of change. Lin Xiao and his companions had just endured a desperate struggle against the mysterious black-robed force and had barely recovered from their exhaustion when they learned of an even more formidable evil force emerging in the martial world. They understood that peace and tranquility remained precariously threatened, and without hesitation, they hastily packed their belongings and resumed their journey. Along the way, they gathered intelligence about this new force. It was said that this faction was known as the Shadow Alliance, operating with extreme secrecy, and had stirred up tumultuous waves in the martial world in a short span of time. Their methods were ruthless. Wherever they went, major sects were either forcibly absorbed or met with total annihilation. Many masters from various sects had perished in their confrontations, causing the situation in the martial world to become increasingly turbulent. Lin Xiao and his companions traveled day and night towards the direction of the Shadow Alliance's expansion. Passing through a small town, they noticed an unusually oppressive atmosphere. The once bustling streets were now desolate, most shops tightly shuttered, and even the few passers-by appeared anxious, hurrying along. Lin Xiao found an inn that seemed to be still in operation, intending to take a brief respite while probing for information. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his face etched with worry. When Lin Xiao inquired about the Shadow Alliance, the innkeeper's eyes betrayed his terror as he instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Only after confirming their solitude did he lower his voice and say, "Esteemed guests, you should leave here as soon as possible. The Shadow Alliance is terrifying. Just a few days ago, they sent someone here demanding that we regularly pay them tribute, or else they would massacre the entire town. We common folk have no means to resist." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and asked, Did they leave any clues? For instance, their whereabouts or strongholds? The innkeeper shook his head, replying, they operate in a mysterious manner, appearing and disappearing without a trace. We have no idea where their lair is. All we know is that they wear black cloaks and silver masks, and their strength is exceptionally formidable. Thanking the innkeeper, Lin Xiao returned to the room to discuss strategies with his companions. Su Yao suggested, given the Shadow Alliance's secrecy, blindly searching for them may prove futile. Why not start with those sects they have attacked to see if we can uncover any clues? Lin Xiao found merit in Su Yao's words, so they decided to head to the nearest sect that had been assaulted by the Shadow Alliance, the Qingfeng Sword Sect. Upon arriving at the Qingfeng Sword Sect, they were astonished by the scene before them. Once a prestigious sect, it had now been reduced to a wasteland, with most of its structures destroyed and the ground littered with corpses and bloodstains. Lin Xiao and his companions meticulously searched the ruins, hoping to find any survivors or useful leads. Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard a faint groan. Following the sound, he discovered a severely injured man lying beneath a pile of rubble. Lin Xiao hurriedly rescued the man and administered a healing elixir. The man slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Xiao and the others, a glimmer of hope appeared in his gaze. He weakly asked, "Are you here to avenge us, the Qingfeng Sword Sect?" Lin Xiao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we will avenge you. Can you tell us how the Shadow Alliance attacked you?" The man, enduring his pain, recounted the events of that fateful night. It turned out that the Shadow Alliance had launched a sudden assault on the Qingfeng Sword Sect under the cover of darkness, their strength overwhelming, rendering the disciples of the sect powerless to resist. During the battle, the members of the Shadow Alliance employed a peculiar weapon that released a black smoke. Once inhaled, it rendered one powerless, leaving them at the mercy of their foes. After hearing the man's account, Lin Xiao gained a deeper understanding of the Shadow Alliance's might. He realized that this would be an unprecedented challenge. The man disclosed that after attacking the Qingfeng Sword Sect, the members of the Shadow Alliance had departed towards the east. Lin Xiao and his companions decided to pursue this lead. After several days of tracking, they finally discovered traces of the Shadow Alliance in a secluded valley. A faint mist enveloped the valley, obscuring their view of the surroundings. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions ventured into the valley, and as they entered, they were met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Be careful. There are surely ambushes here," Lin Xiao whispered. The group heightened their vigilance, gripping their weapons tightly. At that moment, a swarm of individuals clad in black cloaks and wearing silver masks surged forth from all directions, surrounding Lin Xiao and his companions. "You have finally arrived. We've been waiting for you," sneered one of the leading members of the Shadow Alliance. Lin Xiao, wielding the Chaos Divine Sword, gazed resolutely and declared, "You have committed countless atrocities. Today marks your demise." No sooner had he spoken than the battle erupted. Members of the Shadow Alliance unleashed their formidable techniques, charging at Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao summoned the power of chaos, wielding the Chaos Divine Sword with impenetrable precision. Deflecting the enemy's attacks one by one, Su Yao and the other companions also fought valiantly, casting spells and engaging in intense combat with the adversaries. During the fray, Lin Xiao noticed that these members of the Shadow Alliance were indeed stronger than the black-robed individuals they had faced previously. Their attacks were not only fierce but also coordinated, making it difficult to defend against them. What troubled Lin Xiao even more was the strange weapon they wielded, which intermittently released black smoke, greatly hindering their efforts. "Be cautious of that black smoke. Do not inhale it," Lin Xiao shouted. However, despite their careful approach, several companions inadvertently inhaled the black smoke, causing their bodies to weaken. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that if this continued, they could very well face total annihilation. Just then, Lin Xiao recalled something he had read in the Dark Secret Tome. He remembered a method described in the book that could counteract dark forces, which might be useful against the black smoke. Focusing his mind, he harnessed the power of chaos and, following the book's instructions, cast a brand new spell. Chaos Purification. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, instantly dispelling the surrounding black smoke. Those companions who had inhaled the black smoke gradually regained their strength under the golden light's radiance. "Wonderful, Lin Xiao, you did it!" Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, do not lower your guard. Continue the fight." With the assistance of the chaotic purification spell, Lin Xiao and his companions experienced a remarkable enhancement in their combat prowess. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack, forcing the members of the Shadow Alliance into a series of retreats. Just as Lin Xiao and his allies began to gain the upper hand, a figure clad in a golden cloak and wearing a golden mask emerged from the depths of the valley. Upon his arrival, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and an overwhelming aura rushed towards them. "You insignificant ants dare to challenge the Shadow Alliance? Truly, you overestimate yourselves," the man in the golden cloak said coldly. Lin Zhao's heart sank. He recognized this individual as the leader of the Shadow Alliance. The aura emanating from him indicated that his strength surpassed all previous foes they had encountered, and no matter how powerful you are. "Today, I shall eradicate the scourge from the martial world," Lin Xiao declared fearlessly. The man in the golden cloak scoffed, saying, "Then let me see the extent of your capabilities." With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy towards Lin Xiao and his companions. In a hurry, Lin Xiao summoned the chaotic shield to deflect the onslaught. However, the force from the man in the golden cloak was overwhelmingly powerful. The moment the chaotic shield came into contact with it, it began to crack. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt a sense of dread. He understood that it would be difficult to contend with the man in the golden cloak relying solely on his own strength. Just as despair began to creep in, a mysterious voice resonated in his mind. "Lin Xiao, do not give up. Unleash your full potential. You can surely defeat him." Startled, Lin Xiao could not discern the source of the voice. Yet he chose to trust it. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and strived to awaken the chaotic power within him. With Lin Zhao's efforts, the chaotic energy surged within him, gradually reaching a new zenith. A brilliant light enveloped his body, and a tremendous force erupted from within. "Is this truly my full power?" Lin Xiao opened his eyes, confidence gleaming in them. The man in the golden cloak's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Lin Zhao's transformation. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao could surpass his limits in such a brief span. "Humph, even if you have broken through, what difference does it make? In the face of absolute strength, all is futile," the man in the golden cloak retorted disdainfully, launching another assault. Lin Xiao unleashed the chaotic energy, engaging in a breathtaking duel with the man in the golden cloak. Their powers clashed, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the valley, causing the very ground to tremble as rocks crumbled around them. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Xiao gradually gained the initiative, employing various techniques of chaotic energy to render the man in the golden cloak powerless. Ultimately, seizing the right moment, Lin Xiao delivered a decisive blow, knocking the man in the golden cloak to the ground. "You have lost," Lin Xiao said coldly. Lying on the ground, the man in the golden cloak's eyes brimmed with unwillingness and despair. He knew that his era had come to an end. With the fall of the man in the golden cloak, the members of the Shadow Alliance scattered like birds and beasts. Lin Xiao and his companions triumphed over this formidable evil force, eliminating a significant threat to the martial world. However, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that the crisis within the martial realm had not been entirely resolved. In this world rife with turmoil, new challenges awaited them. Yet he felt no fear, for he had a group of like-minded companions, and together they would safeguard the peace and tranquility of the martial world. After a brief respite in the valley, Lin Xiao and his companions departed, embarking on a new journey to continue their fight for justice in the martial world. Chapter 23. A crisis looms following their victory over the Shadow Alliance. A brief tranquility returned to the martial world. Yet, Lin Xiao understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The true peril likely lurked in the shadows. Indeed, upon their return to report the results of their mission at the Suppression of Evil Office, they received a series of urgent intelligence briefs. In a distant borderland, there lay a mysterious ancient city known as the City of Shadows. This ancient city had long been shrouded in a veil of mystery, rarely interacting with the outside world. However, recent reports from the City of Shadows spoke of strange occurrences. It was said that a mysterious plague had emerged within the city, causing its victims to become frenzied, losing their sanity and gaining preternatural strength, attacking anyone they encountered. Even more terrifying was that this plague seemed to spread through blood and air, infecting numerous innocent citizens and plunging the entire City of Shadows into chaos. Simultaneously, rumors circulated in the martial world that an ancient artifact lay hidden beneath the city, a soul-devouring pearl, capable of catastrophic power. Some speculated that this sudden outbreak of plague was linked to the artifact, a deliberate upheaval orchestrated by those with nefarious intentions seeking to seize it. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Xiao felt a sense of unease. He understood that should this ancient artifact fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, he resolved to lead Su Yao and their companions to the City of Shadows to uncover the truth. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xiao and his party finally arrived at the City of Shadows. However, what lay before them was astonishing. The once bustling and vibrant city now resembled a ghost town, its streets eerily silent, permeated by a nauseating stench of decay. Occasionally, they glimpsed figures darting through the alleys, but their movements were bizarre, their eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions ventured deeper into the city when suddenly, a horde of plague-infected individuals surged forth from all directions. Their bodies twisted and contorted, skin taking on an eerie black hue, emitting chilling howls as they lunged at Lin Xiao and his group. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao drew the chaotic divine sword and unleashed chaotic energy. Repelling the foremost attackers, Su Yao and the others swiftly cast their spells, engaging in fierce combat with the infected. During the battle, Lin Xiao noted that while the infected individuals were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming and they displayed an utter lack of fear, as if they felt no pain. Even more troubling was the strange power contained in their blood. Contact with it elicited a corrosive sensation. Everyone, be cautious. Avoid letting their blood splatter on you, Lin Xiao warned loudly. Heeding his words, the group heightened their vigilance, responding with increased caution against the infected. After a grueling struggle, they eventually managed to drive the infected back. Yet Lin Xiao knew this was merely the beginning. Greater dangers lay ahead. Continuing deeper into the City of Shadows in search of clues regarding the plague and the ancient artifact, they stumbled upon an abandoned temple where they found an elderly man gravely wounded. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his companions, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. "Young ones, have you come to save our City of Shadows?" the old man asked weakly. Lin Xiao nodded and replied, "Indeed, Elder. Can you tell us what has transpired here?" The old man sighed and slowly recounted the events. He revealed that beneath the City of Shadows lay the soul-devouring pearl, an ancient artifact possessing the power to control hearts. Long sealed away by the city's guardians. However, not long ago, a group of mysterious individuals invaded the city, defeating the guardians and unsealing the pearl. Once freed, the soul-devouring pearl unleashed a wave of malevolent power, infecting the citizens and transforming them into their current state. "What must we do to stop this plague and seal the soul-devouring pearl?" Lin Xiao inquired anxiously. The old man shook his head, saying, "I do not know. All I know is that in order to seal the pearl, 3 keys must be found, each held by a descendant of the guardians. Only by gathering all 3 keys can we unlock the chamber that seals the soul-devouring pearl." Grateful for the old man's assistance, Lin Xiao conferred with his companions on a strategy. They decided to split into 3 groups to search for the descendants of the guardians. Lin Xiao and Su Yao formed one group, following the clues provided by the elder to a remote village within the City of Shadows. There, they encountered a young woman named Ling Er, a descendant of one of the guardians who possessed one of the keys. Lin Xiao explained their intentions, hoping she would relinquish the key to aid in saving the City of Shadows. Initially hesitant, Ling Er ultimately agreed after Lin Xiao's sincere persuasion. However, just as they prepared to depart the village, a group of mysterious individuals suddenly appeared, surrounding them. Leading them was a tall man bearing a gruesome scar across his face, exuding a menacing aura. "Hand over the key, or you shall all perish." The man growled. Lin Xiao, holding the chaotic divine sword, replied coldly, "If you want the key, then let us see if you possess the capability to take it." The man sneered, gesturing for his subordinates to charge at Lin Xiao and his companions. Swiftly, Lin Xiao and Su Yao formed a defensive stance, engaging in a fierce battle against the attackers. During the conflict, Lin Xiao realized that these mysterious individuals were exceptionally powerful and appeared to have an intimate understanding of their combat style. A sense of caution gripped Lin Xiao. He knew these foes were far from ordinary. Just as they found themselves in a desperate struggle, Ling Er suddenly unleashed a mysterious spell, chanting incantations and swiftly forming hand seals. She thrust her hands forward, releasing a beam of light that repelled the surrounding enemies. "Brother Lin, hurry, I will handle these people," Ling Er shouted loudly. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he knew that this was not the time for indecision. He nodded and swiftly left the village with Su Yao. After departing, Lin Xiao and Su Yao continued their search for the whereabouts of the other two keys. After a challenging pursuit, they finally found the descendants of the other two guardians and successfully obtained the keys. Meanwhile, the other two groups of companions also completed their tasks and met at the central square of Shadow City. Lin Xiao gazed at the 3 keys in his hand, his heart filled with hope. Now that we have gathered the 3 keys, it is time to seal the soul-devouring pearl, Lin Xiao declared resolutely. Everyone nodded in agreement as they followed Lin Xiao to the secret chamber where the soul-devouring pearl was to be sealed. Lin Xiao inserted the 3 keys into the lock, and with a click, the heavy door of the chamber slowly creaked open. A powerful wave of evil energy surged forth, leaving everyone breathless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao stepped boldly into the chamber. Inside, a thick black mist enveloped the space, obscuring their vision. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and the others ventured deeper into the chamber, when suddenly, a massive black creature burst forth from the fog. This monster was colossal, covered in black scales, and spewed flames from its mouth. Be careful. This is the guardian of the soul-devouring pearl, Lin Xiao shouted. The group quickly unleashed their spells and engaged in a fierce battle with the creature. During the fight, Lin Xiao realized that the monster possessed formidable strength, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. This won't do. We must find its weakness, Su Yao exclaimed anxiously. Lin Xiao nodded, concentrating intently as he observed the creature's attack patterns. Suddenly, he noticed that the monster's eyes were its vulnerable spot. Each time it attacked, its eyes flickered. Listen up, focus your attacks on its eyes, Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their focus to the monster's eyes. Under their combined assault, the creature's eye was finally struck, letting out a pained howl as it collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and the others rushed deeper into the chamber and finally laid eyes on the soul-devouring pearl. The pearl hovered in midair, emanating an eerie glow. Lin Xiao stepped forward, preparing to seal the soul-devouring pearl. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect to see you again, said the leader of the Shadow Alliance, a sly smile on his face. You're still alive? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The Shadow Alliance leader scoffed. Last time, I was careless. This time, I won't let you succeed. The soul-devouring pearl is mine, and no one else shall take it. With that, he unleashed a powerful spell aimed at Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao swiftly summoned the power of chaos, engaging in an intense duel with the leader. During the battle, Lin Xiao noticed that the leader's strength had significantly increased. His spells seemed to be infused with the power of the soul-devouring pearl, making them difficult to counter. Lin Xiao, be careful. His spells contain the malevolent energy of the soul-devouring pearl. Su Yao warned loudly. Lin Xiao nodded, concentrating as he struggled to withstand the leader's onslaught. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he cast the Purification of Chaos spell, attempting to cleanse the dark energy from the leader's spells. With the Purification of Chaos in effect, the leader's magic gradually lost its potency. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xiao launched an attack, pushing the leader back. You have lost, Lin Xiao said coldly. The Shadow Alliance leader glared at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. He knew he could no longer prevent Lin Xiao from sealing the soul-devouring pearl. Lin Xiao stepped forward and sealed the pearl. As the soul-devouring pearl was sealed, the plague in Shadow City gradually dissipated, and the citizens returned to normal. Lin Xiao and his companions successfully saved Shadow City, their deeds spreading far and wide across the martial world. However, Lin Xiao understood that the crises of the martial world would never truly end. He would continue to lead his companions in safeguarding peace and tranquility. Chapter 24. The ruins emerge. Storm clouds gather. After successfully sealing the soul-devouring pearl and rescuing Shadow City, Lin Xiao and his companions became the talk of the martial world. Countless martial artists revered them as heroes. Yet, Lin Xiao remained humble, acutely aware of the complexities and unpredictability of the martial realm, always maintaining a vigilant heart. During the celebration banquet in Shadow City, a mysterious elder approached Lin Xiao. The elder was frail and white-haired, yet his gaze was sharp, as if he could see through everything. Young hero Lin, your efforts in saving Shadow City are commendable. However, I have a request that I hope you will grant, he said. Lin Xiao immediately stood up respectfully, saying, Elder, please speak freely. If it is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost. The elder nodded slightly and continued. Beyond this vast martial world, there exists a mysterious ancient ruin said to conceal countless treasures and long-lost supreme martial arts. However, the ruins are also fraught with dangers and traps. Recently, many factions in the martial world have caught wind of this news and are hastily making their way toward the ruins. I fear that if these treasures and techniques fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it will certainly incite chaos throughout the martial realm. Young hero Lin, you possess a kind heart and formidable strength. I hope you can lead your companions to the ruins, safeguarding the treasures and techniques from being exploited by evildoers. After hearing this, Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily. He understood that venturing to the ancient ruins would undoubtedly involve numerous dangers, but for the sake of peace and tranquility in the martial world, he resolutely agreed. Upon returning to their lodgings, Lin Xiao informed Su Yao and the other companions of the matter. Everyone expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Xiao to the ancient ruins. Thus, after a brief gathering of their belongings, Lin Xiao and his companions set off on their journey to the ancient ruins. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles from other martial factions, all eager to seize the treasures and techniques within the ruins. Relying on their superior strength and seamless cooperation, Lin Xiao and his group repeatedly repelled their adversaries. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. It was a valley surrounded by dense forests, shrouded in a light mist that obscured the view within. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions entered the valley, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Everyone be careful. There must be great dangers hidden within, Lin Xiao warned in a low voice. The group nodded, gripping their weapons tightly as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Just then, a group of oddly dressed individuals burst forth from the trees. Each wore a strange mask and wielded various peculiar weapons, charging toward Lin Xiao and his companions. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately drew the Sword of Chaos, unleashing the power of chaos to repel the foremost attackers. Su Yao and the other companions quickly cast their spells, engaging in fierce combat with the foes. During the battle, Lin Xiao noticed that the enemies were remarkably strong, employing bizarre attack patterns that made them difficult to defend against. What astonished Lin Xiao further was their uncanny ability to anticipate their actions and easily evade their strikes. Who are these people? How do they know us so well? Lin Xiao mused inwardly. Just as Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves in a dire struggle, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Clad in white robes and wielding a long sword that radiated a faint blue light. This person's presence instantly captured everyone's attention. You, driven by selfish desires, dare to disrupt the tranquility of this ancient ruin. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and eliminate you all, the white-clad figure declared coldly. With that, he unleashed a powerful sword technique, the sword shadows flickering like lightning across the battlefield. The oddly dressed enemies fell one by one beneath his assault. Lin Xiao and his companions watched in astonishment, not expecting this sudden appearance to possess such formidable strength. After dispatching the enemies, the white-clad figure approached Lin Xiao and said, "I am Bai Yiqin, one of the guardians of this ancient ruin. Thank you all for your assistance. I would have struggled to fend off these foes alone." Lin Xiao quickly cupped his hands in greeting, replying, "Brother Bai, you are too kind. We are merely here to prevent these individuals from harming the ancient ruins. By the way, Brother Bai, what secrets lie hidden within these ancient ruins? Why do so many seek to enter?" Bai Yiqin sighed and explained, "This ancient ruin is a treasure left behind by our ancestors, containing not only countless riches but also many long-lost supreme martial arts and divine weapons. However, it is also fraught with dangers and traps. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Furthermore, it is said that a powerful evil force is sealed deep within the ruins, and if released, it would bring catastrophe to the entire martial world." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart sank. He realized that this task was far more daunting than he had imagined. "Brother Bai, in that case, let us enter the ruins together and see if we can find a proper solution," Lin Xiao asserted firmly. Bai Yiqin nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed together. However, everyone must exercise caution and never let their guard down." Thus, under the leadership of Bai Yiqin, Lin Xiao and his companions ventured deeper into the ancient ruins. Along the way, they encountered various traps and formidable guardian beasts. Yet, through their wisdom and bravery, Lin Xiao and his allies repeatedly turned peril into safety. At long last, they arrived at the core of the ruins. It was a vast palace, its grand entrance sealed shut, adorned with an array of mysterious runes. This was the place where the evil powers were sealed. To unlock this door, 3 keys needed to be found, each held by a different guardian beast. Only by gathering all 3 keys could they open this door, Bai Yichen declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others expressed their willingness to seek the keys. Consequently, they split into 3 groups, each heading towards the location of one of the guardian beasts. Lin Xiao and Su Yao formed one group, and during their quest for the key, they encountered a powerful guardian beast, Flame Demon. The Flame Demon was colossal, engulfed in raging flames, and its fiery breath could reduce everything around it to ashes. Armed with the Chaos Divine Sword, Lin Xiao unleashed the power of chaos, engaging in a fierce battle with the Flame Demon. During the struggle, Lin Xiao realized the creature's might was overwhelming. His attacks seemed to have little effect. Lin Xiao, this is untenable. We must find its weakness, Su Yao urged anxiously. Lin Xiao nodded, focusing intently on the Flame Demon's attack patterns. Suddenly, he discerned that its abdomen was its vulnerable spot. Each time the Flame Demon attacked, its abdomen would momentarily be exposed. Su Yao, I'll draw its attention. You take the opportunity to strike its abdomen. Lin Xiao shouted. Su Yao nodded, poised to launch her attack. Lin Xiao harnessed the chaos energy and charged toward the Flame Demon. Sensing the threat, the Flame Demon unleashed a torrent of flames in Lin Xiao's direction. Lin Xiao deftly dodged the attack while continuously assaulting the Flame Demon to divert its focus. Just as the creature's abdomen became exposed again, Su Yao seized the moment, casting a powerful spell aimed at the Flame Demon's vulnerable spot. The Flame Demon let out a dreadful cry and collapsed. Lin Xiao and Su Yao approached, retrieving the key from the fallen beast. Having successfully completed their task, they hurried back to the palace. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups had also successfully acquired their keys. Lin Xiao and his companions inserted the 3 keys into the lock, and with a resounding click, the palace doors slowly creaked open. A surge of potent evil energy flooded forth, leaving everyone breathless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao stepped into the palace first. Inside, a dense black mist enveloped the space, obscuring their vision. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the palace when suddenly, a massive black figure erupted from the mist. It was a creature radiating malevolence, larger than the Flame Demon and far more terrifying. Everyone, be cautious. Its power is immensely formidable, Bai Yichen warned loudly. Lin Xiao and his companions quickly formed a defensive formation and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. Throughout the fight, Lin Xiao unleashed various ultimate techniques of chaos energy, relentlessly attacking the beast. Su Yao and the other companions also cast spells to assist Lin Xiao. However, the creature's strength was overwhelming, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. Just as despair began to creep in, Lin Xiao felt a remarkable shift within his chaos energy. A powerful force surged from within him, enveloping his form in a radiant golden glow. Is this a re-evolution of chaos energy? Lin Xiao thought, filled with joy. Empowered by this newfound strength, he unleashed a brand new chaotic spell, Chaos Annihilation. A blinding beam of golden light shot from his hand, striking the monster. The creature shrieked in agony as the golden light impacted, causing its form to gradually dissipate. You did it, Lin Xiao. You succeeded. Su Yao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Xiao gazed at the vanishing monster. Relief washed over him. He understood that the crisis had finally been averted. Lin Xiao and his companions successfully sealed away the evil power and acquired treasures and techniques from the ancient ruins. They returned to the Zhenxia division, safeguarding these treasures with utmost care. From that moment on, Lin Xiao and his companions' names resonated throughout the martial world, revered as heroes by all. Yet Lin Xiao was acutely aware that the path ahead in the martial world remained long, and he would continue to lead his companions in safeguarding peace and tranquility. Chapter 25. The price of guardianship. After returning triumphantly from the ancient ruins, the Zhenxia division hosted a grand celebration in their honor. Heroes from all corners of the martial world gathered to congratulate Lin Xiao and his companions, extolling their valiant deeds. While Lin Xiao smiled graciously at the accolades, his heart remained calm. He understood that the perils of the martial world would never truly cease, and each victory offered only a fleeting tranquility. Once the celebration concluded, Lin Xiao found himself alone in the courtyard of the Zhenxia division, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Lost in thought. At that moment, Su Yao approached quietly, standing beside him, and gently asked, Lin Xiao, what are you pondering? Lin Xiao turned to her, taking in her gentle visage, and sighed. Su Yao, we have repeatedly triumphed over formidable foes, preserving the peace of the martial world. Yet each battle brims with peril. I worry that next time, we may not be as fortunate. Moreover, each encounter results in injuries, even sacrifices. I am truly afraid. Xu Yao grasped Lin Zhao's hand firmly, resolutely stating, Lin Xiao, we chose this path knowing it would be fraught with danger. But as long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Furthermore, every time we vanquish evil, we enable more people to lead peaceful lives. All of this is worth it. Lin Xiao met Xu Yao's unwavering gaze, warmth flooding his heart. He nodded and replied, Xu Yao, thank you. With you by my side, I feel empowered. Just then, a disciple from the Xinxia division rushed in. Panic etched on his face. Master Lin, it's terrible. A group of mysterious individuals has appeared outside the city. They are immensely powerful and are slaughtering the citizens, vowing to raise the Xinxia division. Lin Xiao and Xu Yao's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Xiao immediately commanded, gather all disciples of the Xinxia division. We shall confront them outside the city. They hastened to the city outskirts, where they beheld a throng of cloaked figures rampaging through the streets, mercilessly slaughtering innocents amidst their anguished cries. Rage boiled within Lin Xiao as he bellowed, You vile scoundrels, today marks your end. With that, Lin Xiao wielded the Chaos Divine Sword, channeling the power of chaos as he charged toward the assailants. Xu Yao and the other disciples unleashed their spells, engaging in a fierce battle against the mysterious foes. As the conflict raged on, Lin Xiao discerned the formidable strength of these assailants. Their teamwork was impeccable, and they seemed to have an intimate understanding of the Xinxia division's combat style. Lin Zhao's heart, you must protect the martial world. After uttering these words, Linger's body slowly collapsed, her eyes closing in eternal slumber. Lin Xiao cradled Linger's lifeless form, his heart engulfed in unbearable sorrow. Rage ignited within his eyes as he bellowed, You vile scoundrels, I shall avenge Linger. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao summoned the full might of the chaotic power, his form enveloped in a radiant golden glow, reminiscent of a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. Driven by this formidable force, he unleashed an unprecedented chaotic spell, Chaotic Judgment. A colossal golden sword aura erupted from his hand, slicing towards the leader of the mysterious individuals. Upon witnessing this golden sword aura, the leader's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily invoked his most potent defensive spell, striving to withstand the impending strike. However, the sheer strength of the golden sword aura was insurmountable, shattering the leader's defenses in an instant. The sword aura cleaved through him, bisecting his form. With the demise of the leader, the remaining mysterious figures descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the disciples of the exorcism sect mounted a counterattack, driving the mysterious individuals back. Following the battle, Lin Xiao and his companions returned with Linger's remains to the exorcism sect, where a grand funeral was conducted in her honor, drawing countless heroes from the martial world to pay their respects. Standing before Linger's grave, Lin Xiao silently vowed, Linger, rest assured, I shall safeguard the martial world and ensure your sacrifice was not in vain. This battle profoundly impressed upon Lin Xiao the cost of protecting the martial realm. He understood that each conflict bore the potential for loss, yet he did not waver. Instead, his resolve to defend the martial world grew ever stronger. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao led the disciples of the exorcism sect on numerous quests, purging many malevolent forces from the realm. Their reputation soared, solidifying their status as guardians in the hearts of the people. As time passed, the martial world gradually regained its former peace and tranquility. The populace thrived, and harmony reigned among the various sections. Lin Xiao and Xu Yao enjoyed a period of serenity. However, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was but ephemeral. In a world rife with conflict, new crises would inevitably arise. Yet, he felt no fear, for he knew that as long as he and his companions stood united, no challenge was insurmountable. He would continue to protect the martial world, safeguarding this cherished land and its people. Chapter 26. The emergence of the rare treasure. During this period of restored peace, Lin Xiao remained diligent in his training, often retreating to the serene confines of the exorcism sect to delve into the intricate applications of chaotic power. He recognized that beneath the calm surface of the martial world, turbulent undercurrents surged, and only through relentless enhancement of his strength could he better safeguard it. One day, as Lin Xiao was immersed in his practice, He suddenly sensed an unusual tremor emanating from the distant east. This disturbance was infused with immense energy, as if an extraordinary treasure was on the verge of revelation. Intrigued, Lin Xiao promptly concluded his training and informed Su Yao and the other experts of the exorcism sect. Such a peculiar fluctuation must herald the emergence of something extraordinary. We must hasten to investigate, lest it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, Lin Xiao asserted with unwavering determination. The others nodded in agreement, promptly gathering their belongings and hastening towards the east. Along the way, they heard numerous rumors regarding this strange disturbance, with some claiming it to be a legendary weapon capable of instantaneously breaking through one's limits, while others spoke of an ancient tome containing unparalleled divine skills soon to resurface. Regardless of the tales, each fueled Lin Xiao and his companions' urgency. After several days, they arrived at a small town named Lingfeng. Here, a multitude of martial artists had gathered, each face betraying a blend of excitement and greed. Upon entering the town, Lin Xiao and his companions immediately sensed a tense atmosphere. In a tavern within the town, Lin Xiao gleaned from an informant elder that the source of the peculiar disturbance lay in a mysterious cavern located on the mountainside behind Lingfeng. It was said that this cavern only opened once every century, and each time it did, a treasure of great renown would emerge. However, the cavern was fraught with perilous mechanisms, and even if one could gain entry, survival was not guaranteed. "Brother Lin, what shall we do?" Su Yao inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, "Regardless of the risks, we must investigate. If there truly exists a treasure, we cannot allow it to become the catalyst for discord within the martial world." The following dawn, Lin Xiao and his companions, along with a throng of martial artists, set forth towards the mountainside behind Lingfeng. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mysterious cavern, they found the massive door sealed tight, inscribed with arcane symbols that radiated a potent and enigmatic aura. Just as the crowd pondered how to unlock the cavern, a cloaked figure suddenly approached, producing a jade pendant that emitted an ethereal glow and murmuring incantations. As his chant resonated, the cavern door gradually creaked open, a formidable suction emanating from within, drawing the crowd inside before they could react. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiao swiftly harnessed the chaotic power, shielding Su Yao and several nearby experts of the exorcism sect within his protective embrace. Once they regained their composure, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, its walls shimmering with eerie luminescence. "Caution, everyone. This corridor surely harbors hidden traps," Lin Xiao warned in a hushed tone. The group proceeded with extreme care, when suddenly, countless sharp projectiles shot forth from the walls. Quick as a flash, Lin Xiao wielded the chaotic divine sword, unleashing a wave of golden sword aura that deflected the projectiles. Yet, as the onslaught ceased, the ground trembled violently, fissures erupting beneath their feet. Observing the chaos, Lin Xiao promptly summoned the chaotic power, transforming it into a golden current that whisked the group away from danger. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, they bravely navigated the treacherous passage, ultimately emerging into a vast hall. At the center of the hall hovered a treasure chest, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, encircled by an almost imperceptible energy barrier. "Within that chest undoubtedly lies an extraordinary treasure," one martial expert exclaimed. As the crowd surged toward the chest, they were violently repelled by the energy barrier, many sustaining injuries in the process. Lin Xiao stepped forward, scrutinizing the barrier, intent on deciphering its secrets. In that moment, he recognized that the symbols adorning the barrier bore a striking resemblance to a formation he had encountered in the ancient chaotic texts. A spark of realization ignited within him. He promptly followed the ancient text's guidance, channeling chaotic power to form a golden symbol in his hand, which he pressed against the barrier. As the golden symbol made contact, the brilliance of the barrier began to flicker and gradually dissipate. "Lin Xiao, you've succeeded," Su Yao exclaimed with elation. Witnessing this, the crowd surged once more toward the treasure chest. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and shouted, "Stop! If this treasure falls into the hands of the unscrupulous, it will surely bring calamity to the martial world." However, the throng was blinded by greed, disregarding Lin Xiao's warnings. Just as they were about to touch the chest, Lin Xiao unleashed the chaotic power, a formidable golden aura expanding outward, repelling the crowd. "Lin Xiao, do you intend to hoard the treasure for yourself?" one martial artist shouted in anger. Lin Xiao gazed coldly at the crowd, declaring, "My sole intention is the peace of the martial world. The treasures within this chest must be handled with care, lest they ignite further conflict." As the standoff continued, the chest suddenly opened of its own accord, emitting a blinding beam of light. Once the radiance subsided, a sword exuding a fierce sword aura lay within, inscribed with the words Ling Su. Upon its emergence, the air in the hall felt as though it had frozen. A powerful sword intent permeating the space. The crowd, sensing this overwhelming aura, displayed expressions of reverence. Stepping forward, Lin Xiao grasped the Ling Su sword. The moment he held the sword, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, merging seamlessly with his chaotic power. Lin Xiao felt an immense enhancement in his strength, and his control over chaotic power became even more adept. This Ling Su sword resonates perfectly with my chaotic power. It seems to be a divine boon from the heavens. Lin Xiao rejoiced internally. At that moment, the mysterious figure in black robes let out a chilling laugh, taunting, "Lin Xiao, do you think possessing this sword grants you supremacy over the martial world? Today marks your demise." With that, the cloaked figure unleashed a sinister spell, swirling black currents surrounding him as they surged toward Lin Xiao. Armed with the Ling Su sword, Lin Xiao combined the chaotic power with the newfound sword strength to execute a dazzling sword technique. Golden sword auras clashed with the black currents, producing deafening roars. Amidst the fierce exchanges, Lin Xiao gradually discerned the vulnerabilities in the black-robed figure's spell. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed a fierce strike. A massive sword aura infused with chaotic energy and the sword's might aimed at the cloaked figure. The figure's countenance paled as he attempted to evade the attack, but it was too late. The sword aura cleaved him in two, his form dissipating into a plume of black smoke. The other martial artists, witnessing the demise of the black-robed figure, were filled with dread, fully aware that they could not contend with Lin Xiao's newfound strength. "Lin Daxia, we did not recognize your might. We beseech you to show mercy," one martial artist stammered. Lin Xiao regarded them solemnly, stating, "Let today's events serve as a lesson for you all. The realm of the martial world is not solely defined by strife. It also encompasses guardianship. Should you all unite in your efforts to uphold the tranquility of this realm, I, Lin Xiao, shall refrain from holding past grievances against you." The crowd nodded in agreement, subsequently retreating from the cave in a dejected manner. Lin Xiao, accompanied by Su Yao and others, departed from Lingfeng Town, resolutely continuing on the path of safeguarding the martial world. The acquisition of the Lingshu sword had elevated Lin Xiao's prowess to new heights. He firmly believed that in the days to come, regardless of the crises that might beset the martial realm, he possessed the capability to resolve them and protect the peace and serenity of this land. Chapter 27. The climactic confrontation with the shadow demon Lin Xiao, alongside Su Yao and the others, left Lingfeng Town, steadfastly defending justice and peace throughout the martial world. Armed with the Lingshu sword and bolstered by the ever-evolving power of chaos, he systematically eradicated the malevolent forces encountered along their journey, earning the adulation of the people like a tide. However, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that the calm of the martial world often serves as a mere prelude to the storm, and a far graver threat was silently approaching. Months later, a terrifying rumor began to circulate throughout the martial realm. A mysterious dark force had ascended in the far northern lands, led by a powerful sorcerer known as the Shadow Demon. Wherever they roamed, they left devastation in their wake, turning towns to ruins and subjecting the populace to slaughter. The minions of the Shadow Demon, each exceptionally powerful, plundered treasures and formidable artifacts, seemingly orchestrating a grand conspiracy. Upon hearing this news, a profound sense of duty welled up within Lin Xiao. He understood that the existence of this dark force would bring catastrophic calamity to the martial world and that it must be eradicated swiftly. Thus, he summoned the elite members of the town exorcism division to embark on a journey to the far northern lands. After a lengthy and arduous trek, Lin Xiao and his companions finally reached the edge of the far north. Here, the winds howled fiercely and snow fell in torrents, with temperatures plummeting to such lows that ordinary martial artists could scarcely survive. Nevertheless, bolstered by their formidable inner strength and indomitable will, Lin Xiao and his companions persevered against the harsh cold. Pressing onward toward the lair of the dark forces, during their advance into the far north, they encountered multiple ambushes from the dark forces. The strength of these adversaries surpassed their expectations, and their unpredictable attacks made defense nearly impossible. Lin Xiao wielded the Lingshu sword, unleashing a fusion of chaotic power and swordsmanship, each strike releasing tremendous force that repelled the enemies. Su Yao and the other elite members of the town exorcism division displayed their unique skills. Engaging in fierce combat with the foes in the midst of a particularly intense battle, Lin Xiao uncovered a startling secret. The members of the Dark Forces appeared to be under the thrall of a mysterious magic, their thoughts and actions manipulated by the Shadow Demon. This revelation suggested that if the Shadow Demon could be defeated, those under control might return to their former selves. Listen closely, these individuals are under the Shadow Demon's control. We must endeavor not to take their lives. Subduing them will suffice, Lin Xiao proclaimed. The group, heeding his words, promptly adjusted their battle strategy to minimize lethal harm to the adversaries. Under Lin Xiao's leadership, they successfully repelled several ambushes, continuing their advance toward the Shadow Demon's stronghold. Eventually, Lin Xiao and his companions arrived before the lair of the Dark Forces, a colossal black castle. Dense black mist enveloped the castle, exuding a nauseating stench. The entrance was barred, guarded by two towering Shadow Demon sentinels wielding massive black battle axes, their eyes glinting with ferocity and coldness. Halt! This is the domain of the Shadow Demon. Trespassers shall perish, one sentinel bellowed. Lin Xiao scoffed, declaring, Today, I, Lin Xiao, have come to take the life of the Shadow Demon. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Enraged, the sentinel's eyes widened as he charged at Lin Xiao. Battle axe in hand. Undaunted, Lin Xiao met him with the Lingshu sword in a flash. He appeared before the sentinel, unleashing a swift strike that sent a fierce blade of energy hurtling toward him. The sentinel raised his axe in defense, yet Lin Xiao's blade proved too powerful, cleaving the axe in twain and sending the sentinel sprawling. The other sentinel, struck by fear, turned to flee into the castle to alert his master. However, Su Yao, quick as lightning, cast a spell that immobilized the sentinel in place. Lin Xiao, let us proceed inside, Su Yao urged. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiao led the group into the castle. The interior was ominous and terrifying, adorned with various strange magical implements, while a viscous black liquid seeped across the floor, emanating an unbearable stench. Cautiously, they advanced, vigilant for any signs of movement. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the castle. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao. You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for a long time. A voice resonated from the depths of the castle. Following the sound, Lin Xiao beheld a figure clad in a flowing black robe emerging from the shadows. Tall and handsome, the figure exuded an aura of malevolence, his powerful magic warping the very air around him. You are the Shadow Demon? Lin Xiao inquired coldly, brandishing the Lingshu sword. The Shadow Demon nodded, affirming, Indeed, I am the Shadow Demon. Lin Xiao, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Today marks your demise. With that, the Shadow Demon gestured, unleashing a torrent of dark figures from within the castle. These shadowy minions, all under his control, surged forth with formidable strength, charging at Lin Xiao and his companions. Swiftly, they formed a defensive line, engaging in fierce combat with the shadows. Lin Xiao unleashed the full force of the chaotic power and the Lingshu sword, each strike claiming the lives of multiple shadows. Su Yao and the other elite members of the town exorcism division held their ground, casting spells and executing their unique techniques in a desperate bid to combat the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xiao gradually realized that the numbers of the shadows seemed limitless. No matter how many they felled, new ones continued to emerge. Furthermore, the Shadow Demon persistently employed magic to amplify the shadow's strength. This could not continue. They must swiftly uncover the Shadow Demon's weakness and defeat him. Lin Xiao pondered, when suddenly he felt a remarkable shift within his chaotic power. A novel method of harnessing this power emerged in his mind, chaotic fusion. This technique allowed the chaotic energy to merge with the natural forces surrounding him, unleashing an even greater magnitude of strength. Emboldened, Lin Xiao concentrated his spirit, channeling the chaotic power to fuse it with the frigid forces of the far north. As he focused, a tremendous energy coalesced within him. A frost encased his body, and the Lingshu sword radiated an icy chill. Chaotic fusion, ice judgment, Lin Xiao shouted. Executing this newfound technique, a massive ice-blue blade of energy erupted from the Lingshu sword, freezing the shadows in its wake, shattering them into countless shards of ice. The shadow demon, witnessing this spectacle, was struck with disbelief. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao could wield such formidable prowess. Impossible. How could this be? He exclaimed in terror. Lin Xiao smirked, declaring, "Shadow demon, today marks your end." With that, he surged forward, sword in hand, charging at the shadow demon. Realizing the imminent threat, the shadow demon summoned his most potent magic, a dark beam of light hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield, bracing against the onslaught while inching closer to the shadow demon, seeking an opening to strike. In the heat of battle, he finally discerned a flaw in the shadow demon's defenses. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao unleashed a lethal sword technique, a blade infused with chaotic and icy energies aimed directly at the shadow demon. Attempting to evade, it was too late. The blade struck true, cleaving the shadow demon in two. With the demise of their master, the controlled shadows collapsed, lifeless. The oppressive black mist within the castle began to dissipate, sunlight streaming through the windows and illuminating the once dark halls. Lin Xiao and his companions had triumphed over the shadow demon, obliterating this dark menace. Their victory ignited joyous celebrations among the people of the martial world, with Lin Xiao rising to become a revered hero. Yet, he understood that the crises of the martial world would never truly cease. He would continue to lead the elite members of the town exorcism division in safeguarding peace and tranquility. As they journeyed back to the town exorcism division, Lin Xiao gazed into the distant sky, filled with reflection. He recognized that the road ahead would remain long, fraught with further challenges and tribulations. Yet, he was resolute. As long as he and his companions stood united, nothing could thwart their determination to protect the martial world. "Lin Xiao, let us return home," Su Yao said gently, approaching his side. Lin Xiao turned to her, smiling at her radiant visage, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go home." Thus, Lin Xiao and his companions set forth on their journey back, their silhouettes gradually fading into the glow of the setting sun, leaving behind a legacy of legendary tales to be recounted throughout the martial world. Chapter 28. The emergence of a hidden treasure. Storm clouds gather once more upon their return to the town exorcism division. A brief period of tranquility afforded them a moment to catch their breath. Yet, the martial world was never devoid of stories. This calm was merely a facade before the impending storm. One day, the intelligence agents of the Zhenxia division brought forth a shocking revelation that sent ripples through the martial world. Deep within the enigmatic forests of the southwestern frontier, an ancient and mysterious relic had emerged. Legend has it that this relic was left behind by a powerful alchemist from antiquity, containing countless precious elixirs, rare materials for concocting medicinal pills, and long-lost alchemical manuscripts. For those in the martial realm, these elixirs not only hold the potential to enhance one's strength, but also to cure various ailments, and may even allow one to transcend the confines of their cultivation, soaring to new heights. The alchemical manuscripts, on the other hand, are regarded as invaluable treasures. Mastering them equates to possessing boundless wealth and formidable power. Upon the dissemination of this news, the entire martial community was instantly ablaze, with various factions stirring restlessly as a fierce competition for the relic's treasures loomed on the horizon. Upon learning of this news, Lin Xiao felt a tumult within his heart. Though he harbored no greed for these treasures, he was acutely aware that should these artifacts fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm throughout the martial world. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the legacy of the ancient alchemist, pondering whether he might find a means to enhance his own abilities and those of the Zhenxia division. Thus, he resolved to lead Su Yao and a select group of elite disciples from the Zhenxia division to the southwestern frontier in pursuit of this enigmatic relic. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xiao and his companions finally arrived at the edge of the mysterious forest. This forest was vast and boundless, with dense trees that blotted out the sun, rendering the interior shrouded in an eerie and foreboding darkness. As they stepped into the forest, a damp and decaying scent assailed their senses, accompanied by peculiar sounds that echoed around them, as though countless eyes were watching from the shadows. "Everyone, tread carefully. This forest seems to conceal numerous dangers," Lin Xiao cautioned in a hushed tone, gripping the Lingshu sword tightly as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. The group nodded in unison, tightening their hold on their weapons as they cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. Not long after, they encountered a ferocious pack of wild beasts. These creatures were colossal, emanating a black mist, with eyes that glimmered with an ominous red glow, clearly not of ordinary stock. These beasts have been tainted by some malevolent force. Do not let your guard down, Lin Shao bellowed, charging forward, his Lingshu sword radiating a brilliant light. With a single, sweeping strike, a wave of sword energy cleaved several beasts in twain. Su Yao and the other disciples, not to be outdone, unleashed their spells and martial techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the beasts. The forest was soon filled with the sounds of clashing steel and the flash of spells. Blood splattering amidst the chaos. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the pack of beasts. However, before they could catch their breath, a vast swamp suddenly appeared before them. The swamp was enveloped in a thick, green mist that exuded a noxious odor, inducing nausea upon inhalation. The surface of the swamp bubbled ominously, with enormous tendrils occasionally reaching out, attempting to ensnare any unwary prey. This swamp is perilous. How shall we cross it? One disciple inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Shao pondered for a moment before responding, "Stay close to me. I will carve a path through the chaos using my chaotic power." With that, he channeled his chaotic energy into the Lingshu sword and swung it forcefully, sending a golden beam of sword energy slicing through the swamp. Where the sword energy passed, the mist dispersed instantaneously, and the tendrils recoiled. Lin Shao led his companions carefully along the path forged by the sword energy, taking each step with utmost caution. Suddenly, a massive tendril shot forth from the swamp, lunging at Lin Shao. Reacting swiftly, he severed the tendril with a decisive strike. However, the green liquid that gushed from the severed end splattered onto Lin Shao, causing a sharp pain to radiate through him as his skin began to corrode rapidly. "Lin Shao!" Su Yao exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side and producing a medicinal pill from her robe to administer to him. Under the influence of the pill, Lin Zhao's wounds gradually stabilized. "Everyone, be cautious. The liquid in this swamp is highly toxic," Lin Shao warned, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The group proceeded with increased vigilance, ultimately managing to traverse the treacherous swamp. After overcoming this ordeal, their strength and energy were significantly drained. Yet the thought of the relic's treasures revitalized their spirits as they pressed onward into the depths of the forest. After what felt like an eternity, they finally stumbled upon an ancient stone door nestled deep within the woods. The door was adorned with an array of peculiar runes and patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Lin Shao approached, scrutinizing the runes in search of a method to unlock the door. "Brother Lin, the runes on this door are quite intricate. Can we truly open it?" Su Yao asked anxiously. Lin Shao smiled gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have encountered similar runes in ancient texts and should be able to decipher them." With that, he focused his mind, channeling chaotic energy as he delicately touched the runes on the stone door. As he worked, the runes began to shimmer, resonating with a deep rumbling sound. "The door is about to open," one disciple exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the stone door slowly creaked open, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy from within. Lin Shao and the others eagerly stepped through the door, revealing a vast cavern filled with an assortment of bizarre alchemical furnaces, apothecary cabinets, and bookshelves. The walls of the cavern were embedded with luminous pearls, illuminating the space as brightly as day. "This must be the alchemist's relic," Lin Shao exclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the cavern. The group began to scour the cavern, and soon their efforts yielded abundant rewards. They discovered numerous precious elixirs, rare materials for crafting pills, and several ancient alchemical manuscripts. Lin Shao picked up one of the manuscripts, flipping through its pages to reveal an array of wondrous alchemical methods and formulas, leaving him in awe. Just as they reveled in their newfound bounty, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the cavern. Lin Zhao's expression shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad. Someone is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of individuals burst into the cavern. Leading them was a burly man with a brutish countenance, flanked by a cadre of armed martial artists. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to arrive first. Hand over the treasures you found, or do not blame me for being ungracious," the man declared with arrogance. Lin Shao regarded him coldly, retorting, "If you seek the treasures, come and take them by your own merit." The man, enraged, gestured for his followers to charge at Lin Shao and his companions. Swiftly, Lin Shao and his team formed a defensive formation, engaging in a fierce battle with their assailants. Armed with the Lingshu sword, Lin Xiao unleashed his chaotic power, each strike reverberating with immense force, repelling foes left and right. Su Yao and the other disciples also showcased their skills, battling alongside Lin Xiao. During the fray, Lin Xiao discerned that their adversaries were no weaklings. Their strength was formidable, and their coordination was evident. They had come prepared. Caution gripped Lin Xiao's heart, and he remained vigilant. Suddenly, he noticed the man surreptitiously casting a sinister spell, seemingly summoning something. This is trouble. He's up to no good. Everyone, be wary. Lin Xiao shouted. At that moment, a horde of enormous skeletal monsters materialized within the cavern. These skeletal beings radiated black flames and wielded massive bone blades, charging toward Lin Xiao and his comrades. These are creatures summoned by dark sorcery. We must respond with caution, Lin Xiao declared, channeling his chaotic energy to execute a fusion technique with the Lingshu sword against the skeletal monsters. However, the skeletal beings proved to be exceptionally powerful. Lin Xiao's attacks seemed to have little effect. They swung their bone blades, engaging in a fierce melee with Lin Xiao and the others. The cavern was soon filled with the chaotic sounds of battle and explosive spells, creating a scene of utter tumult. While fighting, Lin Xiao keenly observed the skeletal monsters for weaknesses, noticing that their heads were their Achilles' heel. He focused his energy, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy directed at one skeletal monster's head. The sword energy struck true, decapitating the creature, which collapsed with a resounding crash, disintegrating into a pile of bones. Aim for their heads, Lin Xiao shouted, urging his comrades to adapt their tactics. Heeding his command, the group adjusted their assault, targeting the heads of the skeletal monsters. With their combined efforts, the skeletal beings fell one by one. Witnessing the demise of the skeletal monsters, the man's face contorted in shock as he attempted to flee. Yet Lin Xiao would not allow him an easy escape. He executed his swift technique, materializing before the man and forcing him back with a formidable strike. Today marks your end, Lin Xiao declared, channeling the full force of chaotic energy into a brilliant golden beam directed at the man. The man attempted to evade, but it was too late. The light struck him, reducing him to ashes. Seeing their leader vanquished, the remaining enemies scattered in fear. Lin Xiao and his companions successfully repelled their foes, safeguarding the treasures within the relic. Though exhausted from the battle, Lin Xiao and his team were greatly rewarded. They departed the relic, laden with their newfound treasures, embarking on the journey back to the Zhenxia division. As they traveled, Lin Xiao contemplated the perilous adventure they had just endured, recognizing that it had bestowed upon him invaluable experiences and wealth. He was confident that these treasures and manuscripts would play a pivotal role in the advancement and growth of the Zhenxia division. Furthermore, he resolved to continue carving his own legendary tale within the martial world. Chapter 29. Awakening of the Bloodline. Lin Xiao and his companions returned to the Zhenxia division, their hearts brimming with joy over the precious treasures and manuscripts they had obtained from the relic. The rare elixirs and ancient alchemical texts captivated the members of the Zhenxia division, who immersed themselves in research and cultivation. Lin Xiao was no exception. He secluded himself in a chamber, diligently studying the ancient texts obtained from the ruins, hoping to enhance his prowess. Within the confines of the chamber, Lin Xiao immersed himself day and night in the deciphering of those archaic scripts and esoteric patterns, relentlessly attempting to merge the alchemical techniques with his own chaotic power. After countless failures and experiments, he finally succeeded in concocting a miraculous elixir. This potion radiated a myriad of colors, pulsating with a powerful energy, as if it possessed a life of its own in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao consumed the elixir, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of power erupted within him. He felt as though his body was being cleansed by a formidable force, every cell rejoicing in euphoric exultation. The chaotic energy within him surged wildly, continually transcending its previous limits. Lin Xiao's strength escalated at an astonishing pace, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. When he emerged from the chamber, he had undergone a profound transformation. His gaze was deeper, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. The members of the Zhenxia division, upon witnessing Lin Xiao's metamorphosis, could not help but display expressions of astonishment and admiration. "Lin Xiao, have you broken through?" Su Yao exclaimed, rushing over with excitement sparkling in her eyes. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, this seclusion has yielded bountiful results. I feel as though my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Just as the crowd reveled in joy, an intelligence officer from the Zhenxia division brought forth astonishing news. A mysterious island had surfaced off the distant shores of the East Sea. This island emerged only once every century, each appearance heralding boundless opportunities. It was said that the island concealed an artifact capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Whoever obtained this artifact would ascend as the sovereign of this continent. This revelation struck the martial world like a bombshell, inciting a tempest of activity. Various factions stirred, gathering forces in preparation to venture to the East Sea and compete for the artifact on the enigmatic island. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity ignite within him. He understood that such an opportunity was rare, and acquiring the artifact would not only elevate his strength, but also unravel certain mysteries that had long haunted him. Thus, he resolved to lead Su Yao and the elite members of the Zhenxia division to the East Sea. After several days of sailing, Lin Xiao and his companions finally arrived at the East Sea. At this moment, a multitude of heroes from all corners of the world had already gathered here. Each one was eager and driven, their eyes glinting with greed and desire. Lin Xiao, there are so many people here. And they don't seem to be kind souls, Su Yao remarked, frowning. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. We must proceed with caution and never let our guard down. As everyone awaited the emergence of the mysterious island. Suddenly, the sea erupted in enormous waves, a brilliant light ascended from the depths, and a colossal island gradually surfaced. The island was enveloped in swirling mists, exuding an aura of mystery and power. The island has appeared. Someone in the crowd shouted. Instantly, everyone surged toward the island. Lin Xiao and his companions were not to be outdone. They swiftly employed their skills to fly toward the island. However, before they could approach, a formidable energy barrier materialized, enveloping the island. What is happening? The crowd halted, gazing in confusion at the energy barrier before them. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated from the island. To enter the island, you must pass my test. Only those possessing sufficient strength and wisdom are deemed worthy to set foot on this island. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to seek ways to pass the test. Lin Xiao scrutinized the energy barrier, noting the multitude of peculiar runes and patterns inscribed upon it. He focused intently, employing the knowledge and experience he had acquired to unravel the secrets of these runes. After considerable study, Lin Xiao discerned the underlying patterns. He channeled his chaotic energy, touching the runes on the energy barrier in a specific sequence. As he moved, the runes began to flicker, emitting a low, resonant hum. Lin Xiao, you did it! Su Yao exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the energy barrier gradually opened, revealing a passageway leading to the island. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao and his companions proceeded through the passage. Upon setting foot on the island, they were immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. The spiritual force here was several times more potent than that of the outside world, making one feel as though they had stepped into a realm of immortals. The island was adorned with exotic flora, exuding captivating fragrances, while various rare beasts flitted through the woods, brimming with vitality. This place is truly magnificent, Su Yao marveled. Lin Xiao nodded, replying, indeed, but we must not be beguiled by the beauty before us. Danger lurks in every corner, and we must remain vigilant. As the group pressed on, they suddenly encountered a horde of ferocious monsters. These beasts were colossal, emanating a powerful aura that indicated they were not to be trifled with. Everyone be careful, these monsters possess formidable strength, Lin Xiao cautioned, brandishing the Lingshu sword as he charged forward. The monsters, enraged by the intrusion, roared and lunged at Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao unleashed his chaotic energy, engaging in a fierce battle with the beasts. His swordsmanship grew increasingly exquisite, each strike imbued with tremendous power, fending off the monsters one by one. Su Yao and the other elite members of the Zhenxia division also showcased their abilities. Joining the fray against the beasts, the island reverberated with the sounds of battle and the flashes of spells. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately repelled the horde of monsters. Continuing deeper into the island, they encountered various dangers and challenges. Yet, with Lin Xiao's wisdom and strength, combined with the unity of the group, they overcame every trial. Eventually, they arrived at the heart of the island. Before them stood a grand palace, its gates sealed shut, adorned with a myriad of mysterious runes. Lin Xiao approached, meticulously examining the runes on the door, seeking a method to unlock it. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from within the palace. Lin Xiao sensed that the artifact lay inside. Therefore, he intensified his focus on deciphering the runes. After diligent effort, he finally discovered the means to open the door. Channeling his chaotic energy, he gently pressed on the runes. The grand door creaked open, and a brilliant light burst forth from within the palace. As they entered the palace, they beheld a massive stone platform at its center, upon which rested an artifact radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. The artifact resembled a disc, etched with enigmatic patterns and runes, emanating a powerful energy wave. Is this the artifact capable of altering the rules of the universe? Su Yao gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiao nodded, affirming, indeed, it must be. Just as they prepared to approach the artifact, the atmosphere within the palace shifted ominously. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a golden mask. His features remained hidden. Do you think it will be so easy to obtain the artifact? The mysterious figure spoke coldly. Lin Xiao regarded the figure warily, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you obstruct us?" The figure scoffed, "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that the artifact belongs to me, and no one shall take it." With that, the figure unleashed a powerful spell, a beam of black light hurtling toward Lin Xiao and his companions. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield, blocking the dark beam. "If you wish to fight, do not blame me for being merciless," Lin Xiao declared, brandishing the Lingshu sword as he charged at the mysterious figure. The figure did not relent, engaging Lin Xiao in a fierce clash. Both possessed extraordinary strength, and the battle was intense. The flashes of spells illuminated the palace, and energy ripples reverberated through its walls. During the battle, Lin Xiao realized that the mysterious figure was far more powerful than he had anticipated. The figure's spells were unpredictable and insidious, rendering Lin Xiao increasingly on the defensive. "Lin Xiao, we're here to help." Su Yao and the other elite members of the Zhenxie division, witnessing his plight, rushed to join the fray. United, they fought desperately against the mysterious figure. However, the figure's strength was overwhelming, and their attacks seemed to have little effect. Just as despair began to envelop Lin Xiao and his companions, a wondrous change occurred within Lin Xiao's chaotic energy. Vague memories surfaced in his mind, memories connected to his family's bloodline. It turned out that Lin Xiao hailed from an ancient and enigmatic lineage, endowed with formidable bloodline power. This power typically lay dormant but could be awakened in critical moments. Now was the time for Lin Xiao's bloodline to awaken. A surge of potent energy coursed through Lin Xiao, and golden light flickered around him. His aura intensified, seemingly ready to pierce the heavens. Is this the awakening of the bloodline? Lin Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Empowered by his bloodline, Lin Xiao's strength soared. He unleashed a brand new sword technique, the sword shadows flashing, each strike imbued with earth-shattering force. The mysterious figure's expression changed drastically upon witnessing Lin Xiao's transformation. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would awaken his bloodline power at this critical juncture. Attempting to flee, it was too late. Lin Xiao unleashed his most formidable strike, a brilliant golden beam shooting towards the mysterious figure. The enigmatic individual attempted to defend himself, but the sheer power of the radiance was overwhelming, piercing through his very being. With a harrowing scream, the mysterious man collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao and his companions triumphed over the enigmatic foe. Securing the sacred artifact, they departed from the palace, embarking on their journey home. During the return, Lin Xiao found himself unable to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. This expedition to the East Sea had exposed him to countless perils and trials. Yet it had also facilitated his tremendous growth. Not only had he awakened the bloodline power of his ancestors, but he had also acquired a divine artifact capable of altering the very laws of the universe. He was convinced that in the days to come, he would carve out a unique domain within this martial world, penning his own legendary saga. Chapter 30. Conspiracy unveiled upon returning to the Zhenxie division. Lin Xiao had scarcely a moment to recuperate before being unsettled by the mysterious information continuously emanating from the artifact. These messages were cryptic and perplexing, yet they subtly hinted at a colossal conspiracy that threatened the fate of the entire continent. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao resolved to venture alone into the mysterious realm to uncover the truth. He bid farewell to Su Yao and the members of the Shenxia division, embarking on an uncertain journey. Along the way, he encountered various assaults from mysterious forces. These assailants were formidable and employed bizarre tactics, clearly having prepared for his arrival. Drawing upon his awakened bloodline powers and the artifact's enhancement, Lin Xiao repeatedly turned peril into safety. Nevertheless, he realized that he was gradually ensnared in a vast trap. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xiao finally arrived at a mysterious valley. The air was thick with an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if it concealed countless secrets. Cautiously stepping into the valley, he discovered it was adorned with an array of peculiar runes and formations. These symbols and arrays intertwined to create an immense labyrinth. Utilizing his wisdom and experience, Lin Xiao navigated the maze with great difficulty. Suddenly, he was startled by a low, rumbling roar. Following the sound, he beheld a colossal beast charging towards him. The creature was immense, shrouded in a dark mist, its eyes gleaming with a savage light. Unfazed, Lin Xiao brandished the Lingshu sword, executing a sword technique that fused his bloodline power with the artifact's might, engaging the beast in a fierce battle. The creature's strength was formidable, each strike imbued with immense power and strange sorcery. As the conflict progressed, Lin Xiao found himself gradually losing ground, yet he refused to surrender, persistently searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, he finally discerned the creature's weakness. With a decisive blow, a golden beam shot forth towards the beast. It let out a pained howl before collapsing onto the ground. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief and continued onward through the labyrinth. Deep within the maze, he eventually discovered a grand altar. Upon it rested an ancient crystal ball, radiating a mysterious glow. Approaching it, Lin Xiao touched the crystal, and in an instant, a surge of potent information flooded his mind. It revealed that in ancient times, a powerful malevolent force had once existed on the continent. This dark power sought to dominate the entire land, igniting a brutal war to thwart this evil scheme. The various races of the continent united, engaging in a desperate battle against the malevolent force. Ultimately, the forces of righteousness triumphed, sealing the evil entity away in a mysterious location. However, as time passed, the strength of the seal waned. The remnants of the dark power began to stir, plotting to break the seal and allow their malevolent master to return to the continent. Lin Xiao realized that the artifact in his possession was the key to unsealing this dark power. He understood the immense responsibility resting upon his shoulders. He must thwart the evil plot, or the entire continent would face utter devastation. Thus, Lin Xiao resolved to return to the Shenxia division, joining forces with Su Yao and the others in a concerted effort against the malevolent force. Just as he prepared to depart the altar, a mysterious figure suddenly materialized before him. This figure was tall, cloaked in black, and wore a silver mask, obscuring their features. "You have finally found your way here." The mysterious individual spoke coldly. Lin Xiao regarded the figure warily, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The figure sneered, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that the artifact you possess must be surrendered to me." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao replied, "That is impossible. The artifact is crucial for safeguarding the continent. I will not allow it to fall into the hands of your malevolent forces." Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage flashed in the figure's eyes. They unleashed a powerful spell, sending a dark beam hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield, successfully deflecting the dark energy. "Since you refuse to heed reason, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," the mysterious figure declared, charging towards Lin Xiao. Armed with the Lingshu sword, Lin Xiao engaged in a fierce battle with the figure. The opponent's power was considerable, their spells unpredictable, leaving Lin Xiao struggling to defend himself. Throughout the skirmish, Lin Xiao gradually discerned that the mysterious figure's magic seemed to have a connection to the malevolent force. "Are you one of the dark forces?" Lin Xiao asked in astonishment. The figure chuckled darkly. "Indeed, I am an emissary of the malevolent force. Our master will soon re-emerge upon the continent, and when he does, the entire land will fall under our dominion." Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the dark force's swift movements. He knew he must defeat the mysterious figure as quickly as possible and return to the Shenxia division to strategize with his allies. Consequently, Lin Xiao summoned all his strength, engaging in a desperate struggle against the figure. During the fight, Lin Xiao sought the figure's weaknesses. At last, he uncovered a critical vulnerability hidden within the figure's seemingly indomitable spells. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his most powerful strike, directing a golden beam towards the figure's weak point. The mysterious individual attempted to evade, but it was too late. The beam pierced through their body, eliciting a pained scream as they collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, aware that this battle was merely the beginning. The malevolent forces conspiracy was far from over. He needed to return to the Zhenxia division swiftly, uniting with his comrades to confront this looming threat. Leaving the mysterious valley behind, Lin Xiao commenced his journey back to the Zhenxia division. Throughout the return trip, he pondered how to effectively address the impending crisis. He recognized that relying solely on himself and the Zhenxia division might not suffice to thwart the malevolent forces' schemes. He needed to seek additional allies to collectively combat the dark power. After several days of travel, Lin Xiao finally arrived back at the Zhenxia division. Su Yao and the others were overjoyed to see him return safely, yet their expressions turned grave upon learning of the imminent threat he faced. Lin Xiao, what shall we do? Su Yao asked anxiously. Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. We must seek out more allies to join us in opposing the dark forces. I intend to visit various sects and families to solicit their assistance. The group voiced their unanimous agreement. Thus, Lin Xiao, alongside Su Yao and the elite members of the Zhenxia division, split into several teams to approach various sects and families. Through their efforts, numerous sects and families expressed their willingness to join their cause in the fight against the malevolent forces. However, just as they were actively preparing for the confrontation, the dark forces launched a sudden assault. They dispatched a multitude of skilled fighters to execute surprise attacks on various sects and families. Many were caught off guard, suffering devastating losses. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xiao was filled with righteous fury. He rallied the members of the Zhenxia division and swiftly made their way to the besieged sects and families. Engaging in fierce combat against the dark forces in the heat of battle, Lin Xiao exerted all his strength, clashing fiercely with the dark powers elite. After a grueling encounter, Lin Xiao and his allies managed to repel the assault. However, they paid a heavy toll. Numerous skilled fighters from various sects and families perished in the conflict, and many from the Zhenxia division were also injured. Lin Xiao understood that the dark forces were far more powerful than they had anticipated. They needed to devise a strategy quickly. Otherwise, the entire continent would face irreversible catastrophe. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao and his companions diligently researched and discussed methods to counter the malevolent forces. They discovered that the location of the Dark Power's seal was situated within a mysterious abyss. To completely thwart the dark forces' conspiracy, they would need to descend into the abyss and reinforce the seal. However, the abyss was fraught with dangers and traps, and few who entered ever emerged alive. Yet, Lin Xiao did not waver. He resolved to lead his comrades into the abyss to accomplish this daunting task. Before departing, he addressed them. As we enter the abyss, we may face life-threatening perils. However, to safeguard the peace and tranquility of our continent, we must forge ahead without hesitation. Do we have the courage to proceed? The group responded in unison, we do. Thus, Lin Xiao led his companions toward the enigmatic abyss, fully aware that an unprecedented challenge awaited them. Yet, they remained undaunted, for within their hearts burned an unwavering conviction. They believed that as long as they stood united, they would undoubtedly triumph over the malevolent forces and protect the beloved continent they called home. Upon reaching the edge of the abyss, a powerful wave of dark energy surged forth to greet them. A thick veil of black mist enveloped the abyss, obscuring the true nature of what lay within. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and led his companions into the depths. As soon as they entered the abyss, they were beset by a myriad of formidable magical beasts and malevolent creatures. These adversaries were not only powerful but also numerous, and Lin Xiao and his companions soon found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, they refused to succumb to despair. Instead, they coordinated their efforts, leveraging each other's strengths, and engaged in a fierce struggle against the magical beasts and sinister entities. Throughout the fray, Lin Xiao tirelessly sought a means to break through their dire circumstances. At long last, he discerned the weaknesses of the beasts and creatures. Channeling a spell that fused the power of his bloodline with the might of an artifact, he delivered a devastating blow to their foes. Under his guidance, the group ultimately succeeded in repelling the onslaught of magical beasts and malevolent beings. However, before they could catch their breath, they were confronted by a massive black vortex ahead. The vortex emanated a powerful gravitational pull, as if it sought to consume everything within its grasp. Lin Xiao understood that this black vortex was the gateway to the land of seals. Yet, to enter the vortex, they would need to overcome its formidable suction. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to harness the power of the artifact to carve a path toward the vortex. Lin Xiao summoned the chaotic energies, maximizing the artifact's capabilities. A beam of golden light shot forth from the artifact, piercing toward the black vortex. Under the influence of the light, the pull of the vortex gradually weakened, slowly revealing a passageway. Lin Xiao led his companions through the corridor into the swirling darkness. Within the vortex, they faced countless trials and tribulations. Nevertheless, bolstered by their unwavering faith and indomitable will, they finally arrived at the sealed land. Before them loomed a colossal black cage, within which a figure radiating a potent aura of malevolence writhed in futile struggle. Lin Xiao recognized that this was the leader of the sealed evil forces. "You have finally arrived," the malevolent leader declared coldly. Lin Xiao regarded him warily and replied, "Your schemes shall not succeed. We are here to reinforce the seal, ensuring you remain eternally imprisoned." The evil leader scoffed, "With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" With that, he unleashed a powerful spell, sending a beam of dark energy hurtling toward Lin Xiao and his companions. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield to deflect the dark projectile. "Be cautious. His power is formidable," Lin Xiao warned his comrades. They nodded in agreement, each employing their unique abilities to engage in a fierce battle against the evil leader. His might was overwhelming, and his spells were unpredictable, leaving Lin Xiao and his allies struggling to defend themselves. Gradually, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, they did not surrender. Instead, they encouraged one another, diligently seeking the weaknesses of the malevolent leader. At last, Lin Xiao discerned a flaw in the leader's spellcasting. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his strongest strike, a golden beam surging toward the evil leader. The leader attempted to evade, but it was too late. The light pierced through his body, eliciting a scream of agony as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao and his companions seized the moment, utilizing the artifact's power to reinforce the seal. As the seal was strengthened, the malevolent leader's presence gradually faded. Lin Xiao and his allies successfully accomplished their mission, thwarting the malicious plot. They emerged from the abyss, returning to the continent. Upon learning the news, the people of the continent erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. Chapter 31. A marvelous transformation in the wake of their triumph over the malevolent forces and the reinforcement of the seal. The continent enjoyed a brief period of tranquility. Lin Xiao and his companions became revered heroes, celebrated and esteemed by various factions. However, Lin Xiao did not allow himself to bask in pride. He understood that beneath the facade of peace often lurked deeper threats. Upon returning to the town of evil suppression, Lin Xiao continued to devote himself to studying the artifact in his possession, striving to uncover its secrets. In the midst of his intense focus, the artifact suddenly trembled violently, radiating a brilliant light as mysterious runes emerged from its surface. A powerful force enveloped Lin Xiao, causing his surroundings to spin chaotically. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a mysterious realm. This space was suffused with a dense aura of chaos, with countless fragments shimmering with strange lights suspended all around him, each fragment seemingly containing an ancient memory. "Where am I?" Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings warily. His mind filled with questions. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated in his ears. "Lin Xiao, you have finally arrived." He turned toward the source of the voice, yet saw no one. Gripping the artifact tightly, he inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" "I am the spirit of the artifact, and this realm is the inner world of the artifact," the voice responded. "The artifact you possess is no ordinary object. It was created by the ancient gods to maintain the order of the universe and holds the power to alter the world. However, its power is immense, and should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could unleash a catastrophic disaster." Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He understood the artifact's significance and the weight of the responsibility upon his shoulders. "Then, have you brought me here to convey something of great importance?" he asked. "Indeed," the spirit's voice grew grave. "Recently, the artifact has sensed a powerful force from beyond the realms drawing near. This force is exceedingly malevolent, and should it descend upon the continent, the consequences would be dire. You are the only one capable of preventing this calamity. Lin Zhao's brow furrowed. He had scarcely resolved one crisis before another loomed on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, "No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I will not falter, but I need to understand. What is this external force, and how do we confront it?" The spirit remained silent for a moment before answering. This external force originates from a place known as the Dark Abyss, the source of malevolent power. Long ago, the gods united to seal the Dark Abyss, but as time passed, the strength of the seal has waned. Now, the evil forces of the Dark Abyss are attempting to break free and invade our world. What must we do? Lin Zhao asked urgently. To thwart the invasion of the Dark Abyss, we must locate the scattered fragments of the artifact throughout the continent. These fragments contain immense power. Only by gathering all of them can we activate the full strength of the artifact to reinforce the seal. The spirit explained. Lin Zhao nodded, knowing that this would be a daunting challenge, but he had no choice if he wished to protect the continent. Where are these fragments located? He inquired. The locations of the artifact fragments are not fixed. They shift over time. However, I can sense their general whereabouts. You need only follow my guidance to seek them out, the spirit replied. Lin Zhao bid farewell to the spirit and emerged from the artifact's inner world. He shared this news with Su Yao and the others at the Town of Evil Suppression, who were all taken aback. They were astonished to discover that just as one crisis had been averted, another had already arisen. I can't believe it. We just resolved one crisis, and now another one is upon us, Su Yao expressed anxiously. Lin Zhao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Do not worry. We will undoubtedly overcome this challenge. This time, we need to search for the scattered fragments of the artifact across the continent. Only by collecting all the fragments can we activate the artifact's full power to prevent the invasion of the Dark Abyss. Everyone expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Zhao on the quest for the artifact fragments. Thus, guided by the spirit's instructions, Lin Zhao led the group on their journey to find the scattered shards. Their first destination was a mysterious forest. The air in this forest was thick with an eerie atmosphere, the trees towering high and dense, blocking out the sun and obscuring the path ahead. Lin Zhao and his companions cautiously navigated through the forest when suddenly, a horde of colossal, spiked creatures burst forth from the underbrush and charged at them. Be careful, Lin Zhao shouted, brandishing his Lingshu sword as he charged ahead. He summoned the chaotic energies and engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous beings. Su Yao and the other elite members of the Town of Evil Suppression did not hold back, unleashing their spells to join the fray. The creatures were powerful and numerous, and slowly, Lin Zhao and his allies found themselves overwhelmed. Just as they began to feel the weight of their struggle, Lin Zhao recalled the power of the artifact. He harnessed the chaotic energies and activated the artifact, unleashing a brilliant golden light that enveloped the creatures. Under the illumination, the monsters howled in pain. Collapsing one by one, Lin Zhao and his companions successfully repelled the assault, yet they recognized that the path to finding the artifact fragments would be fraught with hardship and peril. After a brief respite, they pressed on through the forest. After searching diligently, they finally located the first fragment of the artifact deep within the woods. This shard emanated a blue glow, covered in mysterious runes. As Lin Zhao approached, the shard automatically flew into his grasp, merging with the artifact he held. With the fusion of the shard, the artifact's power surged, and Lin Zhao felt his own strength elevate further. He understood that this was merely the beginning. They needed to find more shards to confront the impending crisis. Having exited the forest, Lin Zhao and his companions set forth on a new journey. Guided by the spirit of the instrument, they arrived at an ancient mountain range. Towering majestically into the clouds, the peaks were perpetually cloaked in glistening white snow, and the frigid air sent shivers down their spines. Within the mountains, they encountered a myriad of peculiar creatures and formidable magical beasts. These beings launched relentless attacks upon them, yet Lin Zhao and his companions, bolstered by their indomitable will and formidable strength, repeatedly transformed peril into safety. During their quest for the fragments of the artifact, Lin Zhao and his companions also stumbled upon hidden relics concealed within the mountains. These remnants were rife with intricate mechanisms and traps, yet they also harbored abundant treasures and invaluable cultivation manuals. As they explored the ruins, Lin Zhao and his companions not only gathered numerous precious resources but also acquired a wealth of powerful spells and skills. After enduring arduous searching, they finally located the second fragment of the artifact within a secluded cave in the mountains. This fragment emanated a verdant glow, adorned with mysterious runes. Much like the first fragment, this piece flew into Lin Zhao's hand, merging with the artifact. With the fusion of the two fragments, the artifact's power intensified, and Lin Zhao felt a qualitative leap in his own strength. He understood that they had taken another step closer to success, yet the path ahead remained fraught with the unknown and challenges. Chapter 32. Entwined fates. With the two fragments of the artifact in their possession, Lin Zhao and his companions departed from the ancient mountain range. Under the guidance of the spirit of the instrument, they set forth towards the approximate location of the next fragment. After a long journey, they arrived at the edge of a vast desert shrouded in swirling yellow sands. The desert was a furnace of heat, with howling winds and sand obscuring the sky, instilling a sense of dread. This desert appears fraught with peril. We must proceed with caution, Lin Zhao remarked, his brow furrowed and eyes betraying vigilance. Su Yao tightened her grip on the sword at her waist and nodded, saying, "Do not worry, Lin Zhao. We are not weaklings, and we shall surely traverse this desert." As they stepped into the desert, the scorching sands beneath their feet made each step laborious. After a brief distance, a member of the exorcism division succumbed to exhaustion. Lin Zhao quickly called for a halt, distributing water from their canteens. At that moment, an eerie howling erupted from the distance, growing louder as if something terrifying was approaching. Lin Zhao's heart raced. He stood up, keenly observing the direction from whence the sound came. A massive shadow flickered in the yellow sands, hurtling towards them at a swift pace. "Everyone, be cautious. Something is coming," Lin Zhao shouted, prompting his companions to ready their weapons in anticipation. As the shadow drew closer, they discerned it to be a colossal sandworm, its body immense, spanning several dozen meters, covered in hardened scales. With a cavernous maw lined with sharp fangs, each breath it took was accompanied by the surging of sand. The sandworm lunged at them, and Lin Zhao, wielding the Lingshu sword, charged forward to confront it. Harnessing the power of chaos, he wielded his sword with ferocity, unleashing streams of sword energy towards the sandworm. Struck by the sword energy, the sandworm let out a furious roar, thrashing its body as its massive tail swept towards Lin Zhao. With a swift movement, he deftly evaded the attack. Su Yao and the other members of the exorcism division unleashed their spells, launching a coordinated assault on the sandworm. The air crackled with magical light, and the battle cries echoed across the desert. Despite the sandworm's formidable strength, it began to falter under their relentless onslaught. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw and spewed forth a torrent of black venom, which corroded the sand beneath, creating deep pits. Seeing this, Lin Zhao urgently warned his companions to take cover. He summoned the power of the artifact, forming a golden shield before them, successfully blocking the venom. Seizing the opportunity during the sandworm's attack, Lin Zhao unleashed his most potent strike, sending a beam of golden light from his sword that pierced the sandworm's body. The creature let out a pitiful wail before crashing to the ground. The group exhaled in relief, but before they could rest, they noticed the sands around them beginning to churn violently as countless small sandworms erupted from the ground, encircling them. Though individually weak, the sheer numbers of the small sandworms were daunting as they swarmed towards the group. "Everyone, back to back, do not disperse," Lin Zhao commanded. They quickly huddled together, forming a defensive formation to confront the oncoming tide of sandworms. In the fray, Lin Zhao noticed that these creatures seemed to be under the influence of some mysterious force. Their attacks were chaotic yet fiercely aggressive, as if they were driven by a blind rage. Puzzled, Lin Zhao fought on while seeking the source of their control. Suddenly, he spotted a figure clad in black robes atop a nearby sand dune. Wielding an artifact that emitted an eerie glow while chanting incantations, Lin Zhao's heart raced. He realized this individual was likely the mastermind controlling the sandworms. "Hold the line here. I will deal with that fellow," Lin Zhao instructed his companions. With that, he activated his movement technique and charged towards the figure in black. Upon noticing Lin Zhao's approach, the figure's face curled into a cold smirk. Wielding the artifact, they summoned more sandworms to swarm towards Lin Zhao. Undeterred, Lin Zhao unleashed the power of the artifact, sending the surrounding sandworms flying. In no time, Lin Zhao reached the black-robed figure. The figure regarded him with disdain, stating, "You have some audacity, boy, but you are destined to die here today." Lin Xiao scoffed, replying, "Just you? You're not worthy." With that, Lin Xiao swung the Lingshu sword, launching an attack. The black-robed figure retaliated, casting a bizarre spell that enveloped Lin Xiao in a shroud of black mist. Within the mist, Lin Xiao felt his movements severely restricted, and his vision blurred. Alarmed, he realized he was in trouble. He channeled the power of chaos, attempting to disperse the mist, but found it stubbornly resistant. Just as anxiety began to creep in, the artifact in his grasp emitted a brilliant light, dispersing the mist in an instant. Elated, Lin Xiao seized the moment to unleash a powerful strike, sending a beam of golden light towards the black-robed figure. The figure attempted to evade, but it was too late. The light struck true, and they let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground. With the fall of the black-robed figure, the sandworms lost their control and retreated into the sands. Lin Xiao returned to his companions, who cheered upon seeing him resolve the crisis. Though fatigued from the confrontation, they knew they could not linger too long. After a brief respite, they pressed onward into the depths of the desert. After several days of traversing the arid expanse, they finally arrived at the entrance of a mysterious ruin. Much of the site was buried beneath the yellow sands, revealing only fragments of ancient structures and weathered walls. Yet the remnants still hinted at a past splendor. As Lin Xiao and his companions stepped into the ruins, they were enveloped by an aura of antiquity and mystery. In the center of the ruins stood a grand palace. Its massive door tightly shut, adorned with an array of enigmatic runes. Lin Xiao approached, scrutinizing the runes etched upon the door. To his astonishment, he recognized some similarities to the runes he had encountered on the artifact. Though they were distinctly different, he channeled the power of chaos, attempting to decipher their meanings. At that moment, the palace door slowly creaked open, and a powerful suction emanated from within, drawing Lin Xiao and his companions inside. They found themselves in a vast chamber filled with an array of peculiar artifacts and sculptures, while the walls were adorned with exquisite murals. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao and his companions began to explore their surroundings. Suddenly, Su Yao pointed at a mural, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, look at this mural. It seems to be telling a story." Following her gaze, Lin Xiao beheld a scene depicting a group of individuals engaged in battle against a formidable evil force. Among them, a young man wielding an artifact played a pivotal role, ultimately vanquishing the malevolent power through the artifact's might. Lin Xiao's heart stirred. He felt an inexplicable connection to the young man depicted in the mural. Continuing to observe, he noted that the final segment illustrated the young man scattering the fragments of the artifact across the continent, leaving behind cryptic clues, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a destined individual. Could the artifact fragments we seek be connected to this ruin? Lin Xiao pondered silently. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated in the chamber. "Welcome, young warriors. Your arrival here signifies a profound connection to this place." Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged wary glances, yet no figure was visible. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Xiao inquired. "I am the guardian of this ruin, having awaited your arrival for countless years." The voice replied, "The fragments of the artifact you seek are within this ruin. However, to obtain them, you must pass my trials." Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged knowing looks, nodding in agreement. They understood this was their singular opportunity to secure the artifact fragments. The guardian's voice continued, "My trials consist of 3 parts: wisdom, courage, and strength. Only by overcoming these trials can you acquire the artifact fragments." With that, a beam of light materialized in the space, revealing a colossal chessboard filled with various pieces, each inscribed with different runes. "This is the first trial, a test of wisdom," the voice of the guardian proclaimed. "You must unravel the puzzle upon the chessboard within the allotted time to pass the trial." Lin Xiao and his companions stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate puzzle laid out before them. This conundrum was exceedingly complex, necessitating a wealth of knowledge and keen intellect to decipher. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Lost in contemplation, Su Yao and the other members of the exorcism division also engaged their minds, striving to devise a solution. As the seconds ticked by, a sense of urgency began to envelop them. Just as despair threatened to take hold, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He had conceived a potential approach to the riddle. Following his newfound insight, he began to maneuver the pieces upon the chessboard. With each movement, the runes on the board began to shimmer, radiating beams of light. At last, with the final piece in place, The brilliance coalesced into a grand rune. Congratulations, you have passed the test of wisdom. The guardian's voice resonated. Immediately afterward, a beam of light appeared in the space, revealing a colossal fire creature. This fiery beast was engulfed in raging flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. This is the second trial. A test of courage, the guardian declared. You must defeat this fire creature without the aid of the artifact's power to succeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and his companions swiftly armed themselves and charged at the fiery beast. The creature, noticing their approach, let out a furious roar and unleashed a massive column of flame. Lin Xiao and the others hastily dodged as the flames struck the ground, incinerating it into a deep crater. The group encircled the fire creature, launching their attacks. Lin Xiao executed the Lingshu sword technique, sending waves of sword energy hurtling toward the beast. Su Yao and the other members of the Exorcism Division similarly cast spells to assault the creature. Though the fire beast was formidable, it gradually began to falter under their relentless onslaught. Just as they believed victory was at hand, the fire creature suddenly opened its maw and expelled a torrent of black flames. This strange black fire was insidious. Those it touched found their spiritual energy devoured in an instant. Alarmed, Lin Xiao and his companions quickly retreated. Gazing at the ominous black flames, Lin Xiao pondered a countermeasure. A memory surfaced of a mural he had seen within the ruins, which seemed to depict these very black flames. Channeling the power of chaos, he recalled the mural's contents and conceived a plan. Listen closely, Lin Xiao addressed his companions. These black flames can only be countered with pure spiritual energy. We must amalgamate our energies to create a protective shield, and then I will use the Lingshu sword to propel it toward the fire creature. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. Following Lin Xiao's guidance, they pooled their spiritual energy together, forming a colossal shield. With the Lingshu sword in hand, Lin Xiao thrust the shield toward the fire creature. Upon contact, a violent reaction ensued. The black flames were gradually consumed by the shield, and the fire creature let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Congratulations, you have passed the test of courage. The guardian's voice echoed once more. Finally, a radiant light manifested, revealing a grand stone door inscribed with myriad mysterious runes, emanating a potent aura. This is the third trial, a test of strength, the guardian announced. You must work together to open this stone door to succeed. Lin Xiao and his companions approached the door, placing their hands upon its surface, channeling spiritual energy in an attempt to push it open. Yet the door proved exceedingly heavy. Despite their utmost efforts, it remained unmoved. Lin Xiao, feeling a pang of anxiety, realized that failure to pass this trial would preclude them from obtaining the artifact fragment. Just as despair began to creep in, the artifact in his hand emitted a beam of light that illuminated the stone door, causing the runes to flicker. A realization struck Lin Xiao. The artifact might be linked to this door in some manner. He concentrated the artifact's power and infused it into the door. As the power flowed forth, the runes glowed ever more brightly, and the door began to creak open. The group, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy, and they intensified their output of spiritual energy. At long last, the door swung wide. Beyond it lay a fragment of the artifact, radiating a captivating purple light. Lin Xiao stepped forward and grasped the fragment, which seamlessly merged with the artifact in his hand. With the amalgamation of the three fragments, the artifact's power surged, and Lin Xiao sensed a significant enhancement of his own strength. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trials and obtained the artifact fragment. The guardian's voice declared, you may now depart, but remember, the path ahead remains fraught with peril. I hope you can fulfill your mission. Chapter 33. The Illusory Domain's Enigma. The truth unfolds with the third artifact fragment in hand. Lin Xiao and his companions exited the desert ruins, continuing their quest for the remaining fragments guided by the spirit of the artifact. The spirit's resonance grew increasingly potent, leading them to a mysterious realm enveloped in thick fog, the Illusory Domain. From a distance, the domain appeared shrouded in a dense mist, obscuring the inner landscape, with faint, eerie sounds echoing as if countless vengeful souls wept, intermingled with the low growls of feral beasts. Standing at the edge of the Illusory Domain, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. This Illusory Domain seems perilously dangerous. Everyone must remain vigilant, stay close, and refrain from wandering off, Lin Xiao cautioned gravely. The group nodded in solemn agreement. Fully aware that each search for an artifact fragment was fraught with hardship, and this illusory domain was likely to be rife with threats. Upon entering the illusory domain, the fog enveloped them in an instant. Visibility plummeting. They could only rely on their senses and each other's voices to navigate. Not long into their journey, they were drawn by an enchanting melody, ethereal and captivating, possessing an almost hypnotic quality that beckoned them toward its source. Lin Zhao's heart raced with alarm. He recognized the song as a potential trap of the illusory domain and hurriedly channeled the power of chaos to resist its allure. Be cautious, everyone. This melody is suspect. Do not let it deceive you, he called out. Yet, a few members of the exorcism division, lacking resolve, found themselves completely entranced, their feet moving uncontrollably towards the enticing sound. Seeing this, Lin Zhao's anxiety surged. He immediately executed a swift maneuver to grasp the entranced members. However, upon making contact, their eyes blazed crimson, and they unleashed primal roars, turning their aggression upon Lin Zhao. They have been ensnared in a mental trap, Su Yao exclaimed in horror. Lin Zhao evaded their strikes while formulating a strategy. He understood the urgency of restoring the clarity of these members' minds. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Channeling the artifact's power, a gentle light radiated from it, enveloping the bewitched members. Gradually, their eyes regained lucidity, and they ceased their attacks. Thank you, Lin Zhao. Just now, I felt as though I had fallen into a splendid dream, unable to extricate myself, one member said, shaken. Lin Zhao nodded, stating, indeed, this illusory domain is perilous. Everyone must remain ever vigilant and not be swayed by any illusions. The group pressed onward through the illusory domain, soon encountering a bizarre sea of flowers. The blossoms were vivid and alluring, exuding a captivating fragrance. Just as Su Yao leaned in to inhale the scent, Lin Zhao swiftly halted her. Do not approach. The fragrance may also be deceitful, he warned at that moment. Countless vines erupted from the flower sea, slithering like serpents toward the group. The vines surged forth with astonishing speed, ensnaring them before they could react. Lin Zhao summoned the power of chaos, striving to break free from the vines' grasp, yet he found them to be remarkably resilient, his strength insufficient to sever their hold. Su Yao and the other members struggled in vain against their bonds. What are we to do? One member exclaimed in desperation. Lin Zhao maintained his composure, observing the surroundings. He noticed that the vines seemed to recoil from the artifact's light. Channeling the artifact's energy, a golden beam emanated from it, illuminating the vines. As the light struck them, the vines shrank back, allowing the group to escape their entanglement. It appears the artifact proves its worth in critical moments. Su Yao sighed in relief. The group continued onward, encountering a myriad of illusions and traps along the way. Some illusions represented their deepest desires, while others posed lethal dangers. However, under Lin Zhao's leadership, they relied on their unwavering resolve and the artifact's power to navigate each perilous encounter. As they delved deeper into the illusory domain, the environment grew increasingly surreal. Suddenly, a vast lake materialized before them, its waters shimmering with a peculiar purple hue, emanating an enigmatic aura. Approaching the lake's edge, Lin Zhao sensed that something lay hidden within its depths. Everyone be cautious. This lake water is undoubtedly treacherous, he warned. Just then, a colossal column of water surged forth, revealing a formidable figure emerging from its depths. It was a creature, half woman and half fish. The upper half was a breathtaking woman, while the lower half bore the tail of a massive fish, radiating an overwhelming presence. You intruders dare to trespass upon my domain. Today marks your demise. The half-human, half-fish creature spoke coldly. Lin Zhao, wielding the Lingshu sword, stood poised for battle and declared, we merely pass through this place with no ill intentions, as long as you do not impede our passage. We shall depart without conflict. The creature scoffed derisively and retorted, depart. Do you think this is a place where one may arrive and leave at will? With that, it brandished its trident, unleashing a powerful torrent of water towards Lin Zhao and his companions. Lin Zhao summoned the Chaos Shield, successfully blocking the onslaught. Su Yao and the other members also cast their spells, launching a counterattack against the creature. Its formidable strength was evident. Not only were its attacks devastating, but they were also unpredictable. Gradually, Lin Zhao and his comrades found themselves at a disadvantage in the skirmish. Seizing an opportunity, The creature thrust its trident at Lin Xiao, who was unable to evade in time and felt the sharp edge slice across his arm. Lin Xiao! Su Yao cried out in alarm. Ignoring the pain, Lin Xiao harnessed the power of the artifact, channeling it to its fullest potential. A beam of golden light erupted from the artifact, colliding with the creature's assault and resulting in a violent explosion. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction, Lin Xiao executed his most potent technique, sending a stream of golden sword energy hurtling towards the creature. Attempting to evade, it was already too late. The sword energy struck its body directly, eliciting a shriek as it collapsed into the lake. The group exhaled in relief, but before they could fully regain their composure, a far more formidable aura surged from the depths of the lake. Soon after, an even larger figure emerged from the water, shrouded in a cloak of black mist, rendering its true form indistinguishable, yet radiating an overwhelming power. "You dare to harm my daughter. You shall pay dearly for this." A low voice emanated from the shadowy figure. Lin Xiao's heart sank, realizing that they had encountered a genuine adversary. However, undeterred, he resolutely stated, "Then come forth. We shall face you to the bitter end." The dark figure swung its massive arms towards Lin Xiao and his companions. They hastily dodged as the colossal limb struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The creature's speed of attack was astonishing, and its strength was tremendous, rendering Lin Xiao and his allies unable to approach. During the fray, Lin Xiao discerned that the creature's movements were seemingly hindered by the water. If it strayed a certain distance from the lake, its power diminished. Thus, he devised a plan, instructing Su Yao and the other members to divert the creature's attention while he sought an opportunity to lure it away from the water. Following the plan, Su Yao and the others relentlessly assaulted the dark figure, provoking it into a furious retaliation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stealthily sought his moment, and at last, he seized an opportunity, utilizing his agility to dash towards the shadowy entity. The creature, noticing Lin Xiao's approach, immediately swung its arms in attack. Lin Xiao deftly evaded while simultaneously drawing it towards the lake's edge. Under Lin Xiao's strategic baiting, the dark figure gradually moved away from the water's embrace. As the distance from the lake increased, its potency waned. Observing the shift, Lin Xiao's spirit soared. He unleashed a sword technique amalgamating the power of the artifact and his bloodline, sending golden sword energies cascading towards the dark figure. The creature roared in fury under the barrage of the sword energies, yet it could not withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, it succumbed to Lin Xiao's relentless assault and fell to the ground. The group triumphed over their foe. Exhausted from the intense battle, they took a brief respite by the lake before continuing their journey. Within a cave by the lakeside, they finally discovered the fourth shard of the artifact. The fragment radiated a silvery glow. Etched with enigmatic runes, Lin Xiao grasped the shard. It seamlessly fused with the artifact, further amplifying its power. Just as they prepared to exit the cave, a sudden beam of light appeared upon the walls, revealing a hazy figure. "Young ones, you have finally arrived here," the figure spoke. Lin Xiao and his companions regarded the apparition warily, and Lin Xiao inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The figure smiled gently and replied, "I am the guardian of this illusory realm, and one of those who participated in sealing the abyss of darkness long ago. I have awaited countless years for the arrival of the worthy." Lin Xiao's heart stirred with curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Do you possess knowledge regarding the artifact shards and the abyss of darkness?" The figure nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, in the past, to seal the abyss of darkness, the deities forged the artifact, dividing it into numerous shards scattered across the continent. Only by gathering all the shards can one awaken the artifact's full power and decisively seal the abyss. You are the chosen ones, entrusted with the monumental task of saving the realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and his companions felt the weight of their responsibility and a sense of purpose. Lin Xiao declared, "We shall gather all the artifact shards and fulfill our mission." Yet he pressed further, "But why is the malevolent force of the abyss of darkness so formidable?" The figure paused contemplatively before responding. "The malevolence of the abyss of darkness originates from the primordial chaos of the universe. It embodies destruction and turmoil. Although the deities sealed it long ago, they did not eradicate it entirely. As time passed, the sealing power waned, and the malevolent force began to stir once more. Should it break free from its confines, the entire continent would plunge into irreparable ruin." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Asking, "What must we do to counter this threat?" The figure replied, "To completely seal the abyss of darkness, you must not only collect the artifact shards but also discover a unique power, the power of light. This power of light stands in stark contrast to the malevolent force of the abyss. Only it can wholly obliterate the darkness." Lin Xiao inquired, "Where can we find this power of light?" The figure explained, "The power of light resides in a mysterious location, the Temple of Light. However, it is shielded by a formidable barrier, accessible only to those possessing sufficient strength and fortune." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, saying, "We comprehend. Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek out the Temple of Light and acquire the power of light." The figure smiled, encouraging, "Young ones, persevere. I have faith that you will accomplish your mission." With that, the figure gradually faded, and the light within the cave dimmed. Lin Xiao and his companions departed the cave, resolutely continuing their quest for the artifact shards and the Temple of Light. They understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but in their quest to save the continent, retreat was not an option. They could only forge ahead. Upon leaving the illusory realm, guided by the spirit of the artifact, Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at a mysterious forest. This forest stood in stark contrast to those they had encountered previously. Its trees towered majestically, their foliage lush and expansive, casting a dense shadow beneath. A refreshing aura permeated the air, yet it concealed countless dangers. Upon entering the forest, they were immediately met with a low, rumbling growl echoing from within. The sound emanated from the depths of the woods, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Vigilantly, Lin Xiao and his companions advanced towards the source of the noise, only to find a colossal unicorn besieged by a horde of malevolent beasts. The unicorn radiated a sacred light, valiantly resisting the onslaught. Yet the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and it began to falter. Moved by the sight, Lin Xiao resolved to intervene and assist the unicorn. "Let us lend it our aid," he urged. The others nodded in agreement, and they swiftly moved to the unicorn's side. Lin Xiao, brandishing the Lingshu sword, summoned the chaos power and engaged the beasts in fierce combat. Su Yao and the other members also unleashed their spells, attacking the malevolent creatures. With their combined efforts, the unicorn felt a significant alleviation of its burden. Grateful, it cast a glance at Lin Xiao and his companions, then unleashed its own power. A radiant beam erupted from its horn, repelling all surrounding beasts. Sensing the tide turning against them, the beasts fled in panic. The unicorn approached Lin Xiao and the group. Lowering its head and speaking in a gentle tone, "Thank you for your assistance. You are kind-hearted souls." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "There is no need for gratitude. We merely did what was right. Might I ask why you were besieged by those beasts?" The unicorn sighed softly, explaining, "This forest was once a serene sanctuary, but recently, a malevolent force has invaded, controlling many beasts and driving them to madness. I have been guarding a secret within the forest, and those beasts have come seeking it." Lin Xiao's curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire, "What is this secret?" The unicorn hesitated before revealing, "This secret pertains to the artifact shards you seek. Deep within the forest lies an ancient altar, upon which rests a shard of the artifact. However, the altar is safeguarded by a powerful barrier, accessible only to those with special abilities." Lin Xiao and his companions were elated upon hearing this revelation. They had not anticipated finding a clue regarding the artifact shards in this place. "We are indeed in search of the artifact shards. Could you guide us on how to access the altar?" Lin Xiao asked earnestly. The unicorn nodded, saying, "Certainly. However, entering the altar requires passing 3 trials: the trial of strength, the trial of wisdom, and the trial of spirit. Only by overcoming these 3 trials can one gain the qualification to enter the altar." Lin Xiao and his companions expressed their willingness to accept the challenges. Thus, the unicorn led them to a valley near the altar. In the valley stood a colossal statue, which grasped a gigantic sword in its hands. This was the trial of strength. The unicorn proclaimed, "You must extract the sword from the statue's grip within the allotted time. The sword harbors immense power, and only those with sufficient strength can draw it forth." Lin Xiao stepped forward, grasped the sword's hilt, and channeled his chaotic energy in an attempt to pull it free. However, the sword was extraordinarily heavy. Despite exerting all his strength, it remained immovable. Su Yao and the other members also tried, but to no avail. Just as a sense of discouragement began to settle upon them, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the power of the artifact. He summoned the artifact's energy and infused it into his arm. With the artifact's power bolstering him, he once more seized the hilt of the sword and yanked it with all his might. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the sword came free. A surge of formidable energy erupted from the sword, and Lin Xiao felt his own strength surge. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial of strength," announced the unicorn. Subsequently, the unicorn guided them to the entrance of a cave. Inside the cave lay an array of peculiar objects and riddles. This was the trial of wisdom. The unicorn stated, "You must solve the puzzles within the given time to succeed." Lin Xiao and his companions entered the cave and began to examine the riddles. These puzzles were intricate, demanding a wealth of knowledge and keen intellect to unravel. Lin Xiao and Su Yao divided their tasks, each tackling different puzzles. After considerable effort, they ultimately solved all the riddles within the time limit. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial of wisdom," the unicorn declared. Finally, the unicorn led them to the edge of a lake. Beside the lake stood a massive crystal orb. This was the trial of the heart. The unicorn explained, "You must place your hands upon the crystal orb, which will reveal different visions based on your mental state. Only those with pure hearts, devoid of distractions, can pass this test point one by one." Lin Xiao and the others placed their hands upon the orb. The orb emitted a radiant glow, displaying various scenes. Some witnessed their innermost fears and desires, while others confronted past mistakes. When Lin Xiao placed his hand on the orb, it radiated a gentle light, revealing his unwavering conviction and determination to protect the realm. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial of the heart," proclaimed the unicorn. "Now, you may enter the altar." The unicorn led them to the altar, where the barrier surrounding it opened automatically upon their successful trials. Lin Xiao and the others stepped inside, where, at the center of the altar, lay a shard of the artifact emanating a blue glow. Lin Xiao picked up the shard, which seamlessly fused with the artifact. With the integration of the fifth shard, the artifact's power intensified, and Lin Xiao felt a qualitative leap in his abilities. After leaving the altar, the unicorn addressed Lin Xiao and his companions, saying, "Young ones, you have now gathered 5 shards of the artifact, bringing you one step closer to fulfilling your mission. However, the path ahead remains fraught with peril. I hope you proceed with caution and complete your task swiftly." After expressing their gratitude to the unicorn, Lin Xiao and the others departed the forest. They understood that several shards awaited their discovery, and the quest to seek the Light Divine Hall for the power of light loomed ominously. Chapter 34. Mysterious Inheritance. The shocking change of Ling Yuan bearing the 5 shards of the artifact. Lin Xiao and his companions bid farewell to the unicorn and the enigmatic forest, continuing their journey across the continent under the guidance of the spirit of the artifact. The direction indicated by the spirit grew increasingly bizarre, ultimately leading them to a long-forgotten ancient site. Ling Yuan, an ancient and weathered aura enveloped Ling Yuan, the sky shrouded in heavy gloom, with distant flashes of lightning flickering ominously. The ground was riddled with fissures, from which eerie black smoke occasionally billowed, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Standing at the edge of Ling Yuan, Lin Xiao gazed down into the unfathomable darkness below, a wave of intense unease washing over him. "This Ling Yuan appears more perilous than any place we have previously visited," Su Yao whispered as she approached him. Lin Xiao nodded gravely. "Indeed, we must exercise utmost caution. From this moment on, let us avoid straying apart and remain vigilant for one another." Carefully, they proceeded along the edge of Ling Yuan, seeking a path of entry. Suddenly, a sharp howling echoed from the depths of Ling Yuan, and a swarm of massive creatures with black wings erupted from the darkness. These beings resembled bats, yet possessed sharp claws and vicious fangs, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red glow. "Vampire bats. Everyone be careful," Lin Xiao shouted, brandishing the Lingshu sword as he charged forward. The swarm of vampire bats swiftly encircled them, launching a frenzied assault. Lin Xiao unleashed his chaotic energy, and the sword flashed with dazzling brilliance, each strike infused with tremendous power, repelling the encroaching bats. Su Yao and the other members of the Zhengxie division quickly joined the fray, their spells illuminating the darkness. However, the sheer number of vampire bats and their rapid attacks gradually pushed the group into a desperate struggle. While battling, Lin Xiao observed the bats' attack patterns, realizing they seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force. Though their aggression was fierce, they lacked agility. "Let us concentrate our attacks on the bats' eyes," They are their weak points, Lin Xiao shouted. Following his command, the group adjusted their strategy, targeting the eyes of the vampire bats. As anticipated, the coordinated assault weakened the bats' offensive. One by one, they fell with anguished cries. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the swarm of vampire bats. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of Lingyuan, causing the ground to shake violently and the fissures to widen. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lin Xiao shouted, "Quickly, find somewhere to take cover." As they searched for a place of refuge, a massive fissure suddenly opened beneath Lin Xiao's feet. He had no time to evade and fell into the chasm. "Lin Xiao!" Su Yao cried out in terror, rushing towards the fissure without a second thought. The other members followed suit, but the fissure continued to expand. Preventing them from getting close, Lin Xiao plummeted. He channeled his chaotic energy in an effort to slow his descent. However, the gravitational pull from the fissure was overwhelmingly strong, and he could not resist it. During his rapid fall, Lin Xiao felt dizzy, and just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a strange light flickered below. The light drew nearer, revealing a vast cavern glowing softly. Just before he struck the ground, the light enveloped him, gently placing him within the cave. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a spacious cavern. The walls were embedded with various peculiar gemstones, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center of the cavern stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome exuding a mysterious aura and a glowing crystal orb. Lin Xiao rose to his feet and approached the stone platform. As he drew near, the tome and crystal orb suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and within the glow, a spectral figure began to materialize. "You have finally arrived, young one," the spectral figure intoned, its voice deep and resonant. Lin Xiao regarded the apparition warily and inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The spectral figure smiled faintly and replied, "I am the guardian of this Lingyuan, an ancient and powerful being. This is my place of inheritance." Awaiting the arrival of a destined individual, Lin Xiao's heart stirred. He realized he might have stumbled upon a rare opportunity, a place of inheritance. "What does your inheritance entail?" he asked. The spectral figure explained, "My inheritance consists of the insights of my lifelong cultivation and powerful spells. These spells can aid you in enhancing your strength and better confronting the impending crisis. However, to obtain my inheritance, you must pass my trial." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao declared, "I am willing to accept the trial." The spectral figure nodded and stated, "Very well, the trial begins. The first challenge is the test of perseverance. You must endure the passage of time within this cavern, maintaining a clear mind and holding out for 1 hour. Various illusions and distractions will manifest, attempting to plunge you into chaos and fear. You must overcome them with your willpower." With that, the spectral figure vanished, and the environment of the cavern shifted. The once bright cavern was now cloaked in darkness and foreboding, with eerie sounds echoing from all around, as if countless spirits were wailing in despair. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, channeling his chaotic energy to maintain inner tranquility. Illusions began to materialize, revealing his deepest fears. His loved ones and friends falling before him, his homeland in ruins, and the world enveloped in darkness. Pain and despair filled Lin Xiao's heart, yet he understood that all of this was mere illusion. Gritting his teeth, he fought to remain conscious as seconds turned into minutes, sweat drenched his garments, but he refused to relent. Finally, an hour elapsed, the illusions dissipated, and the spectral figure reappeared once more. "Well done, you have passed the first trial," proclaimed the ethereal figure. "Next is the second trial, the test of wisdom. I shall present you with 3 riddles, and you must solve them within the allotted time." As the figure finished speaking, 3 intricate riddles materialized before Lin Xiao, each steeped in complexity and drawing from diverse realms of knowledge, such as astronomy, geography, and array formations. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao plunged into contemplation, meticulously analyzing each riddle with the wisdom he had cultivated. Time was of the essence, and his mind raced with fervor, till last, in the final moments, he unraveled all the enigmas. The ethereal figure nodded in satisfaction and said, "You are indeed clever. You have passed the second trial. Now, we arrive at the final trial, the test of courage. You must enter this crystal sphere and confront the deepest fears nestled within your heart. Only by conquering your fear can you inherit my legacy." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao stepped boldly into the crystal sphere, Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in a realm of darkness, silence reigning around him. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged before him, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression that rendered his breath shallow. As the shadow drew nearer, Lin Xiao discerned its form. A monstrous demon, cloaked in black flames, with malevolent glimmers dancing in its eyes. The demon bared its gaping maw and lunged at Lin Xiao. Though trepidation gripped his heart, he understood that retreat was not an option. Harnessing the power of chaos, he brandished the Lingshu sword and boldly faced the demon. The demon's might was formidable. Each of its strikes bore tremendous force, and Lin Xiao gradually found himself at a disadvantage in the fray. Yet, he refused to surrender, recalling his mission and the trust and support of those who believed in him. A surge of formidable strength welled within him as he executed a sword technique that fused the power of the artifact with the essence of his bloodline, sending forth waves of golden sword energy towards the demon. Under Lin Xiao's relentless assault, the demon's form began to fracture, ultimately letting out a wretched cry as it turned to ash. Lin Xiao emerged victorious over his fear and stepped out of the crystal sphere. "Congratulations, young man. You have completed all the trials," the ethereal figure declared. "Now, my legacy belongs to you." Upon finishing its words, the ancient texts and the light from the crystal sphere merged with Lin Xiao's being. He felt a deluge of knowledge and information flooding his mind, significantly enhancing his strength. After expressing his gratitude to the ethereal figure, Lin Xiao departed from the realm of inheritance. He located a suitable ascent and, bolstered by his newfound power, successfully climbed through the crevice. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's safe return, Su Yao and the other members were filled with exhilaration. Lin Xiao recounted his experiences in the realm of inheritance, eliciting joy from the group. "Lin Xiao, with such a formidable legacy, our chances of locating the artifact shards have increased," Su Yao remarked. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. Let us continue our quest for the artifact shards and fulfill our mission without delay." The group pressed onward through the Lingyuan, encountering various threats and challenges along the way. However, under Lin Xiao's leadership, they consistently turned peril into fortune through their formidable strength and unwavering determination. Deep within the Lingyuan, they stumbled upon a grand palace. The entrance stood firmly closed, adorned with an array of mysterious runes. Lin Xiao approached, scrutinizing the inscriptions. He discerned a connection between these runes and those on the artifact, prompting him to channel the artifact's power to unveil the secrets of the runes. After considerable effort, Lin Xiao finally deciphered the runes, causing the palace's grand doors to creak open as they entered. A potent surge of spiritual energy enveloped the chamber. At the center of the palace rested a colossal stone sarcophagus, radiating a brilliant glow. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions approached the sarcophagus. As they drew near, it unexpectedly opened, and a beam of light shot forth, enveloping them. Within the brilliance, Lin Xiao beheld a shard of the artifact, shimmering with golden light. Elated, he stepped forward and grasped the shard, which seamlessly fused with the artifact in his possession, amplifying its power and granting Lin Xiao further breakthroughs in his strength. Just as Lin Xiao and his companions prepared to leave the palace, a radiant light emerged from the walls. A figure materialized within the glow. "Young ones, you have gathered 6 shards of the artifact, and you are close to completing your mission. However, the final shards are concealed in perilous locales. You must exercise utmost caution," the figure advised. Lin Xiao inquired, "Elder, could you reveal the whereabouts of the final artifact shard?" The figure shook its head, replying, "I cannot disclose the exact location of the last shard, but I can provide you with a clue. The final artifact shard is tied to an ancient legend, which speaks of a mysterious peak at the continent's edge, harboring a colossal secret, possibly linked to the artifact shard." Lin Xiao nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the guidance. We shall locate the final artifact shard and fulfill our mission." The figure smiled, saying, "Very well, young man. I have faith in you. Remember, you bear the weight of saving the continent. Never lose hope." With that, the figure vanished, and the light dimmed. Lin Xiao and his companions exited the palace, leaving the Lingyuan behind. Chapter 35. The Pinnacle of Destiny's battle with 6 shards of the artifact in their possession. Lin Xiao and his companions pressed onward, day and night, towards the mysterious peak at the continent's edge. Along the way, they encountered numerous legends surrounding that peak. Some claimed it to be the site of the God's Fall. steeped in endless curses, while others spoke of it hiding the key to unlocking the divine realm, possessing the power to alter the world. These tales only fueled Lin Zhao's curiosity while heightening their vigilance. As they drew nearer to the enigmatic peak, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. Strange lights flickered in the sky, and the ground trembled intermittently, as if warning them to keep their distance. Undeterred by these phenomena, Lin Zhao and his companions pressed on resolutely. At last, on a tempestuous night, they arrived at the foot of the mysterious peak. Towering into the clouds, the peak appeared especially foreboding under the flashes of lightning. A thick shroud of black mist enveloped its surroundings, exuding a suffocating aura of death. "This peak seems even more perilous than we anticipated," Su Yao remarked, gripping her weapon tightly, her expression grave. Lin Zhao nodded, his gaze resolute, and no matter the challenges that lie ahead, we must secure the final artifact shard. Stay close and do not lag behind. The group cautiously ventured into the black mist, which seemed almost alive, striving to entwine around their bodies and consume them. Lin Zhao summoned the chaotic power, forming a golden shield around his companions to fend off the mist. After traversing a distance through the fog, they suddenly heard a low, rumbling growl emanating from deep within the peak, shaking the very ground beneath them. In the next instant, a gargantuan beast burst forth from the mist, covered in black scales. Its eyes burned like flames, and it exhaled torrents of fire. "It's the flame demon dragon," Lin Zhao exclaimed, fully aware of the beast's formidable reputation, known for its cataclysmic power. The flame demon dragon opened its gaping maw and unleashed a colossal column of flames towards Lin Zhao and his companions. Lin Zhao activated the chaotic shield, successfully blocking the fiery onslaught. Su Yao and the other members of the Zhenxia division quickly cast their spells, launching a counterattack against the flame demon dragon. The beast's strength was overwhelming, with attacks both powerful and swift, gradually pushing Lin Zhao and his allies into a corner. Seizing an opportunity, the flame demon dragon swiped at Lin Zhao with its massive claws. Lin Zhao was caught off guard, suffering a laceration to his shoulder, blood instantly staining his garments. "Lin Zhao!" Su Yao cried out in alarm upon witnessing his injury. She unleashed her most potent spell, sending a beam of blue light hurtling toward the flame demon dragon. The dragon roared in fury, charging towards Su Yao in retaliation. Lin Zhao, disregarding his wounds, brandished the Lingshu sword and leaped to shield Su Yao. He executed a sword technique that merged the artifact's power with his bloodline essence, sending forth waves of golden sword energy towards the flame demon dragon. The dragon's body began to sustain injuries under the relentless assault, blood oozing from its wounds. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it grew increasingly frenzied in its attacks. The battle was arduous, and Lin Zhao and his companions found their stamina waning. At that critical moment, Lin Zhao suddenly recalled the potent spell he had acquired from the Lingyuan's realm of inheritance. Channeling his inner strength, he unleashed the spell. A brilliant beam of light surged from Lin Zhao's hand, infused with boundless energy. The light struck the flame demon dragon, causing it to emit a wretched cry as its massive frame collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled in relief, yet they understood this was merely the first of many challenges within the peak. Greater dangers awaited them. Continuing their ascent, they arrived at the brink of a vast chasm. The abyss appeared bottomless, thick black smoke swirling within, interspersed with eerie sounds emanating from its depths. An ancient stone bridge spanned the chasm, teetering precariously as if it could crumble at any moment. "Shall we proceed across this stone bridge?" A member of the town exorcism society gazed apprehensively at the bridge and inquired. Lin Zhao scrutinized the stone structure carefully and replied, "Although the bridge appears perilous, it is the sole path for us to advance. Let us tread carefully." One by one, Lin Zhao was the first to step onto the bridge, walking gingerly and ensuring its stability with each step. Under his guidance, the others followed suit, crossing the bridge one after another. When they reached the center of the bridge, it suddenly began to shake violently. In the next moment, a colossal black arm emerged from the abyss below. Grasping the bridge, with the arm's pull, the bridge began to fracture. "This is bad. Everyone jump!" Lin Zhao shouted, executing his agility to leap towards the opposite side of the gorge. Su Yao and the other members swiftly followed suit. Leaping after Lin Zhao, just as they landed on the shore, the bridge collapsed with a thunderous roar, plummeting into the depths. The black arm retracted back into the abyss. "What on earth was that?" Su Yao said, still shaken. Lin Xiao shook his head and replied, I do not know either, but the dangers within this mountain range far exceed our imagination. We must be even more cautious. The group continued onward. Eventually reaching the summit of the mountain, Iti the peak, there stood a grand altar radiating an intense light. As Lin Xiao and the others approached the altar, the brilliance intensified suddenly, and a figure began to materialize from the luminescence. The figure was a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a silver mask, rendering his features indiscernible. The black-robed man emanated a formidable aura that overwhelmed Lin Xiao and the others with an immense sense of pressure. At last, you have arrived, the black-robed man remarked coldly. Lin Xiao, on high alert, scrutinized the man and inquired, Who are you? What are you doing here? With a sneer, the black-robed man retorted, My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that the fragments of the artifact you possess must be surrendered to me. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao firmly refused, stating, Absolutely not. The fragments are the key to saving the continent, and I shall not allow them to fall into the hands of someone like you. A flicker of anger crossed the black-robed man's eyes as he declared, If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, the black-robed man unleashed a powerful spell, shooting forth a beam of black light toward Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao conjured the chaos shield to deflect the dark beam. Everyone, be cautious. His strength is formidable, Lin Xiao cautioned. The group unleashed their spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the black-robed man. His power was staggering. His spells both strange and varied, leaving Lin Xiao and his companions on the defensive. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao gradually discerned that the black-robed man's spells seemed to possess a connection to the malevolent forces of the Dark Abyss. Are you from the Dark Abyss? Lin Xiao asked, astonished. The black-robed man chuckled darkly, affirming, Indeed, I am an envoy of the Dark Abyss. Once we gather all the fragments of the artifact, we shall break the seal and unleash the power of the Dark Abyss to rule the entire continent. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the black-robed man was indeed an envoy of the Dark Abyss. He realized that this battle would determine the fate of the entire continent, and he must give it his all. Lin Xiao summoned every ounce of his strength, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the black-robed man. He unleashed attacks infused with the power of the artifact, bloodline strength, and the legacy of the Spirit Abyss, sending forth powerful beams of light towards the black-robed man. Unyielding, the black-robed man retaliated with a variety of formidable spells to counter Lin Xiao's onslaught. The clash was intensely fierce, light flashing and energy rippling throughout the air. The entire mountain trembled under the weight of their confrontation. Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves gradually cornered. Their stamina and spiritual energy depleting rapidly, a sudden shift occurred. Lin Xiao felt a change in the artifact he held. It radiated a brilliant light, imbued with boundless strength. Realizing that this was the artifact empowering him in this critical moment, Lin Xiao harnessed its power, unleashing it to its fullest potential. A golden beam shot forth from his hand, embodying a potent, purifying energy. The light struck the black-robed man, who screamed in agony as fissures began to form across his body. Impossible! How can this be? The black-robed man cried in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao unleashed his most powerful strike, a golden sword aura hurtling toward the black-robed man. The sword aura pierced through the black-robed man's form, causing him to collapse to the ground. Cheers erupted from the group. They had finally triumphed over the black-robed man. Lin Xiao approached the altar, discovering the final fragment of the artifact. Upon grasping it, the fragment automatically fused with the artifact. As all 7 fragments merged together, the artifact radiated a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the entire mountain in light. Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he possessed the ability to command the heavens and earth. We have succeeded, Su Yao exclaimed with exhilaration. Chapter 36, Prelude to the Dark Abyss. With the fused artifact in hand and unwavering conviction in their hearts, Lin Xiao and his companions set forth towards the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss, a realm shrouded in darkness and corruption, is said to be the source of malevolent forces, where countless demons and dark creatures thrive. This land was cloaked in a heavy veil of gloom, the air thick with decay and despair, every breeze whispering like a voice from the netherworld. As they journeyed towards the Dark Abyss, Lin Xiao and his companions felt the environment growing increasingly hostile. Once vibrant lands turned desolate, flora withering, rivers drying up, leaving behind cracked earth and twisted, lifeless trees. The sky, once a brilliant blue, was now obscured by a layer of dark violet clouds, occasionally illuminated by eerie lightning that lit up the lifeless expanse. The power of the dark abyss is indeed formidable, causing all that it touches to wither away. Xu Yao gazed at the scene before her, filled with trepidation. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the artifact, his gaze resolute as he declared, "We must reach the dark abyss swiftly to halt the spread of this evil force. If the seal of the dark abyss is completely broken, the entire continent will plunge into irretrievable ruin." The group quickened their pace, but their movements soon drew the attention of the dark abyss's forces. A horde of dark knights emerged from all directions, encircling them. Clad in black armor, their helmets glowed with a sinister red light, and their weapons radiated a chilling aura. "You foolish humans dare trespass upon the territory of the dark abyss. Today marks your demise," the leader of the Dark Knights growled ominously. Lin Xiao smirked disdainfully, retorting, "You think you can stop us? Bring it on." No sooner had he spoken than the Dark Knights charged towards Lin Xiao and his companions, weapons raised. Lin Xiao summoned the artifact's power, a golden beam shooting from his hand. Instantly repelling the foremost Dark Knights, Xu Yao and the other members of the Town Exorcism Society unleashed their own spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the Dark Knights. The strength of the Dark Knights was not to be underestimated. Their coordination was impeccable, their attacks relentless. Although Lin Xiao and his companions wielded the artifact's power, they began to feel the strain under the Dark Knight's assault, as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Just when Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves in dire straits, a mysterious figure suddenly flashed forth from the shadows. This figure moved with astonishing speed, instantly positioning himself amidst the Dark Knights. Wielding a weapon that shimmered with a cold light, each swing took the life of a Dark Knight. "Who is this? Why is he aiding us?" Xu Yao wondered, astonished by the enigmatic figure. Lin Xiao, equally perplexed, recognized that there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the moment of chaos among the Dark Knights, he unleashed a more potent attack, forcing them into retreat. With the help of the mysterious figure, Lin Xiao and his companions successfully drove back the Dark Knights. The figure approached Lin Xiao, slowly removing his hood. Revealing a young man with a stern countenance, his eyes radiated a blend of determination and mystery. "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" Lin Xiao asked warily. The young man smiled faintly, saying, "My name is Yun Che, a defector from the Dark Abyss. I was once a member of the Dark Abyss. But upon discovering their nefarious plans, I chose to betray them. I understand your mission and wish to assist you in sealing the Dark Abyss." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before responding. "How can we trust you?" Yun Che produced a token from his robe, presenting it to Lin Xiao, stating, "This is a token of the Dark Abyss, exclusive to high-ranking members. I offer this token as proof of my identity. Furthermore, I possess extensive knowledge of the terrain and defenses of the Dark Abyss. With my guidance, you will avoid many unnecessary obstacles." Lin Xiao accepted the token, examining it closely. The patterns and aura resonated with the power of the Dark Abyss. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to trust Yun Che. "Very well, since you are willing to assist us, let us proceed to the Dark Abyss together. But if you dare to deceive us, I shall not hesitate to punish you," Lin Xiao warned. Yun Che nodded affirmatively, assuring, "Rest assured, now that I have chosen to betray the Dark Abyss, there will be no turning back. Our objective remains unwavering, to seal the abyss of darkness and salvage this world." Under the leadership of Yun Che, Lin Xiao and his companions pressed onward towards the abyss. Along the way, they encountered numerous assaults from dark creatures, yet through their collective determination, they successfully repelled each attack. As they drew nearer to the abyss, Lin Xiao and his companions sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if invisible eyes were watching them from the shadows. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the abyss. A thick black mist enveloped the entrance, through which eerie sounds and terrifying roars occasionally echoed. Before them stood a colossal stone door, intricately engraved with mysterious runes that emitted a dim red glow, seemingly warning all to stay away. This was the entrance to the abyss of darkness, and the runes upon the stone door constituted a formidable seal. Only by deciphering these runes could the door be opened. Yun Che remarked. Lin Xiao scrutinized the runes, realizing they bore a resemblance to those found on the artifact. He attempted to bring the artifact closer to the door, and the radiance it emitted resonated with the runes, causing them to shine even more brilliantly. It appeared there was a connection between the artifact and the runes on the door, Lin Xiao observed. Channeling the artifact's power, he infused light into the runes. As the light surged forth, the runes began to transform, gradually dissipating until the door creaked open. Success! The group erupted in cheers. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a surge of formidable dark energy poured from the door, knocking them back several steps. Immediately, a horde of powerful dark creatures burst forth, their massive forms grotesque, belching forth black flames. Be cautious. These dark creatures are exceptionally strong, Lin Xiao shouted. The group quickly regained their composure and engaged in battle with the dark beings. Lin Xiao unleashed the power of the artifact, entering into a fierce struggle against the largest of the creatures. This creature possessed formidable defenses and attack power, rendering Lin Xiao's strikes nearly ineffective. The beast's defense was too robust. Ordinary attacks were futile against it, Lin Xiao thought anxiously. Just then, Yun Che suddenly cried out, Lin Xiao, aim for its eyes. That is its weak point. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately altered his attacking strategy, unleashing a powerful beam of light directed at the creature's eyes. The light struck true, eliciting a pained howl from the dark creature, which began to tremble violently. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao executed a more potent attack, finally vanquishing the beast. The other members gradually gained the upper hand in their respective battles, and after a fierce struggle, they successfully drove away the dark creatures. They ventured into the abyss of darkness, revealing a vast chamber shrouded in black mist, with black magma flowing across the ground, from which eerie bubbles occasionally surfaced. To the depths of the abyss stood a massive black castle, radiating a powerful dark energy. The very core of the abyss, we must expedite our approach to the castle and prevent the leader of the abyss from unsealing the seal, Yun Che urged. Lin Xiao nodded, and they proceeded towards the castle. Along the way, they encountered various traps and further assaults from dark creatures, yet through their wisdom and courage, they overcame each challenge. Upon finally reaching the castle, its great door slowly creaked open, revealing a man clad in a black robe who emerged. This man was strikingly handsome, yet his gaze exuded a malevolent and cold aura. The power emanating from him surpassed that of all the dark creatures they had previously encountered, instilling a profound sense of dread. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for a long time, the robed man stated coldly. Lin Xiao regarded the man warily and inquired, Are you the leader of the Abyss of Darkness? The robed man nodded, declaring, Indeed, I am the leader of the Abyss, Shadow. Today, you shall all perish here, and the artifact will belong to me. Lin Xiao gripped the artifact tightly, replying, If you desire the artifact, let us see if you possess the capability to claim it. Today, we shall seal the Abyss of Darkness once and for all, bringing an end to your malevolent reign. Shadow chuckled derisively, saying, You think you can challenge me with such meager strength? You are sorely mistaken. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Abyss. With that, Shadow unleashed a potent spell, causing the entire castle to shake violently, fissures appearing in the ground as countless dark creatures surged forth from them. Simultaneously, a formidable dark energy enveloped Shadow, shrouding him in its depths. Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves in an unprecedented crisis, as the final battle determining the fate of the continent was about to commence. Chapter 37. The collision of fates. Lin Xiao and his companions were encircled by dark creatures pouring in from all directions, each exuding a chilling aura as they lunged toward them. Shadow hovered in midair, coldly observing the scene with a smirk of derision, as if the fate of Lin Xiao and his companions lay firmly in his grasp. Back to back, do not falter. Lin Xiao shouted, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction amidst the chaos of battle. He was the first to wield the artifact, now fused with 7 fragments, causing it to radiate brilliantly. A golden ring of light expanded rapidly from him, sending the approaching dark creatures flying. Xu Yao's staff emanated a sacred blue light, casting healing rays upon her comrades, replenishing their dwindling stamina and energy. Concurrently, she commanded the water element, conjuring sharp ice blades that struck at the dark creatures, each blow claiming the lives of several. The other members of the Exorcism Division unleashed their ultimate techniques, their spells interweaving in a dazzling display as they fought valiantly against the Dark Horde. Yun Che, leveraging his familiarity with the Abyss, deftly navigated through the dark beings, his blade akin to the scythe of death, each swing precisely targeting the vital points of the dark creatures. Yet, the sheer number of dark beings was overwhelming. An unending tide. Despite their fervent resistance, Lin Xiao and his companions began to feel the toll of exhaustion and depleting energy. This cannot continue. We will be worn down, one member of the exorcism division exclaimed anxiously. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed firmly on Shadow, understanding that defeating the leader of the abyss was the only way to turn the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the power of the artifact, enhancing his strength to its peak, readying for a powerful assault. You all hold them off. I will confront Shadow, Lin Xiao bellowed, then dashed forward like a bolt of golden lightning towards Shadow. Shadow regarded Lin Xiao's approach with disdain. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of black energy toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao swung the artifact to deflect the energy beam, yet the immense force still sent him retreating several meters. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me? Shadow mocked. Ignoring the taunt, Lin Xiao pressed on with his attack. He unleashed a technique that amalgamated the power of the artifact, his bloodline strength, and the spells of the Lingyuan legacy. A golden sword aura surged forth like a dragon. Roaring towards Shadow. Shadow's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a black energy shield. The sword aura collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound that sent the surrounding dark creatures flying. The shield cracked under the impact but ultimately remained intact. It seems you possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient, Shadow sneered. With that, he invoked a more sinister spell, and a multitude of black tendrils erupted around him. Writhing as if alive, lunging toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao swiftly employed his agility to evade, but one tendril struck him, sending him hurtling away. Lin Xiao! Su Yao cried out in alarm upon witnessing Lin Xiao's injury. Ignoring her own safety, she rushed toward him. Su Yao, stay back. It's dangerous, Lin Xiao shouted. Nevertheless, Su Yao reached his side, casting a protective shield over him with her staff, and together they braced against Shadow. The two of you together are still no match for me, Shadow proclaimed arrogantly. He launched another attack, and the black tendrils surged like a tidal wave toward Lin Xiao and Su Yao. Back to back, they unleashed their respective spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against the tendrils. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground escalated to a critical level. The members of the exorcism division had suffered heavy losses. Yet they continued to resist valiantly against the dark creatures. We cannot continue like this. We must find a way to break through this predicament, Yun Che thought while battling. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He shouted to the members of the exorcism division, "Listen up. Let us concentrate our efforts on attacking the ground beneath the dark creatures, destroying the terrain to make them fall into the magma." Upon hearing this, the group complied, channeling various spells toward the feet of the dark creatures. As the ground began to fracture under the assault of the spell, the fissures widened, causing numerous dark creatures to lose their footing and plunge into the seething lava below. Their screams echoing in the air. The number of dark beings finally began to dwindle, alleviating much of the pressure on the members of the exorcism division. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Xiao and Su Yao found themselves at a critical juncture in their battle against the Shadow. Lin Xiao sensed that his stamina and spiritual energy were nearly depleted. Yet he knew he could not succumb to despair. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the last vestiges of his power into the artifact. Su Yao, let us deliver the final blow together, Lin Xiao proclaimed. Su Yao nodded, infusing her own spiritual energy into the staff, and together they unleashed their most formidable attack. A radiant beam of intertwined gold and blue light erupted from their hands, hurtling towards the Shadow. The Shadow, feeling the immense power contained within the light, wore a grave expression. He hastily summoned his strongest defensive spell, erecting a black energy barrier before him. The light collided with the barrier, causing the entire dark abyss to tremble violently. Waves of powerful energy surged like a tempest across the battlefield. The dark creatures were thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions as the fissures in the ground continued. Many expressed their agreement. Thus, Lin Xiao and his companions packed their belongings and followed Dongfangyu to the eastern sea. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Qinglong Island. Qinglong Island is a mysterious isle in the eastern sea, adorned with lush greenery and breathtaking scenery. However, Lin Xiao and his companions were not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful landscape. Their hearts were filled with vigilance. Dongfang Yu led them to the entrance of a magnificent palace, where the grand doors slowly opened to reveal an elderly man clad in splendid attire. "Welcome to Qinglong Island," he said with a smile. "I am Dongfang Cong, the island's master." Lin Xiao and the others slightly bowed in respect. "You honor us, master of the island. Might I inquire about the vital information you mentioned regarding the future of the continent?" Lin Xiao asked directly. Dongfang Cong's expression grew serious as he replied, "To speak candidly, we have detected a mysterious dark force quietly rising in the Eastern Sea. This power differs significantly from the dark forces we previously encountered. It is more insidious and perilous. We fear that this force poses a threat to the continent, which is why we invited you here." Lin Xiao's heart tightened. He had just sealed the abyss of darkness, and now a new dark force had emerged. "Could you elaborate on this mysterious dark force?" he inquired. Dongfang Cong nodded and said, "This dark power seems to emanate from the depths of the ocean. We once dispatched individuals to investigate, but none returned. All we know is that this force is continuously consuming the surrounding waters, submerging many islands in its wake. Moreover, we have discovered that this power appears to be linked to an ancient legend." "An ancient legend?" Lin Xiao and the others expressed their curiosity. Dongfang Cong sighed and explained, "The legend speaks of a time long ago when a formidable evil entity was sealed in the Eastern Sea. This malevolent being is known as the Sea Demon, possessing the power to annihilate the world. Our ancestors paid a steep price to seal it away. However, we now suspect that this Sea Demon may soon awaken." The revelation shocked Lin Xiao and his companions. If the Sea Demon truly awakened, the entire continent would face catastrophic peril. "Master of the island, what can we do to prevent the awakening of the Sea Demon?" Lin Xiao asked anxiously. Dongfang Cong shook his head, replying, "We do not know. This is precisely why we invited you. We hope to collaborate with you to discover a means to halt the Sea Demon's awakening." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao stated, "Master of the island, we are willing to assist in the search for a solution. However, we need to first understand the details, including the location of the Sea Demon seal and the specific characteristics of this mysterious dark force." Dongfang Cong nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, we will fully cooperate. We will arrange for dedicated individuals to provide you with detailed information. In the following days, with the arrangements made by Qinglong Island, Lin Xiao and his companions began their investigation into the Sea Demon and the mysterious dark force. They perused extensive ancient texts and engaged in profound discussions with the island's elder scholars. Nevertheless, the information they acquired remained exceedingly limited. One day, while perusing an ancient tome, Lin Xiao suddenly stumbled upon a crucial clue. The text detailed that the Sea Demon seal was located at the deepest point of the Eastern Sea, where a mysterious underwater palace resides. Hidden within the palace lay the key to unlocking the seal, as well as potentially containing the means to prevent the Sea Demon's awakening. Lin Xiao shared this discovery with the group, and they were filled with excitement. They resolved to journey to the underwater palace in search of a way to avert the Sea Demon's awakening. However, the palace's location was exceedingly obscure and surrounded by various dangers. To ensure the safety of their mission, with the assistance of Qinglong Island, Lin Xiao and his companions made thorough preparations. They crafted specialized diving gear, learned underwater combat techniques, and prepared various magical artifacts to counter potential threats. Once all preparations were complete, they embarked on their expedition to the underwater palace. They boarded a specially designed submersible and gradually descended into the depths of the ocean. As they plunged deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly dark and the pressure intensified. After several hours of navigation, they finally approached the vicinity of the underwater palace. The palace emanated a mysterious glow, shrouded in a halo of black mist that sent chills down their spines. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions drew closer to the palace. As they entered the realm of the black mist, they felt a powerful dark force rush towards them. Immediately, a swarm of enigmatic underwater creatures surged forth from the mist. Launching an attack, these creatures bore bizarre appearances, their bodies as hard as iron and their strikes immensely powerful. Lin Xiao and his companions swiftly cast spells and engaged in fierce combat with the underwater beings. During the battle, Lin Xiao observed that the creatures seemed to be under the influence of some dark force. Their attacks lacked coordination yet were exceedingly ferocious. After a grueling fight, they finally repelled the underwater creatures and continued towards the palace. Arriving at its grand entrance, the doors of the palace were tightly shut, adorned with intricate mystical runes. Lin Xiao carefully examined the runes, noting their resemblance to those on a divine artifact. He attempted to bring the artifact closer to the doors, and the radiance emitted by the artifact resonated with the runes, causing their glow to intensify. It seems there is a connection between the artifact and this door, Lin Xiao remarked. He channeled the artifact's power, infusing the runes with light as the brilliance flowed into them. The doors slowly creaked open, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy from within. Chapter 39. The Secrets of the Underwater Palace. As the doors of the underwater palace swung open, a thick and malevolent dark energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Xiao and his companions like a tangible wave of darkness. This force was frigid and piercing, carrying a strong corrosive essence that eroded their spiritual shields. Everyone, be cautious. This dark force is even stronger than we anticipated, Lin Xiao warned loudly, swiftly channeling the power of the artifact within him to form a more robust golden shield before him, temporarily blocking the encroaching darkness. The others hastily cast their spells to bolster their defenses. Xu Yao's staff radiated brilliant light, enveloping the group in a pure blue glow that not only repelled the dark energy's invasion but also replenished their depleted spiritual energy. As the onslaught of dark power slightly waned, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and stepped into the underwater palace. Inside, a dim glow permeated the air, and the walls were etched with various strange patterns and symbols, as if narrating an ancient and mysterious tale. The ground was slick with a black liquid that emitted a nauseating odor, making one feel sick at the mere whiff. These patterns and symbols seemed to hold profound significance. These may relate to the seal of the sea demon and the means to prevent its awakening, Yun Che observed, furrowing his brow. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. Thus, they began to advance cautiously along the palace corridors, observing the wall patterns while remaining alert for potential dangers. As they progressed, they discovered the palace's layout was exceedingly complex, resembling a vast labyrinth. With each turn, they encountered forks in the path, and each fork exuded the same dark aura, complicating their sense of direction. This is untenable. We will become lost in this maze, a member of the exorcism division exclaimed anxiously. Just as they felt perplexed, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed the artifact in his hand beginning to tremble slightly, emitting a faint glow. The light seemed to indicate one of the forks. It appears the artifact is guiding us, Lin Xiao declared. Let us proceed in this direction. Following Lin Xiao, the group advanced along the path indicated by the artifact. Along the way, they encountered several dangers. Hidden mechanisms triggered, launching sharp poison arrows and black flames. However, through their combined efforts, they managed to evade these threats without grave consequence. At last, they arrived at a vast, circular hall. In the center stood a massive black stone pillar, inscribed with even more intricate runes and patterns. Atop the pillar floated a black crystal radiating an eerie glow. This crystal seems quite unusual, Xu Yao remarked cautiously, eyeing the black crystal. It appears to harbor formidable dark power. Lin Xiao nodded, sensing a close connection between this crystal and the seal of the sea demon. He cautiously approached the pillar to observe more closely. However, as he neared, the black crystal suddenly blazed with brilliance, projecting a dark beam that enveloped Lin Xiao. He felt an overwhelming force bind him, rendering him immobile. Lin Xiao, Xu Yao and the others rushed forward. They attempted to unleash various spells against the dark beam to free Lin Xiao, but their efforts were in vain. At that moment, Lin Xiao's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. He seemed to enter a mysterious realm, surrounded by endless shadows. In the darkness, a deep and sinister voice echoed, "Foolish humans, daring to intrude upon my sealed domain. Do you believe you can prevent my awakening?" Such delusion. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that the owner of this voice was likely the deep-sea demon god. Suppressing the fear that surged within him, he declared loudly, "Deep-sea demon god, your nefarious plot shall not succeed. We will undoubtedly find a way to prevent your awakening." Ha 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 ha. The voice of the deep-sea demon god was laced with derision. "You insignificant ants dare to thwart me? I have slumbered for countless years, and my power has been restored significantly. Soon, I shall break free from this seal and dominate the entire world." Lin Xiao felt a rush of anxiety, but he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. He focused his mind, attempting to devise a method to extricate himself from this predicament. Suddenly, he sensed a warm energy emanating from the artifact in his hand. gradually dispelling the dark forces that bound him. A spark ignited within Lin Xiao. He harnessed the power of the artifact and unleashed it to its fullest potential. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, clashing against the black pillar of energy. Under the impact of the brilliance, the black energy gradually waned, eventually vanishing into nothingness. Free from his constraints, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and gazed at the black crystal suspended atop the stone pillar. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Deep Sea Demon God, I shall not allow you to prevail with that. He unleashed a combined attack infused with the power of the artifact, the strength of his bloodline, and the legacy of the Spirit Abyss, directing a golden sword aura toward the black crystal. The sword aura struck the black crystal, emitting a piercing shriek as cracks began to form on its surface. No! The voice of the deep-sea demon god was rife with rage and fear. You dare to shatter my seal. As the cracks on the black crystal multiplied, the entire chamber began to tremble violently. The runes and patterns on the stone pillar flickered with an eerie light, and a surge of even more potent dark energy erupted from it. This is not good. The seal is about to be destroyed. Yun Che shouted. Lin Xiao recognized that they had reached a critical juncture. He unleashed his most formidable attack without hesitation, bathing the entire chamber in golden radiance. Under the force of the light, the black crystal finally shattered with a resounding crash. As the black crystal broke apart, the runes and patterns on the stone pillar gradually faded away. The dark energy within the chamber began to dissipate rapidly, and the underwater palace returned to tranquility. Lin Xiao and the others exhaled in relief, knowing they had successfully thwarted the deep-sea demon goddess awakening. However, they also understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The threat of the deep-sea demon god still loomed. We must leave this place at once. It may collapse at any moment, Lin Xiao said. The others nodded in agreement, following Lin Xiao as they hurried toward the exit of the underwater palace. As they made their way out, they noticed a dramatic change in their surroundings. The once dark and ominous passageway had transformed into a bright corridor, with the patterns and symbols on the walls vanished. Upon finally reaching the exit of the underwater palace, they discovered that the surrounding waters had regained their clarity, and the previous black mist had completely dissipated. Lin Xiao and the others boarded their submersible, slowly ascending to the surface. Upon returning to Qinglong Island, Lin Xiao recounted their experiences in the underwater palace to Dongfang Tsang. After listening, Dongfang Tsang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao and the others would succeed in preventing the awakening of the deep-sea demon god, and a deep sense of admiration welled up within him. Your bravery and wisdom command my utmost respect, Dongfang Tsang remarked. Thanks to you all, we have averted a great disaster. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, replying, Island Master, you flatter us. It is our duty. However, the threat of the deep-sea demon god still exists. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must continue our search for a definitive solution to the deep-sea demon god issue. Dongfang Tsang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall fully cooperate with you all. Next, let us collectively explore how to resolve this matter once and for all. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao and his companions collaborated with the people of Qinglong Island to conduct in-depth research on the deep-sea demon god crisis. They delved into ancient texts and consulted with experts and scholars from various regions. However, they still failed to uncover a conclusive solution to the deep-sea demon god problem. One day, while conversing with an elderly scholar, Lin Xiao learned of an ancient legend. The legend spoke of a mysterious island at the far eastern edge of the Eastern Sea, known as Light Island. On Light Island, there was a legendary artifact called the Heart of Light. It was said that the Heart of Light possessed the ability to purify all dark forces. If they could obtain it, perhaps they could completely resolve the deep-sea demon god issue. A spark ignited within Lin Xiao. He felt that this legend might be a crucial clue. He shared the tale with his companions, and they unanimously decided to journey to Light Island in search of the Heart of Light. However, the location of Light Island was shrouded in secrecy, and the journey there was fraught with peril. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao and his companions did not waver. They resolved to face the challenge head-on. After thorough preparations, they set forth on their expedition once more. Chapter 40. The Trials of Light Island. After enduring numerous hardships, Lin Xiao and his group finally arrived at the fabled waters surrounding Light Island. The island was enveloped in a hazy glow, appearing dreamlike and exuding an aura of mystery and sanctity. The sea was calm, contrasting starkly with the tumultuous storms they had previously faced, as if this expanse of water were safeguarding the enigmatic island. As their vessel approached Light Island, an invisible force began to emanate, preventing the ship from advancing any further. Lin Xiao rose to his feet, gazing intently at the island encircled by the glow, seeking a way to breach this barrier. Just then, a golden light shot forth from the island, coalescing before them into a figure draped in a golden robe. Distant visitors, what brings you to Light Island? The figure's voice resonated like a bell, echoing across the water's surface. Lin Xiao stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Esteemed elder, we hail from the mainland. We seek the heart of light to save the continent from the impending darkness. We humbly request your permission to set foot on Light Island." The figure in the golden robe remained silent for a moment before replying, "The heart of light is a sacred relic of Light Island, possessing the power to purify all darkness. However, to obtain it, one must undergo the trials of Light Island. Only those who are truly righteous and possess unwavering resolve are deemed worthy of its recognition. Do you accept this trial?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiao affirmed, "We are willing. No matter how arduous the trial, we shall not falter." "Very well." The golden-robed figure waved a hand, and in a flash of light, Lin Xiao and his companions were transported to Light Island. They found themselves amidst a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast golden patches on the ground. Yet, this forest was permeated with an eerie atmosphere, as if fraught with hidden dangers. "Everyone, be cautious. This place seems far from simple," Lin Xiao warned, scanning their surroundings while tightly gripping the artifact. The others nodded in agreement, each casting spells to bolster their defenses. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the forest, and a massive beast burst forth from the trees. This creature was covered in black scales, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light, and it exhaled fierce flames. "This is the Inferno Demon Tiger, a formidable foe. Do not underestimate it," Lin Xiao shouted, leading the charge. He summoned the power of the artifact, directing a golden sword aura toward the Inferno Demon Tiger. The beast deftly evaded the attack and opened its massive maw, unleashing a colossal column of flame toward Lin Xiao. He conjured a chaos shield to block the fiery assault. Su Yao and other members of the Exorcism Division unleashed their spells against the Inferno Demon Tiger. Indeed, the creature's prowess was remarkable. Its attacks were both fierce and agile, making it difficult for Lin Xiao and the others to find an opening. During the fray, the Inferno Demon Tiger suddenly leapt toward Su Yao. Caught off guard, she was slashed across the arm by its claws, blood instantly staining her garments. "Su Yao!" Lin Xiao exclaimed. Filled with urgency, he rushed to her side, unleashing his most powerful attack to drive the Inferno Demon Tiger back. "Concentrate your attacks on its abdomen. That is its weak point," Yun Che shouted. Heeding his advice, the group adjusted their aim, focusing their spells on the tiger's vulnerable belly. Under their combined efforts, a wound finally appeared on the Inferno Demon Tiger's abdomen, blood gushing forth. The creature let out a furious roar, its body swelling as the surrounding air grew intensely hot. "Not good. It's going to self-destruct," Lin Xiao shouted. "Everyone, scatter." The group quickly dispersed, and with a deafening explosion, the Inferno Demon Tiger detonated, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby trees. Although Lin Xiao and the others managed to evade the blast, they still suffered some repercussions. And this was merely the first trial. It was exceedingly challenging, one member of the Exorcism Division remarked, shaken. Lin Xiao nodded resolutely, stating, "We cannot falter. We must press on." They continued their journey through the forest, encountering various beasts and traps along the way. Yet, under Lin Xiao's leadership, they overcame each challenge with wit and valor. At last, they reached the forest's end, where a colossal stone door loomed before them. The door was inscribed with mysterious runes, radiating an aura of immense power. "This appears to be the entrance to the next trial," Lin Xiao observed. He attempted to touch the stone door with the artifact, causing the runes to flicker momentarily, yet it did not open. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears. To unlock the stone door, one must find 3 keys. These 3 keys are hidden in the 3 corners of the forest. Only by gathering all 3 can the stone door be opened. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and his companions immediately divided into 3 groups, heading towards the corners of the forest. Lin Xiao and Su Yao formed one group, and during their quest for the keys, they encountered a vast swamp. The swamp was shrouded in a black mist, emanating a foul stench. "Be cautious. This swamp is perilous," Lin Xiao warned. They tread carefully along the edge of the swamp when suddenly, A massive tentacle emerged from the murky depths, reaching out towards them. With quick reflexes, Lin Xiao summoned the power of the artifact and severed the tentacle. However, more tentacles soon followed, encircling them back to back. Lin Xiao and Su Yao unleashed their respective spells, engaging in a fierce battle against the tentacles. During the fray, Lin Xiao discerned that these appendages seemed to be controlled by a creature lurking deep within the swamp. Determined to confront the source, Lin Xiao propelled himself into the depths of the swamp, with Su Yao closely trailing behind. There, they uncovered a colossal black creature, its numerous tentacles sprawling like a mountain. So it was you behind this. Lin Xiao bellowed, harnessing a blend of artifact power, bloodline strength, and the legacy of Ling Yuan in a single attack, a beam of golden light shooting forth towards the beast. The creature roared in fury, attempting to fend off Lin Xiao's assault with its tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao unleashed her most potent spell upon the beast. Under their combined might, the creature finally succumbed, collapsing into the swamp. As it fell, a radiant key tumbled from its form. Lin Xiao picked up the key, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. We have found the first key. Meanwhile, the other two groups also successfully retrieved their keys. They reconvened before the stone door, inserting the 3 keys into the corresponding slots. The stone door began to creak open, revealing a powerful light streaming forth. As Lin Xiao and the others stepped through the door, they discovered a vast plaza. At the center stood a grand stone platform, upon which rested a crystal radiating dazzling light, the heart of light they had sought. However, just as they prepared to claim the heart of light, a figure suddenly materialized before them. Cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a silver mask, the figure exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness. Did you think it would be so easy to obtain the heart of light? The figure sneered coldly. The heart of light belongs to me. No one shall take it. Lin Xiao regarded the figure warily, asserting, whoever you are, we shall take the heart of light today to save the continent. The dark-robed figure scoffed. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. With that, the figure unleashed a formidable spell, sending a beam of black energy hurtling toward Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao conjured a chaotic shield, successfully blocking the dark beam. Chapter 41. A desperate duel. The dark-robed figure was enveloped in a thick black mist, each wisp seemingly imbued with the power to corrode everything. Swirling around the plaza in stark contrast to the pure light emanating from the heart of light, he formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and with a deep, rumbling growl, several monstrous beasts composed of dark energy leapt forth from the mist, lunging toward Lin Xiao and his companions. These beasts varied in form. Some were massive like hills, covered in sharp black scales, while others were swift as lightning, their claws capable of slicing through the air with ease. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red glow, leaving scorched marks on the ground wherever they tread. Everyone be cautious. These dark beasts are formidable foes, Lin Xiao warned as he brandished the artifact. Conjuring a golden barrier that enveloped them all, the beasts collided with the barrier, producing a dull thud, yet failing to breach its defense. Su Yao raised her staff, unleashing a barrage of blue water arrows from its tip, striking several beasts with precision. Upon contact, the arrows erupted with tremendous force, pushing the beasts back several meters. However, these creatures seemed to possess an unyielding resilience, quickly rising once more to attack. Damn it! Why are these creatures so tenacious? A member of the exorcism division gritted his teeth, engaging one beast in close combat with his glimmering sword. Yet the beast's ferocious assaults, each accompanied by a fierce gust, left him struggling to keep up. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the dark-robed figure, acutely aware that defeating him would cause the dark beasts to dissipate. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated the artifact's power to its peak. Everyone, hold off these beasts. I will confront the dark-robed figure. With that, he dashed forth like a golden meteor towards the figure. The dark-robed figure, noticing this, laughed coldly and conjured a black energy barrier before him. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao struck the barrier with the artifact, the clash of golden sword energy and black energy producing a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave rippled across the plaza, fracturing the ground beneath them. The dark-robed figure staggered back slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, clearly unprepared for Lin Xiao's formidable strength. You possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient, he roared, unleashing an even more potent spell. Raising his arms, the sky darkened, and a bolt of black lightning descended, aimed directly at Lin Xiao. With no time to evade, Lin Xiao braced the artifact in front of him, channeling all his strength to withstand the strike. The lightning struck the artifact, a jolt of electricity coursing through Lin Xiao's body, causing excruciating pain that made him tremble uncontrollably. Lin Xiao. Su Yao cried out in distress upon witnessing his injury. Ignoring the attacking beasts, she rushed toward him. Her staff glowing brightly as a healing light enveloped Lin Xiao, alleviating his wounds. Su Yao, don't come over. It's dangerous here. Lin Xiao shouted, I cannot stand by and watch you get hurt. Su Yao declared resolutely. At that moment, the dark-robed figure launched another assault, unleashing a flurry of black energy arrows toward Lin Xiao and Su Yao. Back to back, they cast their spells to fend off the barrage. However, the sheer number of arrows soon began to overwhelm their defenses. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a counterattack, Lin Xiao thought urgently. Suddenly, he recalled a mysterious spell he had acquired in the realm of Ling Yuan. A spell of immense power requiring substantial spiritual energy. Faced with such dire circumstances, he could no longer hesitate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao summoned his spiritual energy, invoking the arcane spell. A golden beam shot forth from his hand, imbued with potent, purifying power. Wherever the light reached, the black energy arrows disintegrated. Witnessing this, the dark-robed figure's expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao wielding such powerful magic, if that is the case. Let me show you my true strength, he roared, his body swelling as the black mist enveloped him entirely. Moments later, the mist dissipated, revealing the figure transformed into a colossal form, radiating an even more terrifying aura of darkness. He raised his gigantic hand, descending upon Lin Xiao and Su Yao. They felt an overwhelming pressure, realizing that should they fail to withstand this blow, their demise was inevitable. Lin Xiao summoned the artifact's power to its utmost, while Su Yao unleashed the full might of her staff. Their combined forces coalesced into a formidable shield. The enormous hand struck the shield with a thunderous crash, causing it to tremble violently. On the brink of shattering, gritting their teeth, Lin Xiao and Su Yao strained against the force. Everyone, lend your strength, Yun Che shouted, and he alongside other members of the Exorcism Division unleashed their most powerful spells, channeling their energy into the shield. United in their efforts, they finally managed to withstand the dark-robed figure's assault. Enraged by his attack being thwarted, the figure prepared to launch another strike, this time invoking a forbidden spell. Chanting incantations, dark energy swirled frantically around him. A powerful aura of destruction spread, causing the entire plaza to tremble. This is bad. He is about to unleash his full power, Lin Xiao gasped in alarm, understanding the impending threat of such overwhelming force. Just then, Lin Xiao felt a change in the artifact he held. It radiated a blinding light, infused with a mysterious energy. Realizing the significance, he harnessed the artifact's power, merging this newfound strength with his own. Everyone, concentrate your power and join me in launching our final assault, Lin Xiao shouted. The others nodded resolutely, pooling their strength into Lin Xiao. The artifact blazed with brilliance, and a golden beam erupted from it, charging towards the dark-robed figure. The golden beam of light collided with the assault of the cloaked figure, causing the entire world to seem as though it had come to a standstill. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a powerful wave of energy engulfed the entirety of Radiant Island. Chapter 42. The Turn of Despair. Amidst the cataclysmic roar of the explosion, a ferocious energy storm surged forth like a raging tsunami, sweeping everything on Radiant Island into its chaotic embrace. The winds howled, dust and debris flew, and the world appeared to plunge into apocalyptic turmoil. Lin Xiao and his companions were hurled through the air by this violent force, crashing heavily to the ground, each bearing severe injuries, blood trickling from the corners of their mouth. The heart of the explosion. The cloaked figure swayed precariously, yet his eyes betrayed a madness and unwillingness to yield. His body began to fracture under the backlash of forbidden sorcery, dark mist seeping from the fissures, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he persisted, preparing to unleash one final strike. Humph, do you think this will defeat me? You are sorely mistaken, the cloaked figure bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of those present. Today, you shall all perish. With that proclamation, the cloaked figure abruptly brought his hands together, and the surrounding dark energy coalesced into a massive ebony sphere. This sphere contained the power to annihilate all, warping the very fabric of space around it. He hurled the dark sphere towards Lin Xiao and the others. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, leaving behind a long trail of black flames. Lin Xiao gazed at the approaching black sphere, a wave of despair rising within him. He understood that the force of this attack had surpassed their capacity to endure. It seemed as though they stood on the precipice of defeat. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, the artifact in his grasp began to tremble violently, its radiance intensifying. Could it be the artifact still harbored hidden power? Lin Xiao's heart stirred, and he tightened his grip on the artifact, channeling the last vestiges of spiritual energy within him. Seeking to awaken its mysterious powers, simultaneously, Su Yao, Yun Che, and the others struggled to rise, disregarding their pain, pouring their remaining strength into Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, we believe in you, Su Yao said weakly, her gaze filled with unwavering determination and trust. Indeed, we shall fight until the very last moment, Yun Che shouted fervently. Bolstered by their support, Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing within him. He inhaled deeply, concentrating all his strength into the artifact. The artifact's glow surged, and a beam of golden light shot forth, colliding with the dark sphere. The golden radiance and the black sphere locked in a fierce stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. Powerful energy waves battered everything around them, the ground splitting open with gaping fissures, while the sky crackled with thunder, as if the apocalypse was imminent. Break for me, Lin Xiao roared, unleashing all his might. The artifact's brilliance exploded exponentially, the golden beam resembling a colossal golden dragon, shattering the constraints of the dark sphere and charging towards the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in terror at the sight. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The golden beam struck his body, piercing through him in an instant. He let out a wretched scream as his form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless black shards that dissipated into the air. With the demise of the cloaked figure, the dark energy swiftly dissipated, the ominous clouds overhead gradually parting, allowing sunlight to once again bathe Radiant Island. Lin Xiao and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, their hearts brimming with the joy of having survived calamity. Did we succeed? Su Yao asked weakly. Yes, we have triumphed, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, his voice infused with exhaustion and contentment. However, just as they believed all was finished, a flash of black light suddenly erupted from the spot where the cloaked figure had vanished. Lin Xiao's heart raced, and he quickly sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings warily. Not good, there's still danger, Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly rose, preparing to confront the new threat. The black light spiraled through the air before hurtling towards the Heart of Light. Sensing the imminent peril, the Heart of Light grew ever brighter, attempting to fend off the assault of the dark light. Not good, it aims to seize the Heart of Light, Yun Che exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm as he dashed towards the Heart of Light. Lin Xiao and the others followed closely, understanding that the Heart of Light was pivotal to safeguarding peace in the world. Its loss to the dark forces would spell dire consequences. Upon reaching the Heart of Light, they found the black light engaged in a fierce struggle against it. The dark light relentlessly battered the defenses of the Heart of Light, which flickered ominously, threatening to be breached at any moment. Lin Xiao watched in mounting anxiety, recognizing that they needed to devise a plan quickly to thwart the dark light's assault. Just then, a long-buried memory from the realm of spirits surged to the forefront of his mind. This memory spoke of the Heart of Light possessing a self-protective power, which could only be awakened when the user's heart reached an unparalleled purity and resolve. Everyone, listen to me. We must concentrate our spirits and use our beliefs and strength to awaken the Heart of Light's self-protective power, Lin Xiao shouted. Hearing this, the others nodded resolutely. They closed their eyes, focusing intently, channeling their beliefs and strength into the Heart of Light. Under their collective effort, the radiance of the Heart of Light grew ever more intense, gradually suppressing the onslaught of the dark light. Now, Lin Xiao bellowed, as the artifact in his hand blazed with renewed brilliance. A golden beam fused with the light of the Heart of Light, culminating in a powerful purifying light. This purifying light surged towards the dark light, which let out a ghastly wail under its illumination before swiftly dissipating. As the black light vanished, the Heart of Light regained its tranquility, its glow softening as if expressing gratitude to the onlookers. Lin Xiao and his companions gazed at the Heart of Light, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. They knew they had successfully protected the Heart of Light and, by extension, the peace of the world. That we did it, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Indeed, we did. Lin Xiao smiled, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 43. Emotional bonds upon their victorious return from Radiant Island. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, Yun Che, and their companions were met with a hero's welcome within their sect. Their tale of safeguarding the Heart of Light and vanquishing the dark forces spread rapidly throughout the realm of cultivation, becoming the stuff of legend. Yet, for them, this was merely the beginning of a new chapter. The celebratory banquet within the sect. Laughter and joy filled the air as they raised their cups in celebration. Lin Xiao surveyed the faces of his comrades, a wave of emotion washing over him. Through trials of life and death, their bonds had grown ever deeper. Su Yao approached Lin Xiao, her cheeks slightly flushed from the effects of the wine, her gaze imbued with tenderness and affection. Lin Xiao, if it weren't for you this time, we might not have returned alive, Su Yao said softly, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. Lin Xiao turned to meet her gaze, warmth blooming in his heart at the sight of her beautiful face. No, it is the result of our collective efforts. Without your support, I could not have awakened the artifact's power, he replied sincerely. Their eyes met in a shared smile, the atmosphere shifting to one of subtle intimacy. At that moment, Yun Che sauntered over, clapping Lin Xiao on the shoulder, breaking the tender moment. What secrets are you two whispering about? Today is a celebration, and everyone is waiting for you to drink together. Once more, the group raised their cups, reveling in the hard-won victory. However, amidst their revelry, the elders of the sect wore furrowed brows, as though burdened by unspoken concerns. After the banquet concluded, Lin Xiao was summoned to the council chamber by the elders. The atmosphere within the room was heavy, several elders seated at the head of the table, their expressions grave. Lin Xiao felt a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Lin Xiao, you have accomplished great deeds, making tremendous contributions to our sect and the entire realm of cultivation, one elder began. However, we have just received news that the dark forces have not been entirely eradicated. They lurk in the shadows, seemingly plotting a more formidable scheme. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. He understood that the threat of the dark forces was far from over. Elders, what shall we do? He asked urgently. According to intelligence, the remnants of the dark forces are seeking an ancient artifact, the Chaos Demon Pearl. It is said that this pearl possesses the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. And should they acquire it, the consequences would be catastrophic, another elder said with deep concern. Lin Xiao fell into contemplation, realizing that this crisis was more severe than any they had faced before. Elders, I am willing to lead our group in search of the Chaos Demon Pearl. We must not allow it to fall into the hands of the dark forces, he declared resolutely. The elders nodded in approval, appreciating Lin Xiao's courage and sense of responsibility. This mission is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. We will provide you with all necessary support. After leaving the council chamber, Lin Xiao relayed the news to Su Yao, Yun Che, and the others. While some trepidation lingered in their hearts, they unanimously expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Xiao on this mission. During the preparation phase before their departure, Lin Xiao and Su Yao found a moment of solitude together. They ventured to the back mountain of the sect, where the scenery was picturesque and tranquility reigned. Lin Xiao, this mission is fraught with peril. You must prioritize your safety. Su Yao grasped Lin Xiao's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. Lin Xiao gazed at Su Yao, his heart swelling with emotion. Rest assured, I shall return safely. Once this mission concludes, we will embark on a journey to witness the world's breathtaking wonders together. Gently, he enveloped Su Yao in his embrace. Leaning against Lin Xiao, Su Yao savored his warmth and strength. I believe in you. No matter the challenges we face, we shall confront them together. The two remained locked in an embrace for a considerable time, relishing this moment of tranquility and affection. However, blissful moments are fleeting, and soon they set forth on the quest to locate the Chaos Magic Pearl. According to the clues, the Chaos Magic Pearl may be hidden within a mysterious realm, nestled deep within an ancient forest, rumored to be rife with dangers and traps. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions entered the forest, ever vigilant against unforeseen perils. After traversing the forest for several days, they finally discovered the entrance to the realm. A mysterious aura enveloped the entrance, sending chills down their spines. Everyone, be cautious. Immense dangers may lurk here, Lin Xiao cautioned. The group nodded, following Lin Xiao as they cautiously stepped into the realm. Inside, the light was dim, shrouded in a faint mist. Jagged stones surrounded them, and eerie sounds echoed intermittently, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows erupted from the darkness. These shadows were agile and swift, quickly surrounding Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao focused intently and realized these shadows were a horde of corrupted beasts. Everyone, take heed. These beasts are under the thrall of dark forces, he shouted. Launching the first attack, the group unleashed their spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the corrupted beasts. The beasts were incredibly powerful and numerous, gradually overwhelming Lin Xiao and his comrades amidst the chaos. Su Yao was inadvertently struck by one of the corrupted beasts, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and he rushed towards Su Yao without hesitation. He wielded the artifact, fending off the surrounding beasts, and shielded Su Yao behind him. Su Yao, are you all right? Lin Xiao inquired anxiously. Su Yao's complexion was pale, blood trickling from her lips, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. Seeing Su Yao in such a state filled Lin Xiao with a surge of rage. He unleashed all his power, and the artifact blazed with brilliance, sending forth golden rays towards the corrupted beasts. Under Lin Xiao's formidable onslaught, the beasts fell one after another. After a grueling battle, Lin Xiao and his companions finally repelled the corrupted beasts. However, they all sustained varying degrees of injuries and required time to recuperate. During their respite, Lin Xiao remained by Su Yao's side, tending to her wounds. Su Yao, gazing into Lin Xiao's weary yet caring eyes, felt a wave of gratitude. Lin Xiao, thank you for staying by my side, she murmured softly. Lin Xiao smiled at her, saying, silly girl, we are comrades who face life and death together. How could I abandon you? After a few days of rest, the group's injuries began to heal, and they resumed their search for the Chaos Magic Pearl within the realm. Throughout their quest, they encountered various dangers and challenges, yet they overcame them all through their mutual understanding and courage. Ultimately, in the depths of the realm, they discovered the Chaos Magic Pearl, suspended in the center of a colossal magic array, emanating an eerie glow. However, just as they prepared to seize the Chaos Magic Pearl, a group of dark forces appeared unexpectedly. At the forefront stood a man in a black robe, his gaze filled with malevolence and greed. Humph, do you think you can easily obtain the Chaos Magic Pearl? It belongs to us, the man in the black robe sneered. Lin Xiao's heart burned with fury as he confronted the man. You dark forces shall not lay claim to the Chaos Magic Pearl. Today marks your demise. With that, both sides clashed once more in a fierce battle. This time, the dark forces were even more formidable, seemingly familiar with the realm and gaining an upper hand. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In an effort to protect Lin Xiao, Su Yao was struck by the black-robed man's spell, sustaining grave injuries. As Lin Xiao witnessed Su Yao crumple to the ground. Despair engulfed him. Su Yao, he cried out, recklessly charging towards the black-robed man. He concentrated all his rage and power into the artifact, which surged with light, unleashing a powerful attack. The black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lin Xiao's assault struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao swiftly approached the Chaos Magic Pearl and secured it. Observing the tide turning against them, the dark forces fled in disarray. Lin Xiao, disregarding the pursuit of his enemies, rushed to Su Yao's side, cradling her in his arms. Su Yao, please wake up. Don't scare me. Lin Xiao's voice trembled with emotion. Slowly, Su Yao opened her eyes, offering a faint smile. Lin Xiao, I'm all right. Don't worry about me, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Witnessing Su Yao's frail state, Lin Xiao silently vowed to heal her wounds. He led Su Yao and the others out of the realm and back to their sect. Under the careful treatment at the sect, Su Yao's condition gradually improved. Lin Xiao remained by her side, tending to her every need. Through this trial of life and death, the bond between Lin Xiao and Su Yao deepened significantly. Chapter 44. The Conspiracy. As Su Yao's health steadily improved, Lin Xiao and the others gradually recovered from the exhaustion of their previous battle. The Chaos Magic Pearl had been securely placed in the Sect's vault, guarded day and night by several elders to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yet, Lin Xiao understood that the dark forces would not easily relinquish this powerful artifact. They were undoubtedly scheming something far more sinister in the shadows. The tranquil days did not last long. One day, while Lin Xiao was cultivating, he unexpectedly received a message from the sect, stating that a mysterious visitor sought an audience. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Xiao made his way to the sect's grand hall, where he found a stern-faced man clad in gray robes standing at the center. "You are Lin Xiao?" the gray-robed man inquired, his voice deep and gravelly. "Indeed, that is I. May I ask who you are and the purpose of your visit?" Lin Xiao scrutinized the stranger warily. The gray-robed man nodded slightly, retrieving a token from his robe. Inscribed with a mysterious symbol, "I hail from a clandestine organization that has been monitoring the state of the cultivation world from the shadows. As the dark forces grow increasingly rampant, we require your assistance." Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. He had long sensed the undercurrents in the cultivation world, and the emergence of this mysterious organization might provide valuable insights. "What do you need me to do?" he queried. The gray-robed man glanced around, gesturing for Lin Xiao to follow him to a more secluded area. They arrived at a quiet courtyard, and the gray-robed man began to speak in earnest. "We have received intelligence that the dark forces are searching for a woman with a unique bloodline. They intend to exploit her bloodline as power to unlock an ancient seal, thereby unleashing a force capable of annihilating the world." Lin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Where is this woman now? We must locate her swiftly to ensure her safety." The gray-robed man shook his head. "We only know that her bloodline is somehow connected to the Chaos Magic Pearl, but her exact location remains elusive. However, we do possess a lead indicating that information about her may be hidden within an ancient ruin." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao declared, "I am willing to venture to the ruins in search of clues." He recognized that this was a race against time. Should the dark forces find the woman first, the consequences would be dire. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Xiao shared this news with Su Yao, Yun Che, and the others. They all expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Xiao to the ruins. Su Yao looked at Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with concern. Yet she understood the weight of his responsibility and knew she could not hinder him. "Lin Xiao, please be careful," she urged, gripping his hand tightly. "I will always be by your side." Lin Xiao gently stroked Su Yao's hair, reassuring her, "Fear not. We shall return safely." After making the necessary preparations, Lin Xiao and his companions, guided by the gray-robed man, set off on their journey to the ancient ruins. The ruins were situated in a distant desert, an inhospitable environment rife with peril. As they approached the desert's edge, a scorching wind rushed toward them. The desert was engulfed in swirling sands, and fierce winds howled, making it difficult to see. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and the others stepped into the desert, struggling to make their way forward. After several days of traversing the desert, they finally located the entrance to the ruins. The entrance was sealed by a mysterious force, accessible only through specific methods. The gray-robed man produced an ancient tome and studied it intently before following the instructions to perform a series of spells at the entrance. As a brilliant light flashed, the entrance gradually opened, revealing a suffocatingly stale atmosphere. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances before carefully entering the ruins. An eerie aura permeated the air, with the walls adorned with bizarre symbols and patterns. They proceeded down a narrow passage, where strange sounds occasionally echoed from the sides, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal warriors emerged before them, wielding weapons and charging forward. Lin Xiao and his companions swiftly cast their spells, engaging in battle with the skeletal warriors. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal warriors, their strength was rather feeble, and they were swiftly vanquished under the relentless assault of Lin Xiao and his companions. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they arrived at a vast hall. At the center of the hall lay a colossal sarcophagus, intricately engraved with enigmatic runes. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his group approached the sarcophagus, eager to unveil its secrets. Suddenly, the sarcophagus emitted a blinding radiance, and a figure began to rise slowly from within. It was a woman, clad in a flowing white robe, her beauty striking, yet her gaze held a hint of frost. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my domain?" she inquired, her voice melodious yet laced with an icy undertone. Lin Xiao hastily explained their purpose, and upon hearing his words, the woman furrowed her brow slightly. I believe I have heard of the woman you speak of, who possesses a unique bloodline. However, to obtain information regarding her, you must first pass my trial. Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They understood that this was their sole opportunity to gain clues, and regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they were determined to try. With a flick of her wrist, a dense fog enveloped the hall. Within the mist, various illusions materialized, attempting to bewilder Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, focusing intently to fend off the disorienting visions. Su Yao, Yun She, and the others also began to cast spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against the phantoms. Under the onslaught of the illusions, some began to succumb to confusion and fear. Su Yao gradually began to falter, a trace of panic flickering in her eyes. Sensing her distress, Lin Xiao rushed to her side, taking her hand. Su Yao, do not be afraid. We shall face this together. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Encouraged by Lin Xiao's words, Su Yao gradually regained her composure, rallying her spirit to withstand the assault of the illusions alongside him. After a grueling effort, they ultimately succeeded in overcoming the trial. The woman regarded them with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Your resolve is commendable. I shall now impart to you the clues regarding that woman. She is currently imprisoned by dark forces within a shadowy castle, nestled deep within a dark forest. Grateful, Lin Xiao and his companions expressed their thanks before departing the ruins. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming task would be even more formidable, yet they were resolute, prepared to confront whatever awaited them without retreat. As they journeyed towards the dark forest, the bond between Lin Xiao and Su Yao deepened. They supported and encouraged one another, facing the myriad challenges of their journey together. Lin Xiao gazed at Su Yao, his heart brimming with warmth and happiness, silently vowing to protect her and ensure her eternal joy. At last, they reached the edge of the dark forest. A suffocating aura of darkness permeated the air, instilling a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao led the group into the depths of the forest. Chapter 45. The eerie shadows of the dark forest. The moment they stepped into the dark forest, an icy chill enveloped them, as if they had been thrust into an endless ice cellar. The towering trees twisted grotesquely, their gnarled branches intertwining like a multitude of contorted arms, blocking out the scant sunlight. The ground was carpeted with thick, decaying leaves, each step echoing a sinister crunch, as if heralding their arrival with an eerie symphony. Lin Xiao and his companions tread cautiously through the forest, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in their ears, its source indeterminate, drifting from all directions, leaving them disoriented. Who goes there? Lin Xiao bellowed, his artifact gleaming in anticipation of impending danger. Yet, the only response was the hair-raising laughter that continued to taunt them. Before long, a swarm of shadowy figures erupted from the thicket, encircling them. These silhouettes were indistinct, their faces obscured, yet they emanated a palpable aura of darkness that sent shivers down their spines. Be cautious. These shadows are peculiar, Su Yao whispered, pressing close to Lin Xiao, her artifact poised for action. Lin Xiao nodded, a grave expression etched upon his face. He initiated the assault, unleashing a beam of golden light from his artifact towards one of the shadows. However, the shadow deftly evaded the attack and retaliated swiftly. Launching a wave of dark energy toward Lin Xiao, he sidestepped just in time. The energy wave grazing past him and striking a nearby tree, which was instantly cleaved in two, crashing down. Everyone, be alert. The speed and strength of these shadows are formidable, Lin Xiao warned. The group unleashed their spells, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadows. Yet, the number of shadows only seemed to multiply, and they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. During the fray, Yun She was struck by one of the shadows, a deep gash appearing on his arm, blood flowing freely. Yun She, are you all right? Lin Xiao inquired anxiously. I'm fine. I can still fight, Yun She gritted through clenched teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed a curious pattern. The shadows seemed to move around a central point, growing stronger as they approached though not attack recklessly. These shadows appear to be controlled by some force. We must identify the puppeteer, Lin Xiao shouted. Hearing this, the group adjusted their strategy, becoming more observant of their surroundings in search of the controller. After careful scrutiny, they discerned a figure concealed in the darkness, continuously channeling dark energy to the shadows. That's him. Lin Zhao's eyes hardened as he led the charge towards the figure. Sensing the imminent threat, the puppeteer attempted to flee, but Lin Xiao and his companions had already encircled him. The puppeteer was a man clad in a black robe, his visage twisted with malice, eyes brimming with hatred. "You meddling fools, today marks your demise," he roared. With that, he raised his arms dramatically, and the surrounding dark energy coalesced into a massive black vortex, sweeping toward Lin Xiao and the others in the face of the impending doom. The group cast their spells in a desperate attempt to defend themselves, yet the vortex's power was overwhelming and they began to falter. Just then, Su Yao recalled an ancient spell she had acquired in the ruins. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a gentle radiance that collided with the black vortex. The clash of light and darkness resonated with a deafening roar. Gradually, Su Yao's light began to gain the upper hand, causing the black vortex to dissipate. The puppeteer, realizing his spell had been thwarted, was both astonished and enraged, turning to flee. But Lin Xiao would not allow him to escape so easily. He darted forward, positioning his artifact against the man's throat. "Tell me, where is the imprisoned woman?" Lin Xiao demanded coldly. The man sneered, "Want to know?" Perhaps in another lifetime. With that, he expelled a plume of black smoke from his mouth, vanishing into the darkness while Lin Xiao and his companions were caught off guard. Although they failed to capture the man, they gleaned valuable insights from the confrontation. Judging by the puppeteer's reaction, they surmised that the imprisoned woman must be deep within the dark forest. Thus, Lin Xiao and the group pressed onward into the heart of the forest. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive aura of darkness intensified, and bizarre occurrences unfolded around them. Times, they would hear mournful wails. At others, they would catch fleeting glimpses of ghostly figures drifting through the trees. Yet, these eerie phenomena did not deter them. Their only conviction was to locate the imprisoned woman and thwart the dark force's sinister plot. Traversing through a murky swamp, they encountered even greater peril. The swamp concealed numerous dangers, and a moment's lapse could lead them into its treacherous depths. Lin Xiao and his companions navigated the mire with utmost caution, scrutinizing their surroundings with every step. Suddenly, Yun Che slipped, plunging into the quagmire. He struggled desperately, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. "Yun Che," Lin Xiao cried, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be halted by Su Yao. "Lin Xiao, don't be reckless. You'll be ensnared as well," she urged anxiously as they grappled with their predicament. Lin Xiao suddenly devised a plan. He retrieved his artifact, extending one end toward Yun Che while channeling his energy, striving to pull him free. With Lin Xiao's efforts, Yun Che finally grasped the artifact. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao summoned every ounce of strength to haul him out. "Thank you, Lin Xiao," Yun Che said gratefully. "What are you thanking me for?" "We are brothers," Lin Xiao replied with a reassuring smile, patting Yun Che's shoulder. After this harrowing experience, Lin Xiao and the others became more vigilant. Helping one another, they cautiously made their way out of the swamp. Finally, deep within the forest, they beheld a sinister castle. Its walls were entwined with black vines, and eerie lights flickered from the windows, as if whispering the secrets concealed within. "This is it. The imprisoned woman must be within this castle," Lin Xiao declared. The group nodded in agreement, determination glinting in their eyes. They understood that the true challenge was about to unfold. Chapter 46. Secrets of the Castle. Standing before the ominous castle, Lin Xiao and his companions felt its presence akin to a dormant beast, poised to engulf them at any moment. The black vines clinging to the castle walls resembled the tendrils of a malevolent demon, swaying gently in the breeze and producing a rustling sound that contributed an eerie quality to the stillness of the atmosphere. The flickering, ghostly light emanating from the windows appeared akin to a myriad of prying eyes, fixated intently upon them. "Be cautious. This castle undoubtedly harbors immense peril," Lin Xiao admonished in a hushed tone. The group gripped their magical artifacts tightly and slowly approached the castle's grand entrance. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the door was crafted from an unknown black metal, intricately etched with bizarre runes that exuded a chilling aura. Lin Xiao reached out to touch the door, only to be repelled by a powerful force. "This door is peculiar. It has been imbued with formidable restrictions," Lin Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Yao stepped forward to scrutinize the runes, and after a brief moment, a glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes. I have encountered these runes in ancient texts. They are an archaic sealing script. Theo, break this seal. We must find the corresponding key. Key? Where shall we seek it? Yunche inquired, urgency lacing his voice. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature around the castle to plummet. A spectral figure emerged from the castle, revealing itself to be the black-robed man who had previously escaped. A smug smile graced his face, as if he had anticipated Lin Xiao and the others' arrival. Did you truly believe you could enter this castle so easily? Such delusion. The black-robed man scoffed. Who are you? Why have you imprisoned that woman? Lin Xiao demanded angrily. The black-robed man snorted derisively. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that none of you shall leave here alive today. With that, he waved his hands, and the ground surrounding the castle suddenly fractured. Countless black tendrils erupting from the earth and surging towards Lin Xiao and his companions. These tendrils emitted a potent aura of darkness and moved with such speed that evasion seemed futile. Lin Xiao and the others swiftly unleashed their spells, engaging in combat with the tendrils. The artifact in Lin Xiao's grasp radiated brilliantly, sending forth golden beams that severed the approaching tendrils. Yu Yao invoked ancient spells, conjuring gentle light to fend off the dark tendrils' assault. Yunche, not to be outdone, unleashed the power of his artifact, repelling the tendrils. However, as the number of tendrils multiplied, they gradually began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed a flicker of panic in the black-robed man's eyes. A thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps the black-robed man was not invulnerable after all. Do not panic. The black-robed man must have a weakness. Let us concentrate our efforts on him. Perhaps we can find an opening, Lin Xiao shouted. The others, taking heed of his words, shifted their strategy and charged towards the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retreated, attempting to evade their assault. Yet Lin Xiao and his companions had locked onto him, pursuing him relentlessly. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Xiao observed that the black-robed man instinctively shielded his chest while dodging attacks. A hypothesis formed in Lin Xiao's mind. The black-robed man's vulnerability likely resided in his chest. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Xiao surged forward, thrusting his artifact directly at the black-robed man's chest. The black-robed man was unable to evade in time and could only raise his arm in defense. The artifact struck his arm with a dull thud. The black-robed man let out a pained cry, his body propelled backward. Exposed beneath his chest was a circular object emanating a faint glow. That must be the key, Su Yao exclaimed, her keen eyes recognizing it immediately. Lin Xiao darted forward, snatching the key from the black-robed man's chest. Though the man attempted to reclaim the key, it was too late. Key in hand, Lin Xiao hastened towards the castle's entrance. As he inserted the key into the door's recess, the runes on the door ignited, radiating a blinding light. Subsequently, the door creaked open, releasing a powerful wave of dark energy. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions stepped into the castle, where a decaying odor permeated the air. Ancient portraits adorned the walls, their subjects' faces grotesquely twisted, their eyes betraying endless torment. The floor was thick with dust, each step stirring up clouds of it. They traversed a long corridor, the rooms on either side occasionally emitting strange sounds. Lin Xiao and his companions remained vigilant, prepared for any impending danger. Suddenly, a door ahead creaked open, and a woman clad in a white robe emerged. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet her pallor and fearful gaze betrayed her trepidation. "You have finally arrived," she murmured softly. "Are you the imprisoned woman?" Lin Xiao inquired. The woman nodded. "I am Mingli. I have been held captive by the forces of darkness for a long time. Thank you for coming to my rescue. There is no need for gratitude. Now that we are here, we shall ensure your safe departure," Lin Xiao assured her. At that moment, countless eyes suddenly appeared on the castle's walls, glowing red and fixated on Lin Xiao and his companions. A deep, rumbling roar reverberated from within the castle's depths, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. "This is bad. We have triggered the castle's restrictions," Su Yao exclaimed, her face draining of color. Lin Xiao and the others quickly formed a protective circle around Mingli. Watchful of their surroundings, a colossal black creature emerged slowly from the depths of the castle, its form towering like a small mountain, exuding a formidable aura of darkness. Its eyes gleamed like lanterns, flashing with a bloodthirsty light. That is the Dark Dragon, the guardian beast of the forces of darkness. Meng Li gasped in terror. The Dark Dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards Lin Xiao and the others. They swiftly dodged, the flames striking the wall behind them and instantly melting it away. Be careful. The Dark Dragon possesses immense power, Lin Xiao shouted. The group unleashed their spells, engaging the Dark Dragon in fierce combat. The artifact in Lin Xiao's hand blazed with brilliance as he charged at the Dark Dragon, aiming for its vital points. Yet the creature's defenses were formidable, rendering Lin Xiao's attacks mere annoyances. Su Yao invoked ancient spells, casting gentle light in an attempt to weaken the Dark Dragon's might. However, the creature's power was overwhelming, and her spells had little effect. Yun Che relentlessly unleashed the strength of his artifact, targeting the Dark Dragon's eyes. Enraged by Yun Che's assault, the Dark Dragon swiped its massive claws at him. Yun Che was caught off guard, sent hurtling through the air by the creature's strike. Lin Xiao rushed to catch him. Yun Che, are you all right? Lin Xiao asked anxiously. I'm fine. I can still fight. Yun Che gritted his teeth in response. Just as Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament, Meng Li suddenly recalled an ancient legend. There is said to be a mysterious power capable of countering the Dark Dragon, known as the Power of Light. And Lin Xiao, your artifact embodies this very force. She explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of hope. He focused his spirit energy, channeling all his strength into the artifact. Instantly, it radiated with blinding brilliance, sending forth a dazzling beam of golden light toward the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon, sensing the formidable power of light, roared in fury, attempting to resist the oncoming radiance. Yet, the light proved too potent, causing the Dark Dragon's form to gradually dissipate. Ultimately, under the onslaught of the power of light, the Dark Dragon vanished completely. The oppressive darkness that had shrouded the castle lifted, restoring tranquility to the entire structure. Lin Xiao and his companions had successfully vanquished the Dark Dragon and liberated Meng Li. They led her out of the castle, making their way towards the edge of the forest. As they stepped out from the woods, Lin Xiao cast a glance back at the darkened forest, silently vowing to eradicate the forces of darkness and restore peace to the world. However, unbeknownst to them, this was merely a small stronghold of the dark forces, and a greater crisis awaited them. Chapter 47. The Peril of the Misty Mountains. Lin Xiao and his companions successfully escorted Meng Li away from the ominous castle. As they stepped out of the dark forest, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The tension that had gripped them began to ease. The warm sunlight bathed them, dispelling the lingering chill of darkness that clung to their beings. Yet, each of them understood that this was merely a fleeting respite. The machinations of the dark forces were far from over. Meng Li, having been imprisoned for so long, do you have any insight into what the dark forces are scheming? Lin Xiao inquired, turning to her with concern and curiosity in his eyes. Meng Li furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a moment, she began to speak. During my captivity, I often overheard fragmented conversations. It seemed they were in pursuit of an extraordinarily powerful ancient artifact, said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality and upend the world. Should it fall into the hands of the dark forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ancient artifact? Su Yao exclaimed, astonished. This is no trivial matter. If what you say is true, we must locate this artifact as soon as possible. We cannot allow it to be seized by the dark forces. Yun Che clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Indeed, we must thwart them at all costs. But we currently lack any leads on this artifact. Where shall we begin? In the midst of their uncertainty, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled a black token that had fallen from the black-robed man during their battle. He hurriedly retrieved the token from his pocket and scrutinized it closely. The token before them bore an ancient and rustic design, adorned with peculiar symbols that exuded a faint aura of darkness. Perhaps the inscriptions on this token could offer us some clues. Lin Xiao extended the token towards Su Yao, saying, Su Yao, you have extensive knowledge of ancient texts and mysterious symbols. See if you can uncover any insights. Su Yao accepted the token and scrutinized the symbols intently, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. After a considerable time, a glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes. I have encountered similar symbols in an ancient tome. These markings seem to be connected to a long-lost relic. If my intuition serves me correctly, this relic is likely nestled within the Misty Mountains to the east. The Misty Mountains? Lin Xiao echoed. Momentarily taken aback, he had heard tales of that region, shrouded in perpetual fog, its terrain complex and fraught with peril, a place of dire danger. But to thwart the forces of darkness, we must venture forth. Dreamly asserted resolutely, adding, moreover, I have a strong premonition that the ancient artifact may very well be concealed within the ruins of the Misty Mountains. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Without delay, they began to prepare their belongings and set off towards the eastern Misty Mountains. Their journey was relentless, day and night, with not a moment's respite. Yet, as they drew closer to the Misty Mountains, an inexplicable sense of dread began to weigh heavily upon them. Upon finally reaching the foot of the mountains, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. The entire mountain range was enveloped in a thick, impenetrable fog, within which a mysterious and dangerous aura lingered. The air was punctuated by the distant roars of wild beasts and eerie howls, sending chills down their spines. Indeed, the Misty Mountains were as formidable as the legends foretold. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply and cautioned, everyone, be vigilant. The dangers here may far exceed our expectations. Cautiously, they stepped into the fog, only to find their vision completely obscured. They could only proceed by feeling their way through the dim light. Each step required careful observation of their surroundings, wary of sudden threats. Suddenly, Yun Che, who was leading the way, felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plunged into a dark abyss. Yun Che, Lin Xiao shouted, instinctively reaching out, but grasped only Ai or Su Yao and Dreamly, startled by the sudden turn of events, rushed to Lin Zhao's side. Their eyes filled with concern as they peered into the abyss below. Lin Zhao's heart raced with urgency. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy and leaped into the chasm. Lin Xiao, Su Yao cried out, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Dreamly and said, Dreamly, wait here for us. I will also descend. Dreamly's eyes were filled with worry, yet she nodded, please be careful. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao cast her spell and began to descend slowly into the depths. As she fell, she continuously released her spiritual energy, hoping to locate Lin Xiao and Yun Che. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao swiftly adjusted his position during the fall, activating his artifact to emit a soft glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. In that light, he finally spotted Yun Che, who was desperately flailing his arms, trying to grasp something to halt his descent. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao darted to Yun Che's side and grasped his arm firmly. Do not fear. I am here, Lin Xiao reassured him. Just then, Su Yao joined them, and the three gathered together, relief washing over them. They surveyed their surroundings, discovering that the abyss was unfathomably deep, with strange runes and patterns adorning the walls. These symbols seemed to conceal some secret. We must decipher the runes on the walls, Su Yao remarked thoughtfully. Lin Xiao nodded. Let's not dwell on that for now. We need to find a way out. As they searched for an escape, a deep rumble echoed from the depths below, followed by a colossal creature rising from the darkness. This monster resembled a bat, yet boasted enormous wings and sharp claws. Its eyes gleaming with a malevolent red light, radiating a powerful aura of darkness. What manner of beast is this? Yun Che gasped in terror. Whatever it is, we must eliminate it first, Lin Xiao declared. His gaze steely as the artifact in his hand burst forth with brilliant light. He initiated the assault, unleashing a golden beam towards the creature. The beast effortlessly evaded the attack with a swift flap of its wings and lunged toward them. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the trio in an instant, its massive claws descending upon them. They narrowly dodged, the creature's claws grazing their bodies and stirring a fierce wind. This monster is formidable. We cannot confront it head-on. Lin Xiao warned. Su Yao nodded in agreement, swiftly forming hand seals to cast a spell. A gentle light emanated from her hands, enveloping the beast. The creature writhed within the glow, its speed noticeably hampered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and Yun Che launched their attacks in unison. Lin Zhao's artifact released a potent force of light, while Yun Che's weapon emanated tremendous power, both beams striking the monster simultaneously. The beast let out a horrific wail. Its body forced backward, it swayed in midair before plummeting into the abyss below. The trio watched as the creature fell, a sense of relief washing over them. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as a violent tremor reverberated from the depths. A black beam shot skyward, revealing a colossal figure emerging from the light. This new entity dwarfed the previous monster. Its form composed of dark stone, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness. Its eyes resembled two gaping voids, as if capable of consuming all light. This is bad. It is the dark stone demon, the guardian beast of the misty mountains. Su Yao exclaimed, her expression paling. The dark stone demon opened its massive maw, unleashing a wave of black energy toward the trio. Lin Xiao and the others quickly cast spells to defend themselves. But the force of the black wave was overwhelming, forcing them to stagger backward. We cannot continue like this. We must uncover its weakness, Lin Xiao urged Ian that moment. Lin Xiao recalled his previous encounter with the dark dragon in the dark forest. A thought struck him, and he turned to Su Yao and Yun Che. Let us concentrate our efforts on attacking its eyes. Its weakness may lie there. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement. And the three swiftly adjusted their strategy, charging toward the dark stone demon's eyes. The demon, noticing their approach, swung its massive arms in an attempt to thwart them. The trio deftly dodged the demon's attacks, gradually closing in on its eyes. When they reached the dark stone demon, they unleashed their assaults simultaneously, 3 beams of light targeting its eyes and forehead. The dark stone demon roared in fury, its body convulsing violently. Pain flickered in its eyes, and a fissure appeared on its forehead. Now, Lin Xiao shouted, the artifact in his hand radiating brilliant light as a powerful force surged toward the demon's forehead. The beam struck true, and the fissure expanded instantly. The dark stone demon's form began to crumble, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of black rubble that fell into the abyss. The trio gazed at the spot where the dark stone demon had vanished, hearts swelling with joy. They had successfully vanquished the guardian beast and uncovered a path leading to the ruins. At the bottom of the abyss, they discovered a concealed entrance, inscribed with runes that echoed the symbols on the black token. Lin Xiao retrieved the token and placed it into a recess at the entrance, which slowly opened, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. It seems we have found the entrance to the ruins, Lin Xiao remarked. The three exchanged determined glances, fully aware that the true challenge lay ahead, yet resolute in their resolve. Taking a deep breath, they strode forward with unwavering steps into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 48. The shadow of betrayal. As they stepped into the ruins, a rich and ancient atmosphere enveloped them, as though they had traversed through the corridors of time, returning to a mysterious epoch of antiquity. The walls around them were embedded with gems that emitted a ghostly luminescence, their light intertwining to depict breathtaking murals. These murals illustrated various bizarre creatures, enigmatic rituals, and figures of immense power, seemingly narrating a history long buried by the sands of time. These murals are astonishing. They must harbor vital clues regarding the ancient artifact, Su Yao exclaimed, marveling as she leaned closer to examine them. Lin Xiao and Yun Che also approached, eager to extract more information from the artwork. However, as they immersed themselves in their study, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the ruins. Instantly, the trio grew alert, adopting defensive stances and fixating their gazes on the source of the noise. Before long, a group of figures clad in black robes emerged into view. Leading them was a cold-faced man, his eyes gleaming with greed and cunning. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and the others, a smirk crept across his lips. I did not expect you to make it this far, but your luck ends here. Who are you, and why are you here? Lin Xiao demanded, his voice firm. The man scoffed dismissively, who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that everything here will belong to us. If you are wise, surrender the clues you have discovered. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Understanding the implications of their predicament, the group exchanged glances. Realizing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Lin Xiao gripped the artifact tightly in his hand, his gaze resolute. If you seek clues, then come and claim them with your own prowess. And no sooner had he spoken than an intense battle erupted between the two sides. The figures in black robes were numerous and possessed formidable strength. They coordinated seamlessly, launching attacks on Lin Xiao and his companions from every direction. Lin Xiao wielded the artifact, unleashing golden rays of light that shimmered in the darkness. Repelling the encroaching black-robed assailants, Su Yao, in turn, cast spells, conjuring protective barriers to shield herself and her allies. Yun Che, not to be outdone, unleashed powerful bursts of energy from his magical tool, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the black-robed adversaries. As the fight progressed, Lin Xiao gradually discerned that the attacking methods of these black-robed individuals bore a striking resemblance to those of the man he had encountered in the dark forest. A realization struck him, and he surmised that these individuals were likely minions of the dark forces. Anger flickered in his eyes at this thought, driving his attacks to become even more ferocious. However, the sheer number of black-robed figures soon overwhelmed Lin Xiao and his companions, and they began to find themselves in dire straits. Just as they felt their strength waning, Meng Li suddenly burst into the ruins from the entrance. Clutched in her hand was a crystal ball radiating a soft glow, and she chanted incantations. As her spell progressed, the brilliance of the crystal intensified, emanating a powerful wave of energy that sent the surrounding black-robed figures flying. Meng Li, what are you doing here? This place is too dangerous, Lin Xiao exclaimed anxiously. Meng Li offered a faint smile. I could not allow you to face danger alone, and besides, I may be able to assist. With Meng Li's arrival, the pressure on Lin Xiao and his companions was significantly alleviated. Seizing the moment, they launched a counterattack, pushing the black-robed assailants back a considerable distance. Just then, the leader of the black-robed men suddenly produced a black talisman from his robe, casting it into the air while chanting ominously. The talisman ignited instantly, transforming into a swirling mass of black flames that surged toward Lin Xiao and the others. Be careful. That flame harbors a potent dark power. Su Yao warned loudly. Lin Xiao and his companions quickly cast spells to defend themselves, but the strength of the black flames proved overwhelming, rendering their protective spells futile. In an instant, they were engulfed in flames. A wave of scorching heat and darkness assailing them, making it difficult to breathe. Just as they found themselves in a seemingly hopeless predicament, Lin Xiao felt the artifact in his hand tremble slightly. A spark ignited within him as he channeled his spiritual energy, pouring all his strength into the artifact. It blazed with radiant light, shooting forth a brilliant golden beam that collided with the black flames. The two forces clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Ultimately, the golden light began to gain the upper hand, gradually consuming the black flames. Witnessing this, the black-robed leader's expression shifted drastically. He realized he was no match for Lin Xiao and his allies and swiftly retreated with the remaining black-robed figures from the ruins. Lin Xiao and the others, watching the retreating figures, collectively exhaled in relief. Although they had successfully repelled the black-robed men, they understood that the threat posed by the dark forces was far greater than they had imagined. Meng Li, what exactly was that crystal ball you used? How could it possess such formidable power? Su Yao inquired with curiosity. Meng Li hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. This crystal ball is a treasured heirloom passed down through my family for generations. It has the ability to purify dark energy. However, its power is limited and cannot be used frequently. The others nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. Following this battle, their resolve to seek out the ancient artifact was strengthened. They ventured deeper into the ruins, traversing a winding passageway. At the end of the passage lay a vast stone chamber, with a massive stone platform at its center, upon which rested a box emanating mysterious light. Could this be the box that contains the ancient artifact? Yun Che exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao and the others approached the stone platform cautiously, and as they drew near, they suddenly felt a tremendous force emanating from the box. This force was oppressive, as if it sealed within it an unimaginably powerful entity. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly reached out to open the box. The moment the box opened, a blinding light shot forth, nearly rendering them unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance gradually faded, they beheld a sword within the box, radiating a golden glow. Embedded in the hilt was a massive gem, within which flickered enigmatic runes. Is this the ancient artifact? Su Yao gasped in astonishment. Just as they prepared to seize the sword, a sinister laugh echoed from behind them. Turning to look, they found Meng Li standing there. Her expression transformed into one of malevolence. Meng Li, what has happened to you? Lin Xiao asked, bewildered. Meng Li sneered coldly. Humph, you are all so naive. I have always been a part of the dark forces. My imprisonment in the castle was merely an act to lead you to the ancient artifact. Lin Xiao and his companions were taken aback, their faces paling in shock. They never imagined that the ally they had fought alongside was, in fact, a spy for the dark forces. Why? Why would you do this? Yun Che demanded angrily. Meng Li cast him a disdainful glance. For power, for the dominion of this world. Once I obtain the ancient artifact, no one will be able to thwart the advance of our dark forces. With that, Meng Li suddenly attacked Lin Xiao and the others. They hastily dodged, filled with a mix of rage and disappointment. They could hardly believe they had been deceived by someone who appeared so fragile. A new battle erupted within the stone chamber, as Lin Xiao and his companions were consumed by fury, vowing to reclaim the ancient artifact and expose Meng Li's true nature. Chapter 49. The finale of betrayal. Lin Xiao and his companions glared furiously at Meng Li, who had once fought alongside them but now revealed her true, sinister self. The atmosphere in the stone chamber was charged with tension, as if the air itself had ignited. Meng Li, how could you be so cruel? We trusted you implicitly. Yun Che's eyes were ablaze, his magical tool humming ominously as angry spiritual energy surged around him. Meng Li curled her lips into a cold smile, her gaze filled with disdain. Trust? In the face of absolute power and grand ambitions. Trust is merely the most trivial of commodities. You are all too naive to comprehend the cruelty of this world. With that, Meng Li struck first, her hands weaving intricate seals as black incantations spread from her fingertips, transforming into menacing black serpents that lunged at Lin Xiao and his companions. Lin Xiao's expression hardened. He brandished his sword, unleashing a torrent of golden sword energy to clash with the black serpents, producing a piercing sound as Yu Yao quickly cast spells, conjuring water barriers before them in an attempt to thwart the serpent's advance. Humph! You think you can stop me with that? Meng Li scoffed, her hands moving deftly, causing the serpents to multiply, intertwining and breaking through their defenses. It seemed they were on the verge of being bitten. In a critical moment, Yun Che shouted, channeling his magical tool to unleash a blinding light that shattered the serpents. If you want the artifact, you must first pass our test, he roared. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Meng Li's dark spells became increasingly unpredictable, each attack laden with lethal threats. Though Lin Xiao and his companions were seething with anger, they understood that they needed to remain calm in the face of adversity. They formed a triangle, supporting one another as they utilized their respective magical strengths to counter Meng Li's assaults. Lin Xiao's sword energy was sharp, constantly searching for Meng Li's weaknesses. Su Yao focused on defense while seeking opportunities to restrain Meng Li's movements with ice spells. Yun Che's magical tool excelled in ranged attacks, periodically unleashing powerful energy waves to disrupt Meng Li's spellcasting. However, Meng Li was a well-trained agent of the dark forces, her strength formidable. She deftly evaded their attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. Dio, you really think this will stop me? How naive! Meng Li exclaimed, thrusting her hands forward to unleash a torrent of dark energy that sent Lin Xiao and his companions sprawling. They crashed to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. Yet their determination remained unshaken. They knew that if Meng Li were to obtain the ancient artifact, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a peculiar resonance from the artifact in his hand. A realization dawned upon him. The artifact might conceal some powerful force yet to be awakened. Everyone, don't give up. The artifact may hold secrets we have yet to uncover, Lin Xiao shouted. Hearing this, Su Yao and Yun Che felt a renewed spark of hope. They gritted their teeth against the pain, rising to their feet, channeling their spiritual energy once more, ready to engage Meng Li in one final confrontation. Meng Li regarded the revitalized Lin Xiao and his companions with a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by greed. And no matter what you have up your sleeves, today the artifact will be mine, Meng Li declared, raising her hands high as a massive black vortex formed above her, unleashing a barrage of dark light toward Lin Xiao and the others. Refusing to underestimate her, Lin Xiao and his companions threw everything they had into their defenses. Lin Xiao infused all his spiritual energy into the artifact, which erupted with blinding light, enveloping the three of them in a golden barrier. Su Yao and Yun Che also summoned their strongest defensive spells to complement the golden barrier. The black light continued to batter against their defenses, producing thunderous impacts. The barrier trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. Hold on, we can do this, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Just as the barrier seemed ready to break, Lin Xiao felt an extraordinary resonance between the artifact and his soul. A stirring sensation coursed through his heart, guiding him in resonance as he channeled his spiritual energy to execute an unprecedented technique. In an instant, the artifact blazed with radiant brilliance, a golden beam of light soaring into the heavens, shattering the dark vortex and enveloping Meng Li within its embrace. Terrified, Meng Li gazed upon the luminous column. attempting to evade it, only to find herself paralyzed. A harrowing scream escaped her lips as the dark forces dissipated within the radiance. What kind of power is this? Mengli cried out in terror. Lin Xiao and the others stood in stunned disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. They had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the power concealed within the artifact. This is the power of righteousness. A force you shall never comprehend, Lin Xiao proclaimed with conviction. As the beam persisted, Mengli's form gradually became ethereal. Regret etched upon her face. I was wrong, Mengli murmured. Ultimately, she vanished completely within the light, leaving behind an eerie silence. Lin Xiao and the others exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. They understood that they had triumphed in this battle, albeit at a grave cost. After a brief respite, Lin Xiao slowly rose, approaching the stone pedestal that housed the ancient artifact. With utmost care, he lifted the artifact, feeling the immense power it contained. We have succeeded. We have finally safeguarded the ancient relic, Lin Xiao reflected. Su Yao and Yun Che joined him, gazing at the artifact with expressions of relief. Indeed, we have prevailed. Yet, this victory is but temporary. The forces of darkness will not relent, and we must remain vigilant, Su Yao cautioned. Yun Che nodded in agreement. Precisely, we must grow stronger to protect this world. The three exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with unwavering determination. They recognized that the road ahead was long, fraught with more challenges awaiting them. Yet, they remained undaunted, for they were the guardians of justice, willing to sacrifice everything to preserve the peace of the world. After gathering their composure, Lin Xiao and the others departed the ruins, their silhouettes stretching long in the twilight, as if narrating a legendary tale. Their adventure was merely beginning. Upon returning to the small town where they temporarily resided, Lin Xiao and his companions immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The townspeople hurried along the streets, their faces etched with worry and fear. What is happening? This town feels off. Yun Che furrowed his brow. Lin Xiao stopped a passerby, inquiring, May I ask what transpired here? The passerby glanced around in alarm, lowering their voice. Haven't you heard? Recently, dark forces have been rampant, abducting people in search of some artifact. Everyone is in a state of panic. Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged knowing looks, understanding that this must be the dark forces behind Mengli. Reacting to their failure by employing alternative measures, it seems we cannot linger here, Su Yao asserted. Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, we must swiftly find a secure location to study the secrets of this ancient artifact while devising a strategy to combat the dark forces. Just as they deliberated, a cacophony of noise erupted. A group of cloaked figures surged from the opposite end of the street, armed and menacing. This is bad. They are the dark forces, Lin Xiao shouted. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and his companions, the cloaked figures closed in swiftly. The leader, clad in black, sneered, Humph, who would have thought we'd encounter you here? Hand over the ancient artifact, and we may spare your lives. Lin Xiao clutched the artifact tightly, his gaze resolute. If you want the artifact, come and take it by force. The two sides plunged into battle once more. Despite their exhaustion, Lin Xiao and his companions stood firm against the threat posed by the dark forces. Lin Xiao wielded the artifact, its golden radiance illuminating the surroundings, causing the cloaked figures to retreat. Su Yao and Yun Che unleashed their own spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against their adversaries. In an instant, the streets of the small town became a battleground, filled with the clash of spells and the cries of combat. However, the number of cloaked figures continued to swell, and Lin Xiao and his companions gradually felt overwhelmed. This cannot continue. We must devise a means of escape, Yun Che urged anxiously. Lin Xiao surveyed the area, spotting a narrow alleyway in the distance. An idea sparked within him. Let us flee towards that alley. Its intricate layout may allow us to evade them. The trio dashed towards the alley. The cloaked figures pursued relentlessly. Once inside, Lin Xiao and his companions cleverly navigated the convoluted terrain, employing ambush tactics and employing spells to create barriers against their pursuers. After a fierce chase and battle, they finally evaded the cloaked figures. Breathing heavily, they leaned against the wall to rest. Phew, we have momentarily shaken them off, Su Yao sighed in relief. Lin Xiao gazed at the artifact in his hands. Deep in thought, the dark forces will not easily let us go. We must quickly enhance our strength. I have heard of a mysterious training ground nestled in a distant mountain range. Perhaps we could find refuge there. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, Lin Xiao and his companions set off towards the mysterious mountains. They knew that greater challenges and unknowns awaited them. Yet they remained undeterred, for their hearts were filled with unwavering conviction to safeguard the peace of the world and eradicate the dark forces entirely. During their arduous journey, they encountered numerous hardships. They faced inclement weather, ferocious beasts, and ambushes from the dark forces. Yet, through their indomitable will and mutual understanding, they overcame one peril after another. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the mysterious mountains, gazing upon the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Lin Xiao and his companions were filled with anticipation. They understood that hidden within this place might lie the key to their empowerment, marking a new beginning in their battle against the dark forces. Upon entering the mountains, an aura of mystery enveloped them. The surrounding trees stood tall and dense, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create patches of light on the forest floor. The atmosphere here felt unique, as if imbued with potent spiritual energy, Su Yao remarked as she absorbed the surrounding essence. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is truly an ideal locale for cultivation. Let us first find a safe spot to settle, then commence our training. The three sought out a concealed cave within the mountains to serve as a temporary refuge. They set up defensive arrays around the cave to guard against assaults from the dark forces and beasts. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao and his companions devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their training. Lin Xiao focused on studying the powers of the ancient artifact, striving to merge them harmoniously with his spiritual energy. Su Yao practiced various spells to enhance her strength. Yun Che continually honed his artifact skills, aiming to unleash greater power in battle. During their training, Lin Xiao gradually discovered that the ancient artifact possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also a mysterious healing power. He experimented with this newfound ability, successfully healing the wounds sustained by himself and his companions in battle, yielding remarkable results. The secrets of this ancient artifact may far exceed our expectations, Lin Xiao conveyed to Su Yao and Yun Che. Their eyes sparkled with surprise, realizing that this could serve as a powerful asset in their struggle against the dark forces. As time progressed, Lin Xiao and his companions experienced significant growth in their abilities. They engaged in continuous training within the mountains, battling various beasts and accumulating rich combat experience. However, unbeknownst to them, the dark forces had already detected their whereabouts and were racing towards the mysterious mountains. A more intense confrontation was on the horizon, set to unfold within this enigmatic range. Chapter 50. Crisis and Hope in the Mysterious Mountains. Deep within the mysterious mountains, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che were immersed in their training, completely unaware of the dark forces stealthily closing in. Inside the cave, Lin Xiao sat in meditation, enveloped by a faint golden aura, establishing an increasingly profound connection with the ancient artifact in his grasp. The power within the artifact seemed to flow through him, harmonizing with his breath and rhythm. Meanwhile, Su Yao positioned herself at one side of the cave, surrounded by a misty vapor, skillfully manipulating water elements into various forms, at times as sharp as blades, at others as solid as shields, each spell casting accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Yun Che sat at the cave entrance, his artifact shimmering with light as he persistently experimented with new offensive techniques, precisely channeling his spiritual energy into the artifact to amplify its destructive potential. Just as they were engrossed in their training, a group of cloaked figures crept silently along the mountain's edge. At the forefront was a tall man wearing a black mask, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes that exuded an aura of lethal intent. He clutched a dark compass, its needle spinning wildly, pointing toward the depths of the mountains where Lin Xiao and the others were located. They are just ahead. Increase your pace. This time, we cannot allow them to escape, the masked man coldly declared. The cloaked figures sprang into swift action, moving with agility akin to phantoms as they traversed the forest. Wherever they passed, the air seemed tainted by dark energy, causing trees to wither and flowers to lose their vitality. While training in the cave, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a surge of unease. He abruptly opened his eyes, sensing a slight tremor in the artifact he held. This is bad. Danger approaches, Lin Xiao exclaimed, rising to his feet. Su Yao and Yun Che ceased their cultivation, sensing the palpable tension emanating from Lin Xiao. They promptly rose to their feet, readying themselves for battle. Who could it be? Could it be that the dark forces have pursued us again? Su Yao inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. It is quite possible. Everyone, be vigilant. Since they have chosen to pursue us, they must be well-prepared. And no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Lin Xiao and his companions swiftly exited, only to find themselves encircled by a cadre of cloaked figures in black. Humph, so you have finally arrived, Lin Xiao remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon the black-robed individuals. A masked man stepped forward, eyeing the ancient artifact in Lin Xiao's possession with palpable greed. Surrender the ancient artifact, and I shall spare your lives. Lin Xiao gripped the artifact tightly, his resolve unwavering. If you seek the artifact, then come and take it by your own strength. Instantly, the clash of battle erupted as the black-robed figures unleashed dark spells, waves of shadowy energy surging forth toward Lin Xiao and his allies. Wielding the artifact, Lin Xiao conjured a golden barrier, enveloping the trio and shielding them from the onslaught of dark magic. Su Yao and Yun Che, undeterred, summoned their own spells, engaging fiercely with the black-robed adversaries. With deft movements, Su Yao conjured a flurry of ice arrows from the surrounding moisture, unleashing them upon the black-robed figures. Wherever the arrows struck, the cloaked foes scrambled to evade, some unable to escape in time, resulting in anguished cries. Meanwhile, Yun Che infused his magical artifact with spiritual energy, unleashing powerful waves that disrupted the formation of the black-clad assailants. However, the sheer number of their foes, coupled with the formidable strength they wielded, soon began to overwhelm Lin Xiao and his companions. Our spiritual energy is dwindling. We cannot sustain this for much longer, Yun Che expressed anxiously. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, fending off the relentless attacks while contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Listen closely. We must concentrate our power on the center of their formation. If we can disrupt their core, we may find a way to break free, Lin Xiao proclaimed. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their only viable option. The trio promptly adjusted their tactics, pooling their spiritual energy for a concentrated assault on the heart of the black-robed formation. Lin Xiao unleashed the full might of the artifact, a brilliant golden beam shooting skyward and aimed directly at the masked man. Su Yao and Yun Che followed suit, each casting their most potent spells in perfect synchrony with Lin Xiao's attack. The masked man, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly conjured a dark shield before him in a desperate bid to withstand the onslaught. The collision of the golden beam and the black shield resonated with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby trees and fissured the ground beneath. Amidst the fierce exchange of energy, Lin Xiao and his allies gradually gained the upper hand. The black shield began to crack, ultimately shattering under the relentless force of the golden beam. The masked man was propelled backward by the overwhelming power, blood spewing from his mouth as his complexion turned ashen. Witnessing their leader's injury, the ranks of the black-robed figures faltered. Now's our chance. Break through, Lin Xiao shouted. The trio surged forth, leveraging their formidable strength and agility to escape the encirclement, sprinting deeper into the mountains. The black-robed figures, unwilling to let Lin Xiao and his companions slip away, pursued them relentlessly. As the trio raced through the mountainous terrain, they sought to lose their pursuers amidst the labyrinthine paths. However, the black-robed assailants remained steadfast in their pursuit. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, they stumbled upon a vast valley ahead, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring what lay within. What should we do? Should we enter? Su Yao queried. Lin Xiao, glancing back at the relentless pursuers, clenched his teeth. We must enter. Perhaps therein lies our opportunity. Without hesitation, the trio plunged into the valley. The mist enveloped them, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible, and an unsettling aura permeated the air. The black-robed figures followed closely, hesitating momentarily at the valley's edge before plunging in after them. They scoured the misty expanse for any trace of Lin Xiao and his allies, but soon became disoriented in the thick fog. Cautiously, Lin Xiao and his companions advanced, wary of the dangers that might lurk within. Suddenly, they were startled by a strange sound emanating from ahead, akin to a low growl from some unseen creature. Be cautious. There may be danger ahead, Lin Xiao warned, his senses heightened. As they navigated through the mist, the sight that greeted them left them in awe. Before them lay a colossal divine beast, sprawled upon a clearing, its size rivaling that of a small mountain. its scales glistening gold and radiating a brilliant light. Adorning its head were majestic antlers, inscribed with mysterious runes. What manner of divine beast is this? Yun-Che gasped in astonishment, as they marveled. The divine beast slowly opened its eyes, which gleamed with an imposing light. It regarded Lin Xiao and his companions, releasing a deep, resonant roar that sent waves of pressure crashing upon them, causing them to stagger back. Fear not. It appears to harbor no ill intent, Lin Xiao reassured, suppressing the weight of the creature's presence. To their astonishment, the divine beast spoke. Why have you trespassed upon my domain? The trio, taken aback by the beast's articulation, exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Xiao steadied himself and replied, We are being pursued by the dark forces. In desperation, we ventured into your territory. We beseech your forgiveness. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the beast's eyes. Dark forces? Are you opposing them? Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Indeed. We have been seeking ways to combat the dark forces and safeguard the peace of this world. The divine beast pondered for a moment before responding. I sense the righteousness and resolve within your hearts. This valley is a sanctuary I protect, concealing a great secret that may aid you in your battle against the dark forces. Joy illuminated the eyes of Lin Xiao and his companions. Truly? What is this secret? Su Yao inquired eagerly. The divine beast rose, emanating a powerful aura. Follow me. The trio followed the divine beast to the depths of the valley, where they beheld an ancient altar inscribed with enigmatic runes, glowing with an otherworldly radiance. This altar is a relic from ancient times, imbued with formidable power. Only those with a heart of justice and significant strength can awaken its might. The divine beast explained. Lin Xiao gazed upon the altar, a profound sense of purpose swelling within him. He approached and placed the ancient artifact upon the altar. Instantly, the runes flared with brilliance, and a surge of potent energy coursed from the altar. Resonating with the artifact in his grasp, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming strength flooding into him, elevating his abilities to unprecedented heights. Su Yao and Yun-Che also felt the influence of this newfound power, experiencing a notable enhancement in their own strengths. This power is extraordinary. We finally possess the strength to confront the dark forces, Lin Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration. The divine beast regarded them with a solemn expression. This power will aid you in your struggle against the dark forces, but remember, strength is meant to protect, not to conquer. Understanding the gravity of this wisdom, the trio nodded earnestly. We comprehend. We shall wield this power to uphold the peace of the world. At that moment, a clamor arose from outside the valley. Lin Xiao and his companions realized the black-robed figures had arrived. The dark forces are here. Let us confront them. This time, we shall ensure they do not return. Lin Xiao declared, clenching his fists. Emerging from the valley alongside the divine beast, they found the black-robed figures gathered outside, poised for battle. Did you truly believe you could evade us by hiding in this valley? Today marks your demise, the masked man spat menacingly. Lin Xiao met his gaze with cold determination. Today heralds the beginning of your obliteration, dark forces. With that, Lin Xiao and his companions unleashed their newfound powers. Engaging in a breathtaking confrontation against the black-robed figures, Lin Xiao wielded the artifact with vigor, golden light flashing like lightning amidst the ranks of their adversaries. Each strike felling Su Yao commanded powerful water elements, transforming them into surging waves that engulfed the black-robed figures, rendering them helpless. Yun-Che harnessed his artifact to unleash potent energy waves, dismantling the dark spells hurled at them. The divine beast joined the fray, its mighty roars releasing dazzling golden light that inflicted severe damage upon the black-clad enemies. Under the relentless assault from Lin Xiao, his companions, and the divine beast, the black-robed figures found themselves cornered. Observing the dire situation, the masked man attempted to flee. Yet, Lin Xiao was determined not to let him escape. He summoned all his strength, directing a golden beam toward the masked man, sealing off his retreat. You will not escape. Today marks your end. Lin Xiao spoke coldly. The masked man gazed at Lin Xiao in despair, fully aware that he had no escape. Ultimately, under the combined assault of Lin Xiao and his companions, the forces of the black-robed man were utterly annihilated, and the masked man was also vanquished. Lin Xiao and his allies let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally succeeded in defeating this dark force's pursuit. We have triumphed, Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao, looking at the divine artifact in his hand and the direction of the altar, felt a profound sense of gratitude. All of this was thanks to the divine beast and this mysterious valley. The divine beast regarded them and said, "Your righteousness and courage are commendable. The dark forces will not cease their efforts. You must continue to strive and protect this world." Lin Xiao and his companions nodded in agreement. "We will. We shall completely eradicate the dark forces and restore peace to the world." After bidding farewell to the divine beast, Lin Xiao and his companions departed from the mysterious mountain range. Armed with greater strength and unwavering conviction, they embarked on a new journey, heading towards the dark forces' lair, prepared to face the final showdown and utterly eliminate the threat of darkness, returning tranquility to the world. Chapter 51. The sudden change in the dark lair after leaving the mysterious mountains. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che pressed onward towards the lair of the dark forces without pause. Along the way, they dared not slacken their pace, traveling day and night with a singular belief: to completely annihilate the dark forces and restore peace to the world. As they drew closer to the dark lair, the oppressive aura of darkness thickened in the air. The sky turned gloomy and stifling, as if shrouded by a black veil, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Devoid of life, the dark aura here is formidable. We must proceed with caution, Lin Xiao warned, his brow furrowed as he vigilantly scanned the area. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement, their hands gripping their weapons tightly, their spiritual energy circulating steadily within, ready to confront any imminent danger. Upon finally reaching the entrance of the dark lair, a powerful wave of dark energy surged towards them, akin to an invisible wall attempting to obstruct their advance. "Humph, with such feeble power, do they think they can stop us?" Yun Che scoffed, unleashing a brilliant light from his artifact, sending forth a mighty wave of energy towards the dark force. The dark energy wavered momentarily under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao led Su Yao and Yun Che into the dark lair. Inside, the lair was dim and damp, with walls flickering with eerie green light and black liquid flowing across the ground. Emanating a pungent odor, the passages twisted and turned, resembling a vast labyrinth. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk everywhere," Lin Xiao cautioned softly. They advanced carefully, taking each step with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed ahead, followed by a horde of massive magical beasts charging forth from the shadows. These beasts were covered in black scales, their eyes glowing red, claws bared as they lunged at them. Just in time. "Let us show you our strength," Su Yao shouted, swiftly forming seals with her hands, causing the surrounding moisture to coalesce into numerous sharp ice spikes, which shot towards the beasts. The ice spikes struck the beasts with a series of loud thuds, but their scales proved remarkably resilient, leaving only shallow marks upon impact. These beasts possess formidable defenses. "Everyone, remain vigilant," Lin Xiao warned, swinging his divine artifact to unleash a powerful golden sword chi that cleaved several beasts in two. Yun Che, not to be outdone, infused his artifact with spiritual energy, unleashing formidable currents of electricity against the beasts. Despite sustaining some damage, the sheer number of beasts continued to charge recklessly at them. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation, and Lin Xiao and his companions began to feel overwhelmed. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to break through the encirclement of the beasts," Lin Xiao pondered while fending off their attacks. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly identified a weakness in the beasts. She noticed that while their eyes glimmered with red light, there seemed to be a small black deep within the glow. "Everyone, aim for their eyes. That may be their vulnerability," Su Yao shouted. Lin Xiao and Yun Che immediately adjusted their tactics, targeting the beast's eyes. Indeed, when their attack struck true, the beasts let out pained roars, their bodies swaying and their defenses significantly weakened. With the discovery of the beast's weakness, Lin Xiao and his companions' attacks became increasingly effective. They swiftly dispatched the horde and continued deeper into the dark lair. As they ventured further, the dark energy within the lair grew ever more potent, and the environment became increasingly ominous. Suddenly, they entered a vast hall where a massive black altar stood at its center, adorned with mysterious runes that pulsed with overwhelming dark power. "This altar must be significant. We should approach with caution," Lin Xiao advised. The three cautiously advanced towards the altar, but as they drew near, a swarm of black-robed figures surged forth from around it. These figures exuded formidable power, each radiating a dense aura of darkness. Humph, you have finally arrived. Today will be your grave, the leader of the black-robed figures said coldly. Lin Xiao met the gaze of the black-robed man without a hint of fear. If you seek our lives, then let us see you try. The battle erupted once more, with the black-robed figures unleashing dark spells that rained down upon Lin Xiao and his companions like a deluge. Lin Xiao wielded his divine artifact, conjuring a radiant golden barrier that repelled all dark spells. Su Yao and Yun Che each cast their own spells, engaging in fierce combat with the black-robed figures. During the fray, Lin Xiao discerned that these black-robed figures were far more powerful than those they had encountered previously. Their spells were deviously varied, and their coordination was seamless, making it difficult for Lin Xiao and his allies to cope. These black-robed figures are exceptionally strong. We must give it our all, Lin Xiao shouted. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his artifact, which blazed with light, unleashing a powerful golden sword chi that cleaved towards the black-robed figures. As the sword chi surged forth, the black-robed figures scrambled to evade it. But some were struck and severely wounded. Su Yao and Yun Che also unleashed their strongest spells, coordinating their efforts with Lin Xiao's assault. However, the sheer number of black-robed figures was overwhelming, and they continued to emerge from the shadows, seemingly endless. Just as Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves in dire straits, a sudden, intense tremor reverberated from deep within the dark lair. Following that, a brilliant light shot skyward, illuminating the entire dark lair. What is happening? The black-robed figures gasped in terror, glancing towards the source of the light. Lin Xiao and his companions were equally astonished, unsure of what transpired. As they stood in confusion, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the light. It is the divine beast, Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. The divine beast radiated golden light, its gaze imbued with majesty and power. Approaching Lin Xiao and his companions, it turned its attention to the black-robed figures and let out a low roar. You minions of the dark forces, today marks your end. The divine beast's voice resonated like thunder within the dark lair. Upon seeing the divine beast, the black-robed figures turned pale with fear, knowing they stood no chance against its immense power. Flee! The leader of the black-robed figures shouted in terror. The black-robed figures scattered in their haste, but the divine beast would not allow them to escape so easily. It unfurled its massive wings, unleashing a tremendous force that enveloped the fleeing figures. Under the divine beast's overwhelming might, the black-robed figures collapsed, rendered incapable of resistance. Lin Xiao and his companions observed the scene before them, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, divine beast, Lin Xiao said sincerely. The divine beast nodded. No need for thanks. The core of the dark forces lies ahead. Let us eliminate it together. Following the divine beast, Lin Xiao and his companions pressed on deeper into the dark lair. Upon arriving at a vast chamber, they finally beheld the leader of the dark forces. The dark leader sat upon an enormous black throne, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness. He regarded Lin Xiao and his companions with a cold smile. Humph, do you think that with the divine beast's aid, you can defeat me? You are sorely mistaken, the dark leader retorted icily. Lin Xiao met the dark leader's gaze with unwavering determination. No matter how powerful you are, today we shall end your reign and eradicate the dark forces. With that, Lin Xiao and his companions launched their assault, unleashing their most potent spells in a breathtaking clash against the dark leader. The dark leader was formidable, his spells devious and powerful, each strike imbued with devastating force. Lin Xiao and his companions found themselves struggling against his relentless onslaught. Do not give up. We can defeat him, Lin Xiao shouted, channeling the full extent of the artifact's power to fiercely combat the dark leader's dark energy. Su Yao and Yun Che also unleashed their ultimate techniques, attacking the dark leader from different angles. The divine beast joined the fray, radiating immense light that placed considerable pressure on the dark leader. Under the combined onslaught of Lin Xiao, his companions, and the divine beast, the dark leader's defenses began to crumble. No, this cannot be, the dark leader exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao and his companions would breach his defenses. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of Lin Xiao and his companions, the dark leader emitted a chilling cry as his form gradually dissipated, marking the definitive end of the reign of darkness. With the vanishing of the dark leader, the sinister forces within the dark nest swiftly faded away. The ominous clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight cascaded once more, restoring peace and tranquility to the world. As Lin Xiao and his companions beheld this scene, their hearts brimmed with emotion. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally succeeded in annihilating the dark forces and fulfilling their mission. "We did it," Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao and Yun Che shared a look of contentment. They knew that all their efforts had been worthwhile. The divine beast gazed at them and remarked, "Your courage and sense of justice are truly commendable. This world has become a better place because of you." Lin Xiao and the others bowed respectfully to the divine beast, acknowledging, "All of this is thanks to your guidance. We shall forever cherish this kindness." After bidding farewell to the divine beast, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che departed from the Dark Nest. Upon returning to the small town, they were met with a warm welcome and deep respect from the townsfolk, who regarded them as heroes, cheering and applauding for their valor. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not allow this adulation to inflate their egos. They understood that other threats might still loom in the world, and thus they would continue to strive for their training. Safeguarding the peace of the realm, henceforth, they became the guardians of the world, their tale echoing through the ages, inspiring generations to fight for justice and peace. Chapter 52. Aftermath of war. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of victory in the small town, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che remained grounded, not allowing joy to cloud their judgment. They were acutely aware that, although the dark forces had been vanquished, the scars left by this protracted battle had yet to heal. The town square was adorned with a sumptuous array of food, as townsfolk sang and danced in celebration of the long-awaited peace. Children frolicked through the crowd, while adults raised their glasses, recounting the hardships of the dark times and the joys of the present. Yet, as Lin Xiao surveyed the scene, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He sought out Su Yao and Yun Che, and the trio retreated to a quiet corner on the outskirts of the town. Though the dark forces have been eradicated, many places around the world still suffer from their insidious influence. "We cannot afford to become complacent," Lin Xiao stated gravely. Su Yao nodded gently, her eyes filled with determination. "Indeed, the land still shrouded in darkness require our purification. The people there need our assistance." Yun Che scratched his head, a wry smile crossing his face. "It seems our days as heroes are far from over. However, it is for the best. We cannot allow the world to descend into darkness again." After deliberation, the trio decided to rest in the small town for a while, recuperating their depleting spiritual energy from the battle and preparing for the journey ahead. During their days of recuperation, Lin Xiao rose early each morning to train, continually reflecting on the experiences gained from combat, striving to elevate his prowess. Su Yao, utilizing her mastery over water-type spiritual energy, aided the town in restoring the water sources damaged by the dark forces, allowing pure springs to flow once more, nourishing the land. Yun Che also kept himself busy, teaching the town's children basic self-defense techniques, hoping they could protect themselves in the future. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, a weary traveler arrived in the town, inquiring about the whereabouts of Lin Xiao and his companions. Upon learning that they were present in the town, he hastened to pay them a visit. "Greetings, esteemed heroes. I hail from the faraway Sunset City, once a bustling commercial metropolis, now shrouded in a mysterious fog. The inhabitants have fallen into a deep slumber, and no method has been able to awaken them. We have sent out people in search of a solution and heard of your victory over the dark forces. So I came seeking your help," the woman said anxiously. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged worried glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they decided to accompany the traveler to Sunset City. After bidding farewell to the townsfolk, the trio embarked on a new journey. Along the way, they witnessed many once prosperous villages now reduced to ruins, fields overgrown with weeds, and devoid of cultivation. The once clear rivers had turned murky, emanating a foul stench. The impact of the dark forces was far more severe than they had imagined. Lin Xiao gazed at the desolation before him, his heart heavy with concern. Su Yao sighed softly. "We must swiftly find a solution to the troubles of Sunset City. This may merely be the tip of the iceberg regarding the lingering effects of the dark forces." After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Sunset City. The entire city was enveloped in a thick layer of fog, the outlines of buildings barely discernible within the eerie silence. "This fog seems to harbor a peculiar power, disrupting our spiritual energy perception," Yun Che remarked, frowning. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to penetrate the fog and discern the situation within the city. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his face. Indeed, the people within the city are ensnared in slumber, and their souls appear to be bound by some force, rendering them unable to awaken. The trio cautiously ventured into the city, where an unsettling aura hung in the air. Every step they took was measured, wary of the dangers concealed within the fog. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from ahead, and a massive creature burst forth from the mist. The beast was covered in sharp spines, its eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light, and it exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Be careful. This creature's strength should not be underestimated, Lin Xiao shouted. Charging forward, he wielded his artifact, unleashing a golden sword aura towards the creature. The beast swatted the sword aura aside with its massive claws. Observing this, Su Yao swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a gigantic water dragon that lunged at the creature. The water dragon ensnared the beast tightly, which writhed in agony, emitting pained roars. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Che infused his artifact with spiritual energy, unleashing powerful currents of electricity towards the creature. Under their combined assault, the creature's movements gradually slowed until it finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After dispatching the monster, they pressed on towards the city's center. As they delved deeper, the fog thickened, severely limiting their visibility. Suddenly, Su Yao sensed a powerful force surging from beneath the ground. Be cautious. Something lurks below, she warned, and no sooner had she spoken than the ground split open, and countless black vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring them. These vines were remarkably resilient and moved with alarming speed. Lin Xiao and the others quickly cast spells in an attempt to sever the vines. But the more they struck, the more vines emerged, soon enveloping them completely. We cannot continue like this. We must locate the source of these vines, Lin Xiao exclaimed while fending off the vines' onslaught. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Yun Che suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. He spotted a faintly glowing crystal at the root of the vines. A realization struck him, and he rushed towards the crystal. Yun Che, what are you doing? Su Yao shouted anxiously. I'm going to check that crystal. It might be the key, he replied, pushing through the vine's grasp. As he approached the crystal, he noticed that the surrounding vines weakened significantly. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into his artifact, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards the crystal. With the impact of the energy wave, the crystal radiated a dazzling light, causing the surrounding vines to wither rapidly, disintegrating into black dust that scattered into the air. We did it, Yun Che exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao and Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief and moved towards him. The three continued onward. Finally reaching the heart of the city, before a magnificent palace, they beheld a massive black sphere adorned with bizarre runes, emanating formidable power that sustained the pervasive fog enveloping the entire city. This must be the source of the trouble. We must destroy it, Lin Xiao declared. The trio immediately unleashed their most potent spells upon the black sphere. Golden sword auras, blue water dragons, and purple currents of electricity intertwined as they surged towards the sphere. However, the defenses of the black sphere proved remarkably robust, merely causing ripples on its surface. Its defenses are too formidable. What should we do? Su Yao inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. As they contemplated their next move, a familiar cry echoed from the sky. They looked up to see the divine beast soaring towards them. Divine beast, what brings you here? Lin Xiao asked, his face lighting up with joy. The divine beast landed beside them and replied, I sensed an anomaly here and came to investigate. It seems you have encountered yet another predicament. Lin Xiao recounted the events to the divine beast, who pondered for a moment before responding. This black sphere is a remnant seal of dark energy. To destroy it, we need to gather special spiritual energy. The divine beast informed them that hidden in each corner of the city were 4 gems, each containing unique spiritual energy. Only by collecting all 4 gems and merging their powers could they shatter the black sphere's defenses. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others sprang into action, dividing into 3 groups to venture towards the city's corners. Lin Xiao set off alone towards the east, carefully avoiding various dangers along the way. Eventually, he discovered the first gem within an abandoned temple. The gem radiated a warm golden light, seemingly containing boundless power. Meanwhile, Su Yao and Yun Che teamed up to head south in an ancient forest, they encountered numerous obstacles, with various magical beasts continuously launching assaults upon them. Yet, through their harmonious cooperation, they deftly resolved each crisis, ultimately discovering the second gemstone deep within the woods. Meanwhile, another group to the west and north also endured great hardships, successfully locating the remaining two gemstones. Upon returning to the city center with the gemstones, they found the divine beast awaiting their arrival. They placed the gemstones around a black orb, arranging them in the cardinal directions. The divine beast proclaimed, and Lin Xiao and his companions followed its instructions to position the gemstones. In an instant, the four gemstones emitted a dazzling radiance, their lights intertwining to form a colossal energy shield that enveloped the black orb. Now, everyone, infuse your spiritual energy, the divine beast commanded. Lin Xiao and the others promptly channeled their spiritual energy into the energy shield, and under their combined strength, the shield grew increasingly potent. The black orb began to tremble violently, its surface runes gradually becoming indistinct. With a resounding explosion, the black orb was finally shattered. The mist that had cloaked the city swiftly dissipated, and warm sunlight bathed the earth. The inhabitants of the city gradually awoke, gazing at the scene before them with exuberant cheers. Chapter 53. The Call of the Mysterious Ruins. After bidding farewell to the divine beast, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che embarked on a seemingly aimless journey. They traversed various towns and villages, using their spiritual energy to aid those still struggling under the remnants of dark forces, restoring damaged land and purifying tainted water sources. With each issue they resolved, they witnessed the rekindling of hope in the eyes of the people, further solidifying their resolve to press onward. One day, they arrived at an ancient town. Although this town lay far from the Dark Lair, it had suffered immensely during the protracted era of darkness, plagued by scarcity and rampant disease. Most of the buildings were in disrepair, and few pedestrians wandered the streets, their expressions weary and bewildered. The arrival of Lin Xiao and his companions shone like a ray of light in this dreary world. They wielded their spiritual energy to disperse the miasma of disease hovering over the town and conjured clean water from underground to address the residents' drinking needs. At the town's market, Lin Xiao happened upon a group of adventurers discussing a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant wasteland lay an ancient ruin. This ruin was sealed by formidable powers and would only reveal itself to the fated at specific times. According to the legend, the ruin concealed a mysterious force capable of controlling all things in the world. Acquiring it could effortlessly alter the world's landscape. Lin Xiao felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that this mysterious ruin might be intricately linked to the complete purification of the dark forces. Thus, he returned to their lodgings to share this news with Su Yao and Yun Che. I believe we cannot overlook this clue. The power within the ruins may be the key to thoroughly eradicating the remnants of the dark forces, Lin Xiao declared with unwavering determination. Su Yao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. However, such legends often accompany great dangers, and we know nothing of the ruins' conditions. To venture forth recklessly poses too great a risk. Yet Yun Che, brimming with excitement, eagerly rubbed his hands together. What is there to fear? We have already breached the dark forces' stronghold. Why should we fear a mere ruin? Perhaps there are treasures within that could elevate our powers. After a spirited debate, the trio ultimately resolved to explore the wasteland in search of the mysterious ruins. They inquired with local residents about the direction and approximate distance to the wasteland, gathering ample supplies before embarking on this uncertain journey. In the wasteland, the wind howled and sand billowed, presenting a desolate panorama as far as the eye could see. There were no water sources, no vegetation, only endless sand and scorching sunlight. The three trudged onward, their spiritual energy not only serving to withstand the harsh conditions, but also to remain vigilant against potential dangers. On the third day in the wasteland, they encountered a band of sand thieves. These marauders had long ravaged the wasteland, surviving by robbing passing caravans and adventurers with brutal tactics. Upon spotting Lin Xiao and his companions, the thieves' eyes gleamed with greed as they brandished their weapons and closed in. Hand over your belongings, or you'll never leave here alive. The leader of the thieves roared menacingly. Lin Xiao snorted disdainfully. You think you can stop us? With a flash of light from his artifact, a sharp sword energy surged forth, repelling the foremost thieves. Su Yao and Yun Che quickly joined the fray, with Su Yao conjuring an ice wall to block the thieves' retreat. while Yun Che unleashed a barrage of lightning, weaving through the ranks of the marauders. The thieves, now in disarray, howled in panic and fled in all directions. Having dealt with the thieves, the trio continued their journey. After several more days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fabled location of the mysterious ruins. Before them stood a massive stone door, intricately engraved with ancient runes that emanated a powerful and enigmatic aura. The door was tightly sealed, with no signs of an entrance nearby. Lin Xiao stepped forward, closely examining the runes on the door, seeking a way to unlock it. Suddenly, he noticed one of the runes flickering faintly, seemingly resonating with the spiritual energy within him. Lin Xiao's heart raced as he gently infused his energy into the rune. As he did, the rune's glow intensified, and the stone door began to tremble. "Everyone, be cautious. The door is about to open," Lin Xiao warned. Su Yao and Yun Che immediately readied themselves for combat, their weapons shimmering with light. As the door creaked open, a wave of ancient and mysterious energy poured forth. The three ventured inside, discovering a long corridor illuminated by gemstones embedded in the walls, guiding their path. Following the corridor, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb radiating multicolored light. Surrounding the orb was a peculiar wave of energy, as if narrating its extraordinary nature. "Is this the core of the ruins?" Yun Che wondered aloud. Stepping closer to touch the crystal orb, "Be careful," Lin Xiao shouted suddenly. However, it was too late. The moment Yun Che's hand made contact with the orb, a tremendous force hurled him backward. Instantly, a deep growl reverberated through the hall, and the ground trembled violently as countless mechanical puppets emerged from all directions. These puppets, towering in stature and crafted from hardened metal, brandished various weapons and charged toward Lin Xiao and his companions. "It seems we've triggered the ruins' defense mechanism. Let us fight side by side," Lin Xiao urged. He swung his artifact, charging into the swarm of puppets, golden sword energy slicing through their ranks as they approached. Su Yao conjured water spells, summoning torrents to repel the puppets' assault. Simultaneously, she harnessed the power of water to freeze some of the puppets, creating opportunities for Lin Xiao and Yun Che to strike. Meanwhile, Yun Che unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning, causing the puppets' movements to slow. However, the sheer number of puppets proved overwhelming, and their relentless assault persisted. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Xiao discerned that while the puppets' attacks were formidable, their movements seemed governed by a certain force, exhibiting a discernible pattern. Observing the puppets' attack sequences closely, he finally identified their weakness. "Aim for the joints of the puppets. That is their vulnerable point," Lin Xiao shouted. The trio swiftly adjusted their tactics, targeting the puppets' joints with precision. Indeed, when their strikes connected, the puppets' movements became sluggish, and some collapsed entirely. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately vanquished all the puppets. The hall fell silent once more. Save for the heavy breaths of the three, they gazed at the crystal orb before them, trepidation filling their hearts. "This orb is exceedingly mysterious. We must approach with caution," Lin Xiao advised. Just then, the orb emitted a blinding light that enveloped the three of them. Under the brilliance, they felt their consciousness being drawn from their bodies, transporting them into a mysterious realm. In this realm, they witnessed a series of strange images. Before them, an ancient civilization was besieged by dark forces. The people rose in defiance but were unable to halt the spread of darkness. Ultimately, the sages of this civilization united their powers, sealing away the dark forces and hiding the key to that seal within this very ruin. As the images faded, their consciousness gradually returned to their bodies. They exchanged glances, shock and understanding reflected in their eyes. This ruin exists to seal away the dark forces, and this crystal orb could very well be the key to unlocking the final seal. Lin Xiao surmised. Su Yao nodded slightly. "But how do we utilize it?" Just as they pondered, the orb radiated light once more, and information flowed directly into their minds. It revealed that to activate the orb, they needed to collectively infuse their spiritual energy and activate the runes on the orb in a specific order. Without delay, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che sprang into action. They positioned themselves before the orb, gently channeling their spiritual energy into it while simultaneously activating the runes according to the information in their minds. As the runes sparked to life, the orb's glow intensified, and the surrounding energy fluctuations grew ever stronger. Suddenly, The orb unleashed a beam of light that shot skyward. Under the radiance of light, the entire world underwent a profound transformation. The remnants of dark forces, purified by this brilliance, swiftly dissipated. The earth began to revive. With withered vegetation rejuvenating, and once murky waters becoming crystal clear. Filled with an overwhelming sense of achievement, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che departed from the mysterious ruins, their figures appearing particularly grand against the backdrop of the setting sun. Chapter 54. The Rebirth of the Continent. Upon leaving the enigmatic ruins, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che discovered that the entire continent had undergone a monumental transformation due to the crystal sphere's cleansing of dark forces. Lands once ravaged by darkness were now lush and vibrant, adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying sweet fragrances. Rivers that had run dry now surged with life, nourishing all around, while fish frolicked joyously in the waters. Creatures that had once cowered in fear of the dark emerged from their hiding places, running and playing freely upon this newly reborn earth. People converged from all directions, sharing in the joy of this newfound vitality. In towns and villages, craftsmen busily repaired damaged structures, while marketplaces overflowed with a dazzling array of goods, the air alive with the sounds of haggling and laughter, echoing with a sense of prosperity. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not linger in this celebratory atmosphere for long. They understood that while the dark forces had been purified, the balance of the world remained fragile, and latent threats might still lurk in the shadows. To safeguard this hard-won peace, they resolved to establish a protective organization upon the continent, gathering like-minded practitioners to jointly uphold the tranquility of the world. With the assistance of many, the headquarters of the Guardian organization was swiftly erected in a picturesque valley. This edifice, blending the forces of magic and nature, stood as both robust and vibrant. As word spread, practitioners from far and wide flocked to it. Among them were skilled healers, masters of elemental magic, and agile warriors. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che personally selected and trained them, imparting their combat experiences and cultivation insights. As days turned into weeks, the Guardian organization steadily grew, becoming an indomitable force on the continent. They regularly dispatched patrols to traverse every corner, promptly identifying and addressing emerging issues. Whether aiding villagers in resisting natural disasters or dealing with occasional monster incursions, the Guardian organization was always at the forefront. On one occasion, a small town in the south was besieged by an unprecedented storm. Floods ravaged the area, threatening to engulf the entire settlement. Upon receiving the news, members of the Guardian organization rushed to the scene. Su Yao wielded her formidable water magic, fiercely battling the floodwaters. She deftly manipulated the flow of water, guiding the deluge into safe channels and averting the town's impending doom. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Yun Che led other members in assisting villagers to relocate essential supplies and calming their fears. Through their collective efforts, the town successfully weathered the crisis, its residents profoundly grateful to the Guardian organization. As the Guardian organization's reputation soared, some with nefarious intentions began to harbor ill designs against them. Jealous of their strength and influence, they sought to tarnish the organization's reputation. One day, the Guardian organization received word of sinister forces manifesting in a northern forest. Lin Xiao and his companions promptly led a team to investigate. However, upon their arrival at the forest, they discovered it was a group masquerading as dark forces suddenly ambushed them. Aha! You think yourselves heroes? Merely a band of self-righteous fools. Today marks the end of your Guardian organization, sneered their leader. Lin Xiao faced the adversaries with unwavering resolve. You lack the qualifications to dismantle the Guardian organization. He brandished a divine artifact, rallying his comrades to engage in fierce combat against the enemy. The members, having undergone rigorous training, exhibited remarkable synergy and strength. Under Lin Xiao's leadership, they swiftly gained the upper hand. Sensing defeat, the schemers attempted to flee, but Lin Xiao and his allies would not let them escape, ultimately subduing them all. Following this incident, the Guardian organization did not falter. Rather, their resolve to protect the world was further solidified. They enhanced internal management and training, raising the alertness of their members to prevent similar occurrences. Through their diligent efforts, the continent entered an era of lasting peace and prosperity. People thrived in contentment, living fulfilling lives. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che became legendary heroes in the eyes of the populace, their tales immortalized in songs and poems, resonating throughout the land. Yet, the trio understood that the path to safeguarding the world was endless. They remained vigilant, attentively monitoring every corner of the continent, prepared to confront new challenges at any moment. On a tranquil night, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun She stood on the rooftop of the Guardian Organization's headquarters, gazing at the star-studded sky. Everything we do is for this continent, for its people. As long as the world needs us, we shall continue to protect it, Lin Xiao declared resolutely. Chapter 55. The underlying current of new crisis. As the continent enjoyed a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, the Guardian Organization had become a steadfast bulwark upon this land, their deeds celebrated and inspiring countless others to pursue justice and harmony. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, a dark current was quietly stirring. In the distant northern tundra, an ancient ruin entombed in ice and snow emanated an eerie aura. Recently, the behavior of the beast populations on the tundra had become erratic. They no longer followed their usual migratory paths, but instead congregated towards the direction of the ruins. Hunters and adventurers venturing near the ruins had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only fragmented belongings, as if consumed by some powerful and enigmatic force. The intelligence personnel of the Guardian Organization detected this anomaly and swiftly relayed the information back to headquarters. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun She convened the elite members of their organization to devise a response strategy. The northern tundra has always been a mysterious place, and the existence of that ruin is ancient. We cannot afford to be complacent in the face of such changes, Lin Xiao stated with a serious expression, his gaze reflecting vigilance towards the unknown dangers. Su Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation. From the intelligence, it seems this force differs from the previous dark powers, yet it bears an uncanny connection. It may be an awakening of some ancient evil. Yun She nodded in agreement. Regardless, we must investigate. Given the perilous nature of this undertaking, it was imperative to select the most suitable members. After careful consideration, a specialized team comprising mages skilled in ice magic, hunters proficient in tracking, and formidable warriors was assembled. Led by Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun She, as they journeyed towards the northern tundra. Along the way, the harsh conditions of the tundra were palpable. The biting cold winds lashed at their faces like daggers, and blizzards often struck without warning, obscuring their vision with swirling snow. Yet, bolstered by the members' formidable abilities and unwavering determination, they trudged onward. Upon finally reaching the fabled ruins, the sight before them left the team astonished. Massive blocks of ice were piled high, within which vague silhouettes could be discerned, seemingly sealed creatures. At the entrance of the ruins, a ghostly blue light radiated, emanating a mysterious power. Caution, this light harbors formidable magic. We must not approach recklessly, Su Yao warned. Just as they carefully drew near the entrance, a colossal ice beast suddenly erupted from the ice. Towering like a mountain, it exuded an icy chill, each breath freezing the surrounding air instantaneously. This is the ancient ice beast that guards the tundra. How could it have been awakened? Exclaimed a member familiar with the tundra's legends and terror. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao brandished his divine artifact, proclaiming, "Everyone, remain calm. Execute our training and coordinate your attacks." The ice beast roared and charged at them, its massive claws unleashing a tempest of icy winds. The mages adept in ice magic quickly conjured ice shields to deflect the beast's assault, while other members launched their attacks from various angles. Yun She darted around the ice beast like lightning, his blade targeting its vulnerabilities. Su Yao countered the beast's icy might with her water magic, attempting to disrupt its rhythm of attack. Lin Xiao, channeling the artifact's immense power, struck a decisive blow against the creature. After a fierce battle, the ice beast finally succumbed, dissolving into a puddle of water. Before the team could catch their breath, a deep rumble resonated from within the ruins, as if some colossal entity was awakening. Cautiously, they ventured inside, discovering a vast ice cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a crystal sphere radiating a strange light. Surrounding the sphere were ancient runes, flickering with an otherworldly glow, seemingly maintaining some form of seal. This crystal sphere appears extraordinary. It may be closely linked to the anomalies on the tundra, Lin Xiao remarked. At that moment, the crystal sphere suddenly blazed with intense light, and a powerful force flung the group backward. Following this, a phantom figure slowly emerged from within the sphere. "Foolish humans, how dare you disturb my slumber?" The figure's cold voice echoed throughout the cavern. "Who are you? Why do you seek to disrupt the peace of the tundra? Lin Xiao glared at the apparition, demanding answers. I am the guardian of the icy plains, as well as the judge of this continent. Once, I was sealed here to prevent humanity's greed and folly from disrupting the balance of the world. Now that you have awakened me once more, this land shall face a new calamity. The figure spoke coldly to it. Turned out that in ancient times, humanity, in its pursuit of immense power, excessively exploited resources, triggering a catastrophic disaster. Go halt this calamity. The guardian of the icy plains sacrificed himself, sealing both himself and the malevolent forces together. However, as time passed, the seal gradually weakened, and the arrival of the Guardian organization inadvertently activated the awakening mechanism. We will not allow you to disrupt the peace of the continent. Lin Xiao shouted loudly, leading his comrades to launch another attack against the figure. With a gentle wave, the figure conjured an ice wall, instantly blocking their assault. Following this, countless ice spikes shot forth from all directions toward the group. The members swiftly deployed their respective skills, evading the icy onslaught. Amidst the fierce battle, Su Yao discerned a pattern in the runes on the crystal ball. She focused her mind, harnessing her spiritual energy in an attempt to decipher the rune's seal, thereby diminishing the figure's power. After considerable effort, Su Yao finally succeeded in partially breaking the runes. The figure's strength was immediately weakened significantly, and its attacks became less ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao unleashed the mightiest strike of the artifact. A radiant beam of light surged toward the figure. The figure struggled within the brilliance, ultimately dissipating into the AI art. As the figure vanished, the glow of the crystal ball gradually dimmed, and the anomalies on the icy plains faded away. The beasts returned to their normal behaviors, and the missing individuals were successively found. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao and his companions did not lower their guard. They understood that while this crisis had been temporarily averted, the balance of the world remained fragile, and more unknown challenges awaited them in the future. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian organization, Lin Xiao and his companions meticulously documented their experiences and organized in-depth studies among the members. They hoped that through this incident, they could better comprehend the mysteries of the world, enhancing the strength of the Guardian organization to face potential future crises in the days that followed. The Guardian organization continued to bolster its infrastructure and training. They not only enhanced the combat prowess of their members, but also emphasized the cultivation of wisdom and adaptability. At the same time, they actively collaborated with various regional powers to jointly maintain the peace and stability of the continent. As time elapsed, the influence of the Guardian organization grew ever more pronounced. An increasing number of individuals joined this organization, striving to uphold the peace and justice of the world. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che became the spiritual pillars of the Guardian organization, their tales inspiring generations to bravely advance on the path of safeguarding the world. On a sunlit day, the Guardian organization held a grand celebration to commemorate the successful resolution of the Icy Plains crisis. During the festivities, laughter and joy filled the air, as everyone reveled in the happiness brought by peace. However, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che did not forget their mission. They stood atop the headquarters walls, gazing into the distance, their hearts brimming with both concern and anticipation for the future. And no matter the challenges that lie ahead, we must not falter. For we are the Guardian organization, the protectors of this continent, Lin Xiao declared resolutely. Su Yao and Yun Che clenched their fists tightly, their eyes reflecting the same unwavering conviction. They knew that the journey of guarding the world would be long and arduous, but for the sake of this land and its people, they would forever stand on the front lines of protection. Chapter 56. The call of the mysterious island. In the southwestern part of the continent lies a mysterious sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Legends speak of a hidden island within this sea, harboring endless treasures and formidable powers. However, no one who has ventured there has ever returned. Recently, the Guardian organization received reports from coastal fishermen, stating that on fog-laden nights, peculiar lights flickered in the mysterious waters, as if some enigmatic force was summoning them. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che keenly sensed that this mysterious island might conceal secrets intimately linked to the balance of the world, and thus decided to organize an expedition team to explore it. To counter the unknown dangers of the sea, the Guardian organization selected sailors proficient in navigation, mages skilled in water magic, and agile warriors to join the expedition. The group set sail on a sturdy vessel enhanced by magic, heading toward the enigmatic waters. As they approached the mysterious sea, the fog thickened, drastically reducing visibility. The sailors, relying on their vast experience and keen intuition, cautiously maneuvered the ship forward. Suddenly, a strange sea breeze swept in, causing the vessel to sway violently, nearly tossing everyone overboard. "Be careful. This sea breeze feels unusual," Lin Xiao warned loudly. Xu Yao immediately summoned her water magic, forming a protective barrier around the ship to fend off the oncoming gusts. Simultaneously, the mages skilled in water magic joined forces with Xu Yao to stabilize the vessel. After considerable effort, they finally navigated through the thick fog, revealing a mysterious island before them. The island was cloaked in dense forests, and strange sounds emanated from within. Upon landing, they discovered that the plants on the island were extraordinarily tall, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. The ground was littered with various peculiar vines, which seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, writhing as if to impede their progress. "Everyone, be cautious. These vines may be aggressive." Yun Che brandished his blade, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Indeed, as the group cautiously advanced, several vines suddenly lashed out at them. Yun Che swiftly severed the attacking vines, yet more surged from all directions. The warriors brandished their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle with the vines. Lin Xiao harnessed the power of the artifact, unleashing a brilliant light that temporarily repelled the vines. Seizing the opportunity, the group rushed forward, finally freeing themselves from the vines' grasp. They ventured deeper into the island, discovering an ancient ruin. The walls of the ruin were adorned with strange symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating a forgotten history. "These symbols appear ancient. We must find a way to decipher them, as they may reveal the secrets of this island," Xu Yao remarked as she meticulously examined the symbols on the walls. Just then, a deep roar emanated from within the ruins. Moments later, a colossal beast burst forth from the shadows. This creature was enormous, its body encased in hard scales, and it breathed forth flames. "This is the guardian beast of the ruins. Everyone, prepare for combat," Lin Xiao shouted. The group quickly formed a battle formation, with mages unleashing various elemental spells to target the beast's weaknesses. While the warriors braced themselves to withstand its assaults, Xu Yao employed her water magic in an attempt to suppress the flames spewing from the beast. Amidst the intense battle, Lin Xiao noticed that although the beast's scales were formidable, there was a vulnerable spot on its abdomen. Timing his strike perfectly, he unleashed the artifact's tremendous power, targeting the beast's underbelly. The creature let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly in an attempt to retaliate. However, the group denied it any opportunity, and through their combined efforts, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the beast, they entered the depths of the ruins. There, they discovered a massive magical circle. At the center of the circle lay a gem radiating a mysterious light. This gem harbors immense power. Could this be the secret of this island? Yun Che mused, gazing curiously at the gem. Just as they prepared to approach it, the ground beneath the ruins began to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the surface. They had inadvertently triggered the guardian mechanism of the ruins, and the entire structure was on the brink of collapse. "This is bad. We must leave at once," Lin Xiao shouted urgently. The group swiftly turned and sprinted toward the exit of the ruins. As they fled, boulders rained down from above, and the ground continued to cave in. Relying on their tenacity and exceptional agility, they narrowly evaded danger time and again. Ultimately, they successfully escaped the ruins. However, upon reaching the seashore, they discovered that their ship had been wrecked by the waves. "This is troublesome. How shall we return?" a sailor exclaimed anxiously. Just as despair began to settle over them, Xu Yao suddenly spotted a mysterious vessel appearing on the nearby waters. The ship approached slowly, and an elder disembarked. "You brave adventurers, having arrived at this mysterious island, must be seeking the power to safeguard the world," the elder said with a smile. Lin Xiao and the others gazed at the elder in astonishment. Unsure of how he knew their intentions, the elder, seemingly reading their confusion, explained, "I am the guardian of this island, having awaited the arrival of those fated to come. This gem is an ancient artifact, encapsulating the power to maintain the balance of the world. Now that the world faces a new crisis, this gem will be crucial in your mission to protect it." With that, the elder entrusted the gem to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted the gem, feeling the immense power it contained. "Thank you, elder. We will ensure to utilize this gem wisely to safeguard the world," Lin Xiao expressed gratefully. The elder nodded, then cast a spell to assist the group in repairing their ship. After bidding farewell to the elder, they set sail, departing the mysterious island. During their journey back to the continent, Lin Xiao and his companions delved deeply into the study of the gem. They discovered that this gem could resonate with the magical array at the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, thereby enhancing its power. Upon returning to the headquarters, Lin Xiao and his companions placed the gem at the center of the magical array. Instantly, the array radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the entire headquarters in a surge of formidable energy. The members of the Guardian Organization felt this power, and a wave of exhilaration swept through them. However, Lin Xiao and his companions were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary respite. The balance of the world remained precarious, and new crises could arise at any moment. They resolved to persist in their efforts to bolster the strength of the Guardian Organization, tirelessly striving for the peace and justice of the world. In the ensuing days, the Guardian Organization harnessed the power of the gem to fortify its guardianship over the continent. They established additional outposts across various locations and dispatched more patrols to promptly identify and address potential threats. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che diligently honed their skills, understanding that only by becoming stronger could they better protect the continent and its inhabitants. On a tranquil night, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che stood atop the headquarters. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars, their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future and a resolute determination to guard it. Whatever lay ahead, they would not falter. For we are the champions of the world. The hope of this continent, Lin Xiao declared with conviction. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the same unwavering faith. Chapter 57. The hidden curse with the gem integrated into the magical array at the headquarters. The tranquility of the continent appeared to be fortified. Yet beneath this calm, a shadow of gloom quietly descended. The Guardian Organization began receiving distress signals from remote villages, where the inhabitants were afflicted by an inexplicable illness that gradually weakened their bodies and dulled their spirits. Rendering all treatment ineffective, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che led a team of members skilled in healing magic to investigate swiftly. Upon entering the first afflicted village, the sight before them was heart-wrenching. Villagers lay in rudimentary beds, their faces pale and eyes vacant. The faint cries of children filled the air, mingling with an aura of despair. This was no ordinary ailment. It seemed as though a dark force was eroding their vitality. Su Yao knelt beside an ailing villager, her brow furrowed as she sought to sense the hidden force with her spiritual energy. After examining several patients, they discovered that this dark force resembled a concealed curse, silently infiltrating the body and taking root deep within the soul, gradually devouring the light of life. Moreover, this curse appeared to spread slowly through contact between individuals. If not addressed promptly, the entire continent could be plunged into peril. In pursuit of a method to dispel the curse, Lin Xiao and the others began searching for clues throughout the village. They learned from an elderly villager that an eerie glow had once emanated from an abandoned temple nearby. And since then, the villagers had fallen ill one after another. The group immediately set off for the dilapidated temple. The temple walls were inscribed with peculiar symbols, some of which bore a striking resemblance to those found in the ruins of a mysterious island. Yun Che scrutinized these symbols, utilizing his prior research to uncover critical information. It appeared that these symbols formed an ancient magical array, likely designed to unleash this curse, Yun Che stated. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their research, a swarm of dark figures surged forth from the temple. These phantoms, swift and ghostly, swiftly encircled the group. Be careful. These shadows are peculiar, Lin Xiao shouted, leading the charge with the artifact in hand. The shadows morphed continuously, evading their attacks while releasing a black mist that, once inhaled, induced dizziness. The members adept in healing magic endeavored to dispel the mist while treating their poisoned comrades. Su Yao employed her water-based spiritual energy, attempting to force the shadows to reveal their true forms. After a fierce battle, they ultimately discovered the shadows' weakness. They were fearful of the light. Lin Xiao concentrated the artifact's power, unleashing a radiant brilliance that instantly dispelled a significant portion of the shadows. The remaining phantoms, sensing the tide turning, fled in panic. After vanquishing the shadows, they returned to their study of the magical array within the temple. After considerable effort, they finally identified the key to breaking the curse, a magical crystal sealed within a hidden chamber beneath the temple. As they opened the chamber, a powerful wave of dark energy surged forth. Inside, the magical crystal floated in midair, surrounded by swirling black mist, continuously emanating the power of the curse. Oh, lift the curse. We must shatter this magical crystal, but its power is formidable. We must tread carefully, Lin Xiao advised. The group summoned their strengths to weaken the crystal's power. The mages unleashed various elemental spells while the warriors stood guard against the retaliatory dark forces. Su Yao purified the surrounding murky mist with her water magic. Through their collective efforts, the crystal's power gradually waned. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to deliver the final blow to destroy the crystal, it suddenly flared with blinding light, and a powerful backlash force hurled them all away. This crystal is making its last stand, Yun Che exclaimed. In a critical moment, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth against the pain and once more concentrated the artifact's energy. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve as he charged toward the magical crystal without hesitation. With a resounding crash, the crystal was finally destroyed. As it shattered, the dark curse that had enveloped the village dissipated in an instant. The afflicted villagers gradually regained their vitality, their complexions returning to a healthy hue and their spirits lifting. The villagers expressed their deep gratitude to the Guardian organization, offering their finest food to honor them. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not indulge in their joy. They understood that this was merely a test from the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows, and the true crisis might still lie ahead. Upon returning to the Guardian organization's headquarters, Lin Xiao and the others conducted a thorough analysis of the incident. They recognized that the enemy's tactics were becoming increasingly insidious and dangerous. To better protect the continent, they resolved to strengthen the intelligence network of the Guardian organization and to investigate every potential danger. Simultaneously, they began to study various ancient spells and legends, hoping to find methods to counter the unknown threats. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che led the members in more rigorous training to enhance their combat and adaptability skills. During one training session, Lin Xiao addressed everyone. The challenges we face are growing more severe. But as long as we stand united, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. Each crisis is an opportunity for our growth. We must become stronger to safeguard this continent and its people. The group nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with steadfast conviction. Through the efforts of the Guardian organization, the continent's defense system was further refined, and the villages and towns bolstered their awareness of self-protection. However, Lin Xiao and his companions knew that the true test had yet to arrive. They remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on every movement across the continent, prepared to face new challenges at any moment. On a sunlit morning, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che stood atop the walls of the Guardian organization's headquarters, gazing out over the distant lands. Chapter 58. The mysterious prophecy following their confrontation with the curse crisis. The Guardian organization did not experience a prolonged period of tranquility. One day, an elder skilled in prophecy within the organization captured a vague image during meditation. In the vision, the continent was shrouded in darkness, and an ancient ruin shimmered with mysterious light, seemingly beckoning something. The elder conveyed this prophecy to Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che. They were acutely aware that this prophecy might herald an even greater impending crisis. Determined to uncover the secrets of the ancient ruin, they resolved to embark on a quest based on the scant clues available. After several days of arduous trekking, they arrived at an ancient forest. This forest was imbued with an enigmatic aura. The trees loomed tall and twisted, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage to form patches of light upon the ground. Deep within the forest, they discovered a stone door entwined with vines, etched with symbols reminiscent of those found in the previous abandoned temple. It seems this is the place we seek, Lin Xiao remarked, his expression grave. The group combined their strength to push open the door, and a musty scent wafted forth. Behind the door lay a long corridor, its walls adorned with softly glowing gems that illuminated their path. As they traversed the corridor, they entered a vast, circular hall. The hall was lined with various ancient statues, and at its center stood a colossal stone platform upon which rested a book radiating a gentle glow. Yun Che stepped forward cautiously to retrieve the book. The moment he touched it, a torrent of powerful information surged into his mind. He glimpsed the past, present, and future of the continent, unveiling the schemes of the enemies hidden in darkness, along with a pivotal key capable of altering destinies. This book contained an ancient prophecy regarding the balance of the world. Placing the book down, Yun Che addressed the group. The various crises we have encountered thus far are merely preludes to the enemy's attempts to disrupt the balance of the world. Within this ruin lies the power to maintain that balance. Just then, a deep growl resonated throughout the hall. The ancient statues sprang to life, launching an assault on the group. These statues were immensely powerful and agile, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Lin Xiao and the warriors charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the statues, while the mages cast spells from behind, providing support to the frontline fighters. Su Yao wielded the powers of the water element, providing both defense and healing for her companions. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao discerned that the strength of the statues seemed to be linked to the surrounding environment. As he surveyed the layout of the hall, he uncovered a magic circle concealed in a corner. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on that magic circle," Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing this, the group redirected their assaults toward the magic circle. Under the weight of their formidable strikes, the magic circle began to shatter. As it disintegrated, the statues likewise lost their power and collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the statues, they continued their exploration of the ruins. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a colossal energy core. This core radiated a potent luminosity, seemingly harboring boundless power. "This is the key force sustaining the world's balance," Yun Che remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed upon the energy core. However, just as they prepared to approach it, a group of mysterious figures cloaked in black materialized within the ruins. These individuals possessed formidable strength, swiftly encircling the group. "Did you think you could easily seize this power?" The leader of the black-cloaked figures said coldly. "This power shall belong to us, and the balance of the world will be shattered by our hands." Lin Xiao and his companions realized that these black-cloaked figures were the hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. An even fiercer battle was about to erupt, and whether they could safeguard the energy core and maintain the balance of the world remained uncertain. Chapter 59. Life and Death Struggle. Lin Xiao and his companions faced off against the black-cloaked figures, the air thick with tension as the imminent battle loomed. The leader of the black-cloaked figures waved a hand, and in an instant, the others dispersed like phantoms, launching themselves at Lin Xiao and his comrades from all directions. The warriors of the Guardian Organization, undaunted, charged forward to meet them. Armed with a divine artifact, Lin Xiao led the charge, each swing emanating immense power, causing the black-cloaked figures to evade in haste. The warriors formed a defensive formation, protecting the mages and healers at the rear. The mages chanted incantations, unleashing torrents of elemental magic upon their foes. Positioned at the center of the group, Su Yao swiftly maneuvered her hands, summoning a continuous flow of water element energy that enveloped her comrades in a robust water barrier, shielding them from the black-cloaked figures' assaults while healing the wounded. Yet, the black-cloaked figures were no mere trifles. Their attacks were both cunning and fierce. One of them clasped their hands together, dark energy coalescing into a massive black sphere, hurtling towards Lin Xiao. With a sharp gaze, Lin Xiao brandished his divine artifact, a flash of light erupting as he shattered the black sphere. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Although the members of the Guardian Organization fought valiantly, they were increasingly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and formidable strength of the black-cloaked figures. "We cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to break through their encirclement," Lin Xiao shouted, all the while fending off the attacks of the black-cloaked figures. Yun Che's mind sparked with inspiration as he recalled the magic circle he had seen earlier in the ruins. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered that similar markings adorned the walls of the hall. "Follow me. I have a plan," Yun Che called out, racing toward the magic circle's location. The others quickly followed in his wake, and under Lin Xiao's protection, they finally reached the magic circle. Yun Che swiftly analyzed the workings of the magic circle, realizing it could gather the surrounding energy and convert it into a powerful offensive force. "Everyone, channel your energy into the magic circle to activate it," Yun Che urged. The group eagerly infused their spiritual energy into the magic circle, which began to emit a dazzling radiance. As the light intensified, surrounding energies were irresistibly drawn in, culminating in a formidable energy storm. The black-cloaked figures, sensing the impending danger, attempted to thwart the activation of the magic circle, but it was too late. The energy storm surged outward at an astonishing pace, engulfing the black-cloaked figures entirely. Under the storm's onslaught, they fell one by one, their bodies dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. The leader of the black-cloaked figures, seeing the tide turn against him, attempted to flee. Lin Xiao would not allow this. He instantly executed a swift maneuver, closing the gap between them and severing the enemy's escape route with a brilliant flash of his artifact. You cannot escape. Reveal your intentions and the mastermind behind this, Lin Xiao demanded coldly. The black-cloaked figure's face turned pale, realizing he had nowhere to run, yet he refused to speak. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to press him further, the figure suddenly self-destructed, unleashing a catastrophic force that shattered everything in proximity. Lin Xiao hastily cast a defensive spell, barely withstanding the explosive energy. As the dust settled, the black-cloaked figure had vanished without a trace. Although they had triumphed over the black-cloaked figures, a sense of joy eluded the group. They understood that this was merely a fraction of the enemy's power, and the true crisis had yet to be averted. They pressed on into the ruins, ultimately arriving before the energy core. The core emanated a gentle glow, as if whispering its mysteries and might. How should we harness this power? Su Yao pondered, gazing at the energy core with uncertainty. Yun Che meticulously examined the core, discovering ancient runes etched upon its surface, which seemed to hold the secret to unlocking its potential. After considerable effort, Yun Che deciphered the meaning of the runes. Following their guidance, he infused his spiritual energy into the energy core. The core began to rotate slowly, a tremendous force surging forth from within, spreading across the continent. As this power radiated outward, the dark energies plaguing the land gradually dissipated, and the world seemed to awaken anew. However, just as the group believed the crisis had passed, a massive rift suddenly appeared in the sky, from which a formidable dark force erupted. This is bad. What is happening? Lin Xiao exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he stared at the rift. An eerie laughter echoed from the fissure, and a colossal figure began to emerge. This figure emanated an aura of darkness, its eyes gleaming with a hellish red light, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Did you think that by destroying my minions, you could stop me? Such naivety. The giant figure's voice boomed like thunder. Lin Xiao and his companions realized that this was the true enemy concealed within the shadows. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for an even graver confrontation. Faced with such a formidable foe, the members of the Guardian organization did not falter. They understood that they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the continent, vowing to lay down their lives if necessary to thwart the enemy's ambitions. Lin Xiao charged ahead, his divine artifact gleaming amidst the darkness, akin to a sword cleaving through the night sky. The warriors followed suit, their battle cries resonating throughout the ruins, brimming with resolve. The mages unleashed powerful spells once more, intertwining various elements into radiant displays of light that surged toward the FOE. Su Yao, fervently committing herself, summoned the water element to provide the strongest defense and healing for the group. The enemy's might was beyond imagination. With a mere wave of its arm, it conjured a tempest of darkness that rebuffed all their assaults. Within this dark storm, countless blades of shadow rained down upon them. Lin Xiao and his comrades fought valiantly, yet many sustained injuries. Witnessing the suffering of his companions ignited a fire of rage and guilt within Lin Xiao. He knew that if this continued, they would ultimately be defeated. In that moment, Yun Che recalled a strategy. He realized that while the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, it seemed to harbor a fear of the power of light. Everyone, concentrate your energies and unleash the light magic, Yun Che shouted. The group responded, each casting their own light spells. In an instant, the ruins were bathed in light, and the darkness began to recede under its radiance. The enemy, seemingly incensed by the light, let out a furious roar, its form swelling as its dark power surged. It lunged toward the group, its enormous maw agape, intent on devouring them whole. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao charged forward, using his artifact to fend off the enemy's assault. The force of the attack nearly toppled him, yet he resolutely held the line. Lin Xiao, Su Yao cried out, immediately channeling all her water element energy into a massive water wall that shielded them from the enemy's onslaught. In that critical moment, the energy core erupted with a brilliant light, a manifestation of boundless power. This energy resonated with the collective will of the group, swiftly merging with their bodies. Instantly, they felt their strength surge, hope igniting in their eyes. With a mighty shout, Lin Xiao unleashed the full force of his artifact, a blinding beam of light shooting forth toward the enemy. Sensing the impending threat of death, the creature thrashed desperately but could not evade this fatal strike. The light struck the enemy, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the world. As the light dissipated, the enemy's form gradually faded, and the rift in the sky began to mend. The members of the Guardian organization had finally triumphed over the formidable foe, preserving the peace of the continent. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the sky, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. Though the battle had been arduous, they had ultimately emerged victorious through unwavering faith and unity. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian organization, the inhabitants of the continent gathered to welcome them. They cheered their names, hailing them as heroes. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the jubilant crowd, their hearts brimming with emotion. "We have succeeded. We have safeguarded this continent." Lin Xiao's voice resonated with a sense of relief. "Indeed, this is the fruit of our collective efforts," Su Yao remarked with a smile. Yun Che gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. "Yet, we must not let our guard down. New challenges await us on the horizon." Chapter 60. A new chapter for the continent after vanquishing the terrifying foes that emerged from the Dark Rift. The continent was graced with a long-awaited era of peace and prosperity. The reputation of the Guardian organization soared to unprecedented heights, becoming an irreplaceable pillar of support in the hearts of the people. Towns and villages across the land spontaneously organized celebrations to express their gratitude for the tranquility brought forth by the Guardians. Life at the headquarters became increasingly bustling for Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che. They were tasked not only with managing internal affairs, but also with addressing the numerous visits and appeals for assistance from various regions in their quest to better protect the continent. They initiated comprehensive reforms and expansions within the Guardian organization. Lin Xiao personally selected and trained new members, imparting his extensive combat experience without reservation on the training grounds. His figure was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. He held every member to rigorous standards, conducting systematic and thorough training in physical conditioning, combat techniques, teamwork, and adaptability. As members of the Guardian organization, we bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the continent. Each training session is a preparation for the inevitable crises to come. Lin Xiao declared. His words, imbued with strength, inspired everyone to strive for excellence. Su Yao undertook the responsibility of establishing and refining the medical system within the organization. She sought out skilled healers and mages proficient in healing magic, gathering them to collaboratively research and enhance healing methods. Through her efforts, the Guardian organization came to possess a formidable medical team capable of providing immediate and effective treatment to injured members and civilians alike. Yun Che focused his attention on the study of magic and ancient relics. Leading a group of scholars and mages, he delved into the exploration of the continent's myriad mysterious relics, seeking the secrets and powers concealed within the annals of history. He aspired to unearth ancient knowledge to equip the Guardian organization with more means to confront future crises. Through their collective endeavors, the Guardian organization grew ever stronger, its influence gradually permeating every corner of the continent. Branches of the organization were established in towns and villages, forming an extensive and tightly knit defensive network. However, beneath the surface calm, dark currents were surreptitiously stirring in a remote corner of the continent, within a castle shrouded in darkness. A group of enigmatic figures conspired in secrecy. The Guardian organization believed they had achieved victory. How laughable! This is merely the beginning. Our plan has only just taken its first step. A low voice resonated within the castle. Indeed, we shall make them aware that true darkness has only just begun to descend. Another voice echoed in agreement. It turned out that the enemies previously confronted by the Guardian organization were merely pawns. A far greater and more mysterious force was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Feeling threatened by the rise of the Guardian organization, they were plotting a more grandiose conspiracy. Meanwhile, strange occurrences unfolded within the continent's magical academy. Some students suddenly exhibited symptoms of mental aberration, their eyes vacant, their actions bizarre, as if under the control of an unseen force. The academy's teachers found themselves powerless to address the situation, resorting to seeking assistance from the Guardian organization. Upon learning of the matter, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che immediately led an elite team to the magical academy. Upon their arrival, they were met with scenes of chaos. Students cowered in classrooms, while teachers scoured the premises for solutions. The situation bore similarities to a previous curse, yet it was not entirely the same. Su Yao observed the mentally disturbed students, her brow furrowed. Lin Xiao and Yun Che commenced a thorough investigation of the academy. They discovered that these symptoms had manifested after the students had come into contact with an ancient tome borrowed from the Academy's library. The tome bore strange symbols on its cover. Exuding an aura of mystery, it appeared that the issue lay within this very tome. Yunche picked up the ancient book, scrutinizing it closely. However, the moment he opened its pages, a powerful dark force surged forth, enveloping him. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, rushed forward in an attempt to pull Yunche away. Yet the dark force was too formidable, ensnaring him as well as Yu Yao, frantic with urgency, immediately channeled her water-based spiritual energy in an effort to dispel the dark force. Yet, the dark energy surged like a black tide, repelling all her attacks. Enveloped by the dark power, Lin Xiao and Yunche found themselves trapped in an illusory realm. They beheld countless horrific scenes and heard the anguished cries of many. The dark force seemed to erode their will, seeking to plunge them into an abyss of fear and despair. We cannot allow this darkness to conquer us. We must find a way out. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, striving to maintain clarity of mind. Yunche too fought desperately against the encroaching darkness, focusing intently to uncover its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he detected familiar magical fluctuations concealed within the dark energy. I believe I have discovered a clue. This dark force appears to be connected to the magical array encountered in the previous relic, Yunche remarked. Lin Xiao's heart stirred at his words. He recalled the encounter with the hooded figures in the relic, noting that their magic bore similar resonances. Could it be that all of this is part of that mysterious force's scheme? They intentionally left behind this tome to bait us, Lin Xiao speculated. As they pondered this, the dark force suddenly intensified, binding them even tighter. Lin Xiao and Yunche felt their strength waning, their lives gravely endangered. Outside, Su Yao was in a state of panic. She knew she must quickly find a way to rescue Lin Xiao and Yunche. While continuing to channel her water-based spiritual energy, she sent a distress signal to the Guardian Organization's headquarters. Upon receiving the signal, members of the organization rushed to provide support, unleashing their magical abilities in an attempt to break the dark force's hold. However, the dark energy was overwhelmingly potent. Their attacks seemed to vanish into the void, achieving no effect. Just as despair began to settle among them, a mysterious elder appeared before them. Clad in a flowing white robe, his hair and beard had turned gray, yet his gaze shone with vitality, emanating a formidable power. "Allow me to give it a try," the elder said. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands together and began to chant incantations. A powerful light surged from his hands, charging towards the dark force. Under the impact of the light, the dark energy began to dissipate. Lin Xiao and Yunche finally broke free from the illusory world, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you for saving us." Esteemed elder, Lin Xiao struggled to stand and bowed in gratitude. The elder smiled and nodded. "There is no need for thanks. I too am here for the peace of this continent. I have been watching you for quite some time. Your endeavors command my respect." Through their conversation, they learned that the elder was a powerful mage who had chosen to live in seclusion deep within the continent. He had been observing the movements across the land and, upon sensing the impending crisis, had come to offer his assistance. With the elder's guidance, they conducted an in-depth study of the ancient tome. Ultimately, they discovered that this tome was a vessel for an ancient dark magical array, intended to control the minds of individuals. The mysterious force sought to manipulate the students of the Magical Academy through this array, aiming to dominate the institution to further their nefarious plans. To utterly dismantle this dark magical array, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yunche began preparations for a powerful magical ritual under the elder's tutelage. They gathered various precious magical materials and arranged a complex magical array. Throughout the ritual process, they encountered numerous hardships. The dark force relentlessly counterattacked in an effort to thwart their actions. Yet, they did not falter. Bolstered by unwavering belief and tenacity, they overcame the dark energy's assaults time and again. Finally, through their collective efforts, the dark magical array was successfully destroyed. The students whose minds had been ensnared gradually returned to normal, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the Guardian Organization's assistance. After resolving the crisis at the Magical Academy, Lin Xiao and his companions remained vigilant. They understood that the mysterious force would not rest until their ambitions were thwarted. More challenges lay ahead. Upon returning to the Guardian Organization's headquarters, they convened with the Elder to discuss strategies for confronting the looming threats. The Elder informed them that, based on his research and observations, This mysterious force was likely connected to an ancient evil organization. This organization once sought to dominate the entire continent, but was defeated a millennium ago by a coalition of powerful mages and warriors, forcing them into hiding. They had been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to resurface. Now, perceiving the rise of the Guardian organization as a threat, they had initiated a series of attacks. Lin Xiao and his companions realized that the enemies they faced were far more formidable and perilous than they had previously imagined. However, rather than succumbing to fear, their resolve to protect the continent intensified. And no matter who the enemy may be, no matter how powerful they are, we shall not retreat. We will safeguard this land and ensure their schemes do not come to fruition. Lin Xiao declared, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao and his allies delved deeper into uncovering the threads of the mysterious force. They dispatched a multitude of intelligence operatives, delving into the farthest reaches of the continent to gather information regarding the enigmatic forces. Simultaneously, they fortified the defenses and training of the Guardian organization, ever prepared to confront new challenges. During one intelligence-gathering mission, a member of the Guardian organization uncovered a significant clue. In a remote town on the continent, a number of individuals with suspicious activities had emerged. These individuals operated exclusively under the cover of night, exhibiting a heightened vigilance toward their surroundings. Upon learning of this, Lin Xiao and his companions promptly led a small team to investigate the town. Upon their arrival, they found the atmosphere to be exceedingly eerie. The streets were desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Be cautious. It seems there may be an ambush, Lin Xiao warned, his voice tinged with apprehension. At that moment, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions, encircling them completely. These shadows were none other than the minions of the mysterious forces, armed and glaring with fierce intensity. At last, we have drawn you in. Today marks your demise, the leader of the shadows declared coldly. Undaunted, Lin Xiao and his comrades immediately assumed a battle stance. A fierce confrontation ensued once more, with Lin Xiao wielding his divine artifact and charging toward the enemy, each strike infused with tremendous power that deterred the foes from approaching. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, unleashed water-based magic, providing support and protection for her allies. Her aquatic energy manifested as a formidable barrier, repelling the relentless assaults of the adversaries. Yun Che and the other members also employed their respective spells and skills, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the members of the Guardian organization gradually gained the upper hand through their exceptional combat techniques and seamless cooperation. However, just as the battle reached a critical juncture, the enemy unleashed a potent dark magic. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Within the haze, the enemy's attacks grew increasingly elusive and difficult to counter, plunging the Guardian organization's members into dire straits. This smoke is problematic. Everyone stay alert, Lin Xiao shouted. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Xiao recalled a luminous spell imparted to him by an elderly sage. This magic had the capacity to dispel dark energies and purify malevolent auras. With unwavering focus, Lin Xiao invoked the light magic. A brilliant radiance surged forth from his hands, charging toward the black smoke. Illuminated by the light magic, the dark fog gradually dissipated, revealing the forms of their adversaries. Now, attack, Lin Xiao bellowed. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Guardian organization launched their assault, their spells and skills cascading upon the enemy like a torrential downpour. Under the intimidation of the light magic, the morale of the foes plummeted, and they could no longer withstand the onslaught. In the end, the adversaries were completely vanquished, collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Lin Xiao and his comrades successfully resolved this crisis. Yet they understood that this was merely another encounter with the mysterious forces, with further challenges awaiting them in the future. While clearing the battlefield, they discovered several crucial clues from the defeated foes. These clues pointed to a secret stronghold of the mysterious forces, concealed within a mystical forest on the continent. It seems we must venture into that enchanted forest, Lin Xiao remarked, determination flickering in his eyes as he examined the clues. Su Yao and Yun Che nodded in agreement, fully aware that this would present an even more arduous challenge, yet they remained resolute in their commitment to safeguard the peace of the continent. During their preparations to journey to the mystical forest, Lin Xiao and his companions consulted the elderly sage once more. The sage imparted valuable insights regarding the forest's dangers and strategies for navigation. He cautioned them that the mystical forest was rife with perilous traps and formidable magical beasts guarding its secrets. Exercise utmost caution. Do not underestimate the threats you may encounter. Remember, unity is strength. Only through collective effort can you surmount all hardships, the sage advised earnestly. Lin Xiao and his companions took the sage's words to heart, meticulously readying an array of equipment and magical artifacts. While devising a detailed action plan, once all preparations were complete, they embarked on their journey to the mystical forest. As they stepped into the forest, an aura of mystery and danger enveloped them. A thick mist shrouded the woods, and the towering trees blocked out the sky. The ground was littered with bizarre plants and hidden traps, posing a constant threat of entrapment. Stay vigilant and proceed according to plan. Lin Xiao murmured. The group advanced cautiously through the forest, ever alert to the sounds around them, prepared to confront any lurking dangers. As they progressed, they encountered numerous formidable magical beasts. These creatures were colossal and possessed immense strength, creating significant challenges for them. Nevertheless, the members of the Guardian organization did not falter. They repeatedly triumphed over the beasts' assaults through their honed combat skills and potent magical abilities, battling the magical beasts. They also became increasingly acquainted with the environment and patterns of the mystical forest. After several arduous days of trekking, they finally located the secret stronghold of the mysterious forces. It was a colossal castle hidden deep within the forest, surrounded by formidable magical defenses. This is the place. Everyone prepare yourselves. We must proceed with caution, Lin Xiao stated, his gaze reflecting resolute determination. They began to approach the castle with utmost care, seeking a method to breach the magical defenses. However, their movements were swiftly detected by the minions of the mysterious forces. A deluge of foes poured forth from the castle, rushing toward them. Chapter 61. The siege of the fortress and the mysterious allies. Lin Xiao and his companions quickly formed a battle formation, facing the onslaught of enemies with unwavering resolve. Armed with his divine artifact, Lin Xiao led the charge, each swing generating a powerful gust of wind that repelled the approaching foes. Xu Yao stood at the center of the formation, her hands deftly weaving seals, conjuring water blades that darted through the enemy ranks, inflicting injuries upon all in their path. Meanwhile, Yun Che focused intently on studying the magical defenses surrounding the castle, evading enemy attacks while muttering incantations, striving to identify the key to dismantling the array. The other members of the Guardian organization unleashed their unique abilities as well. Warriors engaged the foes in close combat, while mages launched a barrage of elemental spells from a distance. The cacophony of battle cries and the clash of magic resonated throughout the forest. An unending tide of enemies streamed forth from the castle, their numbers seemingly infinite. Although Lin Xiao and his comrades fought valiantly, the prolonged combat began to wear on them, and they bore various injuries. We cannot continue like this. We must break through their lines and enter the castle. Lin Xiao shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Just then, Yun Che exclaimed with excitement, I've discovered the method to dismantle the array. This magical defense has an energy core. If we destroy it, the array will collapse. Hope ignited within the hearts of the others upon hearing this. Lin Xiao immediately organized their forces, concentrating their firepower on the core of the magical defenses. With their combined efforts, cracks began to form in the array. The enemy, realizing their intention, intensified their attacks in a frenzied attempt to thwart them. A powerful dark-robed sorcerer stood atop the castle, chanting dark incantations and summoning a horde of massive shadowy apparitions that surged toward Lin Xiao and his companions. These apparitions were gigantic and immensely powerful, uprooting trees and leaving craters in their wake. Lin Xiao and the warriors charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the apparitions. Although their attacks inflicted damage, the apparitions' remarkable regenerative abilities allowed them to swiftly reassemble. Observing this, Xu Yao immediately summoned her water energy, encasing the apparitions within a massive water prison, attempting to contain them. However, the sheer power of the apparitions relentlessly battered against the prison, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a resounding horn echoed through the forest. The group turned to see a cadre of individuals clad in peculiar attire riding colossal magical beasts charging forth from the depths of the forest. Each of these individuals exhibited agility and determination in their gazes. Who are they? Su Yao inquired, puzzled. Lin Xiao shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. This mysterious group quickly joined the fray, fighting alongside the members of the Guardian organization with seamless coordination. The magic beasts of the newcomers wielded tremendous power, incinerating groups of foes with a single blast of fire, their razor-sharp claws effortlessly tearing through enemy lines, with the assistance of these enigmatic allies. The tide of battle gradually turned. The dark apparitions were ultimately vanquished, and the enemy's offensive was successfully quelled. Seizing the moment, the members of the Guardian organization intensified their attacks, breaching the magical defenses in a decisive strike. As the magical array shattered, the castle's gates creaked open. Lin Xiao and his companions surged into the castle alongside their newfound allies. Inside, the castle was dim and damp, pervaded by a foul stench. They advanced cautiously, ever prepared to confront any potential threats in the castle's grand hall. They finally came face to face with the leader of the mysterious forces. Towering and cloaked in black, the leader wore a grotesque mask that obscured his visage. "Did you truly believe you could waltz in here so easily? How naive!" The leader scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Unfazed, Lin Xiao locked eyes with the leader, declaring, "Your schemes shall come to naught. Today marks your end." With that, he launched the first strike against the leader, who retaliated without hesitation, wielding his wand to unleash formidable dark magic. A fierce confrontation ensued between the two parties, as the luminous brilliance of magic flickered throughout the hall, causing the ground to tremble under the overwhelming force of sorcery. Su Yao, Yun Che, and the enigmatic figure joined the fray, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against their adversaries. During the battle, Lin Xiao discerned that the leader's magic bore a striking difference from the dark powers they had encountered previously, exuding an even more sinister and formidable essence. Each of his attacks carried a corrosive force, causing anything it touched to decay rapidly. While fending off the leader's onslaught, Lin Xiao sought to uncover his vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the seams of the leader's mask whenever he cast his spells. A spark of realization ignited within him. The mask might be the key to the leader's power. "Everyone, focus your attacks on his mask," Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing this, the group redirected their assaults towards the leader's mask. Under the combined might of their efforts, the mask finally began to crack. The leader seemed to sense the impending peril and frantically unleashed a torrent of magic in a desperate attempt to thwart their assault. Yet, it was too late. With a deafening explosion, the mask shattered entirely. In that instant, a surge of radiant light burst forth from the leader's face. To their astonishment, the onlookers beheld a visage that was old and grotesque, his eyes brimming with malice and madness. "No! You have destroyed everything I held dear," the leader bellowed in a despairing fury, as his body began to swell rapidly, dark forces surging violently within him. He intended to self-destruct, taking everyone down with him. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao immediately invoked the power of the divine artifact, conjuring a formidable protective barrier around his companions. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Under Lin Xiao's command, they swiftly evacuated the castle. Just as they emerged from the castle's confines, a cataclysmic explosion resounded from within. The tremendous shockwave uprooted trees in the vicinity, leaving a vast chasm in the ground. Lin Xiao and his companions narrowly escaped the calamity, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, though they had secured victory in this battle, it came at a grievous cost, with many members sustaining severe injuries. The mysterious figure approached Lin Xiao, removing the hood from his head. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, he discovered that the figure was a group of elves. The elven leader smiled warmly at Lin Xiao, saying, "We are the guardians from the Elven Forest, having observed the events unfolding across the continent. We are aware of your fight to protect this land, and thus have come to aid you." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Had you not arrived in time, victory would have been elusive today." The elven leader waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. Safeguarding the peace of the continent is our shared responsibility. The dark forces have long cast their greedy eyes upon our elven forest, and we cannot remain idle." After an extensive dialogue, Lin Xiao and his companions learned that the elves wielded potent natural magic and possessed the ability to communicate with magical beasts. They had lived in harmony within the forest for millennia, attaining profound understanding and mastery over the forces of nature. With the elves' assistance, The members of the Guardian organization received timely healing and respite. They recuperated within the elven forest for a period, gradually recovering from their wounds. During this time, Lin Xiao and his companions forged deep friendships with the elves. Together, they deliberated on enhancing the continent's defenses against potential future crises. The elves expressed their willingness to form an alliance with the Guardian organization to jointly safeguard the peace of the continent. Lin Xiao and his companions gladly accepted the elves' proposal, knowing that their alliance would bolster their strength in protecting the land. Before departing the elven forest, they held a grand alliance ceremony with the elves. As the ceremony concluded, Lin Xiao gazed into the distance, his heart swelling with emotion. He recognized that while they had successfully dismantled the secret stronghold of the mysterious forces, the shadows of darkness had not been entirely vanquished. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges and dangers, yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they would prevail in safeguarding their beloved continent. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian organization, Lin Xiao and his companions began to consolidate their alliance with the elves. They shared intelligence and resources, collaboratively devising training programs to enhance the combat prowess of both factions. Concurrently, they intensified their patrols and surveillance across the continent to prevent any resurgence of dark forces. In towns and villages throughout the land, the populace began to appreciate the hard-won peace. They cherished their current lives and actively supported the endeavors of the Guardian organization. Many young individuals eagerly joined the ranks of the Guardian organization, hoping to contribute their strength to the cause of protecting the continent. However, Lin Xiao and his companions remained vigilant, fully aware that remnants of dark forces still lingered, poised to strike again at any moment. They tirelessly explored and researched ancient magic and legends, seeking a means to eradicate the dark powers once and for all. During an expedition to ancient ruins, Lin Xiao and his companions stumbled upon a mysterious tome. The tome contained a legend regarding the origins of dark forces, as well as an ancient spell capable of sealing them away. This discovery ignited a glimmer of hope within Lin Xiao and his companions. They commenced an in-depth study of the tome's contents, striving to unravel the secrets of the ancient magic. Throughout their research, they encountered numerous difficulties and challenges, yet they persevered. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, they finally grasped the essence of the ancient spell. Lin Xiao and his companions resolved to take the initiative, seeking the source of the dark powers and sealing it away before it could re-emerge. Chapter 62. The path to the source. Lin Xiao and his party followed the vague clues within the tome, traversing the vast, unending desert. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and waves of sand rolled across the terrain, with the scorching heat nearly scorching the earth. The members of the team suffered from cracked lips, their steps growing heavier, yet their resolve to uncover the source of the dark powers stood unwavering. Like a rock amidst the desert sands, deep within the desert, they unearthed the ruins of an ancient city, largely buried beneath the relentless winds and sands. The walls of the ancient city were adorned with enigmatic symbols, which bore subtle connections to the markings they had encountered in previous mysterious ruins. Yunche excitedly rushed forward, meticulously examining the symbols, his fingers gently brushing against them as he sought to decipher the concealed messages. It appeared as though the symbols were guiding them towards a specific direction. Yunche lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with excitement. If I am not mistaken, the source of the dark powers may lie deeper within this desert. After a brief respite, they pressed onward as they delved further into the desert. The environment grew increasingly peculiar. Howling winds swept through, swirling yellow sands filled the air, and odd phantoms occasionally emerged, attempting to bewilder their minds. Lin Xiao remained ever vigilant, employing the artifact's power to dispel the illusions and steer them towards the correct path. After several arduous days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at the mysterious location described in the tome. It was a vast underground cavern, shrouded in a veil of black mist that emanated a chilling aura. This must be the place. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Xiao ventured into the cave first, with the others following closely. The cavern was dark and damp, its walls flickering with an eerie green luminescence. As they progressed, they encountered numerous forks in the path, each exuding an air of mystery, making it difficult to choose. We cannot split up. We must stick together, Lin Xiao advised. They cautiously opted for a seemingly wider passage. However, they had not traveled far when a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the depths. These shadows resembled bats, yet were of colossal size, towering over a person. They lunged at the group with claws bared, their shrill cries echoing throughout the cavern. The warriors immediately raised their weapons, clashing with the shadows, while the mages remained behind, casting spells to support their comrades. Su Yao summoned water-based energy, forming a protective curtain of water around the group to shield against the shadowy onslaught. However, the sheer number of shadows was overwhelming, and they continued to pour in, slowly ensnaring the group in a dire predicament. "This is untenable. We must discover their weakness," Lin Xiao shouted. As he wielded the artifact, he observed the shadows' movements. Suddenly, he noticed that they seemed to be highly sensitive to light. Whenever a bright beam shone upon them, they appeared disoriented. "Everyone, unleash your light magic," Lin Xiao commanded. Upon hearing this, the group collectively cast their light spells, illuminating the cavern brilliantly. The shadows recoiled from the radiance, swiftly vanishing into the depths. Continuing their journey, they finally reached the heart of the cavern. There, they beheld a colossal black vortex, emanating an immense dark power, warping the very air around it. Is this the source of the dark powers? Su Yao inquired in astonishment. Yun Che scrutinized the vortex intently, responding, "It seems so, but this vortex is perilous. We must proceed with utmost caution." Just as they were about to strategize on how to seal the dark powers, an eerie laughter echoed through the cavern. In an instant, a horde of cloaked figures emerged from all directions, encircling them completely. The leader of these cloaked figures was none other than a remnant of the mysterious forces who had narrowly escaped earlier. "Did you truly believe you could seal the dark powers so easily? How naive!" the cloaked leader sneered. "This will be your grave." Lin Xiao and his companions immediately took their battle stances. Facing off against the cloaked figures, a fierce battle was on the brink of erupting, with tension suffusing the cavern. The cloaked figures launched the first strike, unleashing various dark spells that flickered ominously in the cavern's shadows. Lin Xiao and his companions were equally unyielding, each displaying their unique skills as they engaged in fierce combat with the cloaked figures. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao discerned that the strength of these dark-robed adversaries had notably increased. Their spells were more devious, and their attacks more ferocious. It appeared that these figures had undergone rigorous training during this period and had been bolstered by dark powers. "Do not panic. Maintain formation," Lin Xiao bellowed. Leading the warriors into the fray, he bravely shielded them from the onslaught of the dark-robed foes. Meanwhile, Su Yao and the mages provided support and protection from the rear, unleashing spells to aid the fighters. The elven warriors showcased formidable prowess, utilizing nature magic to counter the dark sorcery. As the battle reached a fever pitch, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Despite their valor, Lin Xiao and his allies found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Outnumbered and at a tactical disadvantage, "We can no longer continue like this. We must swiftly find a breakthrough," Lin Xiao pondered quietly as he fought, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a magical array shimmering with a faint light at the edge of the black vortex. Could this array be related to the seal of the dark powers? A spark of hope ignited within him as he resolved to take a risk. Gathering his strength, he charged towards the magical array. The dark-robed figures sensed his intent and closed in, attempting to thwart his advance. Lin Xiao brandished his artifact, fiercely parrying their attacks. Though he bore multiple injuries, he refused to yield. With the cover of his comrades, he finally breached the dark-robed figure's defenses and reached the magical array. Carefully inspecting it, he found it inscribed with symbols reminiscent of those in ancient tomes. Recalling the methods for sealing dark powers from the ancient texts, he felt a glimmer of hope. Following the instructions from the tomes, he infused his spiritual energy into the magical array. It began to rotate slowly, radiating a blinding light. As the array activated, the dark powers within the black vortex seemed to be restrained and gradually weakened. The dark-robed figures, witnessing this, were overtaken by panic and launched a frenzied assault on Lin Xiao and his allies, desperate to halt the array's operation. The group fought with every ounce of strength, knowing that the outcome hinged on this moment. If the array could successfully operate, the dark powers might be sealed away. With collective effort, the magical array finally activated completely. A powerful beam of light shot forth from it, aimed directly at the black vortex. The vortex quaked violently under the impact of the light, the dark forces within compressing relentlessly. Ultimately, the black vortex vanished, and the dark powers were successfully sealed. Deprived of their dark energy, the cloaked figures became utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and his companions launched a counterattack, vanquishing all the dark-robed foes. As the dark powers were sealed, the eerie atmosphere within the cave gradually dissipated. Exhausted, Lin Xiao and his companions collapsed to the ground, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. They had fulfilled their mission and safeguarded the peace of the continent. However, they understood that this victory was merely temporary. The dark forces might resurface, and they must remain vigilant, constantly enhancing their strength. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, Lin Xiao and his companions were met with a hero's welcome. The populace cheered their names, celebrating their triumph. Yet, Lin Xiao and his comrades did not indulge in their elation. They began to reflect on the lessons learned from the battle, reinforcing the structure of the Guardian Organization. They forged a closer alliance with the Elven folk, sharing magical knowledge and combat techniques. Simultaneously, they intensified their explorations across the continent, seeking further clues about the dark powers to prevent their resurgence. Chapter 63. Echoes of celebration. The continent reveled in the joy of the dark powers sealing, as a grand celebration unfolded in the city, housing the headquarters of the Guardian Organization. Streets and alleys were adorned with colorful lights, while people danced and sang, the aroma of delectable food wafting through the air. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che strolled through the bustling streets, their hearts buoyed by the radiant smiles of the citizens. This victory belongs to everyone safeguarding the continent, Lin Xiao remarked, surveying the jubilant crowd. Indeed, witnessing such happiness makes all our efforts worthwhile, Su Yao replied with a smile, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Yun Che, meanwhile, watched the street performers with keen interest, occasionally chuckling at their antics. Yet, amidst the festive atmosphere, Lin Xiao felt an undercurrent of unease, sensing that matters could not conclude so simply. After the celebration, the members of the Guardian Organization returned to headquarters, commencing the re-evaluation of future defense and development strategies. Just as they engaged in fervent discussion, a member responsible for intelligence gathering rushed into the meeting room, a look of urgency on his face. "Captain, we have discovered some anomalies," the intelligence officer gasped. In the far northern reaches of the continent, strange energy fluctuations have been detected, seemingly linked to the dark powers. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression turned grave. "Elaborate." The officer gathered his thoughts and continued. "According to our informants in the far north, the mountains, once blanketed in snow, have recently begun to emit eerie glows, and the local wildlife has displayed unusual behavior. As if influenced by some force." Yun Che furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The dark powers have been sealed. How could fluctuations related to them appear in the far north? Is there a secret we are unaware of? Su Yao also expressed concern. "Regardless, we must remain vigilant and investigate thoroughly." Lin Xiao nodded, saying, "Su Yao, Yun Che, select some elite members. We shall depart for the far north immediately." After preparations, Lin Xiao and his team set forth on their journey to the far north. Along the way, they traversed dense forests and vast plains, the cold winds growing increasingly fierce, and the landscape gradually blanketed in ice and snow. Upon finally reaching the far north, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Among the once undulating snow-capped mountains, one peak stood devoid of snow, instead emanating a strange black light. The air around the peak appeared distorted, and snowflakes were devoured by an invisible force as they approached. This must be the mountain mentioned in the intelligence. There is certainly something amiss here, Lin Xiao thought, gripping his artifact warily. They cautiously approached the peak when suddenly, a horde of massive ice demons surged forth from the snow. These ice demons, composed entirely of solid ice, wielded sharp ice blades, moving with agility and striking with tremendous force. "Be cautious. These ice demons are formidable foes," Lin Xiao shouted, leading the charge against them. His artifact sliced through the air, striking one ice demon, yet it merely staggered before rising once more, its wounds healing rapidly. Observing this, Su Yao immediately unleashed her water-based spiritual energy, attempting to freeze the ice demon's movements. However, the ice demon seemed to possess a natural resistance to water magic, rendering Su Yao's efforts ineffective. Their regenerative abilities and magical resistance are formidable. We cannot face them head-on. We must find a way to exploit their weaknesses, Yun Che suggested while evading the ice demon's attacks. At that moment, an elven warrior noted that the ice demons displayed cracks in their icy armor when subjected to intense light magic. He quickly relayed this discovery to the group. Lin Xiao, inspired, declared, "Everyone, concentrate your light magic on their icy armor. The team unleashed beams of light magic towards the ice demons. Under the assault of the light spells, cracks indeed appeared in the ice demon's armor. And as the onslaught continued, the fissures widened. Ultimately, one ice demon could not withstand the barrage and collapsed, transforming into a puddle of water. The remaining ice demons, witnessing this, became even more frenzied, yet under the combined efforts of Lin Xiao and his allies. They too were gradually defeated. After vanquishing the ice demons, Lin Xiao and his group pressed onward towards the mountain peak. Upon reaching its base, they discovered a massive opening in the mountain's face, from which the black light emanated. Entering the cave, they were enveloped by a bone-chilling cold and an overwhelming aura of darkness. The walls of the cave were inscribed with strange runes, pulsating with an eerie glow as if narrating an untold history. Deep within the cave, they beheld a colossal ice coffin. The coffin radiated immense dark power, and the surrounding ice blocks continuously formed and shattered, as if resisting some unseen force. What could be sealed within this ice coffin? Su Yao wondered, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Yun Che stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes on the coffin. These runes bear a resemblance to the dark magic symbols we encountered earlier, yet they are not entirely the same. I suspect that an extraordinarily powerful dark entity is sealed within. Just as they prepared to investigate the ice coffin further, it suddenly trembled violently, a surge of potent energy erupting from within, sending them all sprawling. Following this, the lid of the coffin slowly creaked open, and a figure began to rise from within. Chapter 64. The Awakening of the Forbidden. As the ice coffin opened, a pungent stench permeated the air, mingling with the dark power that spread like a cloud. Rising from the coffin was a colossal creature, shrouded in swirling black mist, its true form obscured. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red intensity, radiating a chilling aura of malice. Be cautious. This power surpasses any adversary we have previously encountered, Lin Xiao shouted, swiftly adjusting his stance to elevate the power of the artifact to its zenith. A resplendent golden aura enveloped him, a formidable defense born from his fusion with the artifact, instilling him with confidence to confront the dark forces. Su Yao stood at the rear of the formation, her hands weaving intricate gestures as torrents of water-based spiritual energy coalesced around her. Her gaze was resolute, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she exerted every ounce of her strength to prepare for a formidable water-based assault. She understood well that every fragment of power was paramount in this battle. Meanwhile, Yun Che rapidly analyzed the dark energy fluctuations emanating from the beast, seeking to identify its vulnerabilities. He muttered incantations while flipping through the pages of his grimoire, searching for ancient spells capable of countering this malevolent force. His eyes were sharp and focused, missing no detail. The creature unleashed a deafening roar, its sonic waves shattering the surrounding rocks like fragile glass. In a swift motion, it swung its massive claws toward Lin Xiao and his companions. Wherever the claws struck, the very fabric of space seemed to rend, leaving behind jagged black fissures. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao charged forward. Wielding the artifact, a brilliant beam of golden light flashed as it collided with the creature's claws. The sheer force of the impact distorted the air around them, and Lin Xiao was forced to stagger back. Yet he gritted his teeth, steadying himself. Everyone, remain calm and execute the plan, Lin Xiao bellowed. The members of the Guardian organization swiftly dispersed, forming a surrounding perimeter that encircled the beast. The warriors brandished their weapons, continuously attacking the creature in an effort to divert its attention, while the mages unleashed a barrage of elemental spells from the rear, striking the beast from various angles. Seizing the moment, Su Yao thrust her hands forward, summoning a colossal water dragon that roared as it surged toward the creature. The water dragon, imbued with immense power, crashed into the beast with a tremendous impact. However, the creature merely swayed, effortlessly dissipating the water dragon. Its strength was beyond comprehension. Ordinary attacks seemed to have little effect on it. Its defense is too formidable, a warrior exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Do not give up. Continue the assault, Lin Xiao encouraged fervently. He charged once more at the creature, engaging in close combat. With each strike, he poured his entire being into the effort, the clashing of the artifact against the beast resonating with crisp sounds. Observing the battlefield, Yun Che noted that the dark mist emanating from the creature's chest diminished slightly during its attacks, An idea sparked within him, and he shouted, "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its chest. That may be its weak point." Upon hearing this, the group redirected their assaults toward the creature's chest. Waves of magical light and weapon strikes converged upon the target. Under their combined efforts, the dark mist around the creature's chest began to thin, revealing a core radiating a dark crimson glow. "That it, unleash everything on the core," Lin Xiao commanded. He infused all his strength into the artifact. A dazzling golden beam erupted forth, aimed directly at the creature's core. Sensing the impending danger, the creature thrashed wildly, attempting to evade the oncoming attack. Yet, Lin Xiao's assault was swift, and the beam struck the core in an instant. The core emitted a violent tremor, and the beast howled in agony, its body convulsing as the dark energy became increasingly unstable. However, just as victory seemed imminent, the creature suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of power. Its form swelled rapidly, dark energy surging outward like a tidal wave. The force was overwhelming, sending everyone hurtling backward. "This creature is making a final struggle," Lin Xiao exclaimed, struggling to rise from the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained steadfast. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao recalled a mysterious power he had obtained in ancient ruins. This power had been sealed within him, never before unleashed due to its overwhelming potential to inflict great harm upon himself. Yet now, to protect the continent and his companions, he had no choice but to accede. "Xu Yao, Yuan Che, everyone, lend me your strength," Lin Xiao shouted. Without hesitation, the group pooled their energies into Lin Xiao. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, awakening the dormant power within. A radiant light erupted from him, enveloping his form as if he had become the very embodiment of illumination. Grasping the artifact, he advanced step by step toward the creature, dispersing the surrounding dark energy with each stride. The creature sensed this potent light, and a flicker of fear crossed its eyes. It launched frenzied attacks in a desperate bid to halt Lin Xiao's approach. Yet, bolstered by unwavering resolve and immense power, Lin Xiao withstood the beast's onslaught time and again. At last, he stood before the creature. Raising the artifact high, channeling all his might into a decisive strike against the core, a flash of light illuminated the scene as the core was utterly obliterated. With the core's destruction, the creature's form began to disintegrate, its dark energy dissipating as the oppressive atmosphere of the cave yielded to the embrace of light. Exhausted, Lin Xiao and his companions collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had drained every ounce of their strength, yet they had triumphed, successfully safeguarding the peace of the continent. "We did," Xu Yao murmured weakly, a contented smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, we did," Lin Xiao replied, glancing at his comrades, his heart swelling with gratitude. He understood that this victory was the result of their collective effort. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, Lin Xiao and his companions were welcomed as heroes. The entire continent reveled in the joy of victory, with celebrations erupting in gratitude toward the Guardian Organization for restoring their tranquility. However, Lin Xiao and his companions did not succumb to pride. They recognized that the dark forces would never vanish entirely, and new challenges loomed on the horizon. Yet, they remained undaunted, for they possessed unwavering faith and the strength of unity. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiao and his companions continued to fortify the Guardian Organization, enhancing the capabilities of their members. They forged closer ties with various races across the continent, collectively safeguarding this land brimming with hope. The tales of Lin Xiao, Xu Yao, and Yuan Che became eternal legends, their names forever etched in the hearts of the people, inspiring generations to strive for peace and justice. Chapter 65. A prayer for peace. As the celebrations of victory gradually subsided, the daily training and preparation at the headquarters of the Guardian Organization intensified. Lin Xiao, Xu Yao, and Yuan Che understood that enduring peace required constant vigilance. They increased the training intensity for new members, optimizing their intelligence-gathering network to ensure timely detection of anomalies throughout the continent. One day, while Lin Xiao was instructing new members in a practical exercise, he received urgent intelligence. The report indicated a series of mysterious maritime disasters occurring in the southern seas of the continent. Ships were sinking without warning, with few survivors, all of whom recounted sightings of a mysterious black whirlpool and strange lights. It seemed that the calm days were about to be shattered once more. Lin Xiao set the report aside, his brow furrowed. He immediately summoned Su Yao, Yun Che, and other core members to discuss countermeasures. Could this be related to the previous dark forces? Su Yao inquired. Yun Che pondered for a moment before responding. It is quite possible. When we sealed the dark forces, we did not fully comprehend their origins and branches. These anomalies may be remnants of the dark forces at play. After thorough discussion, they decided to dispatch an elite team to investigate the southern seas. Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che would lead the team, which also included mages skilled in water magic and seasoned navigators. They embarked on a sturdy magical sailing vessel, setting course for the southern seas. As they journeyed, the wind howled, and the waves surged, yet their resolve remained unwavering. After several days at sea, they finally arrived at the area plagued by the incidents. The atmosphere was oppressive, a faint mist cloaking the surface of the water. Obscuring the horizon, suddenly, a massive black whirlpool manifested before them, its depths shimmering with eerie light as surrounding waters were voraciously drawn in. "Be cautious, that's the whirlpool," the navigator shouted. Lin Xiao immediately commanded, "All hands on deck. Prepare for battle, Su Yao. Stabilize the vessel with your water magic." With swift hand gestures, Su Yao conjured a firm barrier of water around the ship, countering the whirlpool's formidable pull. Simultaneously, the mages unleashed their spells, striving to dispel the dark forces surrounding the whirlpool. However, the whirlpool's power was beyond imagination. The vessel teetered perilously on the edge. At that moment, a horde of sea demons surged forth from the whirlpool. Towering and clad in black scales, wielding sharp tridents, they launched a ferocious assault on the ship. "Stay calm and confront them," Lin Xiao urged, brandishing the artifact as he charged at the sea demons. Each of his strikes was imbued with tremendous force, repelling the demons that approached the vessel. The warriors rallied, engaging the sea demons in fierce melee combat, while the mages unleashed a flurry of elemental spells, illuminating the sea with bursts of magic and the clamor of battle cries reverberating through the air. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xiao observed that the sea demons appeared to be under the control of some dark force. Their movements, though ferocious, lacked agility. He realized that by identifying the source that controlled them, he could unravel this crisis. "Yun Che, you and a few mages must seek out the dark power that governs the sea demons. We shall fend off their assaults," Lin Xiao commanded. Yun Che nodded, swiftly retreating to the cabin with several mages to commence sensing the fluctuations of dark energy through magic. They closed their eyes, focusing intently, and at last detected a formidable surge of dark energy deep within the whirlpool. "We've found it. It's at the center of the whirlpool," Yun Che exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately intensified the assault, striving to breach the defenses of the sea demons and draw closer to the whirlpool's core. The brilliance of his artifact shone resplendently, with each strike instilling terror in the hearts of the sea demons. Under his leadership, the warriors fought valiantly, ultimately clearing a path for Yun Che and the mages. Cautiously, they approached the whirlpool's center, where they beheld a colossal black crystal suspended in the water, enshrouded by dark mist that incessantly radiated dark power. "This crystal is controlling the sea demons. We must annihilate it," Yun Che declared. The mages immediately summoned their magic, converging various elemental forces to assault the black crystal. Sensing the imminent threat, the dark mist thickened around the crystal. Repelling the mages' attacks, "Do not relent. Focus your strength," Yun Che shouted. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Su Yao broke through the encirclement of sea demons, rushing to provide support. Lin Xiao infused the power of his artifact into the assault, while Su Yao utilized her water elemental energy to diminish the dark mist surrounding the black crystal. Through their combined efforts, cracks began to appear on the black crystal. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered completely, and the dark power dissipated in an instant. Deprived of its dark control, the sea demons plunged to the ocean depths, and the whirlpool gradually faded away. The group exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ship. Though this battle had been arduous, they had once more succeeded in averting a crisis. However, they understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of unknown perils. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian organization, they conducted a thorough analysis of the incident. They recognized that remnants of dark power might lurk in every corner of the continent, poised to trigger new crises at any moment. To better safeguard the continent, they resolved to strengthen cooperation among the various races and collaboratively establish a more robust defense system. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao, Su Yao, and Yun Che embarked on an even more grueling training regimen. They comprehended that only through the continuous enhancement of their own abilities could they protect this land and its inhabitants from future crises. On a tranquil night, Lin Xiao stood atop the headquarters walls, gazing at the starry sky, silently pledging to safeguard the continent. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Ruins and Forbidden Power. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, Lin Xiao, although involved in the construction of the defense system, felt an intensifying anxiety regarding his insufficient strength. Through the battle with the sea demons, he had come to a profound realization. Relying solely on his current abilities, it might prove challenging to truly protect this continent in the face of the myriad crises to come. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey dedicated to enhancing his own power. By chance, Lin Xiao discovered a record of a mysterious ruin in an ancient tome. It was said that this ruin lay hidden within a forgotten mountain range, once a training ground for a powerful ancient being, harboring not only formidable treasures but also secrets capable of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. This revelation stirred Lin Xiao's heart. He recognized it as a pivotal opportunity for his ascension. After explaining the situation to Su Yao and Yun Che, although they were concerned for Lin Xiao's safety, they understood the significance of this opportunity and ultimately chose to support him. Lin Xiao set forth alone on a quest to locate the mysterious ruin. He traversed dense forests, crossed rushing rivers, and after several days of arduous travel, finally arrived at the ancient mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in a mystical aura, with towering ancient trees obscuring the sun, and the ground was thickly carpeted with leaves exuding a scent of decay. Lin Xiao advanced cautiously, ever vigilant of the dangers surrounding him. Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged from the thicket, covered in spikes, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao drew his artifact and engaged in a fierce battle with the beast. The beast's attacks were exceedingly savage, relentlessly slashing with its sharp claws. Lin Xiao deftly evaded while searching for the creature's weakness. He discerned that the beast's underbelly was relatively vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful strike, his artifact piercing the beast's abdomen with tremendous force. The creature let out a gruesome howl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After this skirmish, Lin Xiao took a brief respite before continuing onward. At last, he discovered an ancient stone door deep within the mountains. The door was inscribed with peculiar runes, exuding an enigmatic aura. Lin Xiao meticulously examined the runes, striving to uncover the method to unlock the stone door. After considerable effort, he realized that these runes were related to an ancient language he had encountered in the tome. Drawing on his understanding of this language, he touched the runes in a specific sequence, and the stone door creaked open. Beyond lay a profound passageway, its walls adorned with gemstones emitting a faint glow. Illuminating the path ahead, Lin Xiao proceeded through the corridor, arriving at a vast stone chamber. Inside, various ancient artifacts were arranged, with a stone pedestal at the center, upon which rested a book radiating a soft luminescence. Approaching the pedestal, Lin Xiao picked up the book, which contained the cultivation method for forbidden power. Elated, he recognized this as potentially the key to enhancing his strength. However, as he opened the book, a tremendous force surged forth, and a deep voice echoed in his mind. To cultivate this power is to invite divine retribution. Do you wish to bear this burden? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, recalling his vow to protect the continent and the myriad crises that might lie ahead. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely replied, I am willing. From that moment on, Lin Xiao began to cultivate the forbidden power within the ruins. The process was exceedingly arduous, as the ferocity of the forbidden power inflicted immense pain upon his body. Each time he operated the technique, it felt as if countless blades were slicing through his meridians. Yet, Lin Xiao, fueled by indomitable will, persevered time and again. As his training deepened, Lin Xiao gradually mastered the application of forbidden power. He discovered that this force not only significantly enhanced his attack potency, but also enabled him to perceive subtle fluctuations in the surrounding energies. During one session of cultivation, he unexpectedly realized that when the forbidden power merged with the artifact's power within him, it generated an even more potent energy fluctuation. Lin Xiao resolved to attempt a perfect fusion of the two. He continually adjusted the operational methods of both powers within himself, encouraging their intermingling and mutual enhancement. After countless trials and failures, he finally succeeded in merging the forbidden power with the artifact's power. At that moment, he felt a qualitative leap in his strength. However, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his cultivation of the forbidden power within the ruins had caught the attention of a dark force. This dark force had long lurked in the shadows, observing all that transpired upon the continent. They were acutely aware of the might of the forbidden power. Should Lin Xiao fully master it, it would pose a significant threat to their schemes. Just as Lin Xiao was about to depart the ruins, the dark force dispatched their elite assassins, intent on slaying him at his most vulnerable moment. The assassins lay in wait at the exit of the ruins, anticipating Lin Xiao's emergence. As Lin Xiao stepped through the stone door, he sensed a surge of lethal intent. Instantly alert, he unleashed his perception, discovering several assassins concealed nearby. Clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by masks, only their cold eyes were visible. "Since you've come, you shan't escape," Lin Xiao stated coldly. His artifact radiated brilliance as the forbidden power surged within him, preparing for the impending confrontation. The assassins surged forward, their attacks fierce and swift, their blades glinting ominously. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed the artifact's technique infused with forbidden power. Each strike carried tremendous force, repelling the assassins' onslaught. In the midst of battle, Lin Xiao recognized that these assassins were formidable foes. Their coordination was impeccable, and their methods of attack were cunning. Yet, instead of retreating, he grew bolder with each clash, relentlessly seeking their vulnerabilities to deliver decisive blows. However, the assassins seemed to have received a death command, disregarding their own safety as they recklessly charged at Lin Xiao. Gradually, wounds appeared upon him, blood staining his garments. Nevertheless, he fought tenaciously, driven by a singular conviction: to survive and grow stronger. Just as Lin Xiao found himself embroiled in this fierce struggle, he suddenly sensed an abnormal fluctuation from the forbidden power within him. The prolonged battle had caused a slight loosening of his control over the forbidden power, which began to rampage uncontrollably within his body. Lin Xiao was alarmed. He understood that if he could not swiftly regain control over the forbidden power, he would not only perish in this battle, but could also be obliterated by the backlash of the forbidden power. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he concentrated his mind, striving to reassert control over the forbidden power. The assassins, sensing Lin Xiao's unusual state, intensified their assault. While fending off their attacks, Lin Xiao endeavored to regain mastery over the forbidden power. In this critical moment, he suddenly recalled an insight gained during his training in the ruins. He adjusted his breathing and the method of channeling his energy according to that insight, and a miracle unfolded. The forbidden power gradually calmed and returned to his control. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy in his heart as he unleashed his most formidable strike, a fusion of forbidden power and divine artifact energy. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the divine artifact in his hand, instantly repelling all nearby assassins. Realizing the dire situation, the assassins hastily fled the scene. Exhausted, Lin Xiao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had left him utterly fatigued, yet it deepened his understanding of his own strength. He recognized that although he had successfully mastered the forbidden power, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. After a brief respite, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, preparing to depart from the ruins. He understood the urgency of returning to the headquarters of the Guardian Organization to share his experiences with Su Yao and Yun Che, whilst also needing to further consolidate his newfound strength. As he made his way back, an uneasy feeling gnawed at his heart. He sensed that this assault by the dark forces was merely the beginning, hinting at a more significant conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Moreover, during his cultivation of the forbidden power, he had uncovered clues regarding the continent's history and mysterious forces, which amplified his concerns regarding the impending crisis. Upon finally returning to the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, he found Su Yao and Yun Che waiting anxiously at the entrance. Their hearts tightened at the sight of Lin Xiao, battered and bruised, and they hurried forward to inquire about his ordeal. Lin Xiao recounted his experiences in the ruins and the attack by the dark forces in meticulous detail. After hearing his account, Su Yao and Yun Che's expressions turned grave. They were acutely aware of the might and danger of the forbidden power and understood the trials Lin Xiao had faced. Yet their deeper concern revolved around the true motives behind the dark forces' actions. "Lin Xiao, you should rest and recover from your injuries. We will immediately dispatch personnel to investigate the movements of the dark forces and uncover their schemes," Yun Che stated. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, and with the support of Su Yao and Yun Che, he returned to his quarters. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he reflected on the journey he had undertaken. He knew that his path of cultivation had only just begun, with even greater challenges awaiting him. During Lin Zhao's recuperation, the intelligence personnel of the Guardian organization began to gather information on the Dark Forces. However, they soon discovered that the Dark Forces had seemingly vanished without a trace overnight. With all leads abruptly severed, Xu Yao and Yun Che found this puzzling. They could not comprehend the Dark Forces' intentions. Yet, they were certain that the Dark Forces would not rest easy. They were undoubtedly concocting a more significant plot. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the continent, a group of cloaked figures gathered. At their forefront stood a mysterious figure shrouded in black robes. His voice low and chilling. Lin Zhao has indeed succeeded in mastering the forbidden power, which took us by surprise. However, this is merely temporary. Our plan has only just begun, my lord. What shall we do next? One of the cloaked figures inquired. Continue to conceal ourselves and await the opportune moment. Although Lin Zhao has grasped the forbidden power, he has yet to unleash its true potential when he lets down his guard. That will be our moment to strike, the mysterious figure coldly replied. Yes, my lord, the cloaked figures nodded in unison. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Guardian organization, Lin Zhao's injuries had largely healed after a few days of recuperation. He resolved to resume his cultivation, aiming to enhance his mastery over the forbidden power. Just as he prepared to begin, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from afar. This energy was imbued with a familiar dark essence. Alarmed, Lin Zhao realized that a new crisis was upon them. He wasted no time in locating Xu Yao and Yun Che, swiftly informing them of the energy fluctuation he had sensed. It appears the Dark Forces can no longer contain themselves. Yun Che remarked, his expression grave. Regardless of their schemes, we shall not falter, Lin Zhao declared, his fists clenched and determination shining in his eyes. The three of them immediately convened the core members of the Guardian organization to devise a counter-strategy. However, they remained unaware that the impending crisis was far more terrifying than they could imagine. The clues Lin Zhao had uncovered during his cultivation of the forbidden power would gradually unravel the continent's long-hidden secrets, heralding the dawn of a cataclysmic battle that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 67. The Awakening of Forbidden Power in the Conference Room of the Guardian Organization Headquarters. The atmosphere was as tense as the silence preceding a storm. Lin Zhao, Xu Yao, and Yun Che sat among the core members, a plethora of intelligence reports spread before them. Yet these were merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the Dark Forces' machinations. Based on the dark energy fluctuations I sensed, we must swiftly formulate a counterplan. Yun Che broke the silence, his eyes reflecting anxiety and urgency. Xu Yao lightly furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. But the Dark Forces are elusive. We can hardly ascertain their precise location, let alone mount a proactive strike. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. While cultivating the forbidden power, I discovered certain patterns in the energy fluctuations. Perhaps I can enhance my sensitivity to the dark power through further training, allowing us to track their movements. All eyes turned to Lin Zhao, a mix of hope and apprehension glimmering in their gazes. After all, the cultivation of forbidden power was fraught with peril. A single misstep could plunge Lin Zhao into irretrievable doom. Lin Zhao, the risks associated with cultivating forbidden power are immense. Are you truly willing to take this risk? Xu Yao gazed at Lin Zhao with deep concern. Lin Zhao nodded resolutely. This is the best course of action available to us. I cannot shrink back out of fear of danger. Moreover, only by growing stronger can I truly protect everyone. Thus, Lin Zhao once more embarked on the arduous journey of cultivating forbidden power. He secluded himself in a hidden training chamber within the headquarters, fortified with powerful defensive arrays designed to minimize external interference and exert control should he lose command. Seated on the training platform, Lin Zhao gradually closed his eyes, initiating the flow of forbidden power. As the technique unfolded, the forbidden energy surged within him like a raging beast, battering against his body. Each surge inflicted immense pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing his meridians. Yet, Lin Zhao gritted his teeth, drawing upon his indomitable will to tame this force. He recalled the insights gained during his cultivation in the ruins, persistently adjusting the flow of his technique to stabilize the integration of forbidden power into his being. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lin Zhao suddenly sensed a subtle change within the forbidden energy. The formerly tumultuous power began to soften, resonating harmoniously with his body. Elated, he realized he had achieved a breakthrough in his training. However, as he prepared to delve deeper into this transformation, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from a corner of the training chamber. Lin Zhao's eyes flew open, alert as he scanned his surroundings. A figure cloaked in black mist gradually materialized, emanating a nauseating stench. "You are Lin Zhao," the shadowy figure intoned, laughter echoing ominously. "What of your mastery of forbidden power? Before me, you remain but a fragile wretch." Lin Zhao remained silent, his artifact springing forth as the forbidden power surged around it, radiating a brilliant light. He understood that this unexpected apparition was no ordinary foe, but a formidable adversary sent by the dark forces. With a swift motion, the shadowy figure launched an attack, a black beam hurtling towards Lin Zhao with alarming speed. He deftly evaded the strike, then countered with an assault infused with the fusion of forbidden power and artifact energy, directing a powerful beam of light at the shadow. The figure scoffed, unfazed, as a black shield materialized before him, effortlessly absorbing Lin Zhao's attack without inflicting any damage. Lin Zhao's heart sank in shock at the formidable strength of this shadowy figure. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited. He unleashed a torrent of attacks, the forbidden power surging forth like a relentless tide. Gradually, the shadow began to falter, its shield developing cracks, its body trembling. Elated, Lin Zhao intensified his assault, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, the shadow emitted a furious roar, its black mist swelling ominously, enveloping the entire training chamber. Lin Zhao lost sight of the figure amidst the swirling fog, an ominous premonition rising within him. Abruptly, he sensed a powerful force surging from behind. With no time to evade, Lin Zhao pivoted to defend with his artifact. The immense impact sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into the chamber wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Humph, overestimating yourself." The shadow's voice echoed, laced with derision. "Today shall be your demise." Struggling to his feet, Lin Zhao wiped the blood from his lips, determination gleaming in his eyes. "You will find it no easy task to kill me." With that, he once more summoned the forbidden power within him. This time, he sensed that the forbidden power within him seemed to establish a peculiar connection with the surrounding dark forces. A flicker of inspiration ignited within his heart, prompting him to take a daring risk. Lin Zhao closed his eyes, focused his mind, and endeavored to manipulate the dark forces encircling him for his own advantage. To his astonishment, the once turbulent dark energies began to yield to his command. Flowing toward the shadow, sensing the anomaly, attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The dark force, under Lin Zhao's control, ensnared it tightly. Despite its desperate struggles, escape proved impossible. "How could this be?" the shadow exclaimed in terror. "How can you possibly wield the dark forces?" Lin Zhao remained silent, unleashing the most potent strike of his forbidden power. A beam of light imbued with boundless strength shot toward the shadow. The shadow let out a wretched scream, disintegrating into ashes amidst the radiance. After vanquishing the shadow, Lin Zhao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The battle had drained him significantly, yet it also deepened his understanding and mastery of the forbidden power. Gradually, he rose to his feet and exited the training chamber. By now, twilight had descended, and the moonlight bathed the courtyard of the headquarters in an extraordinary serenity. However, Lin Zhao knew that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The real peril lay ahead. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Zhao began to contemplate the myriad details of the recent battle. He realized that when he fused the forbidden power with the dark forces, an unprecedented strength emerged. This revelation made him aware that the true might of the forbidden power likely surpassed his current understanding. Thus, Lin Zhao resolved to delve deeper into the study of the forbidden power. He scoured ancient texts within the Guardian organization, seeking further insights into the forbidden power and the dark forces. In one ancient tome, he stumbled upon a passage detailing the origins of the forbidden power. It revealed that the forbidden power did not originate from this world but rather from a mysterious alternate realm. Long ago, a formidable being from this otherworldly domain sought methods to enhance his own strength and arrived in this world. He left behind the forbidden power, hoping that future generations could inherit his might and continue to explore the secrets of cultivation. However, The forbidden power was too potent. If wielded by those with sinister intentions, it could bring catastrophic calamity to this world. Consequently, throughout the ages, powerful individuals regarded the forbidden power as taboo, strictly forbidding anyone from practicing it. After reading this passage, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. He began to ponder whether his training in the forbidden power was right or wrong. But soon, he solidified his conviction. His pursuit of the forbidden power was not for selfish desires, but to protect this world and those he cherished. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao devoted himself entirely to his training. He continually experimented with fusing the forbidden power with various other energies, exploring its limitless possibilities. During one session, he unexpectedly discovered that when the forbidden power merged with his mental energy, it could generate a formidable soul attack. This soul attack could directly assault the enemy's essence, inflicting devastating damage when they were caught off guard. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, recognizing this as a potent weapon for future battles. As Lin Xiao's mastery of the forbidden power grew increasingly adept, his strength also surged. He could effortlessly unleash various powerful attacks, and the forbidden power in his hands felt like an indomitable weapon. However, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, each of his breakthroughs in training was perceived by a mysterious force in a secluded corner of the continent. A venerable elder with white hair sat quietly upon an ancient stone platform, a massive crystal ball before him. The crystal ball vividly reflected Lin Xiao's training. This young man, in such a brief span, had cultivated the forbidden power to such a degree it seems he is the one chosen by fate. The elder murmured. With that, the elder slowly rose and gazed into the distance. An unprecedented battle is imminent. I hope this young man can shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Guardian Organization, Lin Xiao had finally achieved a significant breakthrough in his training. He felt his strength had reached a new realm, and his command of the forbidden power had become more instinctive. Exiting the training chamber, he intended to share this good news with Su Yao and Yun Che. However, upon entering the main hall, he found the atmosphere unusually tense. Su Yao and Yun Che were engaged in serious conversation with several core members. What has happened? Lin Xiao approached and inquired. Su Yao looked up, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Lin Xiao, you finally emerged. We have just received intelligence that the dark forces are amassing a tremendous army, seemingly preparing for a large-scale assault against us. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. It appears they can no longer wait. However, since they are coming to us, we shall deliver them a resounding blow. Yun Che nodded in agreement. Precisely. After this period of preparation, our Guardian Organization has also seen a considerable enhancement in strength. Moreover, with you mastering the forbidden power, we are confident in confronting the dark forces. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. This time, I will not allow the dark forces to prevail. I will make them aware that our Guardian Organization is not to be trifled with. As the group deliberated their strategy against the impending dark forces, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a powerful surge of dark energy emanating from afar. This energy fluctuation was more potent than any he had previously encountered. Exuding an aura of inexorable destruction, a jolt coursed through Lin Xiao's heart. He understood that the dark force's true strike might soon arrive. Chapter 68. The mysterious ancient scroll. Upon sensing the intense surge of dark energy, Lin Xiao's heart constricted, an unprecedented sense of oppression washing over him. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, fully aware that panic would resolve nothing. Everyone, please remain composed, he said, his voice steady. Although this power is formidable, it has not yet fully arrived. We still have time to prepare. Su Yao stepped forward, gently grasping Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao, regardless of what happens, we will face it together. Yun Che also nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dark forces are emerging en masse, which suggests they feel assured. Yet, we cannot show weakness. Lin Xiao, what are your thoughts? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before slowly responding. During my training in the forbidden power, I have made some breakthroughs, yet I still feel I have not touched its core, and I believe that before the dark forces arrive, I must conduct a deeper exploration. Perhaps I can discover a means to counter them. After discussing, the group unanimously decided to support Lin Xiao's endeavor. He returned to the training chamber, immersing himself in the comprehension of the forbidden power. He channeled the energies within him, attempting to re-establish a connection with the external mysterious forces. However, this time proved exceedingly difficult. No matter how hard he tried, he could not control the forbidden power as smoothly as before. Lin Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. He knew time was of the essence, and if he could not achieve a breakthrough soon, the Guardian organization would face a grave crisis. Just as he felt somewhat lost, he suddenly recalled the forbidden power training manual he had discovered in the ruins. He had long sensed that the book concealed additional secrets yet to be uncovered. Lin Xiao retrieved the softly glowing book from his possession and began to peruse it meticulously this time. He did not merely focus on the cultivation techniques, but paid close attention to every detail and subtle description within the text. Suddenly, he noticed that the last few pages contained some faint, elusive runes. These runes bore a resemblance to those he had seen on the stone door, yet they were more intricate. A spark ignited within Lin Xiao. He concentrated and endeavored to decipher these runes. Drawing upon his previous studies and understanding of ancient languages, he gradually grasped the information conveyed by the runes. It became clear that these runes served as a special guide, pointing to a hidden, mysterious location deep within the continent, said to harbor a powerful inheritance intricately linked to the forbidden power. Lin Xiao recognized this might be the key to his breakthrough. He resolved to immediately journey to this enigmatic place in search of the inheritance. He shared this revelation with Su Yao and Yun Che. Lin Xiao, that mysterious location is exceedingly perilous, and we do not know what awaits there. We genuinely cannot rest easy with you going, Su Yao expressed, her face laden with concern. Yun Che furrowed his brow. Indeed, the dark forces may launch an attack at any moment. If you leave now, what if something goes awry? Lin Xiao gazed at them resolutely. I understand your worries, but this is our sole opportunity. If I can obtain that inheritance, our chances of countering the dark forces will significantly increase. Moreover, I shall not be gone long. I will return swiftly. Ultimately, Su Yao and Yun Che acquiesced to Lin Xiao's decision. He packed essential supplies and, following the rune's guidance, embarked on his journey to the mysterious location. He traversed a vast desert, where the scorching sun seared his skin, and the relentless sandstorms nearly disoriented him. Yet, through sheer willpower, Lin Xiao pressed on toward his goal. In the desert, he encountered a band of ruthless sand bandits intent on robbing him. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed the forbidden power, effortlessly repelling the assailants. After days of arduous journeying, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the mountain range indicated by the runes. The peaks soared into the clouds, shrouded in mist, evoking an aura of both mystery and danger. Lin Xiao cautiously ventured into the mountains, ever vigilant of the perils that surrounded him. Within the range, he encountered a myriad of magical beasts, some of which were even more formidable than those he had faced before. Yet, through his ever-increasing strength and extensive combat experience, Lin Xiao deftly navigated through each perilous encounter. During a fierce battle with the colossal avian beast, he discovered that his power surged at the brink of life and death. He realized that this latent potential, awakened in the heat of battle, might be the key to his breakthrough. As he delved deeper into the mountains, the environment became increasingly peculiar. The air was thick with an unusual energy fluctuation, a sensation both familiar and foreign. He understood he was drawing closer to a realm of mystery. Finally, deep within the mountain range, Lin Xiao stumbled upon an ancient cave. The entrance was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the runes from his texts. Emanating an enigmatic aura, taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao slowly stepped inside. The cave was engulfed in darkness. He unleashed his sensing abilities, proceeding with utmost caution. Suddenly, he felt a powerful wave of energy ahead. Quickening his pace, he entered a spacious chamber within the cave. At its center stood a monumental stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal box radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Approaching the pedestal, Lin Xiao noticed the crystal box was inscribed with various mysterious symbols and patterns. He attempted to open the box, only to find it sealed by an overwhelming force. Undeterred, he began to study the symbols and patterns adorning the box. After considerable effort, he discerned that they formed an ancient cipher. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from the ruins and his understanding of forbidden power, he gradually unraveled the code. As the cipher was deciphered, the crystal box slowly creaked open, releasing a blinding light. Lin Xiao peered inside to discover an ancient scroll glowing with a mysterious luminescence. He carefully lifted the scroll, and a torrent of profound information surged into his mind. It turned out that this scroll was a legacy left by a formidable ancient being, who had once mastered the highest realm of forbidden power, recording their insights and experiences within its pages. Lin Xiao was elated. He knew he had finally uncovered the key to his advancement. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged in the cave, immersing himself in the study of the scroll. The content was arcane and challenging to grasp, yet Lin Xiao, with his tenacious spirit and unwavering dedication to cultivation, gradually discerned its secrets. Following the methods outlined in the scroll, he began to channel forbidden power, attempting to transcend his current limits. The process of cultivation was excruciating. The forbidden power relentlessly battered against his confines, inflicting immense pain that drenched his garments in sweat. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time became indistinct as Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a seismic shift within his forbidden power. The once tumultuous energy now transformed into a docile yet potent force. His consciousness seemed to meld with the cosmos, enabling him to perceive every energy fluctuation around him with clarity. Lin Xiao understood he had succeeded in his breakthrough. Rising to his feet, he felt the surging power within him and was filled with newfound confidence. He believed that with his current strength, he could face the dark forces head-on. Just as he prepared to leave the cave, a sudden tremor reverberated from outside. Alarmed, he swiftly exited to investigate. There, he beheld a group of figures clad in black. These were the very members of the dark forces. They appeared to have sensed the anomaly and had come to probe further. Well, I didn't expect to find you here," the leader of the black-clad figures remarked coldly. "Do you really think that having obtained the legacy, you can stand against us? How naive." Lin Xiao scoffed in response, "Your schemes shall come to naught. Today marks your downfall." With that, Lin Xiao unleashed the most potent technique of forbidden power. A tremendous wave of energy surged through the mountains, shattering the surrounding rocks. The black-clad figures were taken aback, their faces paling in terror. They had not anticipated Lin Xiao's strength to escalate to such terrifying heights in such a short span of time. Yet, they did not retreat. Their orders were to eliminate Lin Xiao at all costs. They charged forward, launching a frenzied assault against him. Unfazed, Lin Xiao employed the various techniques he had learned from the scroll, repelling the black-clad assailants one by one. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao discovered that although these foes were weaker than him, their methods of attack were peculiar, seemingly concealing some unknown secret. A thought struck him. He resolved to capture one of the black-clad figures to uncover the dark forces plot. Feigning vulnerability, Lin Xiao lured one of them closer. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the figure and subdued him. The others attempted to rescue their comrade but were repelled by Lin Xiao's overwhelming power. "Speak. What is your conspiracy?" Lin Xiao demanded coldly. The black-clad figure revealed a sinister grin. "You think I would divulge our plans? Dream on. You cannot thwart us. Our scheme is on the brink of success." Lin Xiao's heart sank, realizing the black-clad figure would not easily reveal their secrets. However, he had no time to waste. He needed to return to the Guardian organization swiftly and confront the dark forces in a final showdown. He rendered the black-clad figure unconscious, then utilized his agility to make a hasty exit from the mountains. A nagging sense of unease gnawed at him. He felt that the dark forces conspiracy was far more ominous than he had imagined, and the legacy he had received from the mysterious realm seemed to harbor secrets yet to be unveiled. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardian organization, Lin Xiao found the place fortified and prepared for battle. Su Yao and Yun Che, upon seeing Lin Xiao return safely, breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Xiao, you have finally returned," Yun Che exclaimed urgently. "The Dark Forces army is already gathering not far from here and may launch an attack at any moment." Lin Xiao nodded. "I sensed their presence on my way back. I have obtained a powerful legacy, and my strength has significantly increased. We shall defeat the Dark Forces." Just as everyone braced for the impending assault, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an anomaly within his forbidden power. Alarmed, he wondered if the secrets hidden within the legacy were beginning to manifest. Before he could grasp the situation, the Dark Forces army surged forth like a tide. Chapter 69. Power out of control. Lin Xiao suppressed the unusual surge of forbidden power within him, his gaze firmly locked onto the approaching army of dark forces, which loomed like a storm cloud. At that moment, the atmosphere in the square before the Guardian organization's headquarters was tense, with everyone on high alert, their weapons glinting ominously, breaths heavy and strained. "Everyone, proceed as planned," Yun Che's voice echoed across the square, steady yet betraying a hint of anxiety. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, ready to channel all his strength, but just then, the forbidden power within him erupted like a wild stallion, crashing violently against his meridians. As if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, the agony rendering his face pale, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Lin Xiao, what is happening to you? Su Yao, keenly perceptive, rushed over in concern. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words with great difficulty. My power was out of control. Soon as he spoke, the fury of the forbidden power intensified, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, dark patterns emerging beneath his skin as if corrupted by the forces of darkness. Meanwhile, the Dark Forces army was upon them, and the leader, a mysterious figure in black robes, erupted into a chilling laugh. Lin Xiao, your end is nigh. With a flourish of his magic staff, a multitude of black energy beams shot forth like arrows towards the members of the Guardian organization. They raised their shields in defense, the beams colliding with the barriers, producing thunderous sounds that sent ripples of energy cascading outward. Lin Xiao, enduring the excruciating pain within, yearned to assist, but the backlash of forbidden power made it nearly impossible to remain standing. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a mysterious light descended from the heavens, transforming into an elderly figure clad in white robes. The elder's visage was kind, yet his eyes radiated profound wisdom. Young one, do not panic. The elder's voice was gentle yet imbued with authority, instantly calming Lin Xiao's tumultuous spirit. The elder raised his hand, enveloping Lin Xiao in a soft glow, and under this luminescence, the violent outburst of forbidden power began to subside. Lin Xiao gazed at the elder in astonishment, filled with gratitude and confusion. Senior, who are you? The elder did not reply directly, but instead turned his gaze to the Dark Forces army. His expression grave. This is a great calamity. We must confront it together. With that, the elder swiftly formed seals with his hands, sending forth a series of mystical symbols towards the Guardian organization's shield, which had been wavering precariously, now stabilizing and even hinting at a retaliatory force. The mysterious figure in black robes scowled upon witnessing this, once again raising his staff to summon a horde of massive, dark beasts. These creatures, clawing and snapping, spewed forth black flames as they charged toward the defenders. Seeing this, Lin Xiao could no longer hesitate. He harnessed the now stabilizing forbidden power and engaged the beasts in combat. Employing the new techniques he had learned from the ancient scroll, he transformed the forbidden power into razor-sharp blades that sliced through the dark beasts. The creatures howled in agony yet continued their relentless assault. The battle intensified. Despite the Guardian organization's valiant resistance, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In the midst of the fray, Lin Xiao sensed a new opportunity for synergy with the forbidden power that had awakened within him. Whenever he found himself in the throes of a life-and-death crisis, an inexplicable force surged within him, resonating with the forbidden power. Seizing this fleeting inspiration, he endeavored to channel this energy, striving for a harmonious fusion with the forbidden might. As he persisted, the power within him gradually attained a state of equilibrium, causing the potency of the forbidden energy to multiply exponentially. The artifact in his grasp radiated a brilliant light. With each swing, it unleashed a formidable tempest of energy, repelling the dark beasts. The figure in the black cloak observed Lin Xiao's transformation, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by a frenzied intent to kill. Incantations spilled from his lips, and the black gem atop his staff flickered with an eerie luminescence, as a vast black vortex began to form in the sky, exuding an insatiable force of devouring, as if intent on swallowing the entire world. This is bad. This is the dark vortex. Once formed, we shall all be consumed. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically as he urgently warned the others. Lin Xiao gazed at the terrifying black vortex, a resolute determination welling up within him. He knew he must thwart the cloaked figure before the vortex fully manifested. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the forbidden energy and the mysterious force within him, creating a golden energy field around his body, contrasting starkly with the vortex's dark power. In a flash, Lin Xiao darted forward like a bolt of golden lightning towards the cloaked figure. The dark figure, sensing the impending threat, swiftly commanded a battalion of dark warriors to intercept him. Undeterred, Lin Xiao navigated through the throng with agility, wielding his artifact with relentless ferocity, each strike imbued with destructive force. causing the dark warriors to fall one after another till last. Lin Xiao stood before the cloaked figure. A flicker of panic crossed the figure's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a veneer of calm as he raised his staff, conjuring an instant black barrier before him. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed his most potent strike, merging the forbidden energy with the mysterious force. A radiant beam of golden light surged forth, crashing into the black barrier. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered instantly, and the cloaked figure was hurled back by the overwhelming force, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet he did not relent. Struggling to rise, he prepared to attack once more. At that moment, Lin Xiao sensed an abnormal fluctuation in the forbidden power within him, the mysterious force also becoming unstable. A wave of alarm washed over him as he realized he might be plunging into a tremendous crisis. Meanwhile, the black vortex in the sky was nearing its completion, and the dark forces were launching a relentless assault, pushing the Guardians to their limits. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Xiao charged once more at the cloaked figure. Knowing that only by swiftly resolving this threat could he break free from the dire predicament. However, the cloaked figure seemed to have sensed his fluctuating power, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiao, your strength is beginning to spiral out of control. Let us see how long you can endure. With that, the cloaked figure renewed his assault, this time with even greater ferocity, each strike imbued with a sense of mutual destruction. Under his relentless onslaught, Lin Xiao found himself gradually overwhelmed, sustaining multiple injuries. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a subtle hint from the inheritance he had received in the mysterious realm resurfaced in his mind. The spark ignited within him as he recalled the method suggested, adjusting the flow of his internal powers accordingly. Miraculously, the previously uncontrollable forbidden energy and mysterious force began to stabilize, merging more seamlessly than before. Lin Xiao felt his strength surge anew, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He executed a novel technique, intertwining the forbidden energy with the mysterious force, transforming into a resplendent multicolored beam directed at the cloaked figure. Upon witnessing this radiant light, the cloaked figure's expression morphed into one of terror. He desperately attempted to evade, but the speed of the beam was too swift, striking him in an instant, with a pained scream. The cloaked figure disintegrated into nothingness. With his demise, the dark forces fell into chaos, leaderless. The Guardians seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, driving the dark forces into retreat. Ultimately, the Dark Army fled in disarray, temporarily averting the crisis. Yet, Lin Xiao remained vigilant. He understood that the dark forces would not relent, and although his power had stabilized for the moment, numerous unknown perils still lurked within. He gazed at the artifact in his hand, a profound desire for exploration stirring within him. After the battle, Lin Xiao approached the elder, bowing respectfully. Esteemed elder, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. May I inquire about your esteemed name and the reason for your assistance? The elder smiled at Lin Xiao. I am a wanderer, compelled to assist when witnessing injustice. Your bond with the forbidden power runs deep. The path of cultivation ahead is long, and one must not be careless. With that, the elder vanished in a flash. Lin Xiao stared in the direction where the elder had disappeared, lost in contemplation. He recognized that his journey of cultivation had only just begun, with myriad challenges awaiting him. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Guardians, Lin Xiao settled into a state of focus. Delving into the powers within him, he discerned that the mysterious inheritance seemed to harbor many secrets yet to be unearthed. Just as he prepared to explore further, he unexpectedly received a mysterious letter from afar. The letter bore no signature, only a single line. To uncover the true secret of the forbidden power, hasten to the misty forest. Lin Xiao regarded the letter, his mind brimming with questions. The misty forest was one of the most enigmatic places on the continent, reputed to be fraught with both peril and opportunity. Lin Xiao found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he yearned to uncover the truth behind the forbidden power, essential for his cultivation. On the other, he was well aware of the dangers that lurked in the misty forest, and venturing recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, however, his thirst for power triumphed over fear. Lin Xiao resolved to journey to the misty forest in pursuit of the secrets of the forbidden power. He shared his intentions with Su Yao and Yun Che, who, though concerned for his safety, understood the significance of his quest and could only urge him to exercise caution. Lin Xiao prepared his belongings and embarked on his journey to the misty forest. Uncertainty loomed ahead, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation and trepidation. The moment he stepped into the misty forest, a mysterious aura enveloped him. The surrounding mist thickened, obscuring his vision. Lin Xiao proceeded cautiously, ever alert to the dangers that might lurk nearby. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, akin to the low growl of some creature. Alarm surged within him as he gripped his artifact tightly, bracing himself for the unknown challenge. Chapter 70. The Cryptic Trials of the Misty Forest. Upon entering the misty forest, a damp mist infused with a decaying scent enveloped Lin Xiao, shattering his vision into fragments amidst the dense white fog. Each step felt as if he were treading the edge of an indistinct dream. The strange low growl grew increasingly distinct, reverberating in the tranquil forest, imbued with an ominous pressure. Lin Xiao held his breath, sharpening his senses to their utmost, as the artifact in his hand flickered with a faint glow. The forbidden power coursing quietly within him, ever ready to confront the looming peril. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the thicket to his right with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Xiao no choice but to instinctively sidestep. Upon steadying his gaze, he beheld a beast resembling a leopard, shrouded in an eerie purple mist. Its eyes burned with a ghostly green flame, and its teeth glinted menacingly, clearly signaling ill intent. Lin Xiao dared not underestimate the threat. He unleashed a technique merging the forbidden power with his artifact, sending a razor-sharp beam of light slicing towards the beast. The creature nimbly leaped aside, effortlessly dodging the attack, then opened its maw wide, exhaling a cloud of purple poison. Wherever the toxic mist spread, flora withered and decayed instantly. Lin Xiao's heart raced. This beast's strength exceeded his expectations, and its methods of attack were both bizarre and unpredictable. He refrained from confronting the poison head-on, instead darting swiftly through the trees, eyeing the course of evasion. He noted a peculiar pattern in the beast's attacks. Each strike was preceded by a subtle movement of its tail. A thought sparked in Lin Xiao's mind, prompting him to exploit this opening. He deliberately slowed his pace, feigning vulnerability to lure the beast into another assault. The moment the tail swayed, Lin Xiao pivoted sharply, unleashing a lethal strike infused with forbidden power, the radiant energy striking the beast's vital point directly. The creature let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Having vanquished the beast, Lin Xiao sighed in relief, only to find the mist thickening around him, further obscuring his already tenuous sense of direction. He attempted to use his heightened senses to find an exit, but the fog seemed to possess a peculiar power that disrupted his perception. A wave of unease washed over him. He realized that the misty forest was far more perilous than he had anticipated. As he pondered his next move, a faint light flickered ahead, like a beacon in the darkness, drawing his attention. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao resolved to approach the source of the light. As he drew nearer, the glow intensified, revealing a crystal sphere suspended in the air, emanating a gentle blue light, surrounded by a mysterious halo. Just as Lin Xiao approached the crystal, an ethereal figure began to materialize from within it. It was an elderly man clad in robes, his visage benevolent, yet his gaze held an inscrutable depth. "Young man, your arrival here signifies a profound connection with this forest." The elder's voice resonated with an otherworldly timbre, as if echoing from another realm. Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. "Esteemed elder, I am Lin Xiao. I received a mysterious letter indicating that I might discover the secrets of the forbidden power here. I humbly seek your guidance." The elder inclined his head slightly and spoke. "The power of the forbidden is exceedingly formidable. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. This forest shall serve as your crucible. Only by overcoming 3 trials can you unveil the profound mysteries of the forbidden power." As he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery shifted instantaneously. Lin Xiao found himself engulfed in a sea of flames, the searing heat licking at his skin, while the acrid scent of charred matter permeated the air. Lin Xiao summoned the forbidden power, enveloping his body in a protective barrier to fend off the onslaught of flames. He understood that this was the first trial, testing his mastery over power and his ability to endure extreme conditions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao began to explore his surroundings, seeking a method to transcend this challenge. He discovered that at the heart of the flames, a mysterious force was pulsating, seemingly connected to the forbidden power within him. The spark ignited within Lin Xiao, He attempted to channel his forbidden power to resonate with this enigmatic force. As he persevered, the temperature of the flames gradually diminished until they flickered out entirely. Having successfully passed the first trial, Lin Xiao scarcely had time to catch his breath before the scene transformed once more, plunging him into a frozen expanse where biting winds lashed at his face like daggers. The ground was encrusted with a thick layer of ice, treacherous enough to cause a slip at any moment. In this icy realm, a horde of colossal ice demons materialized, brandishing icy blades and advancing menacingly towards Lin Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed the fusion technique of the forbidden power and the divine artifact, engaging in an intense battle with the ice demons. Their assaults were ferocious. The ice blades not only sliced with sharpness, but also bore a potent freezing force that could encase him in ice upon contact. As Lin Xiao fought, he diligently sought the demons' weaknesses, discovering that their hearts were the critical vulnerabilities, yet shielded by thick layers of ice. Focusing his mind, he concentrated the forbidden power into the divine artifact and executed a powerful strike. The artifact, imbued with immense strength, shattered the icy barrier surrounding the demons' hearts, eliciting a pained howl from one as it collapsed. With renewed vigor, Lin Xiao swiftly dispatched several more ice demons, successfully overcoming the second trial. However, before he could collect his thoughts, the third trial approached rapidly. This time, he found himself in a space awash with phantasmagoric colors, where the surroundings morphed incessantly, at times presenting images of his most cherished ones in peril, and at others, conjuring scenes of his deepest fears. Lin Xiao recognized this as a trial of the mind, a formidable test of his willpower. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, striving to extricate himself from the distractions of these illusory visions. Yet, the images clung to his mind like specters, refusing to dissipate. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao repeatedly recited his cultivation goals and beliefs in his heart. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, he suddenly sensed a shift within the forbidden power coursing through him. A surge of potent mental energy erupted from it, dispersing the phantoms surrounding him. Lin Xiao opened his eyes to find himself once again before the crystal sphere. The elder's figure materializing once more. "Congratulations, young man, for passing the 3 trials," the elder proclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot towards Lin Xiao, merging into his consciousness. Instantly, the profound secrets of the forbidden power and its cultivation methods flooded his awareness, filling him with elation as he finally grasped the keys to enhancing his prowess. However, just as he prepared to express his gratitude, the elder's form began to fade into obscurity. Remember, power is a double-edged sword. Wield it wisely for benefit, or misuse it to invite calamity, the elder's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Still enraptured by the newfound insights into the forbidden power, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a formidable dark force emanating from the depths of the forest, one far more potent than any malevolent energy he had previously encountered, imbued with an aura of unending destruction. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he realized that the master of this dark power must be an extraordinarily formidable entity, intricately entwined with his quest for the secrets of the forbidden power. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao set his course towards the source of the dark energy. He understood that he was about to confront an unprecedented challenge, yet he felt undaunted, for his newfound understanding of the forbidden power imbued him with confidence. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding mist thickened, and the dark force intensified. Suddenly, a colossal black figure loomed ahead, its stature akin to a mountain, surrounded by dark flames, and its enormous eyes flickering with a desire for annihilation. "You are the one who has been pursuing the forbidden power?" The shadow growled, its voice reverberating like thunder through the forest. Lin Xiao clenched the divine artifact in his grasp, the forbidden power surging wildly within him. "Indeed, no matter who you are, you shall not hinder my quest for the truth of the forbidden power today." The black figure erupted in a fit of derisive laughter. "You? How presumptuous! The truth of the forbidden power is not something you can easily comprehend. Today, you shall remain here forever." With that, the shadow swung its massive arm, launching a dark energy beam towards Lin Xiao like a cannonball. Lin Xiao dodged effortlessly, then unleashed the most potent attack of the forbidden power. A golden beam streaking towards the shadow with overwhelming might. The figure seemed prepared for Lin Xiao's assault, opening its vast maw to unleash a torrent of black flames that instantaneously consumed Lin Xiao's attack. Shock flooded Lin Xiao. He had not anticipated the shadow's strength to be so formidable. Yet, he did not falter, once more employing the fusion technique of the forbidden power and the mysterious energy to relentlessly assault the shadow. The shadow retaliated with equal ferocity, each strike causing the surrounding space to tremble. Amidst the fierce clash, Lin Xiao discerned that while the shadow's attacks were powerful, they were comparatively sluggish. A realization sparked within him, prompting him to exploit this weakness and seek an opening in the shadow's defenses. He varied his assault patterns, darting rapidly around the shadow, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At last, Lin Xiao spotted a minuscule vulnerability at the shadow's neck. Concentrating all his strength, he unleashed a devastating blow infused with forbidden power, a radiant beam of boundless energy aimed at the shadow's neck. The shadow sensed danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The light struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the shadow as its form began to waver. Elated, Lin Xiao prepared to launch another strike to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as he readied himself, the shadow let out a furious roar, a surge of potent dark energy erupting around its form, repelling Lin Xiao's assault and sending him crashing backward. Lin Xiao hit the ground hard, blood spilling from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the shadow, his mind swirling with confusion and shock. He could not fathom why the shadow had suddenly unleashed such overwhelming power at a critical moment. The shadow regarded Lin Xiao with a triumphant laugh. "You think your meager strength can vanquish me? So naive. Today marks your end." With that, it swung its massive arm once more, launching an even more ferocious assault toward Lin Xiao. Enduring his pain, Lin Xiao braced himself to counter the attack. Yet at that moment, he felt an unusual fluctuation within the forbidden power, a mysterious energy surging from the depths of his soul and merging with the forbidden power. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He was unsure of the origin of this enigmatic force, but he sensed its immense potential. Empowered by this mysterious energy, Lin Xiao's strength surged exponentially. He executed a brand new technique, the forbidden power intertwining with the mysterious energy, manifesting as a dazzling spectrum of light directed at the shadow. Upon witnessing this radiant beam, terror etched itself across the shadow's visage. It struggled desperately to defend itself, but the light's speed and might were overwhelming. Striking it instantaneously, with a resounding crash, the shadow's form began to dissolve gradually, ultimately fading into nothingness. Lin Xiao stood in awe at the spot where the shadow had vanished, his heart a tumult of confusion and exhilaration. He was bewildered by the nature of the sudden mysterious force that had aided him and its connection to the secrets of the forbidden power. Before he could unravel his thoughts, he felt an immense force emanating from the depths of the misty forest, more powerful than any he had encountered before, as if it bore the weight of the entire world. A wave of intense unease washed over Lin Xiao. He understood that the true crisis might just be beginning. Chapter 71. Ancient legacy. At the valley's depths, after repelling the black figure, the mysterious power within Lin Xiao continued to surge, intertwining with the forbidden power and relentlessly challenging the boundaries of his understanding of strength. The overwhelming force emanating from the depths of the misty forest loomed over him like an invisible mountain, making his breath quicken. Yet, his curiosity and yearning for power far outweighed his fear, compelling him to stride resolutely towards the source of this power. As Lin Xiao ventured deeper, the surrounding mist began to thin, replaced by an extraordinary luminescence, as if countless shards of stars were shimmering in the air. The ground beneath his feet transformed into uneven terrain, with colossal rocks scattered about, seemingly narrating the passage of time. As Lin Xiao progressed on his journey, he stumbled upon some peculiar traces, resembling the footprints of a colossal creature. Each print was over a person's height and depth, and the surrounding earth was compressed with formidable force. Following the direction of these footprints, Lin Xiao eventually arrived at a vast valley floor. A subtle golden radiance enveloped the area, and the air was thick with potent energy fluctuations that felt both familiar and alien to him. At the center of the valley stood an ancient stone platform, upon which rested a mysterious object radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by intricate runes that flickered with a faint glow, as if guarding something sacred. The moment Lin Xiao stepped onto the valley floor, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing his every move. He cautiously approached the stone platform, remaining alert to any disturbances around him. Just as he drew within a few steps of the platform, the ground began to tremble violently, and from beneath the earth surged numerous enormous vines. Bristling with sharp thorns, resembling a horde of clawed beasts that charged at him with reckless abandon and a swift motion, Lin Xiao unsheathed his artifact and activated a technique that fused forbidden power with mysterious energy. Forming a solid energy shield around him, the vines collided with the shield, producing thunderous sounds, yet they could not penetrate its defenses. Observing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of elation. He unleashed an offensive maneuver empowered by forbidden energy, sending beams of light from the artifact that severed the encroaching vines. However, these vines appeared inexhaustible, surging wave after wave. As the battle unfolded, Lin Xiao gradually discerned that the strength of these vines was somehow linked to the enigmatic energy of the valley floor. Each time he severed a vine, the surrounding energy fluctuations intensified. A realization dawned upon him. These vines might be a means of safeguarding this mysterious legacy, and the key to unraveling it likely lay in mastering this arcane energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy waves around him. He discovered that although this mysterious energy was formidable, it possessed a unique rhythm, akin to an ancient melody. Lin Xiao endeavored to adjust the flow of power within him to harmonize with this rhythm. As he did so, the speed of the vine attacks gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing entirely. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Surveying the now tranquil scene before him, his heart brimming with joy, he knew his judgment had been correct. He continued toward the stone platform, and upon reaching it, a profound sense of purpose surged within him. Lin Xiao extended his hand, gently touching the radiant object. The moment his fingertips made contact, a dazzling beam of light shot skyward, illuminating the entire valley. Subsequently, a torrent of potent information flooded his mind, comprising an ancient cultivation technique, hidden insights regarding the origins of this continent, and a wondrous method to commune with the forces of nature. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xiao realized he had uncovered an invaluable ancient inheritance. Eagerly, he began to study the cultivation technique, which emphasized a deeper understanding and integration with the forces of nature, resonating with the myriad elements of the world to enhance one's own power. Following the guidance of the technique, Lin Xiao attempted to communicate with the natural forces around him. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the wind, the stability of the earth, the fervor of flames, and the fluidity of water. Gradually, he discovered an extraordinary connection with these elements, as if he had become one with nature itself. In this process, Lin Xiao's strength began to soar. His body grew increasingly robust, his meridians more resilient, capable of harboring greater energy. His perception heightened significantly, allowing him to sense the subtlest changes in his surroundings. Lin Xiao realized that this ancient inheritance would irrevocably alter his path of cultivation. However, just as he reveled in the joy of his training, he suddenly sensed a powerful dark force swiftly approaching from afar. This malevolent energy carried with it anger and greed, evidently aimed at the ancient inheritance in his possession. A knot formed in Lin Xiao's stomach. He understood that a new crisis was imminent. He quickly rose to his feet, carefully stowing away the ancient inheritance, preparing to confront the impending battle. He channeled his internal power, blending forbidden energy, mysterious forces, and natural energies to form a formidable energy shield around him. His eyes radiated determination and confidence. After this period of training, he believed he possessed the strength to face any challenge. Soon, a group of figures clad in black emerged at the entrance of the valley. Leading them was a tall man in a black cloak, his face obscured by a dark mask that revealed only a pair of icy eyes. Brimming with lethal intent, "Boy, hand over the inheritance you've obtained, and I may spare your life," the man in black declared coldly. Lin Xiao snorted dismissively. "If you want the inheritance, then come and take it by force." The man in black, seeing this defiance, ceased to waste words. With a wave of his hand, the black-clad figures surged toward Lin Xiao like a tidal wave. These assailants were no weaklings. Their weapons glinted ominously. Clearly trained killers. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed a barrage of attacks that fused forbidden power with natural energy, sending beams of light like lightning toward the assailants. They dodged frantically, yet many were struck by the beams. Collapsing in agony, witnessing his subordinates fall, the man in black seethed with rage. He took matters into his own hands, his figure flashing as he appeared before Lin Xiao in an instant, his long sword imbued with a fierce sword energy aimed directly at him. Lin Xiao hastily defended with his artifact, the tremendous impact sending him staggering back several steps. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated the man in black's formidable strength, finding himself at a disadvantage in their direct confrontation. However, he refused to retreat, instead igniting his fighting spirit. He unleashed his full arsenal, continuously assaulting the man in black. During the clash, Lin Xiao noted the man's sword technique was enigmatic and unpredictable, each strike imbued with immense power. Furthermore, it seemed he possessed an innate understanding of Lin Xiao's attack patterns, effortlessly evading or countering them. Puzzled, Lin Xiao sensed that the man in black concealed some hidden secret. He resolved to alter his strategy, refraining from direct confrontation and instead utilizing his command over natural forces to create obstacles in the environment. Aiming to disrupt the man's rhythm, he manipulated the wind element, conjuring a powerful whirlwind that swept up surrounding sand and stone, severely impairing the man's visibility. Simultaneously, he employed the earth element to create numerous protruding rocks, obstructing the man's movement. Under Lin Xiao's relentless assault, the man in black became increasingly beleaguered, his swordsmanship beginning to show signs of faltering. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiao unleashed his most potent strike, a dazzling spectrum of light infused with boundless might aimed at the man in black. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned all his strength to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the light struck his defenses, the overwhelming force sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, the man in black spat blood, his eyes wide with shock and terror. How could you possess such formidable power?" he stammered. Lin Xiao offered no reply, his gaze icy as he demanded, "Now, it is your turn to answer my questions. Who are you? Why have you been fixated on this inheritance?" After a moment of hesitation, a glint of resolve flashed in the man's eyes. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a black mark emblazoned on his chest, pulsating with an eerie light. Soon after, his body began to swell rapidly, his skin turning an inky black, sharp spines erupting from his form, transforming him into a monstrous figure. "Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for being unkind." Lin Xiao thought, his heart sinking as he recognized the man in black had succumbed to madness, intent on perishing alongside him. Lin Xiao summoned every ounce of his strength, engaging the mutated man in a desperate struggle. The fight escalated, the ground beneath them ravaged by the force of their blows, stones shattering under the pressure. Lin Xiao gradually felt overwhelmed. The man's mutated strength had multiplied several times, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and elusive. Yet, just as Lin Xiao found himself in dire straits, he sensed the mysterious power within him surging once more, perfectly fusing with the forbidden and natural energies to form an unprecedented wellspring of strength. With newfound resolve, Lin Xiao unleashed this power. A beam of light erupted from his artifact, imbued with the essence of life and destructive force, enveloping the man in black. With a horrified scream, the man's form gradually dissipated within the light, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Lin Xiao gazed at the scene before him, a sigh of relief escaping him. He had once again triumphed over a formidable foe. Yet, he did not lower his guard. Knowing that while this enemy had been vanquished, a greater force lurked in the shadows, eyeing the ancient inheritance. Determined, Lin Xiao resolved to leave this place swiftly, seeking a safe haven to continue his cultivation and enhance his strength. Lin Xiao had just prepared to leave the valley when, suddenly, he sensed a formidable force descending from the heavens. He looked up and beheld a colossal beam of light cascading down, within which seemed to conceal a mysterious figure. Lin Xiao's heart raced. He was uncertain who this enigmatic being was, nor could he discern whether their arrival heralded fortune or calamity. Chapter 72. The unknown challenge. Lin Xiao gazed upward at the immense beam of light, his heartbeat quickening as an indescribable tension coursed through his body like an electric current. He gripped the artifact tightly, the forbidden power within him merging with the mysterious force and the natural energy. Poised to confront any impending danger, as the beam gradually dissipated, a tall figure clad in a silver robe slowly emerged, radiating a gentle yet commanding aura that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon it. "Are you Lin Xiao?" The voice of the mysterious figure was deep and resonant, as if traversing endless epochs, imbued with the weight of time. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly and nodded cautiously. Indeed, and you are. Why have you suddenly appeared here? The mysterious figure did not respond directly, instead fixing their gaze upon the ancient relic nestled in Lin Xiao's arms, a complex expression flickering in their eyes. A blend of surprise and concern. You have fortuitously acquired this legacy. Are you aware of the immense peril that lurks behind it? Lin Xiao's heart stirred. He had long suspected that this legacy was anything but ordinary. Hearing the words of the mysterious figure only heightened his sense of unease. Elder, do you comprehend the secrets within? I humbly seek your guidance. Lin Xiao performed a respectful bow, his demeanor earnest, with a heavy sigh. The mysterious figure began to speak. This legacy originates from a peerless powerhouse of ancient times. He once wielded this power to traverse the world, yet it also drew the envy of various factions. Ultimately, to safeguard the peace of the realm, he sealed his own strength within this legacy and established numerous trials, awaiting a fated individual to unlock it, however, in this era of rampant dark forces. Should they discover the existence of this legacy, they will stop at nothing to seize it. You may possess extraordinary talent, but with your current strength, facing those formidable dark forces could prove perilous. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine. He had not overlooked this concern, but hearing it confirmed by the mysterious figure intensified his sense of crisis. Elder, what should I do? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the mysterious figure's eyes. Your willingness to seek counsel is commendable. I have come to offer you assistance. The power contained within this legacy, while immensely potent, is also exceedingly volatile and difficult to master. I can impart to you a unique cultivation method, aiding you in better integrating this power. Lin Xiao was overjoyed and promptly bowed again. Thank you, Elder. I would be immensely grateful for your guidance. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, raising a hand to direct a beam of light toward Lin Xiao, which merged into his consciousness. In an instant, an intricate cultivation technique unfolded in Lin Xiao's mind, every detail and pathway of operation crystal clear. Immersed in this newfound knowledge, Lin Xiao marveled at the technique's brilliance. It not only allowed him to better control the three powers within him, but also guided him to tap into deeper reservoirs of potential. Under the mysterious figure's tutelage, Lin Xiao began to channel his energies according to the new cultivation method. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, plunging his mind inward, guiding the forbidden power, the mysterious force, and the natural energy to flow gently along the prescribed routes of the technique. Initially, the three powers resisted this new method of operation, clashing violently within him, causing him immense anguish. Yet, he gritted his teeth, persisting with unwavering resolve. As he continued to adjust and guide the energies, they gradually began to merge, a previously unparalleled strength slowly blossoming within him. Lin Xiao was enveloped in the wondrous realm of cultivation, where time seemed to lose all meaning. After an indeterminate duration, he finally succeeded in perfectly merging the three powers, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. He opened his eyes slowly, a gleam of brilliance illuminating them, and everything around him appeared sharper. He could even sense the flow of every strand of energy in the air. Thank you, Elder. Lin Xiao stood, once more expressing his gratitude to the mysterious figure. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation and trust towards them. The mysterious figure smiled faintly, no need for such formality. Your talent and tenacity surpass that of ordinary individuals. You will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. However, remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. Though this legacy is powerful, it may also bring you endless troubles. You must rapidly enhance your strength to survive the impending storm. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. I understand, Elder. At that moment, the mysterious figure's expression suddenly shifted, and they gazed upward, a flicker of concern in their eyes. This is not good. The dark forces have sensed the disturbance here and will arrive shortly. You must leave immediately. Lin Xiao's heart raced. He too sensed a potent dark aura swiftly approaching. Elder, you do not worry about me. I have my own means of dealing with this. You must depart at once. Heading eastward, there lies a hidden place that may aid you in furthering your strength. With that, the mysterious figure waved a hand, and a rift in space appeared before Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, he bowed once more to the mysterious figure and leaped into the rift. Just as he entered, he heard the sounds of fierce combat erupting behind him. A sense of urgency gripped him. and he silently vowed to return and assist the mysterious figure once he had gained sufficient strength. Lin Xiao traversed the rift and found himself in an unfamiliar world. The sky was imbued with a peculiar purple hue, and the air was thick with an intense energy, as if it were a natural training ground. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao reveled in the rich energy surrounding him, his heart swelling with excitement. He recognized that this hidden realm was indeed the place the mysterious figure had spoken of. As he began to explore this new world, he discovered numerous extraordinary plants and minerals, each brimming with potent energy. He collected some, intending to use them to enhance his cultivation. During his explorations, Lin Xiao also encountered several formidable magical beasts, some of which were even more powerful than those he had previously faced. However, with his newly fused strength, he easily repelled them. Deep within this world, Lin Xiao stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. Approaching the entrance, he meticulously studied the runes, seeking a method to unlock the door. After considerable effort, he discerned the pattern among the runes, and upon touching them in a specific sequence, the palace doors creaked open, an ancient and mysterious aura wafted out, and Lin Xiao cautiously stepped inside. The interior of the palace was spacious and luminous, its walls embedded with various precious gemstones that emitted a gentle glow. At the center of the palace stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a tome radiating a golden light. As Lin Xiao approached the platform and picked up the book, he noticed it was inscribed with the techniques of cultivating chaotic power. His heart raced as he realized this might be a manual related to chaotic energy. Eagerly, he opened the book, and a torrent of potent information surged into his mind. The text detailed the cultivation methods and application techniques for chaotic energy, as well as the secrets of merging it with other powers. Lin Xiao was elated. He recognized this as yet another invaluable resource for his cultivation. He promptly settled onto the floor of the palace, immersing himself in the study of the tome. The process of mastering the chaotic energy was no easy feat. Its methods differed greatly from what he had previously learned, demanding exceptional comprehension and focus. Yet, driven by his indomitable will and desire for power, Lin Xiao gradually unraveled its mysteries. As he delved deeper into the cultivation, Lin Xiao began to sense the immense power of chaotic energy. This energy, existing in the primordial chaos before the birth of the universe, embodied limitless potential and transformation, capable of both creation and destruction. Lin Xiao endeavored to merge the chaotic energy with the forbidden power, the mysterious force, and the natural energy within him. Initially, this fusion proved exceptionally challenging, as the four powers repelled one another, causing him considerable suffering. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao refused to surrender. He persistently adjusted and experimented until he finally discovered the method of integration. At the moment when the four powers harmoniously merged, Lin Xiao felt as though a miniature universe had erupted within him, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. His body underwent significant transformations. His skin grew more resilient, and his meridians expanded, capable of accommodating greater energy. His perceptive abilities also heightened, allowing him to sense not only the energy fluctuations around him, but also the subtle ripples of space and time. Lin Xiao rose, feeling the surging power within him. Brimming with confidence, he believed that, with his current strength, he was now equipped to confront the dark forces. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he suddenly sensed a formidable dark energy emanating from outside the palace. This dark force was more potent than any he had previously encountered. Infused with a familiar essence, a jolt of alarm coursed through Lin Xiao. He realized that the dark forces had likely tracked him to this location. Gripping the artifact tightly, he activated the four powers within him in preparation for the imminent battle. Slowly, he stepped out of the palace, only to behold a swarm of dark figures in the sky. Leading the charge was a mysterious figure shrouded in black mist. Lin Xiao, I never imagined you would escape to this place. But do you think you can evade us this way? The mysterious figure's voice was cold and sinister. As if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss, Lin Xiao let out a cold snort, declaring, Your nefarious scheme shall not come to fruition. Today marks your doom. The mysterious figure erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, retorting, Is it merely you who stands in our way? Such naivety. Do you truly believe that possessing a few legacies grants you the right to contend with us? Today, I shall unveil to you the true essence of dark power. With that, The enigmatic individual swiftly formed intricate hand seals, causing the sky to darken ominously, and a formidable surge of dark energy surged toward Lin Xiao like an overwhelming tide. Undaunted, Lin Xiao summoned the four fused powers within him, conjuring a formidable energy shield that withstood the onslaught of the dark forces. The clash of their powers reverberated through the heavens, creating a deafening cacophony, while the surrounding space twisted and warped under the strain of their might. Lin Xiao understood that this would be a grueling confrontation, yet he stood resolute, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. He aimed to vindicate his path of cultivation, to demonstrate to the forces of darkness that he was not so easily vanquished. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Xiao discerned that the dark power wielded by the mysterious figure seemed intrinsically linked to some ancient malevolent force, one that not only emanated immense strength, but was also insidiously capable of corroding his very soul. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine as he realized that if he could not swiftly discover a means to counter this dark power, he might find himself in grave peril. At that moment, he sensed a subtle shift within the chaotic energy coursing through him. An epiphany struck him. Perhaps the chaotic force was the key to unraveling the dark energy's grasp. Focusing intently, he channeled the chaotic power to confront the dark energy, which indeed exhibited remarkable capacity for absorption and purification, gradually devouring the encroaching darkness. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's ability to withstand his dark power, the mysterious figure was both astonished and enraged. He intensified his output, causing the ominous clouds above to thicken further, as waves of dark energy surged toward Lin Xiao like a tempest. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao braced himself, but he felt his strength waning. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, an enigmatic force erupted from the palace, merging seamlessly with his being. This newfound energy harmonized perfectly with his four powers, instantly amplifying his capabilities tremendously. Elated, Lin Xiao unleashed the combined might of five powers, delivering a cataclysmic strike. A resplendent burst of multi-hued light surged forth, laden with boundless authority, aimed at the mysterious figure, whose expression shifted drastically as he scrambled to defend himself. Yet the brilliance was too formidable, swiftly breaching his defenses and striking his form. With a pained cry, the mysterious figure was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing the injured figure, Lin Xiao did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. He understood that the forces of darkness would not easily concede defeat. This victory was but a temporary reprieve. Moreover, he remained ignorant of the true nature of the mysterious force that had surged from the palace and the secrets it concealed. As Lin Xiao pondered these matters, the mysterious figure struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with resentment and defiance. Lin Xiao, mark my words, we shall not relent. Next time, it shall be your demise. With that, the figure hastily retreated, accompanied by the remnants of his dark power. Lin Xiao gazed in the direction of the figure's departure. A surge of profound unease welling within him, he knew that the forces of darkness would undoubtedly return, seeking vengeance. Thus, he resolved to elevate his strength post-haste to confront the imminent greater crisis. Turning back to the palace, he committed to delving deeper within, seeking the source of that mysterious power. He believed that the palace harbored more secrets, which could prove pivotal in his battle against the forces of darkness. However, as he ventured further into the depths of the palace, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, etched with peculiar symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Standing before the door, his heart raced, an intense premonition informing him that the secrets concealed within were intimately tied to his path of cultivation, perhaps even possessing the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously extended his hand, brushing against the enigmatic symbols and patterns. The moment his fingertips made contact, a powerful surge of energy coursed through him, and his mind flooded with ephemeral visions, ancient battlefields, arcane rituals, and potent fluctuations of power. These images flickered past like a kaleidoscope, eluding his grasp before he could discern their significance. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiao recognized that these symbols were no mere ornamental designs, but rather manifestations of a formidable seal or guidance. He calmed his thoughts, meticulously analyzing the arrangement of the symbols while channeling the five fused powers within him, striving to discover a means of communion with the stone door. As his perception deepened, he sensed an extraordinary resonance among the symbols. one that faintly echoed the chaotic energy within him. An idea sparked within him. He concentrated, guiding the chaotic energy toward the door. Upon contact, the once static symbols erupted into a dazzling radiance, intertwining to form a colossal energy matrix. Within this matrix, mysterious runes began to manifest, swirling and coalescing as if narrating a forgotten history. Lin Xiao focused intently on deciphering these runes, his expression growing increasingly grave as he unraveled their meaning. It became clear that this palace had been constructed by an ancient and powerful deity, and behind the stone door lay a malevolent power capable of annihilating the world, the Annihilation Demonic Flame. According to legend, the Annihilation Demonic Flame was birthed during the primordial chaos, laying waste to all in its path, plunging the world into eternal darkness and destruction. The deity had expended all of their strength to seal away this cataclysmic force. However, as time passed, the seal's potency waned. Unbeknownst to the dark forces, they had uncovered this secret and sought a way to nullify the seal, aiming to wield the Annihilation Demonic Flame to dominate the world. Lin Xiao's ancient legacies and chaotic energy cultivation methods were, in fact, the deity's contingency plan, waiting for a fated individual to fortify the seal or obliterate the Annihilation Demonic Flame when the seal weakened. Lin Xiao recognized the heavy burden of this mission, yet he understood that, given his current strength, vanquishing the Annihilation Demonic Flame was nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, he resolved to first attempt to reinforce the seal, granting himself more time to enhance his power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao summoned all 5 powers within him, channeling them into the stone door in accordance with the guidance of the runes. As he infused his strength, the door radiated an even more brilliant light, and the energy matrix began to rotate slowly, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. However, just as the seal was on the verge of being reinforced successfully, a surge of dark energy erupted from within the door, clashing fiercely with Lin Xiao's own power. Lin Xiao was taken aback, shocked by the overwhelming strength of the dark energy contained within the seal. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his efforts, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his arms trembled from the exertion. Yet, the dark force showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it grew increasingly potent, and Lin Xiao felt as if his own energy was being steadily consumed. In the depths of despair, a memory surfaced, an exceptional technique imparted by the mysterious figure. The conversion of power. Inspired, he endeavored to transform the 5 energies within him into purer, more formidable forms. As he initiated the conversion, Lin Xiao felt his strength ignite, surging forth with newfound vigor. He once again directed this refined power into the stone door, and this time, the dark energy finally began to recede. Elated by this development, Lin Xiao pressed on, pouring forth relentless streams of energy into the door. Through his relentless efforts, the energy matrix stabilized, and the seal gradually fortified. As the seal solidified, the dark power within the door dissipated, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility. Exhausted, Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body weakened from the exertion, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and joy. He knew that he had successfully accomplished what seemed nearly impossible. After resting for a brief moment, Lin Xiao slowly regained his feet. He understood that the dark forces would not easily relent. They would undoubtedly seek another opportunity to dissolve the seal. He needed to vacate this place swiftly, seeking a secure location to continue his cultivation and elevate his prowess. Departing the palace, Lin Xiao followed the previous guidance of the mysterious figure, journeying eastward. As he progressed, he noticed the world's energy fluctuations growing increasingly intricate, hinting at secrets yet to be unveiled. Collecting various precious cultivation resources along the way, he pressed onward. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Xiao arrived at the foot of a towering mountain peak. Shrouded in dense mist that emanated an aura of mystery, a surge of intuition gripped him. He sensed a potent force emanating from the summit, beckoning him forth. Without hesitation, he commenced his ascent. The climb proved exceedingly treacherous. The peak steep and perilous, the path fraught with obstacles. Moreover, various formidable magical beasts and enigmatic traps occasionally manifest upon the mountain. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao, with his indomitable will and formidable strength, repeatedly turns peril into safety. At last, Lin Xiao ascends to the summit, where an ancient temple stands. The walls of the temple are adorned with an array of peculiar patterns and inscriptions, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Upon entering the temple, Lin Xiao discovers its interior is barren, save for a colossal statue that stands majestically at its center. The visage of the statue is indistinct, yet it imparts a profound sense of oppression. As Lin Xiao approaches the statue, he meticulously examines the patterns and inscriptions upon it. He realizes that these engravings seem to document an ancient method of cultivation, one markedly different from what he had previously learned. Placing greater emphasis on the refinement and enhancement of spiritual power, filled with elation, Lin Xiao recognizes this as yet another invaluable resource for his cultivation. He promptly settles cross-legged before the statue and begins to study the intricate designs and writings. As he delves deeper into his studies, he gradually comprehends the intricacies of this cultivation method. Following the method's guidance, he slowly closes his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his soul. Within the depths, he discovers a faint glimmer of light, his spiritual power. Focusing intently, Lin Xiao embarks on the task of refining this luminous essence. He cautiously channels the 5 powers within him, guiding the light to expand continuously. As his spiritual power intensifies, Lin Xiao senses his perceptive abilities sharpening and his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. He is able to detect the subtle shifts in his surroundings, even discerning secrets lurking in the shadows. During the process of honing his spiritual power, Lin Xiao uncovers an astonishing revelation. There exists a delicate connection between his soul and the 5 powers within him. As his spiritual power ascends, the 5 powers also begin to merge and grow stronger. This discovery fills Lin Xiao with exhilaration as he realizes it may be another pivotal key to enhancing his strength. Immersed in the joy of cultivation, time slips away unnoticed. Upon completing a profound refinement of his spiritual power, he perceives a qualitative leap in his abilities. He gradually opens his eyes, which now shimmer with the light of wisdom. Rising to his feet, he gazes at the statue before him, his heart brimming with gratitude. However, before he can revel in his triumph, a sudden, intense tremor reverberates from beneath the temple. Startled, Lin Xiao immediately senses a powerful dark force rapidly approaching. He understands that the dark forces have once again caught up with him. Without the slightest hint of retreat, Lin Xiao channels the 5 powers within him, preparing for the imminent battle. Exiting the temple, he observes a swarm of shadowy figures in the sky, led by a demon enveloped in black flames. Lin Xiao, did you truly believe you could escape? The demon's voice booms like thunder, filled with fury and malice. Lin Xiao retorts with a scoff, you dark forces shall never prevail. Today, I will ensure you have no return. With that, Lin Xiao unleashes the combined might of the 5 powers, forming a formidable energy shield around himself. His gaze conveys determination and confidence. After this period of cultivation, he believes himself adequately prepared to confront the dark forces. The demon, seeing this, refrains from further words and brandishes its black wand, unleashing a column of black flames that surges toward Lin Xiao like a dragon. Lin Xiao swiftly dodges, evading the attack with ease. Subsequently, he executes a technique merging forbidden power and chaotic energy, launching a vibrant beam of light imbued with immense might toward the demon. The demon hastily raises its wand, conjuring a black shield to deflect Lin Xiao's assault. The light collides with the shield, producing a deafening sound. As the shield quivers violently, on the brink of shattering, the battle intensifies, with both parties exchanging relentless blows. Lin Xiao soon realizes that this demon is more powerful than any dark forces he has previously encountered. Its attacks are not only formidable but also unpredictable, making defense nearly impossible. Yet, Lin Xiao does not falter. Armed with tenacious will and ever-increasing strength, he engages in a life-and-death struggle with the demon. During the fray, Lin Xiao gradually identifies the demon's weakness. He discerns that while the demon's black flames are potent, a trace of dark energy lurks at the core of the flames. A spark of inspiration ignites within Lin Xiao. He recognizes this may be the key to vanquishing the demon. Focusing his mind, he channels all 5 powers into a divine artifact, unleashing a concentrated strike. The artifact, infused with formidable energy, pierces through the demon's black flames and strikes its core. The demon emits a piercing scream as its body begins to sway, the black flames diminishing in strength. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's heart swells with joy, and he prepares to launch another attack to deliver a fatal blow to the demon. However, at that moment, the demon unleashes a furious roar. summoning a surge of powerful dark energy that repels Lin Zhao's assault and sends him crashing to the ground. Lin Zhao falls heavily, blood spurting from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he gazes at the demon. Filled with confusion and shock, he cannot fathom why the demon suddenly erupted with such overwhelming power at this critical juncture. The demon, looking down at the injured Lin Zhao, bursts into triumphant laughter. Lin Zhao, did you truly think you could defeat me? You are utterly naive. I am the harbinger of the dark demon god, wielding infinite dark power. Today marks your demise. With that, the demon brandishes its wand once more. Preparing to deliver the final blow, Lin Zhao's heart tightens. He knows he stands at the precipice of life and death. Yet, he refuses to surrender. He gathers his spirit, ready to confront the demon's onslaught. Just as the demon's attack is about to strike Lin Zhao, a mysterious light descends from the heavens, enveloping him within its radiance. Amidst the glow, a familiar figure gradually materializes. Chapter 74. Embarking on a new journey within the luminous aura. The familiar figure becomes increasingly distinct. It is the mysterious elder who previously aided Lin Zhao in the misty forest. With flowing silver hair and a gentle, warm glow surrounding him, he stands in stark contrast to the demon's dark presence. "Elder!" Lin Zhao exclaims, a mix of surprise and joy illuminating his eyes. In this life or death moment, the elder's arrival is undoubtedly a timely boon. "Little one, it has been a while." The elder smiles at Lin Zhao, his gaze filled with concern and admiration. "It appears your cultivation has yielded significant results." The demon, witnessing this, darkens in countenance, a flicker of trepidation flashing in its eyes, soon overshadowed by rage. "You again? Old fool! You have thwarted my plans time and again. Today, I shall bury you both." With that, it swings its wand, summoning a more potent black flame that surges toward the elder and Lin Zhao like a tidal wave. Unperturbed, the elder raises his hand and effortlessly creates a golden barrier that repels the black flames. The flames crash against the barrier with crackling sounds, yet cannot advance a single inch. "Humph! With such feeble abilities, you dare act with impudence before me?" The elder scoffs, his tone dripping with disdain. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Zhao quickly regains his composure, channeling the 5 powers within him, preparing to rejoin the fray. He understands that, despite the elder's assistance, he must remain vigilant against such a formidable demon. The elder turns to Lin Zhao, a glimmer of encouragement in his eyes. "Lin Zhao, it is now your turn. This is yet another opportunity for you to enhance your strength. Do not let it slip away." Lin Zhao nods earnestly, taking a deep breath as he unleashes the forbidden power, mysterious energy, natural force, chaotic energy, and the recently enhanced spiritual power within him. The 5 powers intertwine within him, creating an overwhelmingly potent torrent of energy. Lin Zhao executes his strongest technique, a dazzling beam of light infused with boundless might directed at the demon. Within this luminescence lies his understanding of power and his unwavering dedication to cultivation. The demon senses the formidable threat emanating from this energy, its expression shifting in alarm. It hastily mobilizes all its dark energy to form a sturdy black shield before itself. The impact of the light against the shield produces a deafening explosion, the powerful forces distorting the surrounding space, causing rocks on the mountain to shatter into dust that scatters through the air. Under the onslaught of the light, the demon's black shield begins to crack, ultimately shattering into pieces. The demon is violently thrown back, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. How is this possible? The demon stares at Lin Zhao in terror, disbelief flooding its eyes. It had not anticipated Lin Zhao's power would escalate to such terrifying heights in such a short time. Lin Zhao offers no respite to the demon, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Under his fierce onslaught, the demon's resistance wanes, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. "No, I refuse to accept this." The demon emits a desperate roar, then dissipates into a plume of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lin Zhao gazes at the spot where the demon had disappeared, exhaling a sigh of relief. He knows he has once again triumphed over a formidable foe. Yet he is acutely aware that this is merely a fraction of the dark forces. The true peril still lies ahead. "Thank you, Elder, for your assistance once more." Lin Zhao turns and bows deeply to the mysterious elder. Were it not for the elder's timely intervention, he would likely have faced grave consequences today. The elder smiles gently, waving his hand. No need for gratitude. Your achievements today are the fruits of your own labor. I merely gave you a nudge at a crucial moment. Lin Xiao raised his head, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Senior, why do you help me so much? The elder's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance, slowly replying, because you are the hope of this world. Since ancient times, dark forces have sought to dominate the realm, and countless powerful beings have sacrificed themselves to safeguard peace and tranquility. Now, the dark forces are stirring once more. And you, possessing unique talents and fortuitous opportunities, are the only one capable of shouldering the responsibility of opposing them. Lin Zhao's heart trembled. He had never envisioned being entrusted with such a monumental mission. Yet, he felt no hesitation. Instead, an unprecedented sense of duty and responsibility surged within him. Rest assured, Senior, I will not let your expectations down, nor will I betray the hope of this world, Lin Xiao declared resolutely. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You still have a long journey ahead. Here, I possess a map of ancient ruins, concealing numerous powerful cultivation resources and age-old secrets that may aid in your training. With a wave of his hand, a map radiating a gentle luminescence appeared before Lin Xiao. He took the map, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered it marked a distant and enigmatic location. This ancient ruin was shrouded within a mysterious temporal turbulence. Fraught with peril, however, should you succeed, unimaginable rewards await you, the elder stated gravely. Lin Zhao's heart stirred. He recognized this as a splendid opportunity for growth. Despite the dangers, he resolved without hesitation to embark on this quest. Thank you, Senior. I will undoubtedly locate this ancient ruin and enhance my strength. He carefully tucked the map away, his eyes gleaming with determination. The elder inclined his head slightly. Remember, in the ruins, proceed with utmost caution. In the face of danger, do not act recklessly. Preserving your life is paramount. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. He then bid farewell to the elder and set forth on his journey to the ancient ruins. Along the way, Lin Xiao traversed dense forests, vast deserts, and treacherous mountains. He encountered numerous dangers and challenges, from formidable beasts to mysterious practitioners. Yet, through his continuously evolving strength and abundant combat experience, he repeatedly turned peril into safety. Eventually, Lin Xiao arrived at the location marked on the map. It was a desolate desert, with howling winds and swirling sands. At the center of the desert lay a massive vortex, shimmering with strange light and emanating powerful temporal waves. Lin Xiao understood that this vortex was the entrance to the ancient ruins. Taking a deep breath, he activated the 5 powers within him and cautiously stepped into the vortex. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao felt a tremendous force pulling at him. The surrounding space and time seemed to lose all order, becoming chaotic. He gripped the artifact tightly, concentrating to maintain his awareness and resist the pull of this force. Amidst the tumultuous temporal turbulence, Lin Xiao beheld many bizarre sights. Ancient cities dissolving into time, powerful practitioners locked in fierce combat, and mysterious creatures darting through the shadows. These fleeting visions granted him a deeper understanding of the mysteries of this world. After an indeterminate period, Lin Xiao sensed the pulling force gradually diminishing. His vision cleared, revealing he had arrived in an unfamiliar realm. The sky exhibited a peculiar purple hue, and the air was thick with a rich energy, denser than any place he had previously encountered. Scattered across the ground were colossal ancient structures radiating a mysterious aura, as if whispering tales of a forgotten history. Lin Xiao began to explore this new world, discovering that many of these ancient edifices concealed formidable traps and restrictions. A moment's inattention could trigger these defenses and plunge him into danger. However, leveraging his keen perception and formidable strength, he consistently evaded peril. Within an ancient palace, Lin Xiao stumbled upon a tome glowing with golden light. The pages were inscribed with ancient runes that flickered with enigmatic brilliance, seemingly harboring boundless secrets. With great care, Lin Xiao lifted the book, and a torrent of potent information surged into his mind. To his delight, he discovered that this tome contained a more profound cultivation method that would allow him to further integrate the 5 powers within him and explore the deeper mysteries of strength. Eagerly, Lin Xiao began to study this ancient manuscript. The process of cultivation was not without its challenges. This method demanded greater insight and willpower. Yet, through his indomitable spirit and yearning for power, Lin Xiao gradually grasped its intricacies. As his training deepened, he felt the five powers within him coalesce into a unified whole, forming a novel system of strength. This new system was not only immensely powerful but also highly adaptable, capable of manifesting different strengths in accordance with various combat scenarios and adversaries. Immersed in the joy of cultivation, Lin Xiao lost track of time. When he finally completed a profound session of training, he sensed a qualitative leap in his power. His body had become even stronger, his meridians wider and more resilient, able to accommodate greater energy. His perception had also heightened significantly, allowing him to discern subtle changes in his surroundings. Standing with renewed confidence, Lin Xiao felt the surging power within him. He believed that with his current strength, he was now equipped to confront the more formidable dark forces. However, just as he prepared to delve further into the ancient ruins, he suddenly sensed a potent dark energy rapidly approaching from afar. This dark force was stronger than any he had previously encountered, and it carried a familiar aura. Alarmed, Lin Xiao realized that the dark forces might have tracked him here. Gripping his artifact tightly, he swiftly mobilized the five powers within him, bracing for the impending battle. He cautiously exited the palace, only to behold a swarm of shadowy figures in the sky, led by a mysterious individual shrouded in a cloak of black mist. Lin Xiao, I never imagined you would truly find this place. However, your good fortune ends here. The mysterious figure's voice was cold and sinister. Echoing like a whisper from the depths of hell, Lin Xiao scoffed. Your schemes will never succeed. Today, I shall demonstrate my true strength. The mysterious figure erupted into maniacal laughter. With your meager abilities, you are terribly overestimating yourself. Today marks your demise. With that, the figure swiftly formed seals with his hands, and the sky darkened ominously as a powerful wave of dark energy surged toward Lin Xiao like a tidal wave. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed his newly integrated system of strength, generating a formidable energy shield around him to deflect the oncoming dark force. The collision of their powers reverberated through the air, producing a deafening sound, while the surrounding space warped and twisted from the tremendous fluctuations. Lin Xiao knew this would be a grueling battle. Yet he stood resolute, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. He would vindicate his path of cultivation and prove to the dark forces that he was not so easily vanquished in the heat of battle. Lin Xiao discerned that the mysterious figure's dark power seemed intertwined with an ancient evil force, one that was not only formidable but also insidiously corrosive to his soul. A chill ran through him. He realized that if he did not swiftly discover a way to counter this dark power, he could find himself in dire straits. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a subtle shift within his newly integrated system of strength. His heart leapt as he recognized this might be the key to unraveling the dark force. He concentrated, guiding his new system to combat the dark energy, but just as he was on the verge of deciphering the critical solution, the mysterious figure unleashed an uncanny technique. A beam of black light shot toward Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Caught off guard, Lin Xiao could not evade it and was struck. Chapter 75. The true meaning of inheritance. The black light pierced through Lin Xiao's energy shield like a knife, striking his chest. Searing pain enveloped him, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the ancient palace's wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Xiao. A frantic voice rang out as his consciousness began to blur, seemingly emanating from a distant place. Imbued with a familiar warmth, Lin Xiao struggled to open his eyes, but all he could perceive was a haze of indistinct lights. The mysterious figure's triumphant laughter echoed in his ears. Did you truly believe your paltry strength could thwart us? Today is your end? A torrent of unwillingness surged within Lin Xiao as he gazed at the swirling darkness above, clenching his fists until his nails dug painfully into his palms. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the five powers within him, now harmonized, seemed to sense their master's peril and began to operate autonomously, a warm current coursing through his meridians as it mended his injured body. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Realizing this might be his opportunity for a turnaround, he gritted his teeth against the pain, focusing his mind to direct this newfound energy, discovering that it resonated harmoniously with the surrounding space during its operation. Lin Xiao felt as though he had touched upon a new dimensionality of power. The previously chaotic energy lines became vividly clear to him, resembling an immense web of energy that interconnected the entirety of the world. As the enigmatic figure witnessed Lin Xiao still standing firm after enduring a grievous blow, his expression darkened further. He raised his wand once more, summoning an even greater surge of dark power that surged forth like an overwhelming tide towards Lin Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao summoned the resonant force within him, coalescing a vibrant barrier before him. The dark energy collided with the shield, producing a sharp, piercing sound, yet it could advance no further. How could this be? The mysterious individual's eyes widened in disbelief. In his perception, Lin Xiao was merely a fledgling cultivator. Even with a few fortunate encounters, he should never have been able to withstand such a formidable assault. Ignoring the astonishment of the enigmatic figure, Lin Xiao immersed himself in the exploration of this newfound power. He discovered that as he delved into this resonant force, ancient and mysterious images emerged in his mind. Within a grand hall, a robed sage stood before a colossal star map, clutching a gem radiating multicolored brilliance, chanting incantations. On a desolate battlefield, countless cultivators fought valiantly, their powers intertwining to form a formidable shield against the encroaching darkness. These fleeting visions ignited within Lin Xiao a profound sense of purpose. He realized that the power he had acquired was not merely for personal strength, but bore a far-reaching mission. Lin Xiao lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the mysterious figure coldly. "Your dark powers shall cease today." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, allowing the energy within him to surge like a tide into his palms, coalescing into a colossal sphere of vibrant energy. Within the sphere, 5 powers intertwined, constantly swirling, emanating a formidable pressure. The enigmatic figure sensed the terrifying nature of this force, a wave of intense unease swelling within him. He attempted to flee, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized. "No, this cannot be," the mysterious figure screamed in terror, his voice laden with despair. Lin Xiao afforded him no opportunity, forcefully thrusting the energy sphere towards the figure. The sphere shot forth like a meteor, carrying the weight of annihilation. Upon contact, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the immense shockwaves leveling everything in its vicinity, the ancient palace crumbling into ruins, the ground riven with colossal fissures. As the radiance faded, the enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. Lin Xiao gradually lowered his hands, his body weakened from the excessive exertion, yet his eyes reflected an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and confidence. He knew that in this battle, he had not only triumphed over his foe but had also transcended the limits of his own power. Taking a moment to rest, Lin Xiao began to search for clues amidst the ruins. Convinced that this ancient relic harbored deeper secrets regarding power and legacy. Within the remnants of the palace, he uncovered a stone tablet inscribed with runes, reminiscent yet more intricate than those he had previously encountered in ancient texts. As he meticulously studied the runes, attempting to decipher their meanings, he discovered that they were in fact an ancient cultivation insight, chronicling a primordial powerhouse's unique understanding and methods regarding power. This figure categorized the forces of the world into 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Remarkably, the forbidden power, mysterious force, natural force, chaotic force, and spiritual power Lin Xiao had acquired bore subtle connections to these elements. A realization sparked within Lin Xiao. He understood that his previous attempts at merging powers had merely skimmed the surface. True fusion of power required a harmonious union of these 5 forces with the 5 elements, achieving a state of interdependence and cyclical balance. Resolute, Lin Xiao decided to follow the guidance of the tablet and attempt to reforge the powers within him. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes and delved inward, guiding the forbidden power, mysterious force, natural force, chaotic force, and spiritual power to resonate with the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Initially, the process proved exceptionally arduous, the 5 powers repelling one another, resisting coordination. Yet, through unyielding perseverance and an unwavering pursuit of power, Lin Xiao continuously adjusted the flow of energy. Finally, after countless attempts, he sensed a wondrous transformation occurring within him. The forbidden power melded with the sharpness and resilience of metal, becoming even more piercing. The mysterious force intertwined with the vitality and adaptability of wood, imbued with enigmatic transformative power. The natural force harmonized with the gentleness and inclusiveness of water, becoming more agile and formidable. The chaotic force fused with the ferocity and heat of fire, unleashing boundless destructive energy. The spiritual power combined with the weight and stability of Earth, growing more resilient and profound. It's the moment of perfect fusion between the five forces and the five elements. Lin Xiao felt as if a small universe erupted within him, an overwhelming power surging forth. Surrounding his body, a radiant aura formed, as the five elements intertwined to create a mysterious and potent energy field. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, shimmering with multicolored brilliance, sensing that his strength had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Rising to his feet, he gently waved his arm, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. As if he had become the sovereign of this realm. Continuing his exploration of the relic, Lin Xiao discovered numerous hidden chambers and passages nestled in the shadows. Within one chamber, he found an ancient tome emitting a soft glow. Chronicling the origins of this ancient relic and a long-buried history, it revealed that this relic was constructed by a powerful faction during antiquity, who, in their relentless pursuit of ultimate power, conducted countless experiments and explorations, ultimately creating a method of cultivation capable of merging the five elemental forces. However, the potency of this power incited the envy and covetousness of other factions, culminating in a devastating war. During the conflict, this faction was nearly annihilated, their legacy scattered far and wide. After perusing this account, Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion. He recognized that the legacy he had acquired was not merely a symbol of power, but a continuation of a storied history. He bore the mission of perpetuating this legacy while also preventing it from falling into the hands of dark forces. Carefully stowing the tome, Lin Xiao prepared to leave the relic. He understood that his journey of cultivation was far from over, with numerous challenges awaiting him. Yet, just as he was about to exit the relic, he suddenly sensed a formidable force emanating from the depths of the structure. This power was unlike anything he had previously encountered. It was both potent and mysterious, seemingly containing boundless secrets. Intrigued, Lin Xiao resolved to delve deeper into the relic, seeking the source of this power. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum, he discovered a vast, circular platform upon which rested a crystal orb radiating a spectrum of colors. Surrounding the orb were intricate runes, glowing faintly as if guarding the crystal. As Lin Xiao approached the orb, a powerful stream of information surged into his mind upon contact, revealing myriad visions of the future. Dark forces mounting a resurgence, the world engulfed in shadow. Countless cultivators rising in resistance, only to fall, and he himself, standing atop a towering peak, confronting the encroaching darkness, wielding a sword aglow with multicolored light, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. These fleeting images left Lin Xiao with a profound sense of foreboding. He realized that the impending crisis was far graver than he had imagined. This crystal orb might hold the key to confronting the looming threat. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to delve into the orb's mysteries, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Alarmed, he immediately grew vigilant. Gripping his artifact tightly, he understood that in this enigmatic ancient relic, any uninvited guest could pose a grave danger. Chapter 76. The organization emerges as Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the artifact. Ready to face the impending crisis, a group of figures clad in black robes emerged from the shadows of the passage, surrounding him. Their faces were obscured by dark veils, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes, exuding an aura of lethal intent. At the forefront stood a towering figure in black robes, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable greed, fixated on the ancient tome in Lin Xiao's possession and the crystal orb radiating vibrant light behind him. "Hand over what you possess, boy. It is beyond your grasp." The leader of the black-clad figures spoke coldly, his voice deep and gravelly, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Lin Xiao felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing he had likely stumbled into yet another predicament. However, he was undeterred. The formidable power he had just fused surged within him, the multicolored glow surrounding him forming an invisible deterrent. "If you wish to claim this tome and orb, then come and take them by your own merit," Lin Xiao retorted defiantly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Observing this, the black-robed leader snorted disdainfully, gesturing for his comrades to charge forth like a wave towards Lin Xiao. The prowess of these robed figures is not to be underestimated. Their coordination is impeccable as they launch an assault on Lin Xiao from various directions. The blades in their hands glint ominously. Slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, Lin Xiao's form flickers, Moving like a specter amidst the black-clad adversaries, he unleashes a technique that amalgamates the powers of 5 elements, each strike resonating with formidable energy. The forbidden force, intertwined with metallic attributes, renders his attacks as sharp as a razor, effortlessly cleaving through the defenses of the cloaked assailants. The mysterious energy, merging with what attributes, manifests a plethora of bizarre assault patterns, leaving the black-robed figures defenseless. The power of nature, in harmony with water attributes, endows his movements with the fluidity of flowing water, allowing him to evade enemy strikes with ease. The chaotic force, fused with fire attributes, erupts in a cataclysmic display, causing the very fabric of space around him to tremble. The power of the soul, combined with earth attributes, fortifies his will, rendering him unyielding in the face of the onslaught. Amidst the fierce conflict, Lin Xiao discerns that while the attacks from the robed figures are ferocious, they seem constrained by some unseen force, their movements slightly rigid. An epiphany strikes him. This could very well be the key to his counterattack. Focusing his mind, he amplifies the power within him and executes a formidable technique. Swiftly forming hand seals, a kaleidoscope of colors converges in his palms, coalescing into a massive vortex of energy. Within this swirling maelstrom, the 5 elements collide and merge, radiating an overwhelming suction that draws in the surrounding black-robed figures. Their anguished cries echo as they struggle futilely against the vortex's grip. Moments later, the energy vortex detonates with a resounding explosion, hurling the cloaked figures away, rendering them incapacitated upon crashing to the ground. Witnessing the swift defeat of his subordinates, the black-robed leader's expression darkens, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he realizes Lin Xiao's power far exceeds his expectations. Yet, he refuses to concede defeat. From within his cloak, he produces a black token, murmuring incantations. As he chants, the token emanates an eerie black glow that rapidly envelopes his body. Foolish child, this is of your own making. The leader's voice becomes increasingly sinister, and under the shroud of black light, his form undergoes a grotesque transformation. He grows taller, muscles swelling, black scales surfacing upon his skin, and his eyes morphing into a blood-red hue that gleams with a predatory intensity. Lin Xiao's heart races. He senses the leader's power surging to unprecedented heights. However, rather than faltering, his fighting spirit ignites. He channels the inner strength once more, bracing himself for the impending assault. The black-robed leader roars, lunging at Lin Xiao like a ferocious beast. His speed is blinding, arriving before Lin Xiao in an instant, delivering a punch imbued with dark radiance. Lin Xiao swiftly sidesteps, simultaneously retaliating with a counterstrike. He channels the forbidden power alongside the metallic force into his fist, colliding with the leader's strike. The impact reverberates with a thunderous clap, the powerful energy wave fracturing the ground beneath them. Lin Xiao is staggered back several paces, while the leader merely sways slightly. Not without merit, he remarks coldly, launching another ferocious onslaught. Each punch he throws is imbued with raw power and an eerie black glow, imposing immense pressure on Lin Xiao. As the battle rages on, Lin Xiao gradually identifies the leader's weaknesses. He observes that despite the surge in power following his transformation, the leader's speed has diminished, and his attacks have become predictably reliant on sheer strength. A plan forms in Lin Xiao's mind. He resolves to exploit this vulnerability and seek an opportunity to strike back, employing a technique that merges the powers of nature and water. He moves with the fluid grace of a stream, deftly navigating between the leader's assaults. He diligently searches for an opening, wielding the forbidden power alongside the metallic force to deliver lethal blows. At last, Lin Xiao spots a chink in the leader's defenses. Seizing the moment, he channels the chaotic force merged with fire attributes into his most potent technique. Rapidly forming hand seals, he conjures a colossal fireball that radiates an overwhelming force of destruction. With a mighty thrust, he sends the fireball hurtling towards the black-robed leader. The leader screams as the fireball collides, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the ground. The black scales on his body sizzle under the heat, releasing a noxious odor. Lin Xiao seizes the opportunity, rushing forward to deliver a finishing blow. However, just as he nears the leader, the latter produces a black orb from his robe and smashes it against the ground. The orb detonates, unleashing a torrent of dense black smoke that rapidly engulfs the area. Startled, Lin Xiao quickly channels his inner strength, erecting a protective barrier around himself to fend off the encroaching smoke. Yet, he soon realizes that this black mist harbors some strange force that disrupts his perception and hinders his power's flow. Within the obscuring fog, he hears the leader's voice. "Fool, I shall spare you this day. Our next encounter will herald your demise." With that, the leader's voice fades into the distance, indicating his escape amidst the shroud of smoke. Lin Xiao remains vigilant within the dissipating haze, waiting until the smoke clears before cautiously stepping out of his protective barrier. He surveys the battlefield, now a chaotic wreck, filled with uncertainty. The origins of the black-robed figures and their obsession with the ancient tomes and crystal orbs baffle him. Determined to vacate this perilous place, he carefully stows away the ancient texts and crystal ball, preparing to leave the ruins. Yet, in that pivotal moment of turning away, he suddenly perceives a formidable aura emanating from the depths of the ruins. This presence is unlike anything he has encountered before. It is both potent and enigmatic, imbued with an ancient and regal essence. Lin Xiao's intuition stirs. He senses that this aura is intricately linked to the secrets of the ruins. Resolute, he decides to delve deeper into the ruins to uncover the source of this extraordinary energy. As he ventures further into the ruins, the environment around him grows increasingly surreal. The runes on the walls flicker with otherworldly light. As if narrating a forgotten history, strange patterns emerge on the stone floor, hinting at concealed mysteries. Ultimately, Lin Xiao arrives before a vast cavern, suffused with a gentle golden glow, the air thick with potent energy. He steps cautiously inside, discovering at the cavern's center a massive stone platform, upon which rests a box radiating golden light. Approaching the stone platform, Lin Xiao examines the box closely. It is inscribed with an array of mysterious runes, reminiscent of those he had previously encountered in ancient texts, yet more intricate and profound. The realization dawns upon him. This box may very well be the key he has long sought. Attempting to open it, he finds it sealed by a formidable force. Focusing intently, he channels the 5 elemental powers within him, striving to unravel the seal. However, just as he nears success, the sound of footsteps echoes from afar. Alarmed, Lin Xiao tightens his grip on the artifact, acutely aware that any uninvited guests in this enigmatic ruin could herald immense danger. He gradually turns to face the cavern's entrance, where a group of individuals clad in white robes approaches him with deliberate steps. Chapter 77. A world-altering confrontation. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpens, fixated on the approaching figures in white robes. Their movements are light yet assured, radiating a gentle luminosity that starkly contrasts with the ominous aura of the previous black-robed figures. Leading the group is an elderly man with flowing white hair, his demeanor vigorous and spirited, his eyes deep and kind, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and power. "You should not be here, young one," the elder's voice resonates deeply. Echoing within the cavern, Lin Xiao furrows his brow, gripping his artifact tightly, the 5 elemental powers swirling within him, ready for any eventuality. "Senior, I have come in pursuit of power. The secrets within this ruin are crucial to my journey." Lin Xiao replies steadfastly, unyielding in his resolve. The elder shakes his head gently, sighing. "The secrets contained within this ruin are not for you to bear. They pertain to the fate of the entire world. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin." Lin Xiao's heart stirs. He becomes increasingly convinced that the secrets of this ruin are intrinsically linked to his path of cultivation. "Senior, I have braved countless perils to arrive here. I will not abandon my quest. I implore you to share your knowledge." Lin Xiao speaks earnestly. The elder ponders for a moment, his gaze resting on the artifact in Lin Xiao's grasp and the shimmering spectrum of light surrounding him. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "You possess the rare ability to harmonize such a multitude of powers. If that is the case, perhaps if you can pass my test, you may indeed be worthy of knowing the secrets of this ruin." Lin Xiao's heart leaps with joy, nodding fervently. "Please, guide me, senior." With a wave of his hand, the scenery within the cavern shifts dramatically. Lin Xiao finds himself on a desolate battlefield, thick with the stench of blood. Countless cultivators are embroiled in a fierce struggle, their battle cries deafening. The prowess of these practitioners varied greatly, yet each emanated a formidable aura. This was a cataclysmic battle from ancient times, where various factions, in their relentless pursuit of the power hidden within the relics, did not hesitate to incur countless casualties. The voice of the elder resonated in Lin Zhao's ears, instructing him that his task was to survive this conflict and uncover the core of the power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhao comprehended that this trial would be no easy feat. However, undeterred by fear, he unleashed a technique that harmonized the power of 5 elements and charged into the fray. The forbidden force, combined with the essence of metal, rendered his attacks invincible. The mysterious power merged with wood, allowing his form to become elusive. The force of nature resonated with water, granting him fluidity on the battlefield. Chaos intertwined with fire, unleashing devastating might. And the strength of the soul, fused with earth, fortified his will to be as unyielding as stone. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Zhao discerned that although these ethereal practitioners possessed great strength, they lacked genuine wisdom and adaptability. Utilizing his sharp insight and agile combat skills, he gradually gained the upper hand on the battlefield, continuously seeking the core of the power while evading the assaults of other practitioners. At last, he discovered a radiant orb, pulsating with a kaleidoscope of colors, at the center of the battlefield. Surrounding the orb were powerful energy waves that raged fiercely, making it difficult to approach. A surge of joy filled Lin Zhao's heart as he realized that this might indeed be the core of the power. He concentrated, channeling the 5 elemental forces within him, and surged toward the orb. Just as he was about to make contact, an overwhelming force erupted from the orb, sending him sprawling backward. Startled, Lin Zhao hadn't anticipated such formidable strength from the core. Yet, he refused to relent, rising once more, poised to charge again. At that moment, the elder's voice echoed once more. This core of power cannot be obtained through brute force. You must discern its patterns and resonate with it. A spark of understanding ignited within Lin Zhao as he calmed his mind and meticulously observed the energy fluctuations surrounding the orb. He noticed that these energy waves seemed to possess a unique rhythm, one that subtly intertwined with the 5 elemental powers he had integrated within himself. Focusing intently, Lin Zhao guided the 5 elemental forces within him to move in harmony with the rhythm of the energy waves encircling the orb. With his efforts, the energy fluctuations surrounding the orb gradually stabilized and began to resonate with the forces within him. Elated, Lin Zhao charged toward the orb once more. This time, the orb did not repel him. He successfully made contact. Instantly, a torrent of potent information flooded into his mind, revealing deeper secrets about the relic, as well as a method to further enhance his strength. Immersed in this stream of knowledge, Lin Zhao continuously grasped the intricacies contained within. When he finally regained awareness, he found himself back in the cave, where the elder gazed at him with a smile. "Congratulations, young man, you have passed the trial," the elder proclaimed. Lin Zhao promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Might I inquire if you could reveal the true secret of this relic?" The elder nodded slightly. This relic was left by an unparalleled powerhouse of ancient times. He sealed his lifelong insights and immense strength within, awaiting a fated individual to unlock it. The crystal ball in your possession and that ancient tome are both keys to unraveling the secrets of the relic. Lin Zhao was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary significance of the ancient tome and crystal ball he had stumbled upon. "What exactly is the power within this relic?" he inquired. The elder's expression turned grave. "The power within this relic is one that can transcend the boundaries of time and space. He'll possess it is to traverse time, returning to the past or journeying into the future." Lin Zhao was astounded. The notion of manipulating time and space surpassed his wildest imagination. "Senior, how does this power relate to the individuals in black robes I encountered earlier?" Lin Zhao recalled the black-robed figures who had attempted to seize the ancient tome and crystal ball. A wave of confusion washing over him, the elder scoffed disdainfully. "Those black-robed individuals are members of a mysterious organization. They covet the power within this relic for nefarious purposes. Their leader is an exceedingly powerful and malevolent being whose ambition is to dominate the entire world." Lin Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing the weight of the responsibility he now bore. "Senior, I shall do everything in my power to thwart their sinister plots," Lin Zhao declared resolutely. The elder nodded approvingly. "I have faith in you, young man. There remains one final inheritance within this relic, which will aid you in mastering this power to traverse time and space." With that, the elder raised his hand, and a beam of light shot toward the depths of the cave. Following the light, Lin Zhao beheld a massive stone door slowly opening. Beyond it lay a resplendent hall radiating dazzling light. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he discovered a colossal stone platform at its center, upon which rested a long sword that glowed with a spectrum of colors. The sword was inscribed with various mysterious runes that flickered faintly, as if recounting a long-forgotten history. Lin Xiao approached the stone platform cautiously, and as his fingertips brushed against the sword, an overwhelming force surged into his being. He felt an extraordinary connection with the sword, as if it had become an integral part of him. Lifting the sword, he swung it gently, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from it. Causing the surrounding space to tremble, he realized that this sword was not only incredibly sharp, but also imbued with potent elemental powers that harmonized beautifully with the forces within him. Just as Lin Xiao reveled in the joy of acquiring this new weapon, he suddenly sensed a formidable darkness approaching swiftly from outside the relic. Alarmed, he understood that the black-robed individuals had returned. Gripping the sword tightly, he activated the 5 elemental forces within him and exited the hall eye in the sky above. A swarm of dark figures materialized, with the black-robed leader at the forefront, the very same who had previously fled. "You re still alive, boy. Today marks your end," the black-robed leader sneered, malice gleaming in his eyes. Lin Xiao retorted coldly, "You wicked fiends shall not escape this day," and scathed, with a wave of his hand. The leader commanded the black-robed figures to surge toward Lin Xiao like a tidal wave. Lin Xiao unleashed a technique that combined the powers of the 5 elements, his sword shimmering with radiant colors. Each swing emitted tremendous force, repelling the black-robed assailants. As the leader witnessed this, he personally entered the fray, unleashing a strange black power that clashed violently with Lin Xiao. The collision of black energy and vibrant light produced a deafening roar, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. During this fierce battle, Lin Xiao noted that the black-robed leader's strength appeared to have surged, his black energy subtly harboring a force capable of eroding the soul. A sense of dread washed over Lin Xiao. He recognized that if he could not swiftly discover a means to counteract this power, he would likely find himself in peril at that moment. Lin Xiao felt a shift within the sword he wielded. Realizing this could be the key to overcoming the black-robed leader's power, he focused intently, guiding the sword's energy to confront the encroaching darkness. However, just as Lin Xiao was on the verge of uncovering the solution, the black-robed leader unleashed an even more sinister maneuver, a bolt of black light shooting toward him like a lightning strike. Unable to evade in time, Lin Xiao was struck, his body enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, his consciousness beginning to fade. Meanwhile, the once mysterious relic appeared to shift ominously, as an even greater crisis loomed on the horizon. His consciousness gradually awakened, sensing the changes in the power within him, and a surge of intense fighting spirit welled up in Lin Xiao's heart. He understood that this was his opportunity to strike back. Focusing his mind, Lin Xiao guided the convergence of 5 distinct powers into the palm of his hand, forming a dazzling energy sphere. This sphere contained his profound understanding of strength and his fervent desire for victory. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a kaleidoscope of colors sparkled within them as he hurled the energy sphere towards the black-robed leader. Boom! The energy sphere exploded in front of the black-robed leader. The tremendous shockwave flinging him backward, blood erupting from his mouth, his face etched with shock and fear. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiao could retaliate even in such dire straits, and with such formidable power. How could this be possible? The black-robed leader gazed at Lin Xiao in terror, the greed and arrogance in his eyes instantly replaced by profound apprehension. Lin Xiao did not afford the black-robed leader a moment to breathe. Armed with a sword radiating multicolored brilliance, he charged at the black-robed leader like a bolt of lightning. He unleashed a sword technique that fused the 5 elemental powers, each strike imbued with immense force and unparalleled momentum. The black-robed leader hastily wielded his weapon to block Lin Xiao's assaults. Yet, under the relentless offensive of Lin Xiao, he grabbed the leader in the black robe, swiftly brandished the dark staff in his hand to defend himself. And where the staff clashed with the long sword, a violent surge of energy erupted, as if the air itself were being torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The surrounding figures in black robes, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in droves, attempting to besiege Lin Xiao from all directions. Unfazed, Lin Xiao unleashed a technique that fused the power of nature with the element of wind. In an instant, a tempest arose with sand and stones swirling chaotically. The The fierce winds, laden with debris, struck like a multitude of blades towards the black-robed assailants, catching them off guard and forcing them to retreat in a bid to evade the onslaught. Seizing this moment, Lin Xiao focused his mind, channeling the forbidden power and the essence of metal into his long sword. In an instant, the blade became extraordinarily sharp, glimmering with a chilling radiance, and he bellowed, launching a rapid series of assaults aimed at the leader in black. Each strike was imbued with immense force and unparalleled speed, leaving the leader struggling to parry, as wounds gradually appeared on his body, blood staining his dark robe. However, the leader in black was, after all, a cunning and formidable adversary. While fending off Lin Xiao's relentless attacks, he secretly invoked a dark secret technique. Reciting incantations, dark energies swiftly converged around him, forming a massive black shield. Lin Xiao's strikes met the shield, merely creating ripples of darkness without inflicting any substantial damage on the leader. Observing the situation, the leader smirked with cold satisfaction, saying, "You Na'vi fool. Do you truly believe that this paltry power is sufficient to defeat me?" With that, he violently swung his staff, unleashing a beam of black light that shot towards Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xiao hastily sidestepped, but the light grazed his arm, leaving a charred wound that sent a jolt of agony coursing through him. Lin Xiao was internally astonished. He had not anticipated such a potent attack from the leader despite his apparent disadvantage. Yet, rather than retreating, his fighting spirit ignited within him. He summoned the quintessence of 5 elemental powers to their zenith, preparing to unleash an even more formidable assault. At that moment, Lin Xiao sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding space. His instincts alerted him to the possibility that the leader in black was casting some form of spatial magic, attempting to ensnare him. Refusing to be complacent, Lin Xiao executed a technique that fused mysterious energies with the water element, rendering his form ethereal, enabling him to traverse space with fluidity. Indeed, the next instant, the very fabric of space seemed to solidify, and countless black chains emerged from all directions, seeking to bind Lin Xiao. However, leveraging his intangible form, he deftly evaded the chain's grasp. Seizing the opportunity while the leader was preoccupied with the spell, Lin Xiao unleashed the most powerful technique that merged chaotic forces with the fire element. With swift hand seals, a colossal fireball coalesced in his palms, imbued with boundless destructive power. With a mighty shout, he thrust the fireball towards the leader in black. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying energy contained within the fireball. He quickly summoned his entire reservoir of dark power, striving to withstand the impending strike. However, the fireballs might prove too overwhelming, shattering his dark shield and striking his form directly. The leader in black cried out in anguish as the fireball engulfed him, his body writhing in torment amidst the flames. The surrounding minions, witnessing their leader's injury, displayed expressions of sheer terror, their morale plummeting in an instant. Lin Xiao, refusing to grant them a moment's respite, wielded his long sword and plunged into the throng of black-robed figures like a shooting star. He unleashed his full arsenal, executing a sword technique that amalgamated the quintessence of 5 elemental powers to perfection. In a flurry of sword strikes, cries of despair echoed as the black-robed assailants fell one after another. After a fierce battle, Lin Xiao ultimately vanquished all the foes clad in black. Approaching the leader in black, who now lay on the brink of death, Lin Xiao observed the leader's visage, grotesquely marred by flames. Reduced to a mere breath of life, you shall not revel in your triumph. The power of darkness cannot be extinguished, the leader rasped weakly. Lin Xiao regarded him coldly, declaring, "Your dark schemes end here." With that, he swung his sword, ending the leader's life. Having dispatched the black-robed figures, Lin Xiao did not let his guard down. He was acutely aware that the secrets concealed within this ruin were likely beyond his imagination, and the battle he had just fought might merely be the beginning. He carefully stowed away the multicolored beads and resumed his exploration of the ruins. As he ventured deeper, an overwhelming and ancient aura enveloped him. He discovered a vast stone door ahead, intricately engraved with mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a faint glow, as if narrating a forgotten history. Drawing near the stone door, Lin Xiao meticulously examined the runes. He noted that these symbols bore no resemblance to any script he had encountered previously, yet inexplicably, a sense of familiarity welled within him. Focusing intently, he endeavored to decipher the meanings of the runes. Suddenly, the stone door began to tremble. Startled, Lin Xiao stepped back cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on the door. It slowly swung open, and a powerful force surged forth, enveloping him. As the energy dissipated, Lin Xiao found himself within a grand hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with countless luminous gems, casting a daylight-like radiance throughout the space. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which lay a tome radiating golden light. Lin Xiao approached the pedestal, and as he neared the book, he felt an irresistible pull. Reaching out, he grasped the book, and in an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This knowledge encompassed the history of the ruins, potent cultivation techniques, and a deeper understanding of the cosmic source of power. Immersed in this sea of information, he eagerly absorbed the knowledge, his comprehension of power deepening with each moment. Eventually, he emerged from this intellectual abyss, his gaze now imbued with confidence and determination. He recognized the immense value of what he had gained within these ruins, knowledge that would serve as a formidable asset in the face of future challenges. Yet he understood that as he delved deeper into the secrets of the ruins, the dangers he faced would only multiply. Lin Xiao carefully secured the tome, preparing to depart the hall when suddenly, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of energy emanating from above. Looking up, he beheld a massive black vortex in the sky, pulsating with eerie light, as if connecting to another realm. A sense of foreboding surged within him, and he gripped his long sword tightly, focusing intently on the swirling darkness. At that moment, a colossal black claw emerged from the vortex, followed by a gigantic creature slowly stepping forth. Chapter 80. The storm calms. The dark tempest surged like a torrential tide, relentlessly battering the protective barrier that Lin Xiao had constructed with the cosmic source of power. Beyond the barrier, darkness rampaged, the howling winds reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in anguish. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, fully aware that if this dark power were to be unleashed entirely, the world would plunge into irreparable ruin. As time wore on, he gradually felt his strength waning. The dark force seemed inexhaustible, crashing against his defenses in wave after wave. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he sensed a remarkable resonance between the multicolored beads within him and the natural energies surrounding him. This resonance formed an invisible bond, connecting him intimately to the world. An idea sparked within Lin Xiao. He realized that this might be the key to turning the tide of battle. Channeling his focus, he guided the power of the multicolored beads to merge with the natural energy. Instantly, a refreshing and potent force surged through him, dissipating his fatigue and elevating his strength. Harnessing this newfound vigor, he expanded the range of his protective barrier, not only withstanding the onslaught of the dark storm, but also gradually dispersing the dark energies. He executed a technique that fused natural power with the essence of light, shooting forth brilliant rays from his hands, piercing through the darkness like swords, causing the dark forces to dissolve wherever they struck. Under the illumination of this radiant light, the dark tempest began to recede. The lands once ravaged by darkness began to revive, flowers and trees regaining their lustrous vitality. Those who had been engulfed in fear now sensed this warmth and looked up towards the resplendent Lin Xiao. Their eyes filled with hope. After an arduous battle, the dark storm was finally quelled. Lin Xiao descended slowly. Though his body was weary, his gaze radiated determination and satisfaction. He knew he had successfully averted a catastrophic disaster. Surrounding him, people gathered, their expressions brimming with gratitude and reverence. Some cheered his name, while others knelt in worship. Lin Xiao had become a hero in their eyes. Nevertheless, he did not allow pride to overtake him, for he understood that the weight of responsibility on his shoulders had only intensified. Through his encounters with the leader in black and the mysterious creature, Lin Xiao uncovered the existence of numerous hidden secrets and formidable dark forces within this world. He recognized that he must continue to enhance his strength to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Thus, Lin Xiao resolved to depart from this town in search of greater power and resources for cultivation. Before leaving, he imparted his insights and training methods regarding the 5 elemental powers to several gifted youths, hoping they would become the guardians of the world. Lin Xiao embarked on a new journey, traversing through dense forests, scaling treacherous mountains, and fording tumultuous rivers. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of individuals and events, and faced numerous dangers and challenges. On one occasion, Lin Xiao arrived at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick mist. obscuring the path ahead. Treading cautiously, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from the depths of the valley. Following the source of this aura, he discovered a colossal mythical beast, its immense form radiating a golden glow, while its eyes sparkled like two resplendent stars, exuding an air of majesty and enigma. Upon noticing Lin Xiao, the beast did not display hostility. Instead, it nodded, seemingly conveying a significant message. A flicker of realization ignited within Lin Xiao. He sensed that this creature harbored no malice and appeared to possess knowledge about him. He stepped forward to engage in a telepathic dialogue. Through their communion, Lin Xiao learned that this majestic beast was the guardian of the valley. Having safeguarded it for millennia, the creature revealed that the colorful orb in Lin Xiao's possession, as well as the previously destroyed black orb, were intertwined with an ancient legend. According to the legend, at the dawn of the universe, two opposing forces existed. One was the luminous primordial energy of the cosmos, and the other was the dark chaotic force. These two powers maintained a delicate balance, preserving the harmony of the universe. However, as time unfolded, the dark chaotic force gradually awakened, seeking to disrupt this equilibrium and dominate the cosmos. To thwart the encroachment of darkness, a powerful cosmic guardian sealed the luminous primordial energy within the colorful orb and concealed it within a mysterious relic. Simultaneously, he imprisoned the dark chaotic force within the black orb, hiding it in an exceedingly secretive location. After countless years, the seal on the black orb began to weaken, allowing dark forces to seep out. The leader of the Black Robes and his followers were among those who sought the power of the black orb to establish their dominion over the world. Lin Xiao's emergence thwarted their sinister plans. The guardian beast further informed Lin Xiao that although he had destroyed the black orb, the dark forces had not entirely vanished. Somewhere in the cosmos, remnants of malevolent power continued to gather in the shadows. Plotting to stir unrest once more, bearing the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the cosmic balance, Lin Xiao understood that he must persist in his quest to enhance his strength to confront potential crises ahead. Feeling an overwhelming sense of gravity in his heart, Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude to the beast and inquired if it possessed knowledge on ways to augment his power. The beast disclosed that at the farthest reaches of the continent lay a mysterious island, home to an ancient sanctum of cultivation, rich with resources and potent techniques that might aid him in his pursuit of strength. Determined, Lin Xiao resolved to journey to this enigmatic island. After bidding farewell to the guardian, he resumed his expedition. Following an arduous trek, he finally reached the continent's edge. There, he beheld an island enshrouded in clouds, emanating an aura of mystery. Utilizing his agility, he soared towards the island. As he approached, a formidable barrier of prohibitive power obstructed his passage. Realizing this was the sanctum's protective enchantment, which allowed entry only to those who could pass its trials, Lin Xiao did not falter. He summoned the 5 elemental forces within him, engaging in a fierce struggle against the barrier's might. After an intense confrontation, Lin Xiao discerned a flaw in the protective power, successfully breaching the barrier and entering the island. Upon stepping onto the island, Lin Xiao was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before him. Verdant trees cast ample shade, vibrant flowers flourished, and the air was infused with rich spiritual energy. At the island's heart stood a grand palace, radiating dazzling light, resembling a sacred sanctuary. As Lin Xiao approached the palace, its grand doors swung open automatically. An elderly man with flowing white hair emerged, his eyes reflecting profound wisdom. "Young man, you have finally arrived." The elder smiled. "We have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Taken aback, Lin Xiao pondered whom the elder referred to as we, and why they had been anticipating him. Perceiving Lin Xiao's bewilderment, the elder elucidated, "We are the guardians of this sanctum of cultivation, and we have been closely monitoring your growth. The colorful orb you possess and the power you exhibit have revealed to us that you are the one destined to save the world." Lin Xiao was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his every action was observed by these guardians. The elder continued, "Within this sanctum lie numerous, formidable cultivation techniques and invaluable resources. We hope you will diligently train here, enhancing your strength to confront impending crises." Gratefully, Lin Xiao bowed to the elder, assuring him of his commitment to rigorous training, determined not to disappoint the guardian's expectations. Under the elder's guidance, Lin Xiao entered the palace. The interior was spacious and luminous, adorned with various mystical runes and patterns etched upon the walls, seemingly imbued with tremendous power. the elder led Lin Xiao to a secret chamber filled with precious tomes and artifacts. He explained that these texts contain the cultivation insights and techniques left behind by generations of predecessors, while the artifacts were powerful weapons forged through their cultivation endeavors. Eagerly, Lin Xiao opened one of the tomes, delving into its teachings. This particular manuscript detailed a cultivation method known as the Five Elements Unification Technique, which promised to merge the powers of the five attributes into a singular, more potent force. Captivated by the technique, Lin Xiao resolved to practice as instructed. Throughout his training, Lin Xiao encountered numerous obstacles and challenges, yet he persevered. Continuously refining his methods, he triumphed after countless trials, ultimately mastering the Five Elements Unification Technique. As his understanding deepened, Lin Xiao's prowess surged tremendously, allowing him to wield the five elemental forces with greater finesse, uniting them to unleash even more formidable might. During his time in the sanctum, Lin Xiao also forged bonds with like-minded friends. Together, they practiced, exchanged insights, and supported one another in their collective growth. However, Lin Xiao remained acutely aware of his mission. He understood that he could not remain ensconced in the realm of training. He must stay vigilant regarding the world's dynamics. Consequently, he frequently ventured beyond the confines of the sanctum to stay informed about current events. On one such occasion, after leaving the sanctum, Lin Xiao arrived in a bustling city. He immediately sensed a pervasive atmosphere of tension. The faces of the townsfolk were etched with worry and fear. Intrigued, Lin Xiao approached a passerby to inquire about the situation. The individual revealed that mysterious figures clad in black had recently emerged in the city, prowling the streets at night and assaulting innocent citizens. These dark-clad individuals were exceptionally powerful and merciless, leaving many dead in their wake. The local authorities were powerless to intervene, and the populace lived in constant dread. Burning with indignation, Lin Xiao resolved to investigate this matter further, determined to uncover the puppeteers orchestrating these black-clad figures and restore justice for the people. Thus, he commenced his inquiry within the city. After thorough investigation, Lin Xiao discovered that these shadowy figures appeared to be linked to an organization known as the Dark Council. This group represented a malevolent force, amassing power in the shadows, intent on world domination. The previous leader of the Black Robes and the enigmatic beasts were all intricately connected to this organization. Realizing the enormity of the conspiracy, Lin Xiao understood he must act swiftly to thwart the Dark Council's designs. Failure to do so would plunge the world into peril. He decided to return to the sanctum and rally his friends to confront the Dark Council. Upon his return, Lin Xiao recounted his findings to his companions. They expressed their willingness to join him in opposing the Dark Council. After thorough preparations, Lin Xiao and his friends departed the sanctum, setting their sights on the Dark Council's stronghold. Upon arrival, they found the headquarters heavily fortified, teeming with the minions of darkness. Undaunted, Lin Xiao and his companions unleashed their powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark forces. During the skirmish, Lin Xiao fully demonstrated his capabilities. He executed the Five Elements Unification Technique, merging the five elemental powers to forge a formidable assault. His strikes rained down like a tempest, overwhelming the minions of darkness. Lin Xiao's friends, equally resolute, unleashed their formidable techniques and artifacts, battling valiantly against the forces of darkness. After an intense confrontation, they finally breached the defenses of the dark forces, gaining entry into the headquarters of the Dark Council. There, Lin Xiao confronted the leader of the Dark Council, a towering figure clad in black robes, his face obscured by a dark mask that concealed his features. "You have finally arrived," the masked figure intoned coldly, "but today, you shall all perish here." Unfazed, Lin Xiao met the black-robed figure's gaze, declaring, "Your nefarious schemes shall not prevail. Today marks your end." With that, Lin Xiao summoned the five elemental forces within him, charging directly towards the ominous figure. The figure cloaked in black was equally unyielding, unleashing formidable dark powers in a fierce confrontation with Lin Xiao. The battle between the two was extraordinarily intense, their powers clashing with tremendous force, generating powerful waves of energy. Surrounding structures crumbled under the impact of these energy fluctuations, while the ground fissured beneath their feet. As the fight progressed, Lin Xiao gradually discerned the extraordinary strength of the black-cloaked figure, whose dark powers seemed to harbor a mysterious force that rendered his attacks increasingly enigmatic and insurmountable. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao did not falter. He continuously adapted his combat strategy, showcasing a variety of marvelous techniques in a desperate struggle against his adversary. At a critical juncture, Lin Xiao unleashed the most potent move of the five elements unification technique, enveloping the black-cloaked figure in an overwhelming surge of power. Under the onslaught of this force, the figure's body began to crack, and his dark energies gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the black-cloaked figure emitted a wretched scream, his form turning to ash and vanishing into the air. With the demise of the black-cloaked figure, the influence of the Dark Council disintegrated in an instant. Lin Xiao and his companions successfully dismantled this malevolent organization, eliminating a significant threat to the world. Standing amidst the ruins of the Dark Council's headquarters, Lin Xiao gazed at the sky, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He understood that although this battle was won, the path ahead remained long and arduous. He would continue to bear the mission of safeguarding the world, perpetually enhancing his strength to face the various challenges that the future might present. Chapter 81. The legacy of the sacred land. The colossal creature was shrouded in dense black mist, each step it took causing the ground to tremble, while the entire ruins emitted a groan under its oppressive presence. Lin Xiao gripped his sword tightly, the five elemental forces within him swirling rapidly, a kaleidoscope of light radiating around him, starkly contrasting with the creature's dark aura. The beast roared, its gaping maw unleashing a beam of black energy toward Lin Xiao. In a flash, Lin Xiao evaded like a phantom, simultaneously executing a technique that fused forbidden power with lightning attributes, a robust violet bolt striking forth from his hand, directly targeting the creature. The lightning collided with the beast, producing a resounding crack, yet the creature merely swayed, seemingly unfazed by the impact. Its eyes glowed with increasing intensity as it launched another assault, this time at a swifter pace. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He realized the creature's strength far exceeded his expectations, and conventional methods would not suffice for victory. He swiftly recalibrated his strategy, employing a technique that fused mysterious powers with spatial attributes, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind the creature, his sword cutting through the air with lethal intent. The creature reacted with alarming speed, its tail sweeping toward him like a black steel whip. Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped, the tail grazing his garments and stirring a gale. In the midst of their fierce clash, Lin Xiao observed that the creature's movement seemed constrained by some unseen rules, its range of action within the hall not entirely boundless. Inspired by this realization, he resolved to exploit this to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. Lin Xiao summoned the powers of nature, merging them with earth attributes, causing colossal rock barriers to rise from the ground, gradually confining the creature's movements to a more restricted area. Trapped between the rocky barricades, the creature grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly battering against them, its dark energies shattering the stones. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's onslaught, Lin Xiao unleashed the pinnacle of his technique. Merging chaotic powers with light attributes, a blinding radiance erupted from his hands, illuminating the entire dark hall. The light, imbued with potent, purifying energy, surged toward the creature. Enveloped in this brilliance, the creature let out a pained howl, its black mist beginning to dissipate, its strength seemingly waning. Sensing this, Lin Xiao pressed the advantage, maximizing the fusion of the five elemental forces and relentlessly assaulting the creature. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage from Lin Xiao, the creature collapsed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing from sight. Having vanquished the creature, Lin Xiao found himself utterly exhausted. He sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his internal energies to recuperate. Once he had regained some strength, he continued his exploration of this enigmatic hall. Deep within the sanctum, he discovered a teleportation array radiating a gentle glow. Approaching the array, Lin Xiao felt a mysterious force beckoning him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the array in a flash of light. Lin Xiao found himself atop a mist-shrouded peak. The air here was thick with spiritual energy, as if it were a tangible liquid, and the surrounding exotic flora emitted delightful fragrances. Lin Xiao realized that this might indeed be the mysterious training ground spoken of by the divine beast. He traversed the winding mountain path, encountering many peculiar sights along the way. In a particular valley, he came upon a group of spiritual beasts in the midst of training. Their bodies radiated light, clearly possessing extraordinary strength. Continuing onward, Lin Xiao arrived before an ancient temple. The entrance was firmly shut, but the runes upon the door shimmered with mysterious light. Gently touching the door, the runes ignited instantly, and the door creaked open. Inside the temple sat an elderly man with flowing white hair. Perched upon a meditation mat, upon noticing Lin Xiao, the elder slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering within. At last, I have awaited your arrival, the chosen one. Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with curiosity as the elder spoke slowly. This sacred land has preserved its legacy for countless ages, ever awaiting a fated individual. The colorful orb you possess, along with your demonstrated mastery over the 5 elemental forces, signifies that you are the one we have long awaited. The elder revealed to Lin Xiao that within the sacred land lay a supreme technique capable of fully merging the 5 elemental forces into one. Known as the 5 Elements Chaos Technique. Should one succeed in mastering it, not only would their strength experience a qualitative leap, but they would also gain command over the forces of order within the universe. Under the elder's guidance, Lin Xiao commenced his training in the 5 Elements Chaos Technique. The process was fraught with hardship. Each fusion of powers felt akin to a fierce battle within his body. Yet, through unwavering resolve and profound understanding of power, Lin Xiao gradually overcame the challenges. As his training deepened, the 5 elemental forces within him began to meld, forming a new, more potent energy. He sensed a tighter bond with the world around him, his mastery over natural laws becoming increasingly effortless. However, just as Lin Xiao reveled in his breakthrough, the remnants of darkness had not yet been extinguished in a shadowy corner of the world. A gathering of black-cloaked figures convened, led by a grim-faced man radiating a dark aura reminiscent of the previous leader. That Lin Xiao has thwarted our plans. He must be eliminated. The man's voice was cold and piercing. Summon all forces and prepare to launch an assault on the sacred training ground. It turned out that these black-cloaked figures were remnants of the Dark Council, having learned of Lin Xiao's presence in the sacred land, and they sought to obliterate it, eliminate Lin Xiao, and reclaim control over their disrupted dark schemes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sensed a subtle threat lurking within the sacred training ground. He understood that the dark forces would not relent, and an even fiercer battle loomed on the horizon. He hastened his training, diligently solidifying and enhancing his newly acquired powers, bracing himself for the impending challenge. Under the protective array of the sacred land, Lin Xiao and the Guardians began their preparations for the imminent conflict. They were acutely aware that this battle not only concerned their own lives, but also the fate of the entire world. As the central figure in this confrontation, Lin Xiao bore an unprecedented responsibility, his gaze reflecting determination and resolve as he awaited the arrival of the dark forces. Chapter 82. The Lair of Darkness. Lin Xiao bid farewell to the Guardians of the Sacred Land and embarked alone on a quest to uncover the lair of the dark forces. He understood that this mission would be arduous, as the dark forces surely concealed themselves in a place of utmost secrecy, laden with traps. Yet, Lin Xiao remained undeterred, armed with the formidable powers he had acquired during his training in the sacred land. Alongside a keen sensitivity to the dark aura, he ventured into the unknown peril. Along his journey, Lin Xiao traversed desolate deserts, where eerie sands permeated the air, each grain seemingly infused with dark power. Attempting to erode his body and will, he summoned the power of the 5 elements chaos, forming a vibrant shield around him, repelling the encroaching sands. His steps were resolute, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. With a singular resolve, to eradicate the dark forces completely. Emerging from the desert, Lin Xiao arrived at an ancient forest, starkly different from any he had encountered before. The trees twisted and intertwined, resembling countless hands reaching skyward. A foul stench pervaded the air, inducing nausea. Lin Xiao proceeded cautiously, sensing